Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Loretta Young and Van Johnson in Mother is a Freshman. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 15 years ago this week, a daring radio entertainment was begun. It was the Lux Radio Theater. Its purpose was to bring into American homes the finest in drama played by the most important stars. Since that day, a new generation has grown up, and the Lux Radio Theater with it. Now it's a part of the American scene, an institution in millions of American homes. To celebrate this 15th anniversary, we've selected a gay romantic comedy that brings together two of this theater's top favorites, those very bright stars, Loretta Young and Van Johnson. The play is Mother is a Freshman, a 20th century Fox success you've requested so often. You know, if Mother were to go back to college today, she'd find it quite different than it was 15 years ago. But some things would make her feel right at home. For one, that familiar cake of Lux Toilet Soap. Yes, even when Mother was a freshman, Lux Soap was a favorite complexion care of the loveliest girls on the campus. And again tonight, as it has for 15 years, Lux makes it possible for you to hear another hit play. As the curtain rises on Mother is a Freshman, starring Loretta Young as Abigail and Van Johnson as Richard. It happens sometimes to the best of us. A terse memorandum from the bank informing us that our balance is not sufficient to cover our checks. It's happened this time to a young and beautiful widow residing on Park Avenue in New York.
I'm back, Mom. Know where I've been? I've been shopping.
Oh, Susan, not all those packages. Oh, darling, I told you not to spend any more money, remember?
Didn't spend a shekel, Mom. Charged everything.
Oh, dear.
Here, this is for you.
A book. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, dear.
It's the new one by John St. John.
Oh, The Grave Digger and the Chambermaid. Oh, Susie, really?
Guaranteed to turn your hair gray.
Oh, that's just what I need. Honestly, dear, how you can waste good money on such trash
Well,
like
that's
that?
okay, Mom. You're welcome. Mom, look at this dress. Isn't it a dream?
Well, yes, dear, it's beautiful. But I'm sorry it'll have to go back.
Mom.
I just heard from the bank and we're overdrawn.
Well, then why don't you call John Heaslip? Just tell him to put some more money in our account.
Oh, you know how upset he gets whenever I'm over.
Personally, I think John likes our economic crisis. Gives him a chance to wave that torch he's been carrying.
Don't be silly, dear. Now, about this dress.
Oh, I just have to have it, Mom, for the sophomore cotillion. Richard'll love it.
Richard. Oh, yes. He's the president of the student body, isn't he?
Mom, no, that's Beaumont Jackson.
Oh,
He's a schmo.
What? What's that?
Oh, you know, a dope, a drip.
A drip. Oh, that reminds me, I must call John. Dear, who is Richard?
Mother, don't you ever listen to me. Richard Michaels, professor of English Lit.
Oh, that's nice, dear, a professor. A professor?
Uh-huh.
Oh, but Susie, is he one of your beaux?
Oh, Mom, you're so old-fashioned. Those berries have broken down.
Oh, have they?
Well, of course. Poynter is a modern college.
Oh, I see. Well, how old is this Professor Michaels?
Oh, he's sort of, ageless. Maybe around 35.
Oh, well, now, dear, I'm around 35.
Oh, but it's different with you, Mom. Your life's over.
Oh, is it?
Oh, but he hasn't even begun to live.
Oh, Susie, I don't like it. I don't like it a bit. It just isn't... Excuse me a minute. Hello? Oh, hello, John. I was just going to call you. Well, yes, I know, but when you're trying to outfit a girl for college and redecorate an apartment, well, it... What? Why, John, I couldn't be. But that's impossible. I'll be down.
Well?
Well, it must be a mistake.
Well, what is it?
Well, he said you weren't going back to college.
Mother, that's impossible.
Well, now, don't worry, dear. I'll see to this right now. John, I don't think you understand.
I understand that your expenditures have been simply disgraceful.
Oh, you've already said that. Now, as for Susan, how can you expect her to go back to Pointer College without...
I don't expect Susan to go back to Pointer at all.
Now, John, you're just trying to scare me again, aren't you?
No, Abby, I'm not. You're broke. Dead broke.
But the trust fund that Henry left for me, I couldn't have spent all that.
But the trust fund is payable only every 3 years.
Yes?
Your next payment isn't available until February.
But that's 5 months. Oh, John, Susan must go back to Pointer. And where am I going to get the money to pay for her tuition?
Well, there's one way, my dear.
Oh, no, thank you. Let's not go into that again.
Abby, please. Why, we're perfectly mated. Anyone can see that. And moreover...
No, there must be another way. John, is my maiden name legal?
Yes, if you care to use it.
Oh?
Now, what makes you ask that?
Oh, nothing at all. And thank you, John. Thank you for everything.
But, Abby, what's your hurry? Abby!
You don't have to spare me, Mom. I know it isn't your fault. No money, huh?
Paupers. Till next February.
Well, couldn't you borrow the money from John? He's so crazy about you.
Susie, I better explain something to you. John Heaslip has an obsession against lending or borrowing money. And though he may be crazy about me, he is crazier about his obsession. See?
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Well, we'll just have to go to work then. I'll get a job on campus, and you can get a job here. Department store, maybe, or some sweatshop. Or...
Mm-hmm.
Mom, you're not listening. Well, what's that you're reading?
This booklet. It's all about the endowments to Pointer College. Here it is. It's right here.
Huh?
The Abigail Fortitude Scholarship. For any female of good character and refinement with the name of Abigail Fortitude, the sum of $3,000 per annum shall be made available.
So what?
Well, $3,000 is a lot of money.
Yes, but don't you see the catch? You've got to have a name like Abigail Fortitude.
Well, my maiden name happens to be that.
Oh, I know, Mom, but you're the last. And I'll never stop thanking you for finding a different name for me.
You know, dear, I've been thinking.
Oh, sure. Great-Grandma Abigail gave money to Pointer. Then she fixed it so only her own family could use it.
Well, then why don't we use it?
Because my name isn't Abigail You?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. Golly gee. No, it wouldn't work.
Now, why not?
Well, what about college entrance exams? You'd never pass
Well,
them.
now, Susie, it's up to you to see that I do pass them. Look here, dear, you don't seem to understand. If I don't go to Pointer, you're not going back either. Now, this $3,000 endowment will see us both through to February, at which time we collect on our trust fund.
Oh, if we could only do it.
Oh, of course we can. I'll use my maiden name, and nobody need know that I'm your mother. And now, about those entrance exams.
Oh, they're murder.
Oh, come now, dear. They couldn't be that difficult.
Oh, no?
No.
Prove the two triangles are congruent if the hypotenuse and side of one are equal to ditto.
I beg your pardon?
Ha! Give a concise statement of Dalton's atomic theory. Describe the structure of a typical dicotyledonous stem.
Oh, Susie, that doesn't even sound like English.
See what I mean?
Oh, well. Well, in that case, I guess we better get to work right away. Susie, drag out those textbooks of yours and start educating me.
Gotta hand it to you, Mom. That's the old Abigail Fortitude. Beautiful, Mom.
Yeah.
Aren't you thrilled? This is it. You're on the campus.
Yes, I know, dear. And there's the dean's office.
Oh, you. Now get in there.
All right, but where will you be?
Oh, I just may stop by and say hello to Professor Michaels.
Professor Michaels? Oh, yes.
Oh, he probably won't be in. Classes don't start till tomorrow, you know. Oh, well, I'll see you at the freshman dorm, Mom. Happy landing.
Yes, dear, and thank you again.
Yes, come in.
Hello, Professor Michaels.
Susan Abbott. Well, for heaven's sake. It's good to see you.
Oh, it's wonderful to see you, too.
Did you have a good summer?
Oh, sensational. Only I couldn't wait to get back. I thought September would never come.
I know just how you feel.
You're going to let me help you again, aren't you? I mean, correcting papers and stuff?
Oh, you bet I am. But this year you've got to give the boys a break, too.
Boys. Oh, a girl gets so bored, Professor Michaels. But working with you is an intellectual experience.
Now, don't tell me you'd rather have an intellectual experience and be the belle of the ball at the sophomore cotillion.
If I were dancing with you, I'd have both.
Me? I wouldn't be found dead at a student dance.
Oh. Well, I've got to run, Professor. See you in class tomorrow.
Nice of you to drop in, Susan.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And good night.
Good night.
Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow.
Oh, that's very good, Susan. Very good. Hello?
This is Western Union. We have a telegram for Professor Richard Michaels.
This is Professor Michaels.
It's from New York City. Happy to inform you your book, Gravedigger and the Chambermaid, has just jumped on bestseller list. It's signed Williams and Sons Publishers.
Bestseller list, huh? Well, what do you know? Thank you. Thanks very much.
Dean Gillingham, that new book you wanted. Well, I finally got it.
Oh, the Gravedigger and the Chambermaid?
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I have a very good reason for being interested in that book.
I may blackmail you someday, reading stuff like that. Well, ready for the next patient? A freshman named Abigail Fortitude.
Oh, yes. Send her in, Miss Harper.
This way, Miss Fortitude.
Oh, thank you.
Dean Gillingham.
Sit down, Miss Fortitude.
Thank you.
Not nervous, are you?
Oh, yes, a little.
Oh, but why? Your entrance examinations, while not exemplary, at least are all in order, and I'm happy to welcome you to Point Out.
Oh, thank you.
You realize, of course, that your matriculation is most unusual.
Yes, I was afraid that, well, a woman of my age coming to college, that
What a
perhaps...
silly thought. What I meant by unusual is the fact that you're the first girl in 55 years to use the Abigail Fortitude Scholarship.
Oh, well, you see, she was my grandmother.
Yes, I know. Well, it's very good to see you here. What's the use of educating the children, I always say, if we don't educate the parents, too?
You mean that...
Oh, have no fears. I'll keep your horrid secret, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, then you do know.
After all, you and Susan share the same home address on your registration card.
Oh, my goodness. We never thought of that. You see, we didn't want anyone to find out.
I assure you the fact will never fall from my lips.
Oh, thank you.
Good luck, Miss Fortitude. And remember where I am if you want me.
Oh, that's very nice of you. Goodbye. Goodbye, Dean.
Goodbye, my dear. And let me see, where is that? Oh, The Gravedigger and the Chambermaid by John St. John. John St. John, indeed.
Oh, not Mom. Abby.
Oh, golly, I forgot.
Yeah.
Sorry. How'd you make out with Dean Gillingham?
Oh, I think he's the nicest man I ever met.
Oh, he's a charmer, all right. Richard Michaels says he's one of the greatest educators in the country.
Oh, well, I can believe that. He made me feel just a little like a cheat.
Why?
Oh, he was so pleased that I'd come to Pointer to finish my education.
Oh, I wouldn't let it bother me.
Well, it does bother me, since I'm only here to put my hands on some money.
I've got news for you.
What?
If you plan to stay here, you're going to get an education whether you want one or not. Otherwise, you go right out on your ear.
Oh, now, Susie, I told you time and time again not to talk that way.
Abby.
Yes?
I'll have to caution you not to correct people as if you were their mother.
Oh?
Other people might catch on, see?
Oh. Oh, yes.
I've been fixing up your room.
Oh, dear, you did a good job. Thank you. That's wonderful.
Look out the window.
Huh?
See, there's my sorority house on the other side of the green.
Oh, yes. Well, at least we're close by. Well, what do I do now?
Register for classes.
All right.
Only you're not going to Doremus Hall looking like that.
Well, why? What's the matter with me?
Your clothes. Look, this is college, not Fifth Avenue.
Oh, well, dear, this is the most conservative thing I own.
At home, maybe, but not here.
Oh.
First of all, your hair.
Oh?
Take out those bobby pins and let it down.
Let it down?
And ditch the hat.
Oh, you don't like it?
Abby, freshmen don't wear hats, not even at Doremus Hall. Now step on it. Start fixing your hair.
I beg your pardon. I'm supposed to register here, but I don't
hi,
know...
Angel Eyes. Just see the student advisor. Yow!
What, is something wrong?
Wrong?
Young man, if you don't want to tell me where
I'll tell you anything you want to know, baby.
Oh?
Where's your card?
Here.
Table G. Dream Puss. Over there.
Thank you very much.
Pardon me, lady. This is Pointer College. The Stork Club is south of here.
I'm a student here. Here's my card.
Abigail Fortitude.
Yes?
You?
That's right.
Oh, don't get sore, honey. The name just doesn't go with the scenery.
Oh.
Freshman, huh?
Yes.
My. You just out of the Army or something?
No.
You married?
No.
Well, Abigail, what's your major going to be?
Major? What's the major?
Well, you see, in college, you've got to major in one subject, which indicates the type of career you have cut out for yourself.
Oh. Well, what does Richard Michaels teach?
Richard Michaels?
What does he teach?
Iniquity.
What?
Thinly disguised with Shakespearean sonnets and officially labeled English literature.
Oh. Well, I'd better major in that, then.
Abigail Fortitude, you too?
Hey, what's your hurry? Wait a minute.
For me?
Yes. We freshmen have to stick together.
Oh.
My name's Rhoda Adams.
Well, hello, Rhoda. I'm Abigail Fortitude.
You going to English Lit?
Yes.
Good, so am I.
I wish I weren't so nervous.
I'm scared spitless.
You're what?
I'm scared spitless.
Oh, my dear, don't say things
Huh?
like that. Natch, you're scared spitless, so am I.
It's that Richard Michaels. They say he's a heavenly hunker professor.
Oh, no, I didn't mean I was nervous about that. It's just that this is my first class, and everything is so new and strange, and it has nothing to do with Richard Michaels.
Yeah. That's what I keep telling myself. Well, there he is.
Oh.
You said it. Come on. Let's find a place to sit.
Yes, sir?
What's your name?
Abigail Fortitude.
Fortitude. Well, Miss Fortitude, I am not myopic, and I have an uncanny sense of intuition when one of my students is unprepared. I can spot him in the last row just as readily as the first. So why don't you take that seat there next to Miss Sharp?
Yes, certainly.
Hello, Miss Sharp.
Oh, hello, Professor Michaels.
Back for another try, eh? Don't you think you're in a rut?
Oh, I'll pass this time, Professor Michaels, if I can keep my mind on my work.
Yeah, all right. All right, let's come to order. This first session is going to be very short, so you needn't brace yourselves. In studying the text of Shakespeare, as we intend to do, we repeatedly find the theme of love used over and over again. And yet, in all the works of So starting tomorrow, I'll attempt to expose your minds to Shakespeare. If some of you choose to sleep, that is your problem. If some of you choose to listen and learn, that is my problem. Meantime, the class is dismissed. Miss Fortitude.
Yes?
In my office, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Professor, but I have another class.
I've just dismissed this one 40 minutes early. This way, Miss Fortitude.
Yes, Professor.
Have a seat, Miss Fortitude.
Thank you.
That's rather an odd name, isn't it?
It's the family name.
Any relation to old Abigail Fortitude, that great pinchpenny philanthropist of Pointer?
My grandmother.
Oh.
I'm using her scholarship here.
Well, I didn't exactly mean that she wasn't a great
No,
philanthropist.
I didn't think you did, Professor.
Miss Fortitude, would you answer a simple question?
Why, yes, if I can.
What the devil are you doing here? Why are you majoring in my course?
That's two questions, Professor, and the answer is the same for both. To get an education.
Are you trying to tell me there's anything left for you to...
What do you mean by that remark?
Well, I didn't mean what you thought I meant. It's just that you are a mature woman and apparently very sophisticated.
You never saw me before, and suddenly you seem to know all about me.
Oh, now, wait a second. It's just that I'm used to kids, and, well, you're sort of in my league.
Well, I don't think I'm that matured, Professor.
Don't misunderstand me. It's just that it's a little unusual for... Well, isn't it a little late for you to be getting an education?
No, I don't think so. But if you doubt that one's available for me in your class, I'll be happy to have myself
I
transferred.
didn't mean that.
Professor Michaels, I am not one bit interested in how you came to teach at Pointer. And I don't see why you should be interested in why I came to be taught at Pointer.
Oh, now you're angry. Please, I was curious, that's all.
Well, curiosity killed the cat.
Yes. Good morning, Miss Ford.
Good morning, Professor Michaels.
In a few moments, we'll continue with the second act of Mother is a Freshman.
Now, Mr. William Keeley, our producer.
Act 2 of Mother is a Freshman, starring Loretta Young as Abigail and Van Johnson as Richard. Financed by a $3,000 scholarship, Abigail Fortitude is now the oldest and prettiest freshman ever to enter Poynter College, where her daughter Susan is a sophomore. Right now, Abigail's in class, and Professor Richard Michaels is discovering how interesting his work can be. And out on the campus, Susan and an old boyfriend...
Okay, Susie, now, what about the sophomore cotillion?
Well, it's still a month off, Bo. I'll let you know, huh?
Why? Somebody else asked you?
Well, not exactly.
Yeah, I know. Susie, what's got into you?
I'm sorry, Bo. You're one of the nicest boys I know, and I always want to be friends with you.
Friends? You hate me, don't you?
Oh, now, really?
Yeah, well, even if Professor Michaels did go to the sophomore cotillion, it wouldn't be with you.
It wouldn't.
Not with that Abigail Fortitude around. Or haven't you heard?
Abigail Fortitude? Now, you're just being silly. An older woman like that going to college, well, naturally she's conspicuous, but...
I'll say she is.
She deserves a little more attention.
Okay, Susie, you win. Just let me know about the cotillion.
Mother? Mother and Richard Michaels? Oh, but that's absurd.
So come into class tomorrow morning prepared to discuss King Lear. That's all. Class dismissed. Miss Fortitude.
Yes?
May I see you, please?
Oh, yes, Professor Michaels.
Close the door, Fortitude.
Surely.
Have a seat.
Did you get my theme, Professor?
Not quite.
Well, I handed it in.
Yes, I know. I read it. But I didn't get it.
Oh.
That's why I wanted to see you.
Oh.
Your ideas are excellent, Fortitude,
yes?
But your rhetoric, well, it leaves a lot to be desired.
Oh, dear. And
No, don't be discouraged. You just need help on your academic approach.
Oh. And you're going to help me?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yes, I see.
And not only that, but I'm going to have to turn the heat on.
The heat?
Yes. You're too self-conscious, Fortitude.
Oh?
You're nervous. I get the feeling that you resent me. But that, of course, is only a sublimation of your fear of failure.
It is?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
You know, English literature can be fun, and I'm going to show you just how much fun. You must learn to relax.
Well, thanks just the same, Professor. But I think I'll manage.
You don't want to flunk, do you?
Oh, no. No, I can't flunk.
Well, then you better let me work with you.
Oh. Well, all right, if you say so.
And I think we'll work nights.
Nights?
Yes.
Here?
Oh, no. We may as well be comfortable. Suppose you have dinner with me at my house, say, around 7 o'clock.
No, I'm sorry, Professor, but I can't do that.
I'm afraid you'd better.
Oh.
I live on Faculty Row, number 17, right across from the circle.
Professor, I don't think I ought to take up your time like that. I think,
but
after all...
Fortitude, that's just what I'm here for.
Yes, Professor.
Here she comes, Beulah. Look out the window. You see her?
What a freshman.
Oh, I admire her greatly, Beulah. She's determined to get an education.
She's coming to the right place to get it. Excuse me, Professor. I better get them lamb chops in the oven.
Well.
Am I late?
No, Fortitude. Come in.
Thank you.
You look absolutely beautiful.
Well, thank you, Professor.
Oh, let's skip that professor stuff. Call me Richard.
Oh.
Come in. Make yourself comfortable. Sure. I'll fix a drink. How do you like my lair?
Well, it smells good.
Oh, that's the incense. You have to burn it to get the traditions out of the woodwork.
Incense yet?
I hope you like martinis.
Oh, no, thank you.
I mix them very dry.
No, thank you.
You don't like martinis?
Well, I'm a student here.
But you're over 21, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Just.
Well, they're good for you. Make you relax. Lose your inhibitions.
Oh, well, sometimes I think inhibitions are very good for people, Professor. I think that...
Oh, you know what I mean.
Yes, I do know what you mean.
Well, let's sit down and be comfortable, shall we? Now, the springs are coming out of that chair.
Oh?
Let's just share the sofa, shall we?
Well, yes, thank you.
You don't mind, do you?
No, not if you like.
Well, here's to you, Abby, and to a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
I can't tell you how much I've looked forward to this.
Oh, really?
Something wrong with your cocktail?
Oh, no, it's fine.
Then drink it, so I can freshen it.
Oh, surely.
Yes, Abby, I've got to confess I'm glad you're weak. In English, that is.
Oh.
It gives me a chance not only to help you, but to know you well.
Well, that's very kind of you, Professor.
I want to know you very well.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
I just remembered. I'm awfully sorry, but I just remembered.
Remember where are you going?
Oh, it's very thoughtless of me, but I just remembered I have another date, and I can't break it.
But, Abby, for heaven's sake, you just can't just walk out.
Oh, I said I was sorry.
But what about your coaching?
Oh, well, some other time, perhaps, huh?
Can't you break your other date?
Oh, no, that would be rude.
Rude?
Yes.
What about me? What about my plans for tonight? I've arranged everything.
I know. And you needn't bother coming to the door with me. Good night, Professor. Good night.
Miss Fortitude, well, how nice to see you.
Why, Dean Gillingham.
And this is my wife, Miss Fortitude. Margaret, here's the young lady I was telling you about, Abigail Fortitude.
Oh, how do you do, my dear?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Gillingham?
Well, Richard, I see we all arrived at the same time.
No, Miss Fortitude is just leaving. She has another date.
Oh?
Abigail, but you're spoiling our evening. You don't think we enjoy dining with this dull young man, do you?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Well, it's only on his promise that you'd be here that we agreed to come.
Oh. Well, my headache is a little better.
Headache? I thought you said you
would you
had
like a martini, Mrs. Gillingham?
Why, yes, I would.
So would I.
Well, allow me.
Thank you, Richard.
Yes, thank you, Richard.
Oh, you know, Miss Fortitude, you're really more than my husband described you. And he was simply outrageous.
And how's college life agreeing with you, Abigail?
Oh, well, I must be honest. Never been happier.
I'm sitting over here, Abigail.
Oh, yes. Yes, she knows it, dear.
Oh. Well, I really wasn't worried about you becoming acclimated, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, no?
And what do you think of your fellow students?
Oh, I think they're wonderful. But I'm simply amazed how they can study some serious subject and at the same time read things like the comic strips.
Oh, Gilly would rather miss a train than little Abner.
Oh, no, really, Margaret.
Well, I just don't understand how anyone can study a complex subject like chemistry, for instance, or political economy, and then sit right down to a blood-curdling murder mystery. You know, as I left tonight, the girl across the hall was reading an awfully lurid thing. Let me see, I think it was called... The Grave Digger and the Chambermaid.
What's the matter with you, Richard?
Terribly sorry, this martini. I must have swallowed the olive.
Oh, bad. And now, about that book. How anyone...
Oh, thank you, Beulah. Nice timing.
Wonderful evening, Richard. Very edifying. Good night.
Next week at our house. We'll let you know, Abigail. Good night, my dear.
Good night. Now, if I may have my coat.
But Abigail, you're not leaving, too.
Well, I have to be back at the freshman dorm before 12, you know.
I know. You know, usually the Gillinghams don't stay past 9 o'clock.
Oh?
It's your very much.
Oh, I'm glad they do. My books?
Right here.
Oh.
Come on, I'll walk you over.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were married, Abby.
I'm not.
Well, before dinner, I distinctly heard Dean Gillingham calling you Mrs. Abbott.
He did?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, he was supposed to keep that a secret.
Oh, then you are married.
No. No, I'm a widow. 8 years now.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, I don't mean about you being a widow. I mean about not being married.
No, I know what you mean.
Abbott. Abbott?
Yes. Like in Susan?
Mrs. Abbott?
Hmm?
You? Her mother?
That's right.
Impossible. Oh, no, I can't believe it. You're practically as young as she is.
Oh, well, hardly. And anyway, she'll grow younger as she grows older.
But what's the idea? I don't understand.
Well, it's a rather long story, Richard, and it is a secret. We don't want anyone to know. We have our reasons.
Okay.
Thank you.
She's a pretty wonderful kid, Abby. You ought to be proud of her.
I am. Well, there's the dorm.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Come here.
You know, I'll get into trouble if I don't get in time.
They'd only dock you from going to the sophomore cotillion.
Oh?
Which mustn't happen, incidentally, because you're going with me.
Am I?
Listen, Abby.
Yes?
I'm rushing it because that Mrs. Abbott thing scared the daylights out of me. I like you. You know what I mean? I really like you.
I like you, too.
And you will come to the dance with me?
Well, is it customary? I mean, student and faculty, isn't it a little...
Those barriers no longer exist.
They don't?
No.
Well, how nice.
I had to do that. I had to kiss you. It's tradition.
Oh.
This tree we're under, it's the kissing oak.
Oh, I see.
It's true. Any girl who doesn't kiss her beau goodnight under this oak winds up an old maid.
Well, that could hardly be applied to me now, could it?
Hardly.
Good night, Richard.
Good night, Abigail.
Oh, by the way, Richard.
Yes?
They teach us in botany that your kissing oak is a willow. Good night.
Gosh, Mom, do you realize this is the first time I've seen you alone in simply days?
Oh, Susie, I've missed you so. What have you been doing with yourself anyway?
Oh, nothing much. I just didn't want to get in your hair.
Oh, honey, don't be silly.
Well, I mean with Richard coaching you. I didn't want to make you self-conscious. In the first place, you needed lots of coaching.
Oh, that I did.
And in the second place, I wanted you to get to know him without me around.
But why, dear?
Oh, come on, Mom. You haven't fooled me a bit. Don't you see? I wanted you to find out by yourself how wonderful he is and thoughtful and sweet. And, well, that's just what happened.
Susie, I don't understand.
Of course you do. You know now why I feel the way I do. It's just the way I wanted it to happen. Now you know why I'm in love with him.
In love with him?
Oh, and wait till you really get to know him.
Oh, but Susie, he's not in love with you.
Well, he's very fond of me. It's just that he's shy and conservative.
Oh, honey. Honey, are you sure? I mean, sometimes girls imagine things, you know.
I was never sure of anything in my life. Letting me help him correct papers, picking me to work with him, shoulder to shoulder, just like the Curies.
Susie, has he said any of these things to you? Or are you just dreaming it all because you want it to come true?
Well, he hasn't exactly said them, Mom, but he's changed my whole outlook on life. Honestly, not some silly schoolgirl swoon.
Oh, Susie. Oh, Susie, I don't know what to say.
I'll say it. Thanks, Mom. Thanks for liking him. Oh, Mom.
Yes?
I hate to mention this, but, well, you know how gossip spreads around the campus.
Gossip?
Well, naturally, you've had to be with Richard a lot since he's been coaching you, but I'd be sort of careful about seeing him. They'll be saying that you have a crush on him next. You understand?
Yes, dear, I understand.
After all, you're only here temporarily.
Yes.
It isn't really your life like it is mine.
Susie, I want to tell you something. I want to explain something to you.
You don't have to explain a thing to me, Mom. Not a thing. You're swell. Oh, I've got to dash. See you later.
Oh, Susie.
It's all right, Beulah. I'll get it. Hello, darling.
Oh, darling. Darling, we've got to be awfully careful.
You mean I shouldn't kiss you like this?
But...
Abby, you're shivering. I don't think it's from the cold. Come on inside.
All right. Richard, everything has gone wrong.
Now, that is a ridiculously broad statement. Now, what do you mean by everything?
Us.
So something is wrong with us?
Yes.
Now, if Beulah spilled the beans about the way I snore, I'll fire her.
Oh, don't joke, please.
Besides, I'm very kind to animals.
Please don't joke, Richard.
I'm sorry, Abby. What is it?
It's Susan.
Something happened to her?
Yes. Something incurable, I'm afraid. It seems that everybody at Pointer knows about it except you. She's in love with you.
Oh, Abby. For a minute, I thought it was something really serious.
What?
You know, I had a puppy once, and these kids remind me very much of him. Maybe that's why they call it puppy love.
No, I don't think so, Richard. I did think at first when she first... Now I don't.
Oh, Abby, all these sprouts get crushes. It's like the measles. They get over it. It doesn't mean anything. She's only 17.
Oh, darling, I was married when I was 16.
But it's not the same, Abby. You're a big girl now, and I'm a big boy. We belong together, don't we?
Yes.
I want to marry you. You can't expect me to take Susan's artist seriously. Abby, I love you.
I love you too, darling.
I want you to be happy. I want to be happy.
I know.
Well, we've got a right to be happy together, haven't we?
Yes. But...
Then don't fight it. Let yourself go. Go along with it. It's so simple. Now you give up this freshman nonsense, huh?
No, I can't. Not yet. Not until February.
Abby, marriage makes me the breadwinner, remember?
Yes.
Now, I'll see that Susan stays in college. Then we tell her and get married, huh?
We tell her?
Yes.
Tell her what, Richard? That her mother's a rival, that you prefer me to her, and anyway she's just a silly schoolgirl? I don't know, maybe I'm just being maternal, but I think that's pretty hard to take. Oh, Richard, it isn't as simple as that. That's not going to solve her problem. You see, to her, it isn't a crush. It's real. And being real is... it's the most important thing in her life.
Yes, Abby, that's right. But you're the most important thing in my life. We've got to give Susan a chance to grow up.
Oh.
You can't treat her like a swaddling child. You know, when she was a little girl, she got a crush on her father, right?
Yes, that's right, she did. But then all little girls do that. That doesn't mean anything.
Exactly. And sooner or later, it became a dead issue. Susan matured. Now she picks on a prophet college because he's the closest thing to her first love. And finally, when that becomes a dead issue, she falls in love with some muscle-bound Lothario. Thinks he's creamy-dreamy. Marries him and starts raising little girls who in turn will get a crush on him. It's a pattern of life, Abby, and you cannot protect Susan from it.
Oh, I don't suppose I can, Richie, but I've just got to try.
You've already tried. Now give me a kiss and let's forget all this nonsense.
Oh.
Susie. Oh, what a dress. For the sophomore cotillion, huh?
Well, naturally, Louise.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, who's taking you? Oh, no. Not Professor Michaels.
Don't be childish. Richard wouldn't be found dead at a student dance. I'm going with Bo Jackson.
You know something? I'll bet if Dickie did go, he'd take Abigail Fortitude.
Abby? She wouldn't go to the dance either. It'd just be kid stuff to her.
Besides, she hasn't got anyone to take her.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, you mean she is going? Well, who with?
Well, how do I know? Excuse me, Louise. I just remembered I have a very important phone call to make.
Yes, this is John Heaslip. Who'd you say this is?
Susan Abbott.
Well, for goodness sake, Susan, how are you? How's your mother?
Oh, fine. Just fine.
Well, isn't that just fine? I've got some very good news for her. Very good. In fact, I was about to run up there and see her about it.
Oh, Mr. Heaslip, could you? That's why I'm calling. You see, we're having a big dance up here, and Mother, well, she's all alone, and she misses you so much.
She does? Well, isn't that fine? I miss her, too.
We were thinking maybe you could take her to the dance, like you were her dreamboat.
Yeah.
Her escort, I mean.
Oh, why, I'd be delighted, Susan. When is it?
Tomorrow night.
I'll wire Abigail immediately.
Oh, no, let's keep it a surprise. You see, nobody knows about us, Mr. Heaslip. About Abby and me, that is.
Well, thank heavens we'll be done with all that nonsense when I get there. I'll see you tomorrow night, Susan. Goodbye.
Well, aren't you coming, Abby? Professor Michaels just dismissed us. Or didn't you notice?
Well, there's something I have to ask him. Excuse me, Louise.
It's getting to be a habit, isn't it?
Richard?
All right.
I just want to tell you I can't go to the dance with you tonight.
What do you mean you can't? What are you, a woman or a mouse?
Oh, I'm a mother. And I just can't hurt Susan. Darling, I just can't.
Well, what do you want me to do? Marry her for Pete's sake?
Oh, no, of course not. But you don't understand.
She's got a date, hasn't she?
Yes, I told you, but...
Now, I'm telling you. You'll be ready by 8 o'clock, or so help me, Hannah. There'll be a scandal in that dorm when I come up after you. And what do you want?
Oh.
Me? Well, I just wanted...
Excuse me, please.
Hey, she sure left in a hurry, Professor.
One wisecrack out of you, Buster, and there'll be a permanent vacancy at left tackle all season.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. May I help you?
I'm John Heaslip. This is the freshman dormitory?
For women?
Naturally. I'm calling for for Miss Abigail Fortitude.
I'll tell her you're here.
Thank you.
Abigail, Mrs. Gray in the lobby. Your date is here. Yes, I'll tell him. Have a chair, Mr. Heaslip. She'll be right down.
Thank you.
Oh. Hello, Professor.
Good evening, Mrs. Gray. Would you tell Miss Fortitude I'm here, please?
Well, yes. Yes, have a seat, Professor. Mrs. Gray again. I think you'd better come right down, Abby. It's getting a little crowded.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Mother is a Freshman.
Here's your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Mother is a Freshman, starring Loretta Young as Abigail and Van Johnson as Richard. Well, it's a moment later, and in the lobby of the freshman women's dormitory, two gentlemen, both waiting for Abigail Fortitude, happen to look at each other.
Visiting your daughter, sir?
Not exactly. I'm here to...
Johnny Heaslip.
Richard Michaels.
Well, how do you like that? I don't think I've seen you since we left Yale.
12 years ago. Did you carry out your threat to become a professor?
Oh, yes. I'm teaching right here at Poynter.
No.
What about you, law?
Oh, definitely, yes.
You know, for a while there, it looked like you were going to be a crooner instead of a lawyer.
Me?
Yes.
A crooner?
Well, you remember the night you climbed up in the bandstand and sang Bula Bula through a megaphone?
Oh, yeah. They did seem to like it, didn't they?
Boy, were you lousy.
Why, John.
Abby.
Oh, hello, Richard. But John, for heaven's sake, what
Abby, you look beautiful.
Oh, well, thank you, Richard. John, what are you doing here?
Well, didn't Susan tell you?
No.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. The surprise.
For me?
Of course.
Oh, well, I'm so sorry. I had no idea that you...
Excuse me, but do you two know each other?
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes.
Do you two know each other?
Yes.
Yes, we were classmates at Yale.
Oh.
Well, it's been nice seeing you, John. If you're going to stay in town, be sure to drop in and see me.
Thank you, Richard. Good night.
Good night. Shall we go, Abby?
Well,
I beg your pardon.
Well, this is my date, Johnny.
He always was a joker.
Oh.
No, Richard. Abigail is my date.
Are you kidding?
No. Are you?
Well, tell him, Abby. Tell him.
Well, Oh, come on, both of you.
All right, Lo. Now, what's the idea?
I've got to talk to you, Susie.
Well, you can talk to me on the dance floor, can't you? If you think I can stand out here all night...
Now look, Sue. Gee, I'm in love with you. Every time I think of losing you, my heart gets like a hamburger.
Oh, you. Can't you be a man?
A man? Oh, you want a man, huh? Okay, baby, you got one.
What? Why, Bo.
Yeah, and I'll kiss you again, understand? Anytime I want to. And as for Professor Michaels,
Susie, where are you?
she's right where she belongs with me.
Oh, hi, Bo. Susie, I thought you said Professor Michaels wouldn't be found dead at a student dance.
Well?
Well, come in and take a look. He looks mighty spry for a corpse.
Believe this is our dance, Abby?
Oh, thank you, Richard.
Pardon me, Richard, but it happens to be my dance.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen. As a matter of fact, it's my dance.
Oh, Dean Gillingham. Thank you very much.
Professor Michaels.
Oh, hello, Susan.
Hello, Mr. Heaslip.
Good evening, Susan.
Oh, I'm so glad you came.
There are others who do not share your enthusiasm.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, your mother already had a date with this gentleman.
Oh, she couldn't have.
Oh, excuse me. But don't worry, John. I'll be back.
Well, Abby, confusing, isn't it?
Oh, yes, a little.
Like Dog Patch on Sadie Hawkins' Day.
Indeed.
Oh, it's you. Thank you, my dear.
You're welcome.
All right, darling. Now, just what has Johnny Heaslip got to do with you?
Oh, he's the family lawyer. Old Faithful.
Is that why you tried to break our date?
Why, Richard, I didn't even know he was coming.
Is he in love with you?
Yes, madly. Why, are you jealous?
You bet I am. And if that guy tries anything romantic...
Sorry,
you know,
Michaels, I'm cutting in.
Okay. You don't have to hold us so close, do you?
Really, Abby, you ought to be ashamed.
What?
Leading the poor fellow on.
Oh.
He's mooning for you, right here in public.
Do you think so, John?
It's absurd. You can't put aside your life like this and pretend to be a college girl. Anyway, the farce is over. I have some money for you.
Oh, now, John, I told you before.
Oh, I'm not lending you money. We sold some stock. You have $5,000 to your credit.
But I...
Cut.
Oh, hello, Bo. See you later, John.
Abby, no, wait.
Well, Fortitude, I only cut in because I want to warn you.
What about, Bo?
Well, it's about Susan Abbott. Gee, she's been blowing her top ever since you and the professor arrived. She's pretty sore at you.
Oh, thank you, Bo. Come on, we better find her. Susan. Oh, Susan, dear, I want to speak to you.
Mother, oh, how quick.
Mother? Is she nuts? Did you hear what she called you? Her mother?
Yes, Bo, that's right.
You? Holy smoke. Pardon me.
Oh, sure.
Her mother.
Well, what gay little piece of news did Mr. Heaslip have to tell you this time?
Well, he said there's no need for my staying at Pointer any longer, that I have money now. He wants me to go home, Richard.
Home?
Yes.
Home to what? Home to him? He's crazy. Listen, Abby, you're going to be a professor's wife. This is your life now. It becomes you.
Oh, Richard. I really have a headache this time. Do you mind if we leave, Richard?
Going somewhere?
Good, I'll come along.
Now, be sure to let us know when to drop you off over there.
And you can come with me right to the station, Abby. There's a train at 12.
Heaslip, your train's way off the track. Abby is not leaving here.
Oh, no?
No, we're going to be married. And if I hear any more talk about leaving and trains, a block is going to be knocked off.
You don't say.
Yes.
May I remind you, Michaels, that during our undergraduate days, I was intercollegiate middleweight champion.
Oh, stop it. Both of you.
You heard her, Heaslip. Here's the dormitory, darling.
Abby, I shall be waiting at the inn. Phone me when you're ready.
Good night,
You'll
John.
wait a long time, Heaslip. Good night, Abby. I'll see you in class tomorrow.
Good night, Richard.
Good night, sir.
Yeah, and if you hadn't been middleweight boxing champion, I'd knock your block off. Susan? Is that you?
Professor Michaels?
That's the Kissing Oak, Susan. That's no place for tears. Why aren't you in there dancing?
Well, I just went in to see Mother.
She's all right, isn't she?
She's leaving.
Leaving? Well, then we've got to stop her.
No.
Susan, please help me. You love her, don't you? Well, I love her even more. Don't you realize what she's meant to my life? I'd have wound up a broken-down bachelor. But Abby's changed all that. She's given me a chance to live, and it's got to be. For her sake, too.
No, that's not so.
For years now, you've been her life. But you're grown up now, Susan. Now help me, won't you?
Why should I? I am all grown up, and I'm in love with you. Don't you see that?
I don't think you even know the meaning of the word.
I do love you. Why should I give you up?
Your mother loves me, too. And she's giving me up. You see, Susan, that's the difference between a woman and a child.
Oh, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Your taxicab's here, Abigail.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Gray.
I certainly don't understand your leaving us like this.
Oh, well, don't be alarmed. I'll phone Dean Gillingham tomorrow and explain everything.
Abby, you can't go. You mustn't.
Please, Richard, it's no use, really.
Abby, listen. Remember Mr. Shakespeare.
Oh, don't.
Remember that sonnet we worked on. Presume not on thy heart when mine is slain. Thou gavest me thine not to give back again.
Oh, don't. Please don't, Richard. It's all
Mother, Mother, I was wrong. Don't leave us. Don't go away.
Oh, Susie. Susie, do you mean that?
Well, if I can't have him, at least let's keep him in the family.
Oh, Susie.
And don't worry about me, Mother. I'm all right. I'm fine.
Oh, darling, wait a minute.
Let her go, Abby. That's the way she wants it.
Oh, I guess so.
Well, Abby, she grew up tonight.
Yes.
Hey, lady, you better hurry if you want to catch that train.
Train? Oh, my goodness, John Heaslip.
At the station?
Yes.
Come on, we'll wave goodbye to him.
All right.
Hey, for Pete's sake, Susie, where you been?
Hello, Bo.
I've been going screwy trying to find you. Gee, you look beautiful, Susie.
Thank you, Bo.
But where you been? The last dance is just starting.
Well, then I guess we better dance it.
Gosh, Susie.
But, aren't you overlooking something?
Huh?
We're standing under the kissing oak.
Susie. Holy smoke, what's happened tonight?
Very well, Abby, but I still insist you're making the mistake of your life.
Oh, really, John?
Think. Think before you take this step, which you will regret as long as you live.
Well,
I furthermore
Send her a letter, Heaslip. Your train is starting.
Yes, but Abby. Think, Abby. Think.
Goodbye, John. Goodbye.
Abby, dear.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to tell you the deep, dark chapters in my life, but there's one thing about me I'm afraid you really should know about.
Oh, what?
You remember that book, The Grave Digger and the Chambermaid?
Yes.
Well, who wrote it?
John St. John, wasn't it?
Abby. I am John St. John.
No.
Yes, I wrote it.
Oh, Richard. Well, I have a confession to make to you, too.
What?
I read it.
Oh, no.
Twice.
No.
Tonight's stars made this anniversary a joyous occasion, and here they are again, Loretta Young and Van Johnson. Congratulations to you both on a wonderful performance.
Thank you, Bill. And we'd like to wish you many happy returns on the 15th birthday of the Lux Radio Theater.
The same from me, Bill. You've made a splendid record.
Well, thanks. And speaking of records, Loretta holds one that we're very proud of.
I'll bet she's the loveliest freshman ever to appear in the Lux Radio Theater.
You're right, Van. But I had another record in mind. This is Loretta's 22nd appearance here, and every one a hit.
Oh, thank you, Bill. And after 22 appearances here, I can still say the thing about Lux Soap that I said at my first appearance. It's my favorite complexion care.
Thank you, Loretta. Then we've heard some wonderful reports about your new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Battleground, the story of the Battle of the Bulge.
It was the most interesting part I've had in a long time, Bill.
And it's rather fitting that it should have its premiere in the national capital on Armistice Day.
Yes, I hope to be there. Bill, I was very much interested in what John Kennedy said a few minutes ago. About your contest to pick the most beautiful Lux girl?
You mean the most beautiful 15-year-old Lux girl, Van, in honor of this 15th anniversary? I saw the local winners in the paper today.
That's right, Loretta. 6 girls born in 1934 have been selected in each of the 163 local contests. Papers all over the country today carried photographs of the 6 lucky girls in their CBS station area. So everybody can pick the girl they want to vote for.
And the voting starts today, Bill?
Yes, and I want to remind everybody to remember just one simple rule. Send in your votes on Lux Toilet Soap wrappers. Then the girl getting the most votes will represent her station in the big national contest.
Well, you see, it's easy to vote, Van. You want me to give you a Lux Soap wrapper?
Certainly not. I've got plenty of them at my house.
Good.
What's the show next week, Bill?
It's a romantic drama with the most intriguing title, Van. The 20th Century Fox film, Scudda-Hoo, Scudda-Hay. And we'll have the original stars of the picture, June Haver and Lon McAllister. Scudda-Hoo, Scudda-Hay is a wholesome story for the entire family. And you're all invited to join us next Monday.
Well, we'll all be listening to you start your 16th year, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents June Haver and Lon McAllister in Scudda-Hoo, Scudda-Hay. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Loretta Young is currently starring in the 20th Century Fox picture, Come to the Stable. Heard in tonight's cast were Rhoda Williams as Susan, Frank Martin as John, and Raymond Rowe as Beau. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Scudda-Hoo, Scudda-Hay, starring June Haver and Lon McAllister.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Joseph Cotton in Love Letters. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is the work of a producer with whom I was closely associated in the past, and whose contributions to the screen I have always admired, Mr. Hal Wallace, whose pictures have won 27 awards for excellence, who is the only holder of 2 of the coveted Irving Thalberg Awards, and who has more than maintained that high standard in tonight's screen hit released by Paramount, Love Letters. In our cast are Joseph Cotton, playing his original screen role, co-starred with Loretta Young in her 18th appearance on this stage, a record that has contributed much to your enjoyment. Love Letters gives a fresh, unusual treatment to an almost classic theme in the theater, the story of one man who pleads another's love and finds himself deeply involved in romance with the girl in question. Love Letters rather makes me think of Lux Letters, those hundreds of letters we receive each week expressing thanks for the product that make these Monday night productions possible. Writes one friend of this theater from Chicago, "I'm a hosiery mender, and I know from long experience how to care for stockings. I always advise my customers to wash their nylons in Lux Flakes after every wearing. Yes, stockings do wear longer and look better thanks to your wonderful product, Lux Flakes." In return for that kind letter, all our thanks to Mrs. Rita Lynch. It's curtain time, and here's the opening act of Love Letters, starring Loretta Young as Singleton and Joseph Cotton as Allen. London, a few weeks after the end of the war. In Miss Dilly Carson's comfortable flat, a party's been going on since 8 o'clock. It's a little after midnight now, and standing in front of a tall window, gazing into the fog-draped city, one of the guests is in a talkative and philosophical mood.
Yes, my friends, we commit unspeakable crimes. We go to war, blast our cities, blast all sense out of our brains, and yet always there before our eyes is that vision of beauty. A beauty we've never seen, but which makes everything we do seem unbearable. A few months ago, behind the front in Italy, Hey, what's happened? Where is everybody?
They've all gone, Alan.
Gone? Sneaked out behind my back?
Literally. Here's some nice black coffee.
Oh. Thanks. You mean I've been standing here talking to myself? I'm crushed.
You're also a little under the weather.
I've been drinking.
Yes.
That's bad. Dilly, what have I been talking about?
A girl, mostly.
I'm ashamed.
Alan, who is Victoria?
I've been talking about Victoria.
Who is she?
I don't know. I've never seen her, but I've thought about her considerably. I wrote letters to Victoria. Love letters.
That doesn't make much sense.
Well, I wrote them for a fellow I knew in the Army. He thought he was in love with her, I guess.
Who?
His name was Roger Moreland. He married her. I was still in Italy when I learned that Moreland had died. I never did find out just what happened.
You wrote letters to Victoria for a man called Roger Moreland.
I started doing it as a joke.
I don't think it was very funny.
I think it was tragic. But Roger was a man of action. He hated writing letters.
The girl never suspected.
She married him, didn't she? Why are you so interested?
You've put me on the track of something.
What?
Never mind.
You always this mysterious? I wish very much I'd met you before tonight.
Then remember tonight. When you're down at this new place of yours in Beltmarsh, remember how mysterious I was.
You'd think a murder had been committed.
There has. An old murder.
What are you...
And don't ask questions.
You talk about a murder and then say don't ask questions?
Come on, I'll see you to the station. Alan, why are you going to Beltmarsh?
Well, because an old aunt of mine died and left it to me, her home, her goods, and a man named Mac who looks after things.
During your discourse, you mentioned that Victoria lived in Essex, too.
Victoria Remington, Meadow Farm, Longreach, Essex.
What kind of a man was this Roger Moreland?
He's dead, Deli, and I'm trying to forget that I made a girl fall in love with him.
You're conscience-stricken.
Deeply.
Well, after you've been at Beltmarsh a while, you'll be able to cope with things much better.
How do you know?
Because I know things about you. Things that may happen to you that you don't know.
Nice things, I trust. Things that'll put a little kick into life.
Come along. You've a train to catch.
Well, Mr. Allen, so you like the house, do you? You know, it's 15 years since you've been here.
Oh, I was so sure it would be changed, Mac. I never found good things to be anything like the way we remember them.
Your aunt wanted it kept just like she had it. She thought you'd appreciate the loneliness and quiet and this coming to rest.
I like that, Mac. Coming to rest. Which reminds me that I could use about 8 hours of it right now.
What time breakfast, sir?
Not too early. I want to take a walk before breakfast.
This is for you, Mr. Allen, this envelope.
What is it?
10 golden sovereigns. Your aunt left them for the girl you chose for yourself.
For the girl I choose?
You haven't chosen.
No, I haven't chosen.
Good night, Mr. Allen.
Good night, Mac.
Well, did you have a good walk, sir?
I went down the road as far as the turn that goes to Longreach. Have you been to Longreach lately, Mac?
Oh, no, not since before the war, sir.
Do you happen to know anyone there named Remington?
Remington? No, I can't recall. Wait, though. Remington. Strange. Something I heard.
What?
It was not good.
What?
I don't know.
I'm going to Longreach this afternoon. I want to visit the widow of a man I knew. Can you hire a trap in the village?
I think so, sir.
Mac, if something bothers you for a long time and you know it can't possibly be what you're thinking, isn't it better to find out about it and be disappointed once and for all?
Why are you so sure you'll be disappointed?
I want to be. I want to get rid of it and forget it.
Why? She's free. She's a widow now, you said.
Mac, you're entirely too shrewd. I hope I'm going to continue to like you.
Oh, you will, Mr. Allen. I'm a fine old man. You'll wonder how you ever got along without me.
Now, where's breakfast? I'm starved.
This is Meadow Farm, Mr. Quinton. That'd be the cottage, all right. You're the first person who's asked for Meadow Farm in years.
Before you said it's well known.
Oh, everybody knows it, but knowing a place, it's not the same as visiting a place.
Wait for me here. I won't be long.
You want something?
Oh, I didn't see you come up.
What business?
I want to know if Victoria Moreland still lives here.
She's gone away.
Could you tell me where?
London, maybe. I don't know. Somewhere in London.
I was a friend of her husband.
Him? He's dead.
Yes. There's nothing you can tell me about Mrs. Moreland?
Nothing.
Who's in the house?
Nobody's in the house. I'm Jupp. I look after the farm.
I'm sorry I troubled you.
It's all right. It's all right.
When you're in Beltmarsh, remember particularly how mysterious I was. An old murder. I know about things. Things that may happen to you that you don't know.
Mr. Quinton! Is something wrong, Mr. Quinton?
Oh, no, driver. Nothing's wrong. You can take me back now.
Yes, sir.
No, wait. I've changed my mind. Take me to the railroad station instead.
Yes?
Oh, is Miss Dilly Carson at home?
Oh, no, but she'll be back in a minute. Come in, Alan.
You know me?
Mm-hmm.
We've met?
Oh, yes.
Well, who are you?
Try and think.
Won't even give me a hint?
Sit down.
Thank you.
It'll be funny to watch you trying to remember.
Funny, but not very polite.
Well, should we be polite or honest?
Whichever you prefer me to be.
Oh, I don't like people to try to be what I want them to be.
What should they do then?
Whatever they like. Whether anyone approves or not.
Well, I couldn't possibly say what I'd like to right now.
What?
That you're, well, very pretty.
Oh, please say it. I'd like to hear it.
You're very pretty, and I'm embarrassed.
And you don't remember seeing me before?
Well, only a feeling that I have.
Where?
Now, this sounds absurd. Overseas at the front.
No, I've never been at the front.
You knew my name.
I've thought of you very often.
Why should you admit that?
Well, why not? I wanted to tell you that I've thought of you, and you'd be glad to hear it.
What made you think about me?
Do you remember being in this flat before?
Only slightly, at a party.
Uh-huh. Dilly told me. She told me you talked about me.
About you?
Yes.
What'd I say?
She wouldn't tell. Oh, you're upset, aren't you?
Yes.
Why?
I've just come from the library. I found some very disturbing information in the newspaper file.
Oh, well, can I help you?
Well, maybe you can. Do you know Victoria Moreland?
Victoria Moreland?
Mm-hmm.
No, I've never heard of her.
I'm sure she's a friend of Dilly's.
Oh, no, I know all Dilly's friends.
Well, it doesn't matter, I suppose.
Oh, it does matter. You're in love with her.
What makes you say that?
The way you pronounced her name. The way you look.
You know what's strange? You knew it before I did. I never realized it until I heard you say it.
You've been in love with her without knowing it?
For a long time.
And you've lost her? Oh, I'd like to help you find her.
Look, just who are you? Where did I meet you?
Right here in this room at the party the other night. I'm Singleton.
Oh, the girl who kept playing the Debussy record, of course.
I wanted to talk to you, but Dilly kept me away.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, so you're Miss Singleton.
No, not Miss Singleton. Just Singleton.
What's your first name?
I haven't any.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Oh, hello, Dilly. Look, here.
So I see.
Good evening.
I'm sorry. A bit of a shock seeing you. I didn't think you'd be back so soon.
I want to talk to you, Dilly. I've been going through some old newspaper files at the library.
We've had a fine time, Dilly. Alan likes me.
Yes.
Dilly, who's Victoria Morland? You know her?
No, I don't, Singleton. Why?
Well, Alan thought you knew her.
Well, I don't.
We must try to help him find her.
Why?
Because I don't want Alan to be unhappy.
Bother. Here I am with a basket full of groceries, and the thing I wanted most I forgot.
Why, Dilly.
Darling, run down to the store before it closes.
Oh, of course.
A large package of Pearson's Oats. We haven't a thing for breakfast.
Yes, Pearson's Oats. Oh, and don't let Alan get away before I come back now.
So you forgot Pearson's Oats?
Yes.
No, you didn't, Dilly.
No, I didn't. But I had to get her out of it.
You don't have to explain. I came here only to ask you one question, and you know the answer. Where is Victoria Morland?
Victoria Morland just walked out of that door.
Singleton?
Yes.
I don't believe it. The name meant nothing to her, and she wasn't putting on an act.
What were you doing at the library?
Looking for an account of a murder.
Did you find it?
Yes. You can't make me believe that Singleton is a murderess.
Not Singleton. Victoria Morland. Alan, how much do you know about Victoria's past?
Nothing.
Well, she was a foundling. Brought up in an orphanage in Canada. They gave her a name there, Victoria Singleton. When she was 12, Beatrice Remington brought her to England.
Who's Beatrice Remington?
A lonely old maid who owns Meadow Farm. She adopted Singleton, brought her up as a kind of goddess, guarded her ferociously. She was determined that no one would ever hurt Singleton in any way.
How did you come to know her?
I came from Long Reach, too. I was Singleton's only friend.
Did you know Roger Morland?
We met him together at an officers' dance. When he went away, he started writing her. She fell in love. She fell in love with his letters. Your letters, Alan.
I know.
Beatrice didn't trust Roger. But nothing would stop Singleton. She married him 3 days after his return. I don't know what happened, only that Singleton changed. She grew silent, withdrawn in a strange sort of way. And then one night, I was home on a visit. Jupp rushed in, Beatrice Remington's farmer. He begged me to come. When I entered the cottage, Roger was lying on the floor, dead. There was a large knife beside him. Singleton was sitting by the fireplace. She was wearing a white dress. There were dark red stains all over it. A few weeks later, she stood trial for the murder of her husband. I was called as a witness.
And now then, Miss Carson, upon seeing the body of Roger Morland, exactly what did you do?
I spoke to Victoria. She didn't answer me. She didn't even recognize me. She just kept staring at the fireplace. In front of the grate was a fragment of a letter.
Did you pick it up?
Yes. It said, "I think of you, my dearest, as a distant promise of beauty untouched by the world."
Was the letter signed?
I couldn't tell. It was burned.
Was Beatrice Remington present at the time?
Yes. She was standing in the doorway leading out of the room. She appeared very ill.
She had nothing to say?
No, all she said was, "He struck her." Nothing more.
If it pleases the court, the defense would like to call Dr. Albert Peters to the stand.
Dr. Albert Peters.
Dr. Peters, on the night of Mr. Morland's death, you attended Beatrice Remington?
I did. I found Miss Remington in a comatose condition. She had suffered a stroke of apoplexy, doubtlessly induced by shock. She was unable to speak or to move.
Thus obviating the possibility for even writing down what she might have witnessed?
That is correct. Miss Remington is still in a hospital, still unable to speak or use her hands to write. Dr. Adams and Dr. Wiley have concurred in the findings of my signed statement to this effect.
That is all, Dr. Peters. If it pleases the court, I should like to recall Mrs. Roger Morland to the stand.
Mrs. Roger Morland, please.
Mrs. Morland, do you remember your husband striking you?
Who was my husband?
Oh, please, Mrs. Morland, please try to think. You do realize you're on trial for the murder of your husband?
Yes, I understand that. But to tell the truth, I simply do not remember that I had a husband.
Don't you want to remember?
No. I don't know what happened that night. As long as I don't know, it never happened. Not really, not to me. Of course, you can't consider that. You must do what you must. You know it happened. I don't.
Try to think of Roger Morland before you married him, of the time when you loved him.
I never loved him.
Well, how do you know that if you don't remember?
Because I remember the man I loved.
Who was it?
Well, it seems a very long time ago. He wrote to me. I remember his letters. I love that man. I still love him. So you see, I couldn't have loved Roger Morland, the man I killed.
She was found guilty of manslaughter. The fact that Roger had struck her was the mitigating circumstance. Several doctors examined her. She was perfectly sane. She'd lost her memory, but not her mind. Amnesia victims are not insane, you know. She was sentenced to a year imprisonment.
They sent her to jail?
Oh, I don't believe she suffered. I don't believe she knew where she was.
She must have known.
If she did, she's forgotten it now.
Forgotten everything?
Everything. Even her own name. The only thing she remembers is her childhood in the orphanage and the name they gave her there. Singleton.
She remembers you?
Only because I visited her regularly.
What about Beatrice Remington?
Singleton has no recollection of her.
Where is Beatrice now?
Here in London, at a nursing home. She's getting better. She can speak again.
Will Singleton ever recover? What did the doctors say?
They've warned me never to speak to her about her past. If anyone told her about her past now, the shock could be so terrible she might easily lose her mind. Don't you see why I was so terrified just now when I found you questioning her about Victoria Morland?
Dilly, that party here the other night. Why was I invited?
Roger had spoken about you. Then when the war was over and you came home, well, I wanted someone to help me, someone I could trust. Now I'm not so sure I did right. Anyway, that's the whole story.
Except you haven't told the worst of it. You know who the real criminal in the story is, don't you?
I didn't until you started talking the night of the party.
I'm the guilty one. I made her a murderess.
You're the man she loved. You're the man she thought she married, but she doesn't know it, and you can never tell her.
Does she remember my letters?
No, I don't know.
If she does, she's still in love with me. If she finds that out, she'll despise me.
And you? What do you feel for her? Hopeless, isn't it?
Yes.
But you couldn't be happy with a ghost, and you won't be able to face the day when she ceases to be a ghost.
Dilly, I'd better leave now while she's still out. What will you tell her when she comes back?
Oh, I'll think of something.
Tell her I left. Tell her I left because I'm in love with Victoria Morland. Yes?
Alan, this is Dilly.
Hello, Dilly.
Alan Singleton has disappeared.
Disappeared?
She went out this morning without saying a word, and she hasn't come back. Is she at your house by any chance?
Well, Mac and I've been out all morning, but... no, of course, she isn't here.
Alan.
Look, I'll come right into London. There's a train in about an hour.
Oh, I'll wait here, Alan. Thank you.
Singleton.
Well, Alan, aren't you glad to see me?
In just a moment, we'll return with Act Two of Love Letters, starring Joseph Cotton and Loretta Young. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We continue with Act Two of Love Letters, starring Joseph Cotton as Alan and Loretta Young as Singleton. Following Dilly Carson's frantic phone call that Singleton has disappeared, Alan hangs up the receiver, only to find that Singleton is standing in his doorway, quite amused over his obvious concern.
Well, aren't you going to say hello or something?
Singleton, how long have you been here?
Oh, I think maybe an hour. The door was open. I heard the phone ringing, but I was afraid it was Dilly, so I didn't answer it.
Now, Singleton.
Oh, please, 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 Alan, don't call her yet.
Hello, Singleton.
Hello, Alan.
Why did you come here?
Oh, I was afraid you decided never to see me again.
Why would I decide that?
Then it is all right for me to be here, and you shouldn't get so embarrassed and shy.
Singleton, one just doesn't do these things.
Oh, I know. I know it looks as if I'm running after you, but I know you're in love with someone else. Victoria Morland, you told me that. So you can't suspect me of
What?
anything personal?
Oh, you just came here impersonally. I see.
Not exactly. I wanted to see you.
Now, look, Singleton, Dilly's worried sick. I'll have to call her. You sit down and behave yourself while I telephone. The train in an hour. I told Dilly we'd be on it.
Alan, please.
All right, there's a train in 2 hours.
You're annoyed with me?
Singleton.
No?
No.
Oh, good.
Now, incidentally, how did you get my address?
Oh, you mentioned it at Deli's party.
Well, you have a good memory.
It's no secret, Alan. I know I have no real memory. Dilly told you about it?
Yes.
Is that why you're afraid of me?
I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are, and you mustn't be. 'Cause since I have no past, I have no future, only the moment. Only now. So you see, Alan, we can enjoy it without any obligations or regrets.
Singleton, ever since I came back from the war, I've wanted to be alone. I've been miserable with other people.
Oh.
You're the first one with whom I feel at peace.
Well, that's 'cause you're all broken up inside, almost the same as I am. You've been through the war and you can't bear to look back. I've forgotten and you don't want to remember. That's the only difference between us.
But you're so calm about everything.
I'll tell you my secret.
What?
Well, they're just 2 words. Be yourself.
Oh, you...
There, you see, you're afraid of it, and so is everybody else. But I have no choice. I can't be anything but myself. What are you laughing at?
I thought you needed protection.
Oh. We can be good friends, can't we, Alan? You're in love with Victoria Morland, and I... Well, tell me about Victoria.
I'd rather not.
You love her very much?
You mustn't think of her.
Well, someday you'll be happy with her. But I don't mind. 'Cause right now you're happy with me, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Alan, you'll come to London once in a while to see me?
Of course I will.
But don't write. Just come. It frightens me to get letters.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I can't write. I can read, but I've forgotten how to make handwritten letters. Dilly wanted to teach me once, but I didn't want to learn again. I'm afraid of it.
And I promise never to write you.
Good. Why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, aren't you going to show me your house? Can't we even walk around your grounds? Huh?
I'll be very happy to show them to you, Singleton. Oh, Mac, will you call the village? We'll be needing transportation to the station. Singleton, come on. We don't have a car, you know.
But I haven't said goodbye to Mac yet. Goodbye, Mac.
Goodbye, miss. Come again.
Oh, I will.
Don't you give her ideas, Mac.
Oh, Alan, I think it's wonderful to ride to the station in a cart.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, it's my shoe. I've broken my heel.
All right, then I'll carry you.
Oh, Alan!
We're going to get that train.
This is wonderful. I like being carried. And when we get to London, you can carry me all the way to Dilly's.
That's what I'd like second best. All right, driver, we're in.
Hi, up there.
Oh, what's first best, Alan?
Not to go to London at all. But most definitely we are going. Singleton, look at me.
Yes, Alan. Oh, thank you for kissing me. Alan, you know another difference between us? You're unhappy because that can never happen again. And I'm happy because it happened once. You're not even going to scold me, Dilly?
No, I'm not.
Oh, isn't she wonderful?
She just knows it would be useless to be angry with you.
Oh.
Well, if I'm going to get back Beltmarsh tonight.
Good night, Alan.
Night, Singleton.
And don't forget, you're coming to see me soon.
Very soon, I hope. Dilly, I'm not going back tonight. I'm staying in London.
Why?
I want you to arrange for me to see Beatrice Remington.
What are you thinking of?
Please, Dilly, as soon as possible. Tell her all about me, except about the letters. I'll be at the Hotel Berkshire. You can call me there anytime tomorrow.
That's your visitor by the window, Miss Remington. You can have a nice chat here in the solarium.
That will be all, nurse. I can wheel myself over. Well, young man?
Oh, how do you do?
I'm Beatrice Remington.
I'm Alan Quinton. I was a friend of Roger Moreland.
I'm not concerned with the past. Please get to the point. Why did you wish to see me?
I want to marry Singleton.
I expect you realize what you're saying.
Fully.
The girl you call Singleton is not well. She's not herself. She may never be. May I ask how you're prepared to face this?
We love each other. If we try to escape it, it'll be worse for both of us.
The prospect of a lifetime with a woman in that condition is not an easy one, is it? But what if she were to regain her health? Mightn't that also be worse for you?
Much worse.
You are proposing to marry two different women at once. Singleton and Victoria Morland. Only one of them can give you her consent. Would Singleton's consent be binding on Victoria? If and when Victoria comes back to life, Singleton will cease to exist. How will Victoria look at you? What will her feeling be toward you?
I have every reason to believe that she'll hate me. It's just part of the chance I must take.
Has Singleton consented to marry you?
I thought I should speak to you first. Of course, you don't know me, but
I know a great deal about you. I made it my business to inquire.
Then your answer.
I don't want to interfere again. I did once. I lived to regret it. Have you obtained the permission of the church? Would such a marriage be solemnized?
The bishop wants to see Singleton before he gives a decision.
Do you know that I loved my ward very much?
Yes.
I wanted her to be happy.
Then, for her sake, won't you tell me what happened that night?
Have you read the accounts of the trial?
Yes.
Then that's all you have to know. I'll abide by the decision of the bishop. If you get his permission, you have my consent. Good day, Mr. Quinton.
May I pour you some more tea, Singleton?
Thank you, Bishop.
You don't know how much I'm enjoying this talk with you.
Oh, it was very kind of you to invite Alan and me. I've always wanted to see a bishop. Well, it's true.
Tell me, are you quite content to be called Singleton? Don't you sometimes wish for a Christian name?
Oh, no, I don't mind, really. Lots of people in the Bible get along with one name, and some others not so well with two.
You read your Bible?
Oh, yes, I do. I particularly like one sentence. What shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? I always feel as if it were written for me.
Why?
Well, because, as you must know, I've lost the whole world and gained my own soul. You see, now I can look at the whole world through my own eyes, as if it were a new world, seen for the first time, and I love it. I love everything, especially the countryside. I've never lived in a country that's so full of surprises, like your garden out there must be.
Would you like to see my garden?
Oh, very much.
Mary, this is your department. She will show you through, my dear.
Oh, thank you. Aren't you coming, Alan?
No, I'll wait here. Have you come to a decision?
Her mind is clear and her soul's innocent. Both of you have a great deal of courage. I feel safe in entrusting Singleton to your care. I shall permit your marriage. Thank you, sir.
The bishop was very nice, wasn't he, Alan?
Yes. Singleton, hadn't we better get a cab?
Oh, no, don't let's hurry. Couldn't we just sit here in the park?
If you like.
Alan, I'm sorry about the difficulties.
What difficulties?
Oh, about me, the ones you had to discuss with the bishop.
How do you know what I discussed with the bishop?
I like to think of you as being so kind. You went around and consulted people to make sure they permitted before you spoke to me. But, Alan, what about Victoria Morland?
Singleton, that's gone and finished. My past is as dead as yours. We're both making a new beginning. I want you to trust me.
I trust you, Alan. I know you love me, but you can't really know it until you find her again. If you don't, you'll never be sure.
I am sure. Singleton, if you love me, you'll forget that name and never think of it again.
Oh, I love you.
Enough to marry me.
Alan?
What's the matter?
I don't know. I knew what you were going to say, and yet when I heard you say it, enough to marry me, something happened. It frightened me. I don't know why.
Something out of your past.
Oh, Alan, there is something in my past. I don't know what it is, but it's something horrible. Alan, if I remember it someday, it might hurt you, and I couldn't bear to hurt you.
Oh, nothing could hurt me except to lose you.
Oh, say it again. Say it again. I want to see if it frightens me again.
I love you, Singleton. Will you marry me?
Oh, yes, darling. Yes, yes.
Well, Mrs. Quinton, how do you like your house?
My house. Oh, it sounds wonderful, Alan. My house. Oh, it's beautiful, darling, and I love it.
Now that we're married, it's time for me to give you Aunt Dagmar's present.
Oh?
Dear darling.
Oh, gold sovereigns.
10 gold sovereigns. She left them for the girl I would choose. For you.
Well, she wrote something on the envelope, Alan.
Yes. Be sure she is as solid and true as these coins of pure gold.
Alan.
Oh, if she could see you, she'd be very happy, Singleton.
Oh, I'll take only 5 sovereigns now. The rest when I'm awake.
When you're awake?
Well, it's true, isn't it? I'm only half a person now.
Singleton, do you think it would make any difference to you or me if you did remember the past?
Darling, there's no answer to that question. I love you, and I think I'll always love you. But I must try to remember. Don't you want me to?
Oh, I do very much, but you mustn't force your way into the past. Let it return or not just as it will.
Well, I didn't care before. But I do now. I want to be your wife, a real wife, completely. Alan, I must tell you something.
Yes, darling.
Well, this morning, in the church, when the vicar told me to repeat after him, I, Singleton, take thee, Alan.
Take thee, Alan.
There was another name in my mind. It wasn't yours. Roger. The name Roger. I almost said it, Alan.
Oh, you were nervous, that's all. So was I.
Yes, but why Roger? I don't know anybody by the name of Roger.
Not an unusual name. It was just the first one you thought of. It could have been Jack or Tom or...
I don't know how I happened to come to think of it. Helen, was there someone in my past named Roger?
Don't you worry about that.
No. No, I don't want to worry about anything today.
No, darling.
Oh, it's taking such a risk to be as happy as this. I'm so afraid of losing it.
We won't lose it, Singleton.
No, darling. We won't lose it.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host, Jerry Hendigas.
Here's your producer, William Keeley.
After our curtain, you'll welcome, I'm sure, a behind-the-scenes discussion with tonight's stars. Here they are in the final act of Love Letters. Loretta Young as Singleton and Joseph Cotton as Alan. Two months have passed. Wonderfully happy months for Alan and Singleton. But Alan realizes fully that each new day brings them that much closer to the moment when Singleton's memory will return. When she'll remember Roger Morland and a murder and love letters signed with Roger's name but which he never wrote. It's the 21st day of June now, and Singleton is observing her birthday.
Darling, it was a wonderful idea, picking the first day of summer for my birthday.
That's the advantage of not knowing when you really were born. You had the whole calendar to choose from.
What will happen if I remember my actual birthday?
Oh, I'm counting on that. That's why I didn't buy you a present.
Oh, that was mean of you, Alan. Because I have a present for you.
Have what?
I've been learning to write. Mac's been helping me all these weeks. Here, I've written a letter to you.
Thank you, darling.
Well, aren't you going to read it?
Of course. Dear Alan, there are many things I want to thank you for, but I'll just name one because it covers all the others. Thank you for seeing life not as a burden or...
Not as a burden or punishment, but as a dream and beauty which we have made real. Alan, what's the matter? Don't you like my letter?
It just surprised me, that's all.
Oh?
How did you happen to write that, dear?
Oh, I don't know. The words just came as if I remembered them from somewhere. You see, I'm remembering things every day.
What things, darling?
Well, I remember a beautiful white dress with red stains on it.
When was that?
I don't know when. But there was music and men in uniform, officers, and officers danced.
Go on, Singleton.
Well, there was a young man, quite witty and handsome. It was he. He was the one. He made me laugh, and I spilled strawberry punch all over my dress.
Oh, don't think about him, Singleton. I've something much nicer for you to think about.
What, Alan? Oh, you did get me a birthday present, didn't you?
Look out the window. Down by the road.
A car. A new car.
Well, not exactly new, but it runs.
And it's mine?
Happy birthday, sweetheart. Driving for an hour, dear. Don't you think it's time to turn back?
Oh, no, not yet, Alan. Oh, look, there's that sign again. It says Longreach.
But I told you it's not a good road.
But how do you know? Have you been on it?
Well, you can see the road is...
There's something down that road you don't want me to see, Alan?
Of course not.
Well, then let's go to Longreach, wherever that is. We'll have to see everything sooner or later.
All right, Singleton, we'll go to Longreach.
That cottage there.
Yes, darling?
Oh, it's such a dismal place, isn't it?
Just don't look at it.
But it fascinates me, Alan. I'd like to stop. I want to look at the cottage.
If you wish, dear.
It looks so neglected and so desolate. People just don't let this happen to a house without a reason. I wonder why.
Now, wait a minute. There's a man. He's looking at us.
Oh, or maybe he knows. Good morning. Good morning. Alan, look at him. He seems terrified.
I know we're trespassing, but my wife wanted to see the place.
Could you tell us whose house this is? I mean, who owns it?
You ask me that?
Yes.
The owner of the cottage has gone away. We don't want any visitors.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please go away.
Looks like a haunted house. I'm sorry we bothered you. We shouldn't have stopped. I mustn't be so curious.
Now, you see what happens when you talk to strange men?
Oh, darling, take me home. We have a wonderful house. I want to go home to my wonderful house.
Hello, Singleton.
Oh, you scared me, creeping up on me like...
I didn't want to call you. I just wanted to look at you sitting there on the garden wall
darling.
under a tree. You're beautiful and safe, and nothing in the world can ever touch you.
Nothing in the world can... I think of you, my dearest, as a distant promise of beauty untouched by the world. Roger wrote that to me. His name was Roger.
Singleton.
I don't remember his face, but he had a strange handwriting. I loved him. Oh, Alan. Alan, I loved him, and I don't know who he was. I don't know how I lost him, but his letters... Oh, his letters meant so much to me. Nothing can ever be like that again.
Singleton.
No, that's not what he called me. I don't remember what he called me. Oh, Alan, what am I doing
It's
to
all right,
you?
it's all right, dear. I understand.
I love you, Alan. I love you, and I don't want to leave you. Don't let me, will you? I'm so afraid. I don't understand myself anymore, Alan. I love you, and I have no right to say
You
it.
have every right, but you mustn't think about it now. You must rest and think of it calmly and get used to it. It's only a memory. It's past.
Yes.
It can't change anything. Don't be afraid. You'll forget him.
As you forgot Victoria Morland.
Yes, as I forgot Victoria Morland.
But you haven't forgotten her. Victoria, you love her, Alan. You still love her. I know
Singleton.
you do.
Singleton. Now, Max said you came out here to pick some berries. Can I help you? The bushes are loaded with them.
Oh, Alan. Alan, I'm sorry.
Oh, darling, please, now. Where's the basket?
It's here. It's here, Alan. Oh, poor Dilly. She has to buy berries in the market. Alan, couldn't we send her some of these?
Of course.
Oh, they're so big and sweet and... Alan, my hands. It's blood. It's blood, Alan.
Yeah, darling, that's just fruit stinging, that's all.
No, it's blood. It's on my hands. I had a knife in my hand.
was a fire burning. He was on the floor by the fire. There were red spots on my white dress. What happened? What did I do, Alan? No, I don't want to see Aunt Beatrice. Please, Alan, put me down.
Aunt Beatrice isn't here, darling. I'm just carrying you into the house, and you're going to rest.
Yes. And it was another house, though, wasn't it? It was nice. What happened there, Alan? What did I do? Who was there who could tell me, Alan? I'm afraid. Alan, I'm afraid.
Resting now, is she, sir?
Yes, she's asleep, Mac.
Poor little thing.
Take good care of her.
You're going out?
I've got to go. I've got to go to London right away. Don't let anyone in the house, Mac. With any luck, I'll be back by morning.
Very sorry, sir, but this is a nursing home. You must observe visiting hours.
I've told you, nurse, I must see Miss Beatrice Remington.
Miss Remington is not here any longer.
Not here?
She left 2 days ago, against medical advice.
Where did she go?
I'm sorry, sir, she didn't say.
I see, thank you.
Mac, where are you? Mac!
Right here, Mum.
Oh.
It's a fine morning, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Quinton, where did he go,
To
Mac?
London, Mum.
Oh.
He left last night while you were asleep. You feel better this morning, don't
Why
you?
did he go to London,
I
Mac?
don't know, Mum, but he'll be back soon.
Oh, he shouldn't. He should never come back.
Here now, Mrs. Quinton, that's no way to talk.
Oh, you think there's something wrong with me, don't you? But I'm quite all right. You don't have to watch me.
Aye, Mum.
That's the postman coming, isn't it?
I'll get the name.
No,
Mum.
I'll get it. I'm not afraid of letters anymore.
Just one letter, ma'am, from Mr. Quinton.
Thank you.
I'll be in the kitchen, Mum. Breakfast in a minute.
Yes, thank you, Mac. Just one letter for my husband. It's from Longreach. Beatrice Remington. Meadow Far, Longreach. I have come back to Meadow Farm because I know my time is short. I want to be near Victoria. Victoria. I saw her yesterday. I must see you about her. I know that you love her as deeply as I do. I know that you love her. I know that you love her.
Singleton! Oh, Singleton, I'm home, darling. Singleton!
Mr. Allen.
Hello, Mac. Where's my wife?
She's gone, Mr. Allen. I've looked everywhere. She's gone.
What happened?
I don't know. I kept watching her, but she seemed to take offense. I left her alone.
I'll phone Dilly Carson. Maybe she... Mac, this letter, what is it?
It came this morning. Mrs. Quinton opened it.
It's from Beatrice Remington. She read it. How could she understand? She thinks
Mr. Allen.
I'm going to Meadow Farm.
She's Miss Remington. Mrs. Morland. She wants to see you.
Let her in, Jup.
You can come in.
Thank you.
Why do you come here?
Oh, please forgive me. I'm Mrs. Alan Quinton, and I need your help. I must find Victoria Morland.
I don't know Victoria Morland.
Oh, but you do. I read your letter. You know where she is.
Why do you want to find her?
Because my husband loves her.
Then it's jealousy that brings you here.
Oh, no. I want to give him up. I want to bring Victoria Morland back to him. She'll forgive him. He'll find a new happiness with her because I can't stay with him anymore.
You don't love him?
Oh, yes. Yes, I love him very much. But I have no right to remain with him.
Why?
Oh, don't ask me why. I don't know. I can't explain it. I don't remember. But I do remember a knife, and a white dress, and a courtroom. They say I killed my husband. Oh, I don't want Alan to know that. Please help me save him. Let me find Victoria again. Then he'll forget me and it won't hurt him so much.
Yes. Yes, I can help you find Victoria Morland.
You will?
Yes, she was my adopted daughter. All my life I had nothing until I found her. She made up for all the empty years.
You loved her too?
Yes. You must never forget that. I tried to give her all the happiness I had missed. I tried to protect her. But I couldn't save her from Roger Morland.
Roger Morland? Roger Morland wrote letters.
Yes. Victoria thought she loved him. I was against their marriage. But they were married anyway.
He wasn't like his letters.
No. She soon discovered that. Night after night I would hear her in her room sobbing. And then she'd sit for hours, never moving. I couldn't stand to see it. And then one night they had a quarrel.
It was in this room.
They didn't hear me come in.
A white dress. I was wearing a white dress. I was sitting there by the fireplace reading my letters, and Roger was there at a table, drinking. I asked him to stop.
Why should I stop? I'll drink if I want to.
Roger.
Why do you keep reading those letters?
Because I love you. Because I want to think of you as you were when you wrote them to me.
Stop reminding me of those blasted letters.
Those letters are you, Roger.
I never wrote them. Do you hear me? I never wrote them. Another man wrote them for me, and you meant nothing to him, just as those letters mean nothing to me. Now give them to me.
No.
I'm sick of competing with a ghost.
Roger, don't, please. You're burning them.
Shut up.
Don't burn them, Roger, please. They're mine. Oh, please, please.
They're gone now. See? And I'm your husband, and you're going to love me for a change instead of a lot of idiotic letters. Look at me. I said look at me!
My letters. My letters. My letters. My letters.
He raised his hand to strike her again. The blow never fell. I had seized a knife and come into the room. I killed Roger Morland.
Beatrice. And Beatrice.
You lay on this floor next to him. My letters, over and over again, that's all you could say. Suddenly there was a terrible pain in my heart. I tried to speak, and I couldn't. I tried to move, and I couldn't. I just stood here watching you, and your hands touched the knife and the blood. And now you know, Victoria. Now you know.
I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him.
I who did could neither speak nor write. I couldn't tell them the truth in time. When I regained my voice, it was too late. You had served a year in prison and were released. I wanted to go to you and tell you, but you didn't know me. I had to keep silent to protect your sanity, and I only made it worse. A lie never works, no matter what our motives. I can't even ask you to forgive me, Victoria.
It wasn't your fault. It wasn't. It was because I loved a man who didn't exist. Who was he? Who wrote the letters?
We'll never know. I hope you'll never find him. He is the man we should hate.
Hate?
Victoria.
Alan!
Come here, darling.
Alan, you heard.
Everything.
Oh.
You wanted to find Victoria Morland for me.
For you, Alan, for you.
Darling, nobody can build happiness on a lie. Beatrice Remington learned that, and Roger Morland learned it, and I. Tell me, if you found the man who wrote the letters, would you hate him?
I don't know.
I think of you, my dearest, as the distant promise of beauty untouched by the world.
Alan.
Do you think you can forgive me?
It was you. You wrote them.
Yes, Victoria.
Oh, darling. You forget what else you wrote, do you?
I don't want to remember.
Oh, but I do. I'll remember forever now. It was terrible waiting for you. The finding you was such a great miracle that everything I suffered seemed only a small payment in return.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in just a moment. That's a snazzy number you're wearing, Sally. New, isn't it?
Oh, no, I've luxed it lots of times. And I mean I use nothing but Lux Flakes. Materials are so hard to get now, you don't catch me taking chances with a nice cotton like this.
Cotton in April?
Oh, cotton weather has already started in lots of places. In just 2 weeks, Memphis will be having its famous Cotton Carnival.
You mean like Mardi Gras in New Orleans?
Yes, hundreds of thousands of people flock to Memphis for what's practically a week-long holiday.
With King Cotton in person?
Oh, of course. And the Maid of Cotton, too, his goodwill ambassador. This year she's Miss Gwyn Barnwell of Greenwood, Mississippi. Blonde and brown-eyed and pretty as a picture. The competition for that title was terrific when the contest was held last January.
What has she been doing since then?
Touring the country as the star model in an all-cotton fashion show called Night and Day It's Luxable Cottons. All the clothes can be made at home from McCall Patterns, and all the fabrics are Lux-tested for washability.
Thrifty to make, thrifty to care for.
Yes, that's why women are so crazy about these Luxable clothes, wherever they're shown.
Lux is such safe care, it's long been America's favorite for all nice washables. Rayons, nice cottons and linens, as well as pre-war silks and woolens. Nowadays especially, when nice fabrics are hard to get, it's foolish to take chances with strong soap, hot water, or handling nice things roughly. Gentle Lux Care keeps colors lovely ever so long. You know it's safe for anything safe in water alone.
If I can't get Lux the first time I ask, I always try again. Lux Flakes are worth waiting for.
Back now to Mr. William Keeley.
Two talented stars, two delightful people, gave us a thrilling evening on the Lux Radio Theater. And here they are, Joseph Cotton and Loretta Young. Loretta, we're most grateful to you for interrupting an Easter vacation in New York to join us.
Well, I've always had a soft spot in my heart for the Lux Theater, Bill.
Must be happy to have your husband out of the Army, Loretta.
Oh, I am.
Your family together again.
In fact, I'd say your family life is pretty well described by the title of your next production for Hal Wallace, The Perfect Marriage.
Well, except, Bill, that in the picture, everything isn't entirely domestic bliss.
You mean David Niven is up to his practical jokes again?
That's what I mean. While we were shooting, there was a scene in which I had to slap him.
And?
And it was really quite unnerving. Because after I slapped him, he looked at me reproachfully and started spitting out his teeth.
Spitting out his teeth?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Loretta, you must pack quite a wallop.
Well, that's what I thought. Until he confessed to hiding half a dozen false teeth in his mouth before the take.
I can see what you mean by an unnerving experience. What have you been doing, Joe, since you finished making David O. Selznick's Duel in the Sun?
I have been sitting in a barber's chair, Bill, getting my hair cut.
All this time getting a haircut?
Well, in the picture, I'd been wearing it so long, for so long, that I...
The barber couldn't make it in one operation?
No, not without making me more lightheaded than I am already, Bill.
Well, Loretta and Joe, I'm glad to hear that you'll both be co-starred in a picture shortly. And I hope we'll have you together again on Lux before long.
Oh, thank you, Bill. Now, what's on the schedule for next week?
Next Monday night, we're proud to be able to bring our audience one of the most exciting pictures of recent years, with its original superb cast. It's Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer screen hit, Gaslight, starring Ingrid Bergman and Charles Boyer.
I can see your audience approves that. That's a great play and a great cast.
Yes, the role in which Ingrid won the Academy Award. Gaslight is more than a fascinating mystery. It's the brilliant psychological study of a woman and two men, one seeking to destroy and the other to save her. A story of mounting drama and suspense that gives our stars full scope for their outstanding talents.
Well, Gaslight should pack the house, Bill. Congratulations.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and all our thanks for the superb performance. Tonight, we congratulate KMBC of Kansas City, who this week marks 25 years on the air. This is one of the pioneer radio stations carrying the Lux Radio Theater. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ingrid Bergman and Charles Boyer in Gaslight. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Working to save American lives, the motion picture industry has mobilized its many powerful resources to contribute to the drive on cancer. This week, collections will be taken up in every motion picture studio and theater to help check this dread affliction. You are asked to do your part by contributing to this vitally important drive, promoted throughout the theaters of America by the Hollywood motion picture industry. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your area remains on standard time, you'll hear the Lux Radio Theater 1 hour earlier. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Gaslight with Ingrid Bergman and Charles Boyer.
This is Cecil B. DeMille in Hollywood. Wherever 3 or 4 of America's fighting men are gathered together, that's the front row of the Lux Radio Theater tonight. Some weeks ago, we asked you to tell us what plays you'd like to hear. You said, give us bright lights and glamour and laughter and romance. To that request, our answer is Bedtime Story, with 2 of our town's most popular players. And they're right here with me now, Loretta Young and Donna Michi.
Good evening, boys. We know that our play can't compare in importance with the tremendous drama you're putting on out there. But if it amuses and entertains you for an hour between the acts of the big show, well, that's all we ask.
You soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen are the stars of that big show. We can't tell you how long it will last, but knowing you, we do know who will win. We salute you all.
And from Iceland to Shangri-La, Lux presents Hollywood.
The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Donna Michi in Bedtime Story. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The stage door of a great Broadway playhouse stands open, and tonight's play takes you inside for a close-up of the theater. A theater where the star is very beautiful and the playwright is very brilliant. But just below the surface of all this glamour is a powder keg, and the spark is provided by the fact that the beautiful star and the brilliant playwright are married to each other. Listen for the explosion. The play is Bedtime Story, and the stars are Donna Michi and Loretta Young, who gave one of her finest performances in the Columbia picture. In our play, the famous playwright and actress are about to retire with a career full of honors and a bank account full of money. That's the end of most stories, but in Bedtime Story, it's only the beginning. But I have another little bedtime story for you, too. In recent weeks, I've been something of a technical expert on the subject of Lux Flakes. The plain truth is, I've been washing my own socks. It all began when the demands of war took my regular laundryman to parts unknown, and I was afraid that some highly prized woolen socks might be sabotaged in strange hands. The sight of wool disintegrating these days is enough to bring on a crisis anywhere, so I determined to prevent that disaster overtaking me. I approached the problem from a purely scientific angle, and of course that meant Lux Flakes right away. And if any mere males in the audience are faced with the same problem, I can pass along another brotherly tip. Only lukewarm water should be used, never hot. Oh, and there's one other thing. Be sure to tell the lady of the house that you're not setting a precedent for doing all the family laundry. Now our curtain rises for you and for American boys in our armed forces all over the world. Here's the first act of Bedtime Story, starring Donna Michi as Luke Drake and Loretta Young as Jane Drake, with Truman Bradley as William. Mr. and Mrs. Drake, that's Luke and Jane, are the first lady and gentlemen of the American theater. Every season, they've given Broadway a smash hit, brilliantly written by Luke and magnificently acted by Jane. Tonight, after a solid year's run, their latest and greatest offering, Catherine the Great, is closing. The curtain falls, and from the wings comes Jane to make her farewell speech.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. No, not ladies and gentlemen, but friends. You've been kind to us. So wonderfully kind that what I have to say to you now is, well, it's not going to be easy. This was not only the last performance of Catherine, but also the last performance of Jane Drake. Yes, my husband and I are retiring from the theater. I'm sorry, but that was supposed to be Mr. Drake's cue to come out here on stage so we could say goodbye together. But, Mr. Drake seems to have misplaced himself. Evidently, he couldn't bear to say goodbye, so I shall have to say it for both of us. Good night, goodbye, and thank you. Well, Eddie, where is he? Where is Luke?
I don't know.
He certainly put me in a nice spot.
Oh, now don't get upset, Jane. The speech was swell.
But I still want to know where he is.
Look, Jane, I'm just a manager, not a medium. The last I saw him, he was at the apartment.
Well, he promised he'd meet me here at the theater. Oh, it's my own fault. I should never have let him out of my sight.
Good evening, Jane.
Oh, come in, William. Did you see me making a darn fool of myself out there?
Well, the first darn fool thing you ever did was to marry Luke Drake instead of me. Good evening, Edward.
Hi, Mr. Dudley.
Jane, I've been waiting for this opportunity for years. How about doing the town with me tonight, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, William. I can't. But we're giving a farewell party tonight at our apartment. Why don't you join us?
Oh, but that's for your theater friends, isn't it?
Ah, they're broad-minded. They don't mind bankers.
Thanks, but I couldn't risk it. Some other time, Jane.
You sure you won't change your mind?
No, thanks.
All right, good night. Eddie, start looking for Luke. Put some bloodhounds on his trail, anything, but find him. Here's the cake, Jane. Where's Luke? Well, that's what I've been trying to find out all night. All right, I'll talk.
Jane, we've all had a lot of fun together. Why this farewell to the theater?
Well, Em, I'll tell you. 7 years ago, to be exact, Luke and I were making an overnight jump from Duluth to Minneapolis, you know?
That's a tough one.
And we had no berths. We had to sit up all night. Well, we got to thinking about all the things we were missing. And right there and then we decided that someday, before we were too old, we'd take time out to live. Then 6 weeks later, when we got back to New York, we bought all this furniture. You see that little cabinet over there?
Yes.
Well, we ate hamburgers for 6 months to pay for it, but we got it. Oh, yes, we knew where we were going. In fact, as we bought each piece, we knew exactly where it would stand in the house.
House? What house?
The new house was finished last month, right in the middle of the loveliest farm in Connecticut.
Wait a minute. Has this house got a nursery?
No, Emma.
Oh.
But we have 3 extra bedrooms, and they can all be turned into nurseries very quickly.
The idea of thinking you have to leave the theater to have children. Why, I've raised 4 children and never missed a cue.
My dear Emma, you were not married to Luke Drake. You wouldn't have had time to raise a canary. Oh, no. 8 performances a week, week after week, month after month, until you're absolutely worn out. And where is Mr. Drake all this time? Well, I usually find that out the night the show closes. He's been writing another play. Yeah, he comes bursting in, throws it into my lap, and says, "Sweetheart, it's the best thing I've ever done. Run down to Atlantic City, grab yourself a day's rest, read it. We start rehearsals on Monday." Oh, no, Emma. No, for Luke and me, a clean break is the only way. And we're never going to look at a theater again.
Oh, no, my
Hey, what's going on?
Luke!
Hello, gang. How are you? Hello, Jane.
Luke, have you been in your room all this time?
Yeah, I'm sorry I got detained.
Hi, Luke.
Oh.
Hello, excuse me. I got to call Eddie. Only be a minute.
Eddie, here I am. You remember me? I'm Eddie.
Oh, there you are. Say, Eddie, look, I just called Mabel Chadwick. She's on her way over. I don't want you to haggle with her about money. Jane, you know Mabel Chadwick. She'd be good as Elsie, wouldn't she?
Who?
Elsie. Don't you remember the idea I had? The 2 women, the struggle between them? I called the brunette Ruth and the blonde Elsie.
Oh, yes.
Well, the blonde who plays Elsie opposite you is Elsie.
Who plays opposite me?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, I've been working on the play. Look, you run down to Atlantic City for the weekend, get yourself a nice rest. You can read it while you're resting. We start rehearsals on Monday.
Oh, lovely. A whole weekend off.
Now, here's the script, but be careful of it, Princess. Kids, this is the greatest thing I've ever written. And what's more, it'll be our first play in your own theater.
My own?
The Jane Drake Theater.
Where did you get money to buy a theater? All your ready cash was tied up in the farm.
Oh, I sold the farm.
You sold the farm?
Yes.
You sold our farm?
Yes. Hey, listen, you're tearing my script. 6 months of my life.
Yes, and 7 years of my life. You can write yourself another play, and you can also get yourself another star.
Princess, I wrote it for you. Every word I wrote for you.
Well, you can just write me an exit speech and make it fast because I'm leaving you, Luke, and right now.
What did I do? What did I say? My play. Look what she did to it. My beautiful play.
torn into 1,000 fragments.
Here's the opening of Act 2.
Oh, Eddie, it can't be true. Jane couldn't have gone to Reno. Why, this is like a bad dream.
And this apartment looks like a bad dream, too. What happened?
Oh, you wouldn't believe it, Eddie. She threw things at me. She broke things. Where's Elsie's second speech?
I don't know.
Well, find it. Oh, it's like a dream, Eddie. I want Jane back. I'm lonely. I tell you, Eddie, she's gone, and something's gone out of me. I'm through. I'll never set foot in the theater again. Come in.
Hello, Luke. Hello, Eddie.
Hiya. Hello, Mike. Come on in, Bert.
Well, Luke, the set worked out fine. Yeah, and here are the sketches for Jane's gowns.
Just what are you two talking about?
Didn't you tell me to build a model of the new set? Yeah, and you told me the
Don't
gowns...
you two crackpots read the papers? Jane's gone. My whole life is Hey, Mike, what is this? I told you to build the stairs right down into the middle of the set.
I
Let me
know,
see those
but
sketches,
Oh,
Bert.
sure, here.
Look at that. You call yourself a designer?
Well,
That's too many ruffles for Jane. I said simple.
Now, wait a minute, Luke. Just to remind you, Jane is in Reno.
Oh, Eddie, I can't pass this show up. It's got to be done. Come on, you two. Don't stand there gawking. Change your stairs, Mike. Fix your ruffles, Bert. Hurry up. Now get going.
Okay. I'll have them done tomorrow.
Go on. Eddie, she's gonna play it. If she loves me, she'll do it. Don't you see what happened, Eddie? I was a fool. She was overworked, keyed up. She wanted a little rest, and I offered her a few days at Atlantic City. Should have given her at least a week. Eddie, get that, will you?
Yeah. Hello? Oh, hello, Kitty. Kitty Morgan of the Globe.
What does she want?
Some dirt for a column. What do you think?
Oh, tell her to... Hey, wait a minute. They print her stuff in Reno, don't they?
Reno's got a newspaper, they do.
Let me have that. Hello, Kitty. Yes, Kitty. Well, I'm pretty broken up about the whole thing. The show? Oh, why, I wouldn't touch that show now. Or any show. I'm through, Kitty. I don't know how to put it.
Something's gone out of you.
Go on, get out of here and don't come back until you bring me an Elsie.
Okay.
And hurry up. Hello, Kitty. Let me put it this way. Something has gone out of me.
Something has gone out of me, says Luke Drake.
Something's gone out of me, says Luke Drake.
Something has gone out of me, says Luke Drake. Playwright abandons theater. Oh, Luke. Oh, darling. Hello, operator. Get me New York. Mr. Lucius Drake. Quickly.
Jamie.
Oh, Luke, I'm so glad to be home.
Oh, Jamie, sweetheart. You know, I was absolutely lost without you.
Darling. Oh, you had the cabinet fixed. You know, I darn near cried every time I thought about breaking it. Oh, darling, let's face it, you are the most wonderful person in the world.
Oh, now, Jamie.
Taking care of our beautiful things, giving up the theater, and all for me. Luke, I feel so selfish.
Oh, well, I wouldn't go
Oh,
so...
Luke, it's easy to see there hasn't been a woman around this place. Look at that mess of papers on that desk.
Now, Princess, don't bother.
Darling, it's no bother. Say, what's the matter with this drawer?
Huh? Oh, well, it's locked.
Well, why? It's never been locked before.
Oh, well, you know how desk drawers are. Come on. Sit in your husband's lap, huh?
Luke,
Huh? What?
have you been working on that play? Is that what you've got in that drawer?
So that's what you think, huh? Just for that, I'll pry that drawer open if I have to wreck the desk doing it. Where's that hammer?
No, Luke, please don't break it. I believe you.
Well, if you have the slightest
No,
suspicion...
darling, I haven't. I swear. Please come and sit down. darling.
Come in.
Hiya, Luke.
I'm in here, Eddie.
Well, I got her. You told me to find a girl who was late.
Eddie, the princess is back.
Why, Jane, when did you... Why, you're back.
Yeah.
Find a girl who what, Eddie? What were you going to say?
Just what were you going to say, Eddie? A girl who what?
Well, you told me to go out and find a nice girl and settle down, so I did. Come in, Beulah. Jane, meet Beulah.
Well, how do you do?
Hello.
Oh, how do you do?
Oh, hello.
Oh, Jane, who'd have dreamed that Eddie would take the step? Old Sourpuss went and did it.
Well, we haven't exactly done it yet.
Oh, no, we haven't done it yet.
Oh, we're going to have great times, the four of us. We got to get together. How about tomorrow?
Why, Luke, shame on you, our dearest friend Eddie going to get married. I want to hear all about these lovebirds. Sit down, Beulah.
Jane, we can't stay just now. Beulah and I have to catch a show in Brooklyn.
A show on Sunday?
Well, it's a concert.
Eddie, you going to a concert?
Well, I guess it's Beulah's influence. Yeah, it is Beulah. She loves music. As a matter of fact, she's quite a musician.
How wonderful, the piano.
Huh? Oh, yeah, the piano.
Yeah, great talent.
Oh, that's splendid. A musician. Now, you know, that's funny. I would have sworn that she was an actress.
That's a laugh.
What do you mean?
Well, I hope you enjoy the concert, Beulah. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, gentlemen. Look at her. Whom do you see?
Whom do we see?
Uh-huh.
What, Beulah?
No, Elsie.
Elsie?
Uh-huh.
Well, what's she talking about, Eddie?
Elsie, you know, the character in your play.
Oh, imagine that, the play.
Still thinks Beulah's an actress.
Oh, no, Eddie, you said she was a musician. Beulah, dear, there's plenty of time before the concert. Wouldn't you like to play something for us?
Uh-huh.
Sit down, dear.
No, Jane.
Just anything at all, Beulah. I love the piano.
Oh, look, gee, I don't think I better
Play,
play now.
dear, play.
Beulah, can you, would it be all right?
Well,
that's the girl. Go ahead, dear. Now play. Play.
well, okay.
Oh, that's lovely. What technique. What a touch. What execution.
Jane,
Listen
let
to
me
that
explain this.
cadenza. Isn't it thrilling?
Listen, I never took a lesson in my life.
Play, Beulah. Do you hear? Play.
Jane, please.
Luke,
give
you're
me a chance.
absolutely touching. Really, you
Darling, I can...
Luke, here's the model for the new set.
Get out of here. Get out. Get
the
out.
model for the new set. It's beautiful, Mike.
Yeah, I just...
Get out.
Yes, get out, Mike. But don't get in my way. Goodbye, Luke.
Janie.
And if you want me again, my address is still the Harper Hotel in Reno. Good luck, dear.
Janie.
Look, listen, I couldn't.
Shut up and get that dame away from that piano.
Hello, Harper Hotel. Just a moment, I'll connect you with the room clerk.
Excuse me, what's Mrs. Drake's room number, please?
Could I have your name, please?
Yes, I'm Mr. Drake.
One moment, please. I'll announce you.
Thank you.
Oh, miss, will you call Mrs. Drake's room, please? Tell her Mr. Dudley is waiting in the lobby.
Well, if it isn't William.
Lou, well, what brings you here? I didn't know you were in Reno.
Yeah, and I didn't know you were in Reno.
No. Now, see here, old man, let's not create a scene.
Why not? I enjoy a good scene.
Will you be quiet? You may not have any reputation, but I have.
All right, I'll whisper it. You haven't got a chance with Jane. Can you hear that? You aren't worth her little finger.
Please, quiet. Hello, Jane.
Good evening, William. How nice of you to ask me to dinner.
Jane, I want to talk to you.
Oh, you do. Shall we go, William?
Well, the world's in a mighty fine state when a man can't even talk to his own wife. And a man named Dudley comes courting her before she's even divorced.
Quiet. What are you trying to do, Drake?
I'm trying to carry on a little private conversation with my wife.
Well, for heaven's sake, Jane, talk to him.
Sure, let's go up to your room.
No, I'd rather not.
Then take my cards right at the curb.
Well, now, that's very nice of you, William.
You wait right here for me now, William.
Yes, good night, Jane.
Much obliged, old pal, old kid, old stuffed shirt.
Well, when are you going to talk?
You know, Jane, we've come a long way from the Luke and Jane that stood before that small-town preacher, haven't we?
Yes. And what have we gotten out of it?
Well, we've had 7 years. The greatest, most electrifying years of my life. As a matter of fact, I can't remember any other years. Only the ones I spent with you.
Just keep driving, Luke. Now keep driving.
What are you afraid of, honey?
Luke, I want you to tell me something before we go any further. In mileage, I mean. Are you going to give up the theater?
No.
Then please take me back to the hotel.
I won't give it up because it's us.
If you won't quit, Luke, there's nothing more to be said.
Oh, and you won't quit either. Maybe you'll hook up with somebody like old stuffed shirt Dudley, but just as sure as today is Wednesday,
Today is Thursday, not Wednesday.
All right. All right, Princess. I wish you luck. Anyway, will you do one thing for me? Will you read the script? I've never put on anything without your advice, and Here, I brought it along.
Well, I can't read it in the dark.
I'll switch on the light for you.
All right, give me the play.
Thank you, Jane.
Hey, what's that?
I don't know.
What's the matter with it?
Well, I guess there's some... Well, what do you know? We're out of gas.
Oh, fine.
Ah, that William. There is a guy for you. Comes a-courting with an empty tank.
Oh, Luke, don't be a critic. Do something. We can't sit out here all night.
Well, there must be an auto court nearby, honey.
Uh-huh. There must be a gasoline station nearby, too. As a matter of fact, there is one right over there, you see?
Yeah, so there is. Aren't we lucky?
Mm-hmm.
Evening, folks.
Hello.
Hello. We'd like some gas, please.
Yeah, fill it up.
Nope, sorry.
What do you mean, no?
Can't.
Why not?
Rita Hayworth?
Now, look, Pop. What's Rita Hayworth got to do with our buying gas?
Rita Hayworth's pictures playing in Reno. Somebody about Rita Hayworth. Sunday picture show. Key to gas pump in son's pocket.
Well, now, that is just dandy. Did he have to take the key with him?
He don't trust me. Like a cabin? Got some nice cabins.
No, thanks. We'll wait for your son right here.
Won't be back until morning. Spends the night in Reno. Sure you don't want a cabin?
Well?
All right. We'll take 2 cabins.
Sorry, lady, I only got one.
Then I'll take it. Alone.
Yes, ma'am. This way.
Jane.
Good night, Luke.
Well, Jane, I'm going to be cold out here.
Oh, dear, I never thought of that. What a shame. Good night, Luke.
Janie. Princess, open the door, please.
Well?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh. Jane, did you read the play yet?
Yes, I did.
Well? Oh, come on, say it, Princess. There's something you don't like.
Well, as a matter of fact, Luke, there is. I don't like your quibbling about the custody of the child.
Oh,
After all,
I'm so glad you said that. That's one section that doesn't please me either.
No?
It needs rewriting. But go ahead, Princess, go ahead.
Well, Luke, I think it's the greatest play you've ever written.
Do you mean that?
Yes, I do. And I think the part of Ruth is the greatest feminine role I've ever read.
Well, then? Well?
I hope you get a fine actress to play it.
In a minute or two, Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Bedtime Story, starring Loretta Young and Don Amici. Meanwhile, give your imagination a bit of exercise and hear about the sad plight of a beautiful rayon slip, which unaccountably has found a voice of its own.
Oh, once I was lovely, but now I'm forlorn. I'm frayed at the seams, and I'm faded and worn. I'm left in the drawer, now to fret and to mourn, betrayed by the wrong kind of care. Now the girl I belong to looks clever. That she'd lux me each night was my hope. But I found she wasn't as smart as she looks, for she scrubbed me with strong wash-day soap. Oh, I might have been saved with the greatest of ease. With Lux care, I'd still be as fresh as the breeze. Pay heed to my story, and girls, if you please, use Lux for your undies each day.
Girls that care about daintiness do just that. Lux undies every day.
And this daily luxing not only protects daintiness, it keeps under things like new longer. You see, Lux removes perspiration, and perspiration can injure delicate fibers. Lux takes it away safely, but no harmful alkali or cake soap rubbing to injure fabric or color.
So Lux girls win 2 ways. They're sure to avoid offending, and they're sure to keep undies like new longer. Remember?
Oh, Lux bursts into size with the greatest of ease. It helps undies wear, makes them fresh as a breeze. It's gentle, it's thrifty, so girls, if you please, be wise, Lux your undies each day.
Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of Bedtime Story, starring Don Amici as Luke and Loretta Young as Jane, with Truman Bradley as William. After a sleepless night in the back seat of the automobile, Luke is bleary-eyed and rumpled. At the wheel of the car, ready to leave the auto court, he glances appealingly at Jane, who's gazing very interestedly at the scenery. The attendant waits patiently for his money.
I said my son put in 10 gallons. That'll be $4.40 with the single cabin.
Oh, what?
I said $4.40.
Oh, I haven't any money.
Well, no money.
It's all right. My wife will pay you. Pay him, will you, honey?
Oh, honestly, you are the most helpless creature.
Oh, you're so right, Princess. Helpless.
I'm sorry I haven't any cash. Here's my credit card.
Uh-huh. I'll make you out a receipt.
Thank you.
Jane, isn't there anything you can suggest about my helplessness?
I'm sorry, Luke. It's too ingrown. Now you owe me $4.40, and I expect to collect it, see?
Oh, sure. Have old 6% Dudley figure up the interest. He may even advise you to hang on to it. Over a period of 20 years, it'll double itself.
Here you are, Liddy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Come back again sometime.
Yeah, if I ever get back to Nevada, I'll be sure to look you up the very first thing.
Nevada? You ain't in Nevada. This is California. Ha! Don't even know what state they're in.
Jane Drake, granted divorce. Famous actress, gives up career. She can't do this. She can't.
Luke Drake cast new play. Virginia Cole gets lead dramatic part. Virginia Cole, a comedian. Oh, he can't do that. He can't.
Now listen, Luke. I can't play a part intended for Jane Drake.
Don't be silly, Virginia. Eddie, tell her, will you?
Oh, everything's different now, Virginia. Haven't you heard? Now we have comedians playing serious parts, and we have dramatic actresses getting divorces.
What is all this?
Okay, Virgie, I'll come clean. The part in that play is still intended for Jane Drake.
Oh, a dual role. I play it, but I don't play it.
That's right.
Well, if I don't play it, I can play it just as well at home. So long, Luke.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Virgie, please wait a minute. I want you to pretend you're going to play it. You see, if there's one thing Jane can't stand, it's to see a good part, a part meant for her murdered by miscasting.
Now, look, I'm a funny woman, but I have my feelings.
Oh, now, Virginia, please. What?
Oh, Mr. Drake, Mrs. Drake is here.
The princess, she's here. Send her in.
Yes, sir.
She's honoring us with a call, Eddie. What do you think of the general now, huh?
Okay, General, you win.
Virgie, what do you say? Will you say you're playing?
Well, at least it's different being fired before you're hired. For you, I'll do it.
Oh, Virgie, you're a sweetheart. Watch it.
Good morning, Luke.
Oh, hello, Jane. Wait in just a minute. Now, look, Virginia, on the second act curtain, Ruth slaps her face. See, a backhand blow. Do you get it?
Oh, sure, I see.
That's a good girl. Oh, I'm sorry, Jane. This is Virginia Cole. This is Jane Drake.
How do you do?
How do you do?
By the way, congratulations, Miss Cole. It's a wonderful part.
Oh, I know I have my work cut out for me, but Luke is pretty confident.
Oh, there's no question about it. And you're very talented.
Why, thank you. So are you. Many's the time I've cried at your performances.
Well, I've laughed a lot at you, so that makes us even.
Well, I'll be running. Goodbye, Luke.
Goodbye.
So long, Eddie.
Yeah.
Sit down, Jane, please. Eddie, don't go away. I want to talk to you. Great girl, that Virgie. Got the makings of a great actress.
Luke,
Now, Eddie, for the part of the editor, I want Whitbeck.
Luke.
Just a second, please, Jane. The best people for every part, no matter how small.
Luke, I just dropped in to tell you I'm selling the furniture.
Okay. And another thing, Eddie, What?
I thought you'd like to know I'm selling the furniture.
You mean our things?
Yes?
Oh, well, listen, you can't do that. Why, just think of all the hamburgers we ate to buy some of those things. If you laid them all end to
I
end...
am not interested in laying hamburgers end to end or in the furniture. Under the circumstances, don't you think we ought to get rid of it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, since we agree, I think an auction would be the quickest method. Any objections?
No, of course not.
Very well. I'll attend to the announcements. Bye. Bye, Eddie.
So long.
An auction.
Well, General, how are things in general?
Shut up.
Sold. Everything I had in the world is sold.
But, Jane, dear, that's what an auction is for.
Look at this table. Sold to Mr. Dinglehoff. My beautiful vase, also sold to Mr. Dinglehoff. Oh, William, I wouldn't have minded so much if it hadn't been a man named Dinglehoff.
Well, dear, Mr. Dinglehoff offered a profit, a very comfortable profit. Well, now, let's see. Where are you going to live?
Oh, I'm taking an apartment upstairs. Dinglehoff. The man buys all the things we walked our feet off to find. And where is Luke? At rehearsal. He doesn't even care enough to show up to buy his own desk. And it's the one I gave him when we were first married.
Now, Jane, why get upset?
I'm not upset, William. I'm not. It's just that what I was most afraid of is true, that's all. There isn't a drop of real feeling left in him. Why, for that precious play of his, he'd steal the blankets off a shivering orphan.
Jane, dear, I wish there was something I could do for you. I wish I could help.
Oh, you do, William. You do help. And you know something else, William? I'm beginning to appreciate you. Your dignity and loyalty and dependability. William, I want to see a lot of you. An awful lot.
Oh, Emma, come on. Put some life in the part. Try that line again.
Ruth, you've been out over an hour. Where were you?
You'd really like to know?
Where were you?
No. You're not asleep, Emma. Or are you? Maybe my play is boring you.
Oh, Luke.
Oh, that's fine. I raise my voice above a whisper, and she breaks down and blubbers like a schoolgirl.
That isn't what I'm blubbering about. How can you expect us to stand up here and rehearse? How can you do it when...
When what?
Everybody seems to know about it, but you silly playwright. The papers are full of it. But you're so busy yelling your fool head off.
Where's the paper, Eddie? Give me a paper.
There it is, Luke. Picture on page 6.
Jane Drake, to wed socialite banker. Divorced actress announces engagement to William Dudley, Jr. Rehearsal at 8 tonight.
Back at 8, everyone. Now she served notice on you, pal.
Yeah.
Hi, Eddie.
Hiya, Mac. Is my car parked near the hydrant again?
No ticket this time. Hi, Mr. Drake.
Hi, Mac.
Say, Eddie, what I dropped in for, you better stay away from Billy's place tonight because we're going to raid it.
Billy's? What's that got to do with me?
Well, that wouldn't be your grandfather they pour out of there every other morning, would it?
Wait a minute. Where is this Billy's place, Eddie?
How should I know?
Come on, cut out the stall. And what kind of a joint is it?
Liquor without a license and a nice friendly crap game on the side.
Oh, yeah? Where is it?
Don't look at me. I don't
Where
know.
is it?
Third door down the street, 841.
Come on, I gotta get to a phone. Hello, Jane. This is Luke. I just read the news. Congratulations, honey. Look, I want you and William to come out and have dinner with me. Oh, now, look, please. Well, listen, I'll even ask William myself. I'll tell him to meet us here at the theater, and the minute you both get here, I'll dismiss the company. Oh, that's fine, Jane. Thanks an awful lot. Okay, call William right now. Goodbye. Eddie, what's that Billy's address again?
841. Hey, what are you doing?
I'm calling Mr. William Dudley. I'm inviting him to dinner at Billy's place. All right, kids. Now we'll take the scene once more from Virgie's entrance. Places, please.
Hey, Luke, Jane's here.
Where?
Sitting in the last row.
The princess. Eddie, I'll have her up on that stage in 5 minutes. You just watch me. Just watch me. Well, what are you waiting for up there? Go on, Virgie.
I didn't get a cue.
Yeah, well, don't wait all night. Take it from, doesn't matter what I want. And get a little feeling into it, please. Now, go on.
It doesn't matter what I want. You're telling me what's good for me.
Hold it. That's horrible. I want you to fight, scratch, and snarl, but like a lady. Now, go ahead. Try it again.
It doesn't matter what I want. You're telling me what's good for me. What's
No, Virgie, wait a minute. What do you think you're doing, calling hogs? Or is your voice changing? Now continue, please.
What's proper and what isn't proper? You've glared and scolded and frightened me long enough. Now I'll tell you something you'll never forget.
No, Eddie, what have I done to deserve this? I give my whole life to the theater, and what do I get? A hog collar, a dummy, a skirt on stilts.
Stop it!
Oh, you are crying. You couldn't cry. You haven't got an emotion in your whole body.
Luke, cut it out, you hear? You're going to be ashamed of yourself jumping all over that girl.
Oh, hello, Jane. I didn't know you were here.
It's obvious she doesn't know what you want. Why don't you get up there and show her?
With what? The blackboard and a box of chalk?
Oh, Luke, really, that's unnecessary.
I don't know what he wants, Miss Drake. You probably understand him. Won't you show me?
Not even Jane Drake could show you. Shakespeare couldn't. Sarah Bernhardt
Keep
couldn't.
quiet, Luke. I'll try, Miss Cole. Has anyone a script?
Here, take mine. Thank you.
Now, if you'll just give me a minute to look this thing over,
Okay, Jane.
Hey, listen, Luke. It's a patrol wagon.
Yeah, don't look now, Eddie, but I think that's William Dudley going bye-bye. Are you ready, Jane?
Yes, I think I can try it now.
Oh, darn that racket. Anyway, just talk above it, Jane.
Yeah, all right. Let's start here, huh? It doesn't matter what I want. You're telling me what's good for me, what's proper and what isn't proper. You've glared and scolded and frightened me, all I can stand for. And now I'll tell you something you'll never forget. That Gardner's going to stay, and there's no law that can put him off the premises. It's a free country, and what I choose to do is none of the town's business.
No.
And another thing. That Gardner's going to stay just as long as I want him to, and that's forever. Because I love him.
You love him?
Yes, I love him. And I'm going to marry him.
Very nice, Jane.
Thanks, Eva, thanks.
There you are, Virgie. You see?
I see. Hey, I could never play that scene for you, Luke, but watch me play this one.
Go ahead, Virgie. Give.
I can't do it like that. What for? I won't even try.
Atta girl. Now, listen. You signed the contract, Miss Cole.
I didn't sign a contract to make a sucker out of myself.
You can't run out on me. I'll have you blacklisted.
All right, then. I'll go back into burlesque. I won't have to act there. I won't have to say a word. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, no, Jane. Let her go.
Luke, I'm so terribly sorry. I thought it would help her. That's
Oh, maybe you're right, Jane. She could never have played the part.
Well,
Thanks just the same, Jane. Well, folks, I guess I don't have to tell you we're in a pretty tough spot. Not a chance to open now. You're a swell bunch, and you'll probably get better parts and better plays. Thanks very much. Good night. Come on, Jane. William will probably be along any minute. We'll wait out in the lobby.
Yes, all right. Good night, everyone. Luke, there must be somebody who can play that part. You can't give up before you've even looked.
Well, what if I did find it? It'd take work and time. I can't postpone indefinitely.
Well,
Nope, I'm going to forget it. Oh, it's awful tough on the troupe, though. Take poor Emma, for instance. She never has a dime.
Yes, I know. Where in the world is William?
Well, yeah, that's right. Where is William, Eddie?
Oh, he'll probably be along pretty soon.
Well, I don't understand this at all. It isn't like him.
No, this isn't like William.
No, he probably got held up somewhere.
Well, look, why don't we go over to Tony's, huh?
Oh, but what about William?
Oh, the stage door man will tell him. It'll be all right.
Oh.
Yeah, look at that sign. The Jane Drake Theater. Well, Eddie, I guess you can haul the sign away with the scenery. We won't be needing it now.
Oh, it's an awfully nice sign.
Yeah, such nice big letters, too.
Yes. Luke.
Huh?
Luke, suppose you had someone to play that part, just temporarily, I mean, so you could keep the troupe together and open as you planned.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you would have time to find somebody and work with her until she could take my place.
Your place?
Well,
Oh, Princess, would you do that for me?
Now, don't misunderstand me, Luke. I haven't changed my mind about the theater, but temporarily, to help those actors out, I
Gosh,
think...
Jane, that'd be wonderful.
Hi, Eddie.
Oh, hiya, Mac.
Well, Eddie, we raided Billy's place, just like I told you.
Well, I'll see you again sometime, Mac. Goodbye.
Yeah, so long,
Boy,
Mac.
you know, when you tap one of them places, you should see what comes rolling out.
Yeah, see you around, Mac. Goodbye,
Everything
Mac.
from a bootleg to a blue blood. This time we nabbed a Park Avenue panker.
What?
Yeah, and he tried to pull a new one. He said he thought the place was...
Come on, Jane, let's go.
Just a minute, Mac. This Park Avenue banker thought the place was a what?
He said he thought the place was a restaurant.
Well, how do you like that?
That's very funny.
Luke, dear, you know that scene in the play where the girl delivers the backhand slap?
Well, sure. What about it?
Well, it ought to be done like this. Oh!
Let's see. Apartment 1004. Well, it's right above our old place.
Hey, Luke, I don't think you're going to get anywhere with Jane just by bringing her flowers.
Oh,
I
stop
think
worrying, Eddie. It's a cinch. She promised to do the part, didn't she?
Yeah, but that was before she had to get Dudley out of jail last night.
Don't you worry, Eddie. Just leave it to King Lucius I, Lucius the Conqueror.
Maybe we should have brought our armor, King Lucius.
Here we are. Prime Minister, ring the bell.
Help yourself, King Lucius.
Eddie, the play and the Drake shall go on for 7 more years. For 7 times 7 more years.
Oh, Mr. Drake.
Ah, good day, good day. Betsy, my girl, inform your mistress that His Majesty and the Prime Minister have come to chew the fat with her.
Oh, Mr. Drake.
What's the matter? Anything happen to Mrs. Drake?
Yes, she's Mrs. Dudley.
What?
She just phoned from Greenwich. She and Mr. Dudley were married there 10 minutes ago.
Mary.
Well, Luke, the king is dead.
Yeah. Long live Mrs. Dudley.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will return with Loretta Young and Don Amici for Act 3 of Bedtime Story. Now, here's our friend Sally, and she wants me to ask her a question. So, here goes. Sally, why is every night like Christmas Eve for Lux girls?
Because every night they hang up their stockings.
After they've luxed them. And Lux plays Santa Claus, I suppose, by adding a gift of extra wear to those precious stockings.
Sure.
Well, Sally, you're pretty nearly right at that. Of course, Lux Flakes don't actually add any new qualities to your stockings, but they do save one very important thing, and that's elasticity. You know how an old dried-out rubber band breaks when you try to stretch it. Well, same kind of thing happens to your stockings if you let strong wash-day soaps or cake soap rubbing weaken the threads and dry them out. They break easily when you bend or kneel or strain them. Break into needless, expensive runs.
But Lux saves that vital elasticity.
Right, Sally. Gentle Lux Flakes have no harmful alkali to injure the tiny threads. And with Lux, of course, there's no cake soap rubbing either.
So whether you're wearing silk, nylon, the new rayons, or the new lisles, Luxing your stockings pays. You're making yourself a present of longer stocking wear.
Yes. If you'll stick to Gentle Lux for all your precious stockings, you'll find they'll wear better, stay fresh, and new-looking longer. Lux is care experts advise. Over 90% of the makers of stockings, makers of silk, nylon, rayon, cotton, and wool, advise Lux Flakes. It's gentle, it's quick, and it's very thrifty. One big box of Lux Flakes will do stockings every night for months. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of Bedtime Story, starring Don Amici and Loretta Young, with Truman Bradley. Mrs. William Dudley, a bride of 10 minutes, is on her way back to town, but King Lucius refuses to acknowledge defeat. Somewhere in his fertile brain, a plan is evolving.
Eddie, I've got it. Get me 2 character actors who never played in New York.
What?
2 character actors. Now get them.
1 hour later, just 30 seconds after the bride and groom reach their hotel suite, there is a knock on the door.
Well? Is Mrs. Drake here?
No. If you mean Mrs. Dudley, yes.
Aha, that's exactly what we've come about. Whether she is Mrs. Dudley or still Mrs. Drake.
What? Come in, please.
Just a moment. Who are you two gentlemen?
Collins is my name. This is my colleague, Mr. Pierce. We are legal representatives of the Colony Insurance Company. We hold a trust fund in the names of Mr. and Mrs. Drake jointly.
That's true. What about it?
Well, if either party remarries, the fund is to be divided.
Well, I've remarried. Divided.
What? That's the question. Is the marriage valid?
Is it valid? Why, of course it... I'm Mr. Dudley.
Where were you married?
In Greenwich.
Did you check to see if a Reno divorce was acceptable in the state in which you were married?
Naturally. We had the bank lawyer's advice.
Oh, bank lawyer.
Harvard men.
Now, look, I'm sure everything was in order. I wouldn't have been married if I hadn't been properly divorced, would I?
Well, naturally, there's Nevada and there's New York.
Yes, but we were married in Connecticut.
Then there's Nevada and Connecticut. Now, if we find anything wrong with your divorce, naturally, you will have committed bigamy.
Bigamy?
Just a moment. Don't I know you? Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
I doubt it very much, madam.
A doctor. Have you a brother who's a doctor?
No, I'm sure of that, because I haven't any brother.
Now, Jane, look.
William, this whole thing is preposterous.
But, Jane, if there is a risk of bigamy...
William, you two...
Now, to be reasonable, Jane. I tell you, I'll call Eccles, the best divorce lawyer in town.
Now, look, I don't know one word of law, but I can smell something fishy about this a mile off.
Madam, there's no place in law for a woman's nostrils.
Where is Eccles? We've been waiting an hour. Why doesn't he come? Will you please stop saying that?
Oh, there he is, William.
I'll get it. Oh, you.
Evening, William. Congratulations, Jane. Well, it's quite a crowd here, isn't it?
I must say you've got a nerve to show your face around here after making me spend a night in jail.
Oh, I'm not the kind that holds a grudge, William.
Oh, you're not?
No. Grieving playwright comes to congratulate Hattie, ex-actress.
You wouldn't happen to know these two gentlemen, I suppose.
I don't think I've had the pleasure.
And you wouldn't know anything about questioning my Reno divorce either, would you?
Oh, now, don't tell me that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Why? What for?
Oh, just for the fun of it. These boys like to play Halloween all year around.
Oh, well, now, boys, you ought to be ashamed of yourselves.
Luke, I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, now, Janie,
Eccles, it's Eccles. Come in, quick.
Evening, Dudley.
Thank heaven you're here. Darling, this is Mr. Eccles.
How do you do?
How do you do? Now, what you said, Dudley, this is the most preposterous thing I've ever heard. I'm sure it won't take a minute.
There, you see, gentlemen?
Oh, William, stop it. You're acting like a frightened old maid.
Well, I won't leave this room with our status up in the air.
Bravo! Now, Jane, William knows best. He's got to iron out your status.
Lucius Drake, author, man of imagination, cooks up a brand new plan to get his play done at any cost. Never mind anyone's happiness. Just get the play done.
Is that what you really think?
Yes.
Please, just what is the point in question?
It is our contention that while Mrs. Drake was in Reno, she left to join Mr. Drake in New York.
Yes, I did.
And therefore broke her required stay in Nevada.
But I went back. I started all over again. I stayed the full 6 weeks.
Jane, can you prove that?
Yes. Yes, I can. I have my Reno hotel receipts. I can account for every day.
Excellent.
Now, wait a minute. Yes, here they are. There. Now, look at them.
Oh, perfect, Jane. Why, this is all we need.
Look, Harper Hotel, 2 weeks. Harper Hotel, 2 weeks, and so on. Elite Auto Court, 10 gallons of gas and lodging, $4 and... Oh.
What's that one, Jane?
It's nothing. It doesn't belong with these others at all.
Will you just step over here, gentlemen, and examine them?
Certainly.
Come on, Princess, think fast. One thing you never liked in the theater was farce. You know you married Mr. Technicality out of pure spite. The answer's in your hands, Jane.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Elite Auto Court, Glenville.
But what's that got to do with it?
You owe me $4.40, Luke.
Oh, now listen, Jane, be serious. Please stop kidding yourself.
I have. I've stopped kidding myself about you. You know, Luke, I had a dream last night. I dreamed I picked up a knife and stabbed you, and when you started to bleed, it wasn't blood at all. What came pouring out of you was manuscripts and scenery and footlights and pencils. And now it isn't me you're thinking of, nor my marriage to William. It's that precious play of yours. Why, you'd see me burned to the stake for it. There isn't anything that you could say now that I'd believe.
No, there's nothing that you'd believe. All right, Hank and Billy, drop the curtain. Show's over.
Now, what's the matter, Mr. Drake?
Actors. Characters.
Yeah, Jane, you remember Billy Pierce played the doctor in the road company at Tornado.
Hiya, Jane. Of course, a doctor.
Actors. There must be something in the criminal code covering this. Well, is there, Eccles?
I'm a divorce lawyer. Good night. Thank you, Mr. Drake, for the entertainment. Actors.
Thanks a lot, fellas. Look up Eddie tomorrow and he'll pay you.
Isn't very often you get your teeth in a good part.
Good show, but a short run.
Well, I'll see you to the elevator, gentlemen.
Get out.
Great place, the theater. We can play it being anything. Doctors, lawyers, anything we like. Just a great, big, happy, make-believe world. Well, guess I better get going. Good luck, Princess.
Elite Auto Court, Glenville, California.
Now listen, Jane, I've got to talk to you.
Emma, this is my wedding day. William will be back here in a minute.
William, that dope. You left the swellest guy in the world and went out and picked yourself a dope.
Oh, the swellest guy in the world is married to his play, and he can have it.
What play? He called it off.
He called it off? When?
This afternoon. Everybody in the cast was paid off with a bonus.
He called it off?
Yes, because he loves you.
Oh, Emma. Emma, he just left here. Do you think you could find him?
Anybody'd know where to find him tonight. He's in some bar.
Well, Emma, now look. You get to him. See, get to him quickly and give him this receipt. He owes me $4.40, and I want it, see? Now, you tell him to look at it, study it well, and then write me a check for it immediately, tonight. Do you understand?
A measly $4 at a time like this. What's got into you?
Oh, Emma, I've got to prove something to myself. Just do it. Do exactly what I told you. And please, darling, put that bill right under his nose.
And she said she wants her $4.40, Luke. She wants a check tonight.
Sure. Anything for the princess. Eddie, what do I want?
A drink?
No. I want to do my play, right?
Right.
You're a liar. I want Jane. I want my wife. I want her more than all the plays in the world.
Lucius, you'd better write that check before you forget it.
Yeah, sure. You know me. It's as good as done. Give me the thing.
Here.
$4.40. Get me a pen, will you, Eddie?
Sure.
Let's see. Elite Auto Court, Glenville, California. Elite Auto Court, California.
California!
Don't do that.
Eddie, quick, get me a cab. Get me a cab.
What's the matter?
I gotta get that hotel. She's my wife.
Who is?
My wife is on a technicality.
Hello. Hello, desk. Now, listen, this is Mr. William Dudley in 725. Yes. There's apt to be a Mr. Lucius Drake trying to see Mrs. Dudley this evening. Don't let him up. You understand? Oh, and by the way, I shouldn't wonder if he's a little dangerous. You'd better keep a sharp eye on him. Thank you.
William, who was that? What was it for me?
No, dear.
Oh. Are you sure?
The desk clerk, dear.
Oh.
By the way, I ordered some champagne.
Oh, well, that's fine.
You know, darling, I haven't kissed you since the ceremony this morning.
Well, don't you think it'd be better if we waited for the champagne?
What do you mean I can't go upstairs?
I'm sorry, sir.
Listen, you just try and stop me.
Now, I have orders.
So what? I want to see Mrs. Dudley.
If you go near that elevator, sir, you'll be arrested. Now, I'm warning you.
All right. Where are the phones?
Right over there, sir.
Thanks. Hello. Give me the housekeeper. Hello, housekeeper? Well, listen, this is room 725. Say, what kind of a hotel is this? The sheets haven't been changed, there aren't any towels, and the tub is dirty. Well, get right up here. Hello, give me room service, please. That's right, yeah. Hello, room service. This is Mr. Dudley in 725. Would you send up 6 chicken dinners right away? That's good. Hello, operator, give me the plumber. The plumber. Yeah, hello, plumber. Say, this is 725. The pipes up here are making an awful racket. Enough racket to wake the dead. Get right up here, will you?
Jane, dear, come here.
William, listen.
Jane, what is it? You're acting so strangely.
Well, William, about that technicality, were you and Mr. Eccles certain?
Oh, who cares about a little technicality? Jane, darling.
But, William, there's another technicality, and it's a very important one.
Oh, you poor baby. You're upset.
Now, listen, William, you've got to listen to me. You've just got to.
Oh, who can that be?
Well, what's the matter with the bed?
Who are you?
I'm the chambermaid. That's who I am.
Now, listen,
I'll have those pipes fixed in a minute, sir.
What pipes?
The bathtub pipe.
Now, wait a
You
minute.
want more towels in here? I put in
No,
6 this
wait a
morning.
minute.
Where's the short circuit up here? No fire, is there?
You get out of here.
Don't worry, Mr. Dudley.
6 chicken dinners.
What sort of a hotel is?
Are you Mr. Dudley?
Yes, I'm Mr. Dudley.
Well, where are the bugs?
What bugs?
You said the joint was swarming with blood.
I did not. And turn that vacuum cleaner off.
You want the rug cleaned, don't you?
Is this room 725?
Yes, it is.
Good. Come on in, guys. Here's where the crap game is.
Stop! No! Get out of here! You hear me? Hey, Janet, where are you?
No! Did you do this?
Hi, Prince. It's all noisy place, isn't it?
Oh, no,
Be
you
a great
idiot.
second-act curtain. Come on, we're leaving.
What for? I'm enjoying
You
it.
won't in a minute. I got the riot squad coming. And when you think how we've been for years, never a ripple, happy as larks. You know, I just keep asking myself, how did we get into a spot like this? You know, Princess, we're both wrong.
Oh, I knew I'd be wrong. Sure.
Well, we both want things, don't we?
Yes.
So what do 2 intelligent people do in a situation like this? They decide to give and take, just like they always did.
Luke, we're on the wrong floor. I've moved upstairs, you done.
Well, what do you know? Habit, our old apartment.
Yes. Luke, what are you doing? Are you crazy?
I'm going in.
No, we can't go into someone...
Yes, you
Luke, we
can.
can't.
You see?
Luke, it's our furniture. Why, it's every single piece of it. Oh, Luke.
They just call me Dinglehoff.
Dinglehoff!
Yes.
Oh, darling. Mr. Dinglehoff.
I can get the farm back, too.
Oh, you could you?
Yes.
Well, supposing it isn't for sale.
Oh, why wouldn't it be?
Because I won't sell it.
You?
Yes, that's right.
Oh, Jamie.
Well, darling, have you got a copy of the play?
The play?
Yes, we have to compromise, don't we? Come on, let's go to work.
Oh, no. I won't have it that way. There'll be no play, and I have no copy of it. I destroyed every one.
Why, here's one, dear. right in the drawer of the desk.
Well, what do you know?
Listen to that hand, Luke. That's 10 curtains.
It's a smash hit, Eddie. We'll run 5 years.
Hey, Jane's gonna make a curtain speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, my husband, Mr. Drake, is in the wings, and he'll be out here in just a moment. But first, I'd like to tell you that this will have one of the shortest runs of any of Mr. Drake's plays.
No! 5 years, Janie, 5 years!
It will be closed in the early spring. And I'm sure that my husband hopes it will be a boy.
What?
Come on out, Luke. Luke! I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Drake just fainted. Good night.
Our stars will return for the curtain call in just a moment. You know, when I went into a store the other day, I noticed that the sales clerk who came up to me wore a white armband. It said, Waste Warden. I asked about it and found that each sales clerk wore it in turn. They all took turns being waste warden. Now, you know, that's a job that every one of us has today, whether we wear an armband or not. The job of saving the things we own, so they'll last and wear well and not be wasted. And it's a job in which Lux Flakes can give you a lot of help. You see, Lux saves your pretty washables, keeps bright-colored rayon and crisp cotton dresses fresh and bright and new-looking longer, so they'll last and wear a long, long time. It costs you less than a penny to Lux a dress. So don't take chances with strong soaps or cake soap rubbing. They may spoil a pretty dress, leave it streaked and faded and wasted. First thing tomorrow, get a generous big box of Lux Flakes. See for yourself what speedy, rich suds it gives you. How beautifully it cleanses your washable dresses, blouses, playsuits, sweaters. Let thrifty Lux Flakes help you in that important job of saving the things you own. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
This is a very happy occasion for the Lux Radio Theater because it's reunited a team of stars who've made many fine pictures together. Loretta Young and Don Amici. Loretta was here very recently, so this return engagement proves how much we like her.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I'll come every week if you'll ask me. And I guess you know how much the Lux Radio Theater really owes to Don.
Indeed I do. He's played some fine plays here.
I think you're walking into something, CB.
Well, I was thinking of Don's scientific accomplishments. Now, look what he did in that last picture we made together.
Certainly. He invented the telephone.
Uh-huh.
I was the forerunner of the microphone. Don, you made the Lux Radio Theater possible. Then there's that other picture, which you wrote with all those wonderful songs, like Swanee River.
Oh, yes, it's really amazing. What do you do in your new picture, Don?
Nothing much, Loretta. Let's forget it. CB, what play are you doing
Don, tell us the name of your new picture.
The Magnificent Dope. Look, CB, what play do you have next week?
All right, Don. I'll rescue you. Next week, our play is the current Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, The Bugle Sounds. And our stars will be Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo. The Bugle Sounds is the story of a rugged old cavalry sergeant whose regiment is being mechanized. But mechanizing Wallace Beery is a man-sized job for any army. So don't miss this drama of adventure in tanks and jeeps next Monday night.
Well, two grand players like Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo will be sure to give you a fine play, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night. Good night. Stars like you brighten any evening. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambo in The Bugle Sounds. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Uncle Sam needs rubber. Search your attic, storeroom, garage, or barn for this precious war material. Old tires, garden hose, rubber gloves, tennis shoes, rubber boots, and bathing caps. Whatever you find, an ounce or a ton, if it's rubber, it's needed and needed now. Your nearest garage or filling station will pay you a penny a pound. This does not apply in Canada, where a rubber salvage campaign is already in progress. Don Amici is currently making the 20th Century Fox picture Girl Trouble. Bedtime Story was based on a story by Grant Garrett and Horace Jackson. Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as Eddie, Anne Doran as Virginia, Bernard Felton as Emma, Pinto Colvig as Pop, and Ann Tobin, Charles Seal, Ralph Sedan, Dick Ryan, Fred Mackay, Edward Marr, Torrey Carlton, Boyd Davis, and Naomi Scher. Tune in next Monday night to hear Wallace Beery and Marjorie Rambeau in The Bugle Sounds. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins in The Old Maid, and as our special guest, Miss Zoe Akins, author of The Old Maid. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you the drama of A Strange Masquerade, the story of a woman who remade herself for the eyes of the world, who suppressed forever the yearnings of a great heart and lived a magnificent lie. Charlotte Lovell was called an old maid, but tonight we reveal her romantic secret. We go back to the days when she was young and beautiful and discover the reason for the deliberate sacrifice that her life became. The Old Maid is an intimate play. So intimate that it could never have been written by a man. It reveals too great a knowledge of the feminine mind and heart. And to this knowledge, Miss Zoe Akins, who adapted the play from a story by Edith Wharton, brought a deep human sympathy, which gave her characters a universal appeal on both stage and screen. The Old Maid was a Pulitzer Prize drama on Broadway and recently became a memorable Warner Brothers picture. In studying the script for the first time, it occurred to me that the term old maid is gradually passing from use. Today we have bachelor girls and single women, but few old maids. Perhaps that's because the words denote a rather drab appearance. And nowadays a dull, drab appearance is old-fashioned when a help like Lux toilet soap is available. In tonight's play, the roles of Charlotte Lovell and her cousin Delia are of equal prominence, which presented an unusual casting problem. We needed two actresses who could be convincing both as girls of 20 and women of middle age. And we needed stars who were willing to appear unsympathetic at times for the sake of the play. And we found them in Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins. And now we begin a story as old as the human race and as new as the sacrifice some mother must have made today. The Old Maid, starring Loretta Young as Charlotte and Miriam Hopkins as Delia. The curtain rises on Act One. In the past 100 years, the tempo of life has quickened, and the ideas of a century past have been laid aside with the quaint dress and customs of their day. But one great ritual has remained almost constant, the wedding. Then as now, there was the same hurried attention to last-minute details. Then as now, the bride waited in her room, waited for the knock on the door which would summon her to her bridesmaids and the groom. The year is 1833. Our bride, in a lovely old-fashioned wedding gown, turns this way and that in front of her mirror, while her maid smooths out the lacy folds of the long white veil.
You don't seem a bit nervous, Miss Delia. Nervous? Oh, no, I don't think I am. I wish I wasn't. I wouldn't be so clumsy. Land, you'd think it was me getting married. Me hands shake so.
Oh, take your time, Nora. We've still a few moments.
You was always one to take things calm. You're not superstitious either, are you, Miss Delia?
Not very.
All the same, you're to have something borrowed and something blue.
I know, something old and something new. Well, my lace is old and everything else is new. But I've nothing borrowed and I've nothing blue.
I'd feel easier in my mind if you had.
Oh, Nora. Then you'll have to lend me something.
But what if I got missed that you'd wear?
Now, let me see. A garter. Lend me a garter.
Gracious. Do you mean it, Miss Delia?
Yes, of course. Why not?
Well, please to look the other way, then.
Go ahead. I don't see you, Nora.
Delia, may I come in?
It's your cousin, Miss.
Charlotte. Oh, of course, Charlotte.
I've something for you, Delia.
Oh, how pretty you look. I never saw you look so well. Did you, Nora?
No, Miss. I could hardly believe my eyes. It must be the dress.
Why, of course it's the dress, Nora. I don't often have a dress that's been made especially for me.
Here's the garter, Miss Delia.
Thank you. This is something borrowed, Charlotte. You haven't anything blue I could carry, have you?
It's odd you should ask me that, Delia. Here. This is blue.
What is it?
A cameo. It's a present for you, Delia.
A present? From whom?
From Clem Spender.
Clem Spender? Here we go, Nora.
Yes, Miss.
Charlotte, tell me.
He asked me to give it to you.
But I thought Clem was in Italy.
He came home today, just in time for your wedding. He hadn't heard you were going to marry someone else, Delia. He thought you must be ill because you'd stopped writing.
Oh, Charlotte, I'm afraid.
Of what?
Of Clem. Of what he might say or do. Oh, you know Clem. There'll be champagne, and if he should take a glass too much, oh, watch him, Charlotte, will you? And be kind to him.
I don't see how anyone could ever be unkind to Clem.
Oh, don't. Please don't.
Why, I didn't know you cared that much, Delia.
You knew I loved him.
I knew you told him so.
Why, I mustn't cry.
No, you won't cry. You won't cry if you keep saying to yourself over and over, I'm marrying a Ralston. I am marrying Jim Ralston.
Oh, yes, I'm marrying a Ralston, and I'm glad.
Yes. You know, Delia, when Clem went to Italy to study painting, you promised to wait for him.
I did wait. I waited almost 2 years. If Clem wanted a wife, he should have stayed here and made something of himself.
Oh, Delia, why didn't you have the kindness, at least, to write to Clem that you were going to marry someone else?
I intended to. I tried to.
But you were ashamed.
No, I wasn't ashamed. I'm fond of Jim, and it seemed so hopeless to wait for Clem. I couldn't bear to be an old maid, Charlotte.
I shall be an old maid, because the man I love doesn't love me, and not for any other reason.
Charlotte. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know there was anyone.
No one has ever known. But I would have waited for him all my life.
You think so, but life doesn't stop. Oh, a woman gets lonely. She wants children and a home of her own.
I could have waited. Oh, there's the wedding march, Delia.
Yes. I'm ready.
All right.
Remember, watch Clem.
Oh, I'll not forget. Here's your present.
Something blue. Oh, Charlotte, I'm trembling so.
God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. I now pronounce you man and wife.
Nora.
Oh, wasn't she beautiful, Miss Charlotte?
Nora, where is Mr. Spender? Where did he go?
Why, through the hall, Miss, toward the balcony.
Oh, thank you, Nora. Clem. Oh, Clem.
She seemed very happy, didn't she?
Yes.
Well, why not? She's married to a fine person and rich. We mustn't forget that, must we? The Ralston millions. How important they must be to her.
Oh, Clem, please don't.
Oh, don't pity me, Charlotte. I don't want pity.
I'm glad. Because you don't need pity, Clem. If Delia wanted the things that, well, Jim Ralston could give her, if she wanted them more than she wanted you could never have been happy, could you?
I might have been. I might have made her happy, too. Why didn't she give me the chance?
Oh, Clem. What will you do now?
No. Go back to Italy, I suppose. There's a packet sailing next week.
Oh, is that wise? I mean, to go off alone? You shouldn't be alone now, Clem. You should have friends around you now. Someone who could, well, help you forget, perhaps.
Who?
Well, I could try, Clem, if you'd let me.
What?
Oh, I'd like to try.
Well, Charlotte.
Oh, please. Please don't look at me like that. Don't make me feel ashamed of myself, Clem.
Oh, Charlotte, forgive me. You're so very sweet. And you could help. I'm sure you could.
Clem.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me, let me through, please.
Just a moment, lady. All visitors are ashore.
Yes, I know.
We're sailing in 10 minutes.
I know, I'm a passenger.
Good evening, ma'am. Go right aboard.
Oh, thank you.
Mind that hoist. We're loading in a bit of a hurry, ma'am, and it's dark.
I'll be careful.
Clear the decks there. Do you want someone hurt? Move along now, miss. The tide's with us sharp in the hour.
Clem.
Oh, Charlotte, I was afraid you weren't going to make it.
Well, I had to wait till they were all asleep.
Charlotte.
Yes.
Are you quite sure you're not sorry?
Oh, no, my darling. I'll never be sorry.
Well, I'll let you unpack your things.
All right.
I'll be out on deck.
Clem.
Yes?
Clem, I must write a note to Aunt Carrie.
Of course. I'll have a boy come to pick it up.
All right.
Goodbye for a while, darling.
Clem,
Hmm?
kiss me.
Oh, Charlotte.
Mm. Goodbye, sweetheart. My dear Aunt Carrie, perhaps someday I may be forgiven for what I am doing. I love Clem Spender. I have always loved him. And I must try to make up for the hurt he has suffered. I believe I can. By the time you receive this, we shall be far at sea. Please tell Delia. Explain to her that... Oh, yes? Who is it?
First mate, ma'am.
Oh, come in, please.
Sorry. Are you Mrs. Spender?
Why, Is anything the matter?
Quiet, men. Quiet.
Oh, what is it, please?
Mrs. Spender, there's been an accident.
What?
It was unavoidable, ma'am. The boom swung fast. It was dark as pitch up there, and, well, I guess he didn't see it.
Clem. Where is he? He hurt badly?
Oh, please, ma'am.
Well, tell me, please.
Ma'am, your husband's dead.
Dead?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, no. No! Clem!
Miss Delia.
Yes, Nora?
Dr. Lanskill is here, Miss Delia.
Dr. Lanskill. How are you, Doctor?
Good morning, my dear, and many happy returns of the day.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
And many happy returns from me, too, Miss Delia.
And thank you, Nora. Miss Delia, Miss Delia. I've been married exactly 6 years, and Nora still can't get used to it.
Perhaps because you're still as lovely as a bride, Miss Delia.
Oh, Doctor, sit down. I'm so glad you've come.
You seem to be looking quite well.
Oh, it wasn't for me. I wanted to speak to you about Charlotte.
Oh. What's the matter with Charlotte?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps nothing, but... Doctor, you know she's going to marry Jim's brother next month.
Of course. Why?
Well, I've been Jim Ralston's wife for 6 years. When Charlotte becomes a Ralston, she'll learn that they're very exacting about some things.
Go on.
Doctor, is there any reason why Charlotte shouldn't marry Joseph Ralston?
None whatever, so far as I know.
I'm talking about her health. You remember about 5 years ago, she took a trip south. She was gone almost a year.
Yes, lung fever.
Yes.
Oh, but you may take my word, Delia. There's no danger of a recurrence. Charlotte is perfectly well.
Oh, thank you, Doctor. I am relieved. But I thought she was looking badly lately, and I was afraid. Well, I imagine it was just overwork. I don't see why she does it, really.
You mean the nursery?
Yes, taking a lot of strange children for charity's sake.
Seems to me they'd be better off at their homes.
Perhaps, but she's doing a fine work, Delia, and she likes children.
You go there often, don't you?
Yes, I'm going today, as a matter of fact. Charlotte asked me if I'd drop by and look at one of her little girls.
Doctor, do you suppose she'll miss it after she's married?
Miss the nursery?
Because she'll have to give it up, of course. Joseph will insist.
Will he? If I know Charlotte, my dear, she may do a little insisting herself.
Well,
Good night, John. Good night, children. And remember, be early tomorrow.
We will. Good night, Miss Fluffy.
Good night, dear.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Bridget. Bridget, where are you?
Coming, Miss Noble. Tina's supper's on the table
Oh,
now.
thank you, Bridget. Tina, dear, your supper's ready.
I want to play.
I know you do, darling, but aren't you hungry?
No, ma'am.
Well, just the same, you must eat. Now run along into the kitchen.
All right.
That's a good girl. Bridget, did you give Tina her milk today?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. I'm afraid Tina needs more attention than the others.
Yes, I noticed she was a little pig-head.
Well, it's not only that. She's had a cold, of course, but, well, the chief difficulty is that she's very shy, and the other children like to tease her because she's a foundling.
May I come in?
Oh, Dr. Lanskel, of course.
I've brought some very distinguished guests to see you.
Well, here, let me light the illuminating gas in the passage.
Too late, Charlotte.
Delia. Well, how nice of you to come. And Joseph.
Good evening, darling. I told Delia I was stopping by to see you, and she wanted to come.
Oh, not of her own free will.
Oh.
She's never been here before, you know.
But that doesn't mean I haven't been interested, Charlotte.
Of course not.
Where are all the children?
Oh, they must have gone by this time, haven't they, Charlotte?
Well, all but one. She lives here with Bridget.
She lives here?
Yes.
Oh, may we see her?
Well, oh, yes, of course. Bridget, will you bring Tina in, please?
Yes, ma'am.
How is her cold, Charlotte?
Well, I thought you might look at her, Doctor. Oh, come in, dear. This is Tina.
Good evening, Tina.
Don't be shy, darling. This is Mrs. Ralston, Tina. Now, what do you do?
Curtsy.
Oh, that's right.
Tina. Tina what? What's your other name, child?
Clementina.
No, your other name.
She doesn't understand, Delia.
How old are you, Clementina?
You're 5, dear.
5.
And don't you know your parents' name, Clementina?
No, she doesn't.
Oh.
Bridget, you better take Tina now.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no, let us stay a moment. Do you want to stay, Tina?
Yes, ma'am, I'd like to stay if you do.
Well, oh, how affectionate.
Yes, ma'am. I never saw her take to anybody like that before.
She's very sweet, isn't she?
Tina, Bridget is waiting, dear. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Tina. Oh, she's a lovely child.
I wouldn't worry about her cold, Charlotte. She looks much better today. Delia, I'm afraid I've got to run. Can I drop you at the house?
Oh, so soon? Well, if I must. Goodbye, Charlotte, dear.
Goodbye, Delia, and thank you for coming.
Good night, Charlotte.
Good night, Doctor.
Are you coming, Joseph?
I'll see you later.
All right. Good night.
Well, are you ready, Charlotte?
To go? Oh, no, I have some things to do yet, Joseph.
Can't they wait, dear?
I'm afraid not.
Charlotte, do these children need all of your time?
Well, no, not all. Why?
Then I should think you could spare some for me. I'm very jealous, Charlotte.
Jealous of my waifs? Oh, darling, you needn't be. Why, you can give me what I want most for them.
What is that?
Oh, your interest, your advice, your presence.
My presence? Where?
Here, Joe, with me.
Charlotte, you're not really counting on still coming here every day after we're married.
Why, certainly. It never occurred to me that I wouldn't.
It never occurred to me that you would.
But why shouldn't I?
Why should you?
Well, you know, because of all these unfortunate children mean to me and all I mean to them, because it's my duty.
Duty? A married woman's first duty is to her husband, her home.
Joseph, you mean because I'm making a good marriage, I'm supposed to get rid of these poor darlings as if they were dolls I'd finished playing with? Oh, no, I can't. I won't.
You refuse?
Well, they need me, Joe.
And I need you.
Oh, but it's not the same. I'd be giving them only a little part of each day. Why can't I do that?
Because people might think it odd.
Oh, people. That shows you're Ralston, Joe. Afraid of everything that everybody else doesn't do.
Charlotte.
It's not fair of you to ask me to give up these children.
Very well, it's not fair, but I ask it all the same.
Joseph, let's not talk anymore. Not now. Goodbye, Joseph.
Don't say that. After all, what I'm asking isn't much. You'll see that. I'll be waiting for you to send for me when you do see it.
Tina. Tina!
Did you call, ma'am?
Why, no, I just wanted to see Tina to kiss her goodnight.
Here she is, ma'am. All ready for bed.
Good night, Tina.
Night.
Oh, my darling. My sweet little angel.
Who is it? Why, Charlotte. What are you doing here at this hour?
May I speak to you, Delia?
Well, certainly, darling. What's the matter?
Delia, I want you to help me.
Help you?
With Joe. Delia, he wants me to give up my children.
Oh, well, of course he does. Now, any man would.
But I can't. I've told him I can't.
Well, now, you must try to be sensible, Charlotte. Whether you agree with Joe or not, you must realize you'll never have another chance like this. After all, one's own babies have the first claim.
That's just it. How can I give up my own baby?
Yours. Which of the poor waifs do you call your baby?
I call my baby my own baby, Delia.
Your own?
Yes, my little girl, Tina.
No.
Yes, she's mine. She's mine, Delia.
Charlotte. Oh, my poor darling. Oh, Charlotte. Tell me everything.
Oh, what do you want me to tell you? That's all you need to know.
You love someone. Oh, my poor Charlotte.
I can't give up my own baby, can I?
No.
I can't, Delia.
No, of course not. We must think of some way.
Well, Delia, if you could talk to Joseph, persuade him that no harm can come of my going on with my nursery. Oh, please, Delia.
Oh, don't
please.
cry like that. I'll do my best to help you.
Oh, Delia, if only you can.
If you could just tell Joe.
No, I couldn't. He'd never forgive me
No,
for that.
you're
You know
right.
that.
You couldn't tell him, of course. Charlotte, when was it? When you went south that time?
Yes, Delia.
Then Dr. Lanskel knew, didn't he?
Yes. Yes, he was very kind to me. But he can't help me now. You're the only one I can turn to,
Oh,
Delia.
if I only knew what to do. If there was only something Well, Charlotte, we're talking as if there weren't someone else to consider. Tina's father. Does he know?
No.
You never told him.
Well, I couldn't.
Why? Why, darling, you...
Because he's dead.
Dead?
Yes.
Charlotte, don't you want to tell me who it was?
Oh, what does it matter, Delia? You wouldn't understand it.
But how can I help you if you don't trust me?
But haven't I told you all you need to know?
How did he die? Was it 6 years ago? He was killed. An accident.
Delia.
Clem Spender.
Yes.
You and Clem Spender. Oh, Charlotte, how could you? When he didn't even pretend to love you.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't understand.
Oh.
I shouldn't have told you, Delia.
No, I don't understand. Hadn't you any pride at all?
Well, you needn't be so contemptuous. Oh. I've never been sorry. Not really sorry, Delia.
Now you've come to me. Well, what do you expect me to do?
Oh, have you forgotten so soon that you were going to help
Well,
me?
what can I do? Do you think you can marry Joe with a thing like that on your conscience?
But what he doesn't know, what nobody knows, can't hurt him, Delia. And I'll make up for it in other ways. Oh, he won't be sorry he married me.
But you don't love him as much as you love Clem Spender.
Well, I love him differently, perhaps. As you love Jim.
Oh.
Differently. And I need Joe's love.
Well, I don't know what to say. I can't think. You must give me time.
No, there is no time, Delia. I must decide now, tonight, and I can't think either. Oh, please, Delia, do something. Whatever you do, you can't make things worse.
Whatever happens,
yes,
you'll have to trust me. Leave it entirely in my hands to do as I think best.
Yes. Yes, I trust you, Delia.
That was the first act of The Old Maid. Act 2 sets the course that determines the rest of Charlotte's life. But during this intermission, Mr. Ruick has a short presentation for you.
Before our stars, Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins, return in Act 2 of The Old Maid, let's hear what our trio have on their minds this evening.
Hello, Mr. Ruick. What's on your mind?
Hello, girls. Well, first of all, I've been wanting to ask you what it was you were humming just before the show tonight.
Oh, everyone's humming it, Mr. Ruick. It's called In an 18th Century Drawing Room.
Oh, yes.
It's a very romantic song about two old-fashioned lovers. The man in silk and lace, and the girl...
Yes, the girl. What was she like?
Well, here is one thing that we know. This lovely girl of long ago must have had a smooth complexion. It is natural to assume, for she was enchanting in that 18th century drawing room. He was in love with her, and it's the same today. Gentlemen still prefer beautiful skin, they say. Nothing else can compare, no other charm can win, and you'll have charm to spare if you have lovely skin.
Why, girls, you've turned the description of a beautiful girl in an 18th century drawing room right into a message to girls in 20th century living rooms.
Well, we want to remind them how lucky they are to have swift, easy complexion care. We want to be sure they appreciate Lux toilet soap.
Most women do, because Lux toilet soap is real beauty soap.
It makes your skin feel so much softer and smoother.
That's because Lux toilet soap active lather removes every bit of dust and dirt that might otherwise remain to choke your pores. Active lather gives you the protection of perfect cleansing, and every woman knows how important that is to complexion beauty. Don't take any chances on losing your complexion appeal. Use the soap that 9 out of 10 famous Hollywood stars use every day.
And never forget that 3-minute Lux toilet soap complexion care at bedtime. Smooth, soft skin is so important to your appearance, your charm.
Why don't you decide now to get 3 cakes of gentle white Lux toilet soap tomorrow? Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Old Maid, starring Miriam Hopkins as Delia and Loretta Young as Charlotte, with Helen Wood as Tina. Only a few minutes have passed. Shocked and jealous at the news that Tina is the child of Charlotte and Clem Spender, Delia is determined to break up the marriage. Downstairs, in the dim candlelight of the drawing room, she faces Joseph Ralston, but cannot bring herself to tell him the truth.
Perhaps in her place, Joseph, I'd feel exactly as she does. And since it seems to be a matter of deciding between you and the children, well, I don't see what you can do if she chooses them.
If she chooses them, it's because she thinks she's doing what is right. In that case, I must be the one to give in.
Joseph, you mean you've decided that Charlotte's to do exactly as she likes in this matter?
Exactly as she likes, so long as she doesn't overtax her strength. And I'm going to tell her so at once.
No, it's no use.
What?
It's no use. You were talking just now about her health. I tell you, Charlotte can't marry you. She can't marry anyone.
I don't understand you.
Charlotte's ill. She's coughing again. You know what that means. She can't marry anyone, I tell you.
Ill? But why wasn't I told at once?
Well, because, such things aren't easy to tell.
Charlotte, ill.
Good evening. Fine concert tonight, Delia. You should have been there. Is something wrong?
Dr. Lenskill.
Yes?
When Charlotte went south 5 years ago, it was for lung fever, wasn't it?
Oh, I thought everyone knew that, Joe.
That disease is in her family, isn't it?
Well, everyone knows that, too. Why do you ask?
Suppose she began coughing again.
Has she coughed?
What would it mean?
It would be a very bad sign, of course.
That's all. Good night.
What did he mean, Delia?
He's not going to marry her.
But I don't understand
Dr.
this.
Lanskill, Charlotte didn't go south because of her health. I know why she went. That's why she mustn't marry Joe.
Who decided that?
I did.
With or without her consent?
Without.
You've taken a great deal on yourself, Delia.
You think I've done wrong?
I think it's a sacrilegious thing to lay so much as a finger on another person's destiny.
But she came to me herself to beg me to help her so she wouldn't have to give up her child. This was the only way. And I can make it up to her. I'll take the baby into my own home.
Delia.
And Charlotte, too. We'll have a proper home here. Clem Spender's child must have every advantage.
Clem Spender's child. I think I understand. Good
Oh.
night.
Dr. Lanskull,
Yes?
you're right. I've done a sacrilegious thing. Deliberately.
The wisest of us make mistakes, my dear. And sometimes we never learn whether or not they were mistakes. I hope yours wasn't.
Delia, did you speak to Joseph?
Charlotte, you can't marry Joe, can you, and keep little Tina?
Well, not keep her with me, no, but... Oh, Delia. You're trying to tell me I must give her up.
I promised to help you, didn't I? But I didn't promise that you should marry Joe, too. Well, I've done the best I could. You and little Tina shall be together always.
But, Joe, you didn't tell him, Delia. I couldn't bear that. What did you tell him?
That you were coughing again.
Oh, Delia.
Well, I had to tell him something. If you were to keep the child, the engagement had to be broken.
So you frightened him away. I see.
He's dreadfully unhappy, but he accepts your decision.
My decision?
Well, mine, then.
And if I don't accept your decision, what if I tell him the truth? What if he should say he'd forgive me?
If there'd been any hope of that, would you have come to me? Or give up these foolish thoughts, Charlotte, and try to realize what it's going to mean to be with your child always. That's what you wanted most, isn't it?
Well, yes, but
Well, I've done what I could. I've spoken to Jim about it. You're to come here. You and Tina.
Here? In this house?
Yes.
Oh. But not as her mother.
Well, that would be impossible. She must never know. You realize that, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Don't, Charlotte. Don't. Everything will be all right. Oh, I promise you. You understand me? Tina must have the best of schooling. The very best.
Certainly, Mrs. Ralston.
She must be treated as my own daughter.
Of course.
Paris, London, and Rome. I think that's sufficient for Miss Tina's first trip abroad.
It will do nicely, Mr. Harvey. Thank you. 17. Oh, Nora, you've forgotten one of the candles on Miss Tina's birthday cake.
Why, she'd never forgive me, Mum.
no.
18, of course.
Tina plays beautifully, doesn't she? Charlotte, did you hear me?
Yes, Doctor.
I was saying Tina plays very well.
Yes, she does. But she'll be late for the ball unless she starts soon.
You know, when you consider how pleasant life is in this house, you must feel a deep satisfaction in having managed to give Tina such a home.
If Tina's life has been pleasant in this house, it's Delia who's made it so, not I. She calls Delia Mother.
Oh, we won't talk of your own sacrifices for the child, Charlotte. But Delia's done her best, too.
Her best to spoil her, from the day Jim died 12 years ago. There's nothing now, nothing at all that Tina doesn't have or can't have by asking for it.
Oh, well, I must be going.
Doctor, you leaving?
Yes, Delia, I have a patient to see on my way home.
Good night, Doctor.
Oh, Tina. Oh, let me see you. You're very beautiful tonight.
We're going to a ball. Dr. Lanskull, you know Lanning.
Oh, of course.
Well, how do you do, sir? May I help you with your coat?
Oh, thank you. Well, good night, all.
Good night.
Tina? Yes, Aunt Charlotte. Tina, the carriage has been waiting for 20 minutes, and horses don't like standing on a cold night like this.
They're going now, Charlotte.
Yes, we're just going.
It doesn't matter if we're late at a ball.
It's not unbecoming to anyone to make a habit of being on time.
I know. The early bird catches the worm. Take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves.
Tina, I see nothing to laugh at. People who have no regard for punctuality usually have no regard for other things.
Aunt Charlotte, please. Must you always find fault with me?
You're not perfection, my child.
I know I'm not perfect.
Tina,
but...
dear, you'd better go.
I'll wait outside, Tina.
Very well. Oh, Mother, I wish you were coming, too.
But this is a young people's ball, darling.
You're young, Mother, and Aunt Charlotte doesn't mind being alone.
Tina.
Please. Mother, do you like my hair like this? Lanning said it's lovely. I hope everyone likes it.
Tina, why must you always think that people are interested in you?
Why shouldn't I? Aren't they?
My dear, what will people think of you if you talk like that?
Just what she deserves, probably.
Mother, tell Aunt Charlotte to stop finding fault with me.
Tina!
Someone must find fault sometimes.
You think Mother spoils me, but she doesn't. It's just that she understands me while you don't.
Tina,
Mother
don't
knows what
speak
it
to
is
Aunt
to be young and have everyone fond of her, while
Please.
you...
Now go.
Good night, Mother.
Good night. And don't be too late.
I suppose you felt you had to scold Tina because of the way she spoke to me.
I wanted to realize what it is to be respectful.
She thinks I can't understand her because she considers me an old maid.
Shut
Yes, a ridiculous, narrow-minded old maid. What else can she ever think me?
Oh, my dear.
Oh, you needn't pity me. She's really mine. I do scold her. But I don't want to be hard on her. As it is, I always practice what I'm going to say to her if it's anything important. So I'll sound like an old maid aunt talking and not a mother.
I know, Charlotte. I know.
Delia, have you noticed that Tina has changed?
Changed? Since when? How?
Since Lanning Halsey has been coming here so often.
It's very natural for him to come often. He's very much in love with her.
Yes.
But do you dislike him? I mean, as a husband for Tina.
Tina cannot afford to pick and choose.
But there's nothing against Lanning, is there? Except that he seems uncertain as to his choice of a profession.
Uncertainty about a profession may cause uncertainty about other things, too.
I don't understand you, Charlotte.
He hasn't asked Tina to marry him. How could he? He earns nothing, and his allowance will be stopped if he marries against his parents' wishes.
Oh, but Charlotte, you...
Unfortunately, Delia, my girl has no fortune and no name. And you have to be careful. Mother, we know, has warned her son against becoming interested.
But after all, Tina's happy with us. She doesn't need to marry anyone.
Tina, an old maid? Never. My child shall have her life.
Oh, Charlotte, why do you twist my words? I mean, that Tina's young. She isn't 20 yet. She can wait.
No. We've waited long enough.
What are you thinking of, Charlotte? What are you going to do?
I don't know. You'd better go to bed, Delia. There's no need in both of us waiting up for her, and it's my duty, not yours.
Very well. Good night, Charlotte.
Good night. She'll come home late. Probably walks through the snow. What, Tina? You walked home with Lanning? Why, you imprudent child in this wet snow. You shouldn't do these things, Tina. You were always a delicate child. Do you know how late it is?
Tina.
Shh. You must go, Lanning.
Not yet. No one's about.
This is very wicked of us.
Is it? Why?
I don't know. Oh, Lanning, I loved it. The snow and the moonlight and icy trees in the square. And being with you at last all alone. What are you doing?
I'm taking off your wet slippers. I loved it, too. But I should have taken better care of you just the same.
Oh, silly.
Now for the other foot. Both little feet have to be warm, or little Tina may be ill. Oh, Tina, what if you should die? You won't, will you? Promise not to.
Oh, Lanning, you silly.
Tina.
Oh, darling.
Tina.
That's the first time. And I shall never kiss anyone but you. Ever.
Peter.
Aunt Charlotte.
Do you know what time it is?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Lovell.
I was speaking to Tina.
Aunt Charlotte, stop.
Tina.
Oh, Mother.
I've not been able to sleep. I heard you come in. It's late.
I know. I'm sorry.
You'd better go now, Lanning.
Yes, Mrs. Ralston.
Don't scold him. This is Tina's fault, not his. Any boy would have done the same if she'd permitted it.
No, it's not her fault.
Delia, tell him not to come here again. It's your house, or I'd tell him myself.
Aunt Charlotte, take that back. Mother, tell Lanning he's to come when he wants to. Tell him, Mother. It is your house, not hers.
Don't bother, Mrs. Ralston. I'm going away soon in a week, probably. So it doesn't matter very much whether I'm forbidden this door or not. I'd only have come again to say goodbye in any case.
Goodbye.
I'm sorry, Tina.
Lanning! You see? You see what she's done, Mother? She's driven Lanning away.
Oh, no, my child. I've not driven him away. If he's not coming here again, it's because he finds it awkward when he has no intention of marrying a girl who is so free with her kisses.
That's not true. That's not true.
You know it's true. Your aunt's right, Tina. If Lanning goes, it's because he doesn't care as much for you as you think.
But he would have cared if she'd not driven him away. I'd have made him care. And now I can't. Now he's gone. And I'll never forgive her. Never.
Tina.
I won't. You've no business to meddle, Aunt Charlotte.
Go to your room, Tina.
I'm going. But before I do, she's got to know that I'm sick of her fault-finding and her spying and her meddling. You can say what you please to me, Mother, because you understand me and I love you. But she's only a sour old maid who hates me because
Tina,
I'm
stop!
young and attractive and alive, while she's old and hideous and dried up and has never known anything about love. I won't have her interfering with my life, I tell you. I won't have it!
Charlotte, I'm so terribly sorry.
This has gone on long enough. I see my mistake now, and I mean to remedy it.
Your mistake?
You've been good to us, Delia. But I understand my duty now. If I am to save my child, I must take her away.
Charlotte, what are you saying?
I must take Tina away from here. We must go somewhere where we're not known, where we shall live among plain people leading plain lives, where she can find herself a husband and make herself a home.
You take Tina away from me now.
No, I'm not ungrateful, Delia.
Oh, don't speak of gratitude. What does it matter whether you're grateful or not? It's Tina I'm thinking of.
Of course it's Tina you're thinking of. Tina and Clem Spender.
You're insane, Charlotte. I've not thought of Clem Spender for years.
Oh, but you have. You have, Delia. You've thought of him and thinking of Tina. A woman never stops thinking of the man she loves. You can't forgive me because Clem Spender didn't quite break his heart over you. That's why you like keeping me at your mercy and taking his child from me.
And suppose that's true. She's your child, too. And to take her away now from the life you've made such a sacrifice to give her, that would be too cruel. Even more cruel to her than to me.
What's ahead for her here, Delia? For a girl without a name or a penny among cautious people like the Halseys and their kind? You've done all you could for her. But you see what's come of it so far. Now
No, I've not done all I could. But I'm going to if you'll let me. I'll adopt Tina legally.
Adopt her? How could that help?
I'll give her my name, the Ralston name, and my money.
No, I refuse.
How can you refuse? How can you sacrifice Tina's happiness to your pride?
My pride? Why, what pride have I except in my child?
Then you are going to sacrifice her when she might have everything she wants, even Lanning Halsey for a husband. It's just as she said. He will love her if she wants him to. And if she has money of her own in my name, why, the Halseys wouldn't dare find her a bad match for their son. Charlotte, give her this chance. What mother wouldn't? If Lanning takes her away from us both, well, it won't be like really giving her up. Couldn't we just go on loving her together? Oh, couldn't we, Charlotte?
Mother, are you coming up? I've been waiting for you.
Charlotte.
Go up to her. You're her mother now.
The curtain falls on the second act of The Old Maid. But the love Charlotte feels for her child cannot be denied so easily, as we see in a moment when our stars return for Act 3. Right now, here's a gentleman with a brief and pointed message.
Miriam Hopkins, Loretta Young, and Helen Wood will be back in a moment for the third act of The Old Maid. But before they do, I'd like to tell you about some conversational bridge that I overheard the other day.
Conversational bridge? Why, what's that, Mr. Ruick?
Well, my wife was having a bridge party, but the ladies didn't seem to be playing cards.
Of course, I'm crazy about Irene Dunn. Did you see her in When Tomorrow Comes? She always looks so pretty. I'll bid a heart.
I'll pass. She is lovely, but my favorite is Madeline Carroll. Wait till you see her in Honeymoon in Bali. What beautiful hair and skin, even in the close-ups. Sure bid, dear.
But did Jane bid hearts or clubs? Say, for sheer gorgeousness, you want to see Joan Bennett in The Man in the Iron Mask. Can that girl wear stunning costumes?
Well, anyone as good-looking as she is can wear a bungalow apron and look like a million. See here, girls, can't we just review the bidding a minute?
You see, no matter where you are, you'll hear women discussing the screen stars. They admire them, often follow their lead in the kind of clothes they wear or the beauty care they use. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap take real pride in the fact that 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux Toilet Soap. And they're just as proud of the fact that thousands of charming women all over the country agree with the stars that fine white Lux Toilet Soap is the right soap for their complexions. Now, here's the reason Lux Toilet Soap gives your skin such gentle, beautiful care. It has active lather that removes dust and dirt, every trace of stale cosmetics. Active lather gives your skin the protection of thorough, perfect cleansing. It isn't only screen stars who must pass close-up tests. Every woman knows that the eyes of her friends, the eyes of those who love her, notice how she looks. They notice whether her skin is smooth and clear or dull and unattractive. Use cosmetics all you wish, but don't take chances with improper, careless cleansing. Use Lux Toilet Soap regularly, every day. Make it your bedtime beauty care. You want your skin to stay smooth and lovely because it's nice to hear people say how attractive she is. Start your Lux Toilet Soap care tomorrow, won't you? We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue with Act 3 of The Old Maid. Months have gone by, and Delia's plans for Tina have borne fruit. It's June now, the evening before Tina's marriage to Lanning. In the drawing room, the last preparations for the wedding are being made.
Everything's done that can be done tonight. I've been to the kitchen and I've told Melissa Grimes she'd better count on, 200 plates of ice cream.
I can't think of anything else.
Neither can I. Aunt Charlotte, you've been wonderful. Hasn't she, Dr. Lanscow?
Very, and personally, I think the only thing left is to go to bed. You must be tired, Charlotte.
The bride's the one who should be sent to bed. Say good night, Tina.
Yes, Tina, you should go to bed now.
But I'm not sleepy, Mother.
You can rest, whether you sleep or not.
Yes, you should go up now, Tina.
All right, but will you come up and say good night to me, Mother?
Of course.
Because tonight, oh, Mother, I'm so happy. Too happy.
Too happy, dear.
You know, Dr. Lanscow, Lanning says we've all been straws whirling around on a sunlit torrent ever since Mother adopted me and his parents said he might get married. They've been sweet to me, but if Mother hadn't cared enough for me to give me her name and the money, they'd have not wanted him to care either.
Oh, nonsense.
Oh, I know, Mother. I know what I owe you. I owe you everything. You know, I used to wonder who I really was, but I don't care now. I'd rather have you for my mother than anyone in the world.
Oh, Tina, dear, stop chattering.
I must see about the doilies. Excuse me, Doctor.
Of course.
Tina, you mustn't run on so before your Aunt Charlotte. She's done just as much for you as anyone.
Yes. What do you think, Dr. Lanscow? Aunt Charlotte gave me all her grandmother's jewels.
Oh, you're a lucky girl. I've seen them.
I know I am. And my wedding veil. She wanted me to wear the wedding dress that she was going to wear once, too, and didn't. It seems odd to think that anyone ever wanted to marry Aunt Charlotte.
Tina, you must go off to bed. Now, hurry, dear.
All the same, I won't go to sleep until you've come in and said good night.
I told you I'll come. Now, run along.
Good night, Dr. Lanscow.
Good night. I must go, too. You know, I think poor Charlotte is happy at last.
I hope so. Doctor, I know you thought I took too much on myself when I kept Charlotte from marrying Joe that time. I've not forgotten what you said about meddling with another person's destiny.
But I know that you've paid for your mistake, if it was a mistake. Good night, my dear.
Thank you. Good night, Dr. Lanscow.
Delia,
Yes, Charlotte?
you're going up now to speak to Tina?
Yes, unless there's something you want to talk to me about first. I told her I'd go up to her.
I understand. But please understand me, too, if I ask you not to.
No, I don't understand you, Charlotte. Surely you realize on the night before her wedding, a girl ought to have a mother's counsel.
Naturally. That's why I must be the one to talk to Tina tonight. Just tonight, I am her mother.
Charlotte, you're not going to tell her that. Not now.
You hate me so much for it, is all that.
Hate you? Oh, what a word to use between us.
It's a word that's been between us since the beginning, Delia. You hated me from the moment you knew that I was the mother of Clem Spender's child. And there's been hate between us ever since. Because his child is mine instead of yours.
I realize now that you believe I've hated you because you've hated me. Hated me in spite of everything I've tried to do.
Nothing was for me, Delia. It was all for Clem Spender and his child.
Charlotte, our lives are over. And so is Clem Spender's.
But Tina's is ahead of her. And if you love her as I love her, you couldn't stand there and talk of hatred. Not here, where the very air's filled with her happiness tonight. Oh, it's wicked of you, Charlotte. It's wicked.
I'm not wicked. I wouldn't have done to you what you've done to me. From the beginning, you've deliberately divided me from my daughter. Do you suppose it's been easy all these years to hear her call you mother? You perpetually came between us. If you hadn't, she'd had no one else to turn to but me. She'd have had to love me. And that's why I can talk of hatred. That's why tonight, just tonight, she belongs to me. And that's why I won't let her call anyone else mother. Tonight.
Very well. I won't go up to her. And if you want her to know the truth about her birth, it's your right to tell her that, too.
I suppose you imagine it'll be a tragedy for Tina to learn that she's my daughter. Well, we shall see.
Oh, Charlotte.
Who is it? Who is it? Is that you, Mother?
Charlotte, did you tell her? Did you?
No. She's waiting for you.
Charlotte.
I couldn't, after all. I stood outside her door. Tried to think of something to say to her without her guessing. There's nothing I can say. You're the mother she wants. Go up to her, Delia. It's not your fault. Or mine.
Oh, Charlotte.
After all, she was mine when she was little. Good night, Delia.
Oh, Charlotte. Tina.
Come in, Mother. I've been waiting for you.
Tina, do you want to do something that will make me very happy?
Anything, darling.
Then find your Aunt Charlotte. She's just gone to her room. And when you found her, remember this. She didn't marry a man who loved her very much and who would have given her everything she wanted because she wouldn't give you up. That's why she's an old maid.
Oh. Why didn't anyone ever tell me that before?
Well, sometimes people don't think. Sometimes they're selfish. But you remember. And you try to make her glad of the choice she made without letting her know I asked you to.
And I've always been so horrid.
And there's one thing more.
Yes?
When you go away tomorrow, at the very last moment, you understand, after you've said goodbye to me and to everyone else, just as Lanning helps you into the carriage.
Yes?
Lean down and give your last kiss to Aunt Charlotte. Don't forget. The very last.
I won't forget. And I'll go to her now. Aunt Charlotte.
Yes?
Aunt Charlotte, you didn't come to say goodnight to me.
No, Tina, I didn't. I thought
So
that...
I've come to you. Good night. And, oh, Aunt Charlotte, I'm so grateful for everything. And I love you so very, very much. Tina. Oh, Tina.
The curtain falls on the third act of The Old Maid. In a moment, our stars, Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins, are returning for a curtain call. First, however, I'd like you to meet the author of tonight's play. There are two groups of playwrights who've contributed to the vitality of the American theater. The first group is made up of those who write one successful play and are never heard from again. In the other category are those who've written not one but many hits. Writers like Zoe Akins, author of The Old Maid and our special guest tonight. At the last count, she had seen 22 of her plays produced. And there's a brand new one called Starvation on Red River, soon due on Broadway. Miss Akins, you should be used to taking curtain calls by now.
Unfortunately, they're not always curtain calls, Mr. DeMille. Sometimes one looks round for the closest exit and runs instead of walks. But I do remember one night, the first time I heard an audience shout, "Author," and found myself somehow out on a stage. I don't know exactly what I said now, but it must have been something intensely original, like a thank you, not being exactly a silver-tongued orator. And I do remember also the little speech the producer made afterwards in the wings. "This is wonderful," he said, "if that audience is on the level."
You say you're not a silver-tongued orator, Miss Akins. And I've noticed as far as politics and economics are concerned, you keep your characters off the stump, too.
Yes, I've never gone in for propaganda in my plays.
That's a rare virtue, when so many dramatists are going in for propaganda instead of plays. You regard the theater solely as a place for entertainment, then?
Oh, not at all. I think good entertainment is a very rare and beneficial thing. But I think the theater, to be important, must be more than merely enjoyable. A play is only important when it widens the horizon of the mind by enriching it with emotional experiences other than its own, and so gives light as well as pleasure.
Make them laugh, make them cry, and make them remember.
Yes, make them remember if you can. What is easily forgotten doesn't count.
The emphasis you place on human values in plays has made you something of an authority on feminine psychology, whether you welcome the distinction or not.
I decline it with thanks. After all, a psychologist is only a person who can guess what others feel and think. And I like to think my guess is as good about a man as about a woman.
Wasn't the old maid criticized as too sentimental? That is, before the audience flocked to the box office.
Yes, it was. And I don't know why, unless it's because the ladies wore hoop skirts instead of slacks. There isn't a sentimental line in the play, to my way of thinking. You know, the Oxford Dictionary defines sentimental as being prone to shallow emotions. And after all, jealousy and love and hate are the strongest stuff of life. And when I first read Edith Wharton's story, I thought it was intensely modern in the way it dealt with these forces. The critic of the English Manchester Guardian said, "This might well be called the story of a crime, being the story of the murder of one woman's happiness by another." And that hardly seems a sentimental tale to me. But I think I've said enough. And I know we all want to congratulate Miss Young and Miss Hopkins. And
Your play, Miss Akins, speaks a universal language. And here are Loretta Young and Miriam Hopkins, no longer in the period of candlelight and carriages.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It's been a real adventure being here tonight. But before I go, I want to say something about the product behind this program. Candlelight and carriages may be outmoded, but there's one American fashion that will never change, and that's the fashion of having clear, smooth complexion. And part of it is the regular use of Lux soap. I've been a Lux soap booster for a very long time now.
I agree with Loretta. Lux soap is a definite help to a good complexion. Now, won't you tell us what the Lux Radio Theater play is going to be next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next Monday night, we're going to present Only Yesterday, and our stars will be Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent. Only Yesterday is a love story of unusual tenderness, the drama of a woman's love which endured through every hardship that time and circumstance created. Everyone who likes a real love story will thoroughly enjoy Only Yesterday.
Oh, that's a beautiful play and a fine cast, Mr. DeMille. Good night, and thank you again.
Good night, Loretta. And it's also been a great pleasure to have you with us, Miriam.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've enjoyed it, too. Good night.
Good night. That was fine acting we heard tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck and George Brent in Only Yesterday. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Ruiz, inviting you to enjoy the increasingly popular Lux Daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. In today's episode, Dr. Susan helped perform a delicate operation on her own son. Tomorrow, she will learn the startling result. Listen then. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The life and love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Juanita Quigley as Tina as a child, Doris Lloyd as Nora, Jack Lewis as Dr. Lanskel, Fred Shields as Clem Spender, Fred Mackay as Joseph Ralston, Harold Daniels as Lanning Halsey, John Fee as clergyman, Lou Merrill as mate, and Howard McNair as seaman. Loretta Young's current picture is Walter Wanger's Eternally Yours. Miriam Hopkins appears through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures and is now appearing in their production of The Old Maid. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for Drums Along the Mohawk. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The makers of Campbell Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Our offering for tonight, Theodora Goes Wild, deals with the fascinating subject of a lady who leads a double life. This is, of course, a particularly fascinating subject where the lady is a beautiful, straight-laced, virtuous young woman who is at the same time the author of the most lurid bestseller of her day. Well, when that happens, we arrive at as diverting and heartwarming a piece of entertainment as Theodora Goes Wild, the Columbia Pictures Corporation success of a few seasons ago, which we're about to present tonight. Miss Loretta Young is our star, the Miss Loretta Young than whom no other Hollywood actress of recent years has made more of an impression upon the susceptible male youth of America as the dream girl whom it would be the supreme delight to take to the college prom, the marriage registry bureau, the folks back on the farm for Thanksgiving dinner, or any of the other 1,000 places in which it imagines itself with its romantic choice. As usual, the male youth of America is right. Theodora Goes Wild starts on its hilarious and romantic way in just a moment, but first, here's something that could have happened the other night. Supper time in the house just down the street from where you live.
Some more soup, darling? There's plenty.
I believe I will.
Good.
Certainly hits the spot on a cold night.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you said you'd been shopping all day.
Why, I have been, yes.
But vegetable soup, I mean, doesn't it take you quite a while to...
I was just waiting for you to say something about that. This is Campbell's vegetable soup.
Campbell's, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it certainly tastes fine, all right. Lots of vegetables in it, too, the way I like it. You know something?
What, dear?
I've always said you make grand vegetable soup. I still say so. But say, when you can buy as fine a vegetable soup as this, why, there's just no sense of you spending time making it anymore.
That's something that's happening daily in countless homes the country over. Because Campbell's way of making vegetable soup is really the good home way, too. They simmer a vigorous beef stock and fill it with a variety of tender cooked vegetables, 15 of them. Now, isn't that just the tempting, nourishing kind of vegetable soup you want your family to have? Why not have heartwarming plates of Campbell's vegetable soup for supper, say, tomorrow night? And now, Loretta Young and Orson Welles in Theodora Goes Wild.
Mr. Waterbury, the Caroline Adams cereal in the bugle is the most indecent thing I've ever read.
Turning that Caroline Adams cereal off and
Waterbury,
you feel a new paper and a new editor.
Disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. Please cancel my subscription as soon as the Caroline Adams cereal is completed.
I apologize. Hello. Infield Bugle. What's that? What's that, Miss Johnson? Okay, Miss Johnson, I apologize. I apologize for breaking my neck to buy the rights to the best-selling novel of the day. I apologize for waking Linfield out of a 20-year sleep to show how people live and love in the wide-awake world. I apologize. What's that? You're giving me fair warning. Miss Rebecca Lynn has called a special meeting of the Ladies' Aid Society tonight to take the matter up officially. Hello, Linfield Bugle. 1 minute, please. What's that, Mrs. Johnson? You bet I'll be there. Yes, madam, I apologize. I apologize.
Mr. Watterson.
I apologize.
One moment, ladies. One moment. Ladies, one moment. Quieter. For those of you who haven't read Miss Caroline Adams' masterpiece, let me tell you it gets even worse. Listen, you understand these are not my words. Of course, dear. They're Caroline Adams. I'm simply reading. Reading from page 5 of Jed Waterbury's Linfield Bugle. I'd better be going home. Mr. Waterbury, you ought to be ashamed.
I apologize.
I'd better be going home, Pamela said. It's late. Spencer smiled. 15 minutes before he answered, his eyes devouring her all the while. Home, Pamela? Why, you pretty little... Stay. It's very early. The night's just begun. For us.
For us is printed just like all the other words, Miss Rebecca.
I know how to read, Mr. Waterbury. I resume, ladies. Resume. He started slowly toward her. His steps were so deliberate, relentless. Pamela felt imprisoned and helpless. That's what I can't understand, Rebecca. It said that the door was unlocked. But the man was possessed of brute strength, Mrs. Hoytbratt. The man was possessed of brute strength. Please. She wanted so much to run out of this strange apartment down into the street, but her brain was reeling with drink, and she was robbed of all purpose. He was close to her. He reached out violently, his hands fastened on her arms. She was suddenly pressed tight against him. She fought desperately to break out of his grasp. Let me go, she shrieked. She could feel his breath on her cheek, his lips on hers. The room suddenly went dark. That's enough, Rebecca. I think we've heard plenty.
Miss Rebecca, if you don't mind, I haven't been taking the Bugle lately. I'd like to hear the rest.
Don't worry, Miss Wilson. You can get a copy. I printed an extra 100. I knew there'd be a demand for them after Miss Rebecca got through reading it.
That'll be enough from you, Mr. Waterbury. The issue...
And remember, ladies, that was only the first installment.
The issue is closed. It's clear. The issue is closed. It's clear. Is this literary circle going to let filthy, vile trash like this come right into our home and corrupt our vile families?
We certainly are.
There you are. Do we or do we not want this book stopped, ladies? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is that plain enough, Jed Waterbury?
Yes, that's plain enough, and I got more important things to do than fight the literary circle of Linfield. I'll just cut out printing the thing from now on.
That's fine.
But I'd better warn all of you. I only got 100 copies of this paper. Come early and avoid the rush.
Oh, girls, please. Mrs. Hoytbratt. Now, one thing more. It says here that this book is published by Stevenson and Company in New York. Well, I propose that the literary circle go on record right here and now as condemning Stevenson and Company lock, stock, and barrel. All in favor? Theodora.
Yes, Aunt Rebecca.
Theodora, you didn't say aye.
Didn't I?
No. Do you or do you not condemn this book, Theodora?
Aye.
Yeah, that's fine. Ladies, I think I'll draw up a resolution tonight. And when my little niece Theodora goes to New York tomorrow, she can see that the resolution is sent to this Stevenson and Company. Agreed?
Aye.
Theodora.
Aye, Aunt Rebecca. Aye.
To Arthur Stevenson, Stevenson and Company, New York. Please be advised that at an extraordinary meeting of the Ladies' Literary Circle of Linfield, it was unanimously agreed that you be informed that, in our opinion, the new novel by Caroline Adams, published by you, is a disgrace to American morals and a sin to American youth. Signed, the Linfield Literary Circle. Oh, it's magnificent, that's what it is.
And it's all your own fault, Mr. Stevenson.
My fault, Miss Lynn.
Well, why did you have to sell the serial rights of my book to the Linfield Bugle?
Oh, why not? I think that's very funny, Miss Lynn.
Miss Adams.
Oh, all right, Miss
Yes.
Adams. And now, will you please stop worrying? The identity of Caroline Adams will never be known. I'll carry the secret to the grave. That takes care of everything, doesn't it?
Everything but my own conscience. Oh, if Linfield ever
Oh, my
finds out
dear Miss Adams, don't tell me you care what the Linfield Literary Circle thinks.
Well, I can't help it. I'm part of it and everything else in Linfield. Were you raised in a small town by a maiden aunt?
No.
Have you taught Sunday school for 10 years?
No.
Have you played the organ in church since you were 15?
No.
Well, I have. And right now I ask myself, where did Caroline Adams come from? How did all this start, anyway?
Well, you walked in here one day with a very promising manuscript.
My first and my last, Mr. Stevenson. Caroline Adams has written her last book. Goodbye, Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, wait a minute. There's something else that's very important. It seems that I tell the truth. I mean, the way it is. Well, frankly, I promised my wife the next time you came in, she could meet you.
You what?
Oh, I simply had to.
But you promised.
Nobody. You said you'd carry my secret to the grave.
Oh, I will. I swear I will. I'll arrange to have my wife buried with me.
But
I'll do any...
Good day, Mr. Stevenson.
I beg you. I
No,
implore you. I
I'm sorry.
beseech
I'm
you.
sorry. I can't. I'd never believe it. My dear, don't tell me you're Caroline Adams.
Oh, Miss Adams, I had no idea. I mean, there was
I'm going to
anything...
introduce this offer.
Oh, yes, of course, dear. Allow me. Miss Lynn, my wife, Miss Adams.
Miss Stevenson, I'll never forgive you for this, Mr. Stevenson. Oh, you're lying about your secret, Miss Adams. Aren't you? I swear.
You had better close the door, Ethel.
Of course.
I'll close it. Hello.
Who are you?
Oh, don't mind me. Hello. I said hello.
Get out of here, Michael.
I just came in.
The one thing I can say for Michael Grant, he only shows up where he's not invited. What do you want, Michael?
That's a fair question. I'll give you a fair answer. I heard that Caroline Adams is here.
What do you mean you heard? You snooped around and found
One
out.
way of hearing. Frankly, I felt you ought to meet me, Miss Adams. I'm the man who painted the cover for your book and the glorious woman on the poster.
Well, I don't know about Glorious, but I know she's very underdressed.
Yes, she is. That's where I found her in your book, Miss Adams.
You
I even
did?
had to add some quotes to her, as a matter of fact.
You apparently pictured it as suit yourself.
Yes, you're not the way I pictured you, Miss Adams. Yourself, I must
Oh,
say.
I know. Miss Adams
you aren't. No,
exactly like-
I'd always imagined that Miss Adams ought to look like well, she ought to look like a woman who's lived.
Well, I've lived.
I mean like in your book. What's the explanation?
I fail to see why I should be dissipated looking just to please you, Mr. Grant.
Let her alone, Michael.
What did you expect to see? A tattooed woman?
Not
Of course
exactly
you didn't, Miss
tattooed,
Adams.
but
You know, I never could get a word about you out of Arthur. I'm just dying to know things. Did you live that scene in which you and Sir Anthony...
Miss
really,
Adams has to go, darling.
Yes, I do have to go. I've got several appointments. Well, maybe later in the afternoon. No, I'm sorry. My whole afternoon is taken. Oh, that's all right. We'll all have dinner together. No, really, I won't be able to, but thank you very much. I have to catch an early train back to... back home. Oh, where's that? Well, out west. Way out west. West, you know. Miss Adams, there are trains leaving all night for way out west. You simply have to meet us. No, I won't take no for an answer. No,
And when Ethel won't take no for an
Then
answer...
it's all arranged.
Right.
We'll meet here at 6. No, really,
It's
Mrs.
no use calling in the police, Miss Adams. You won't be able to get out of it, but I promise you we'll put you on the earliest possible train after dinner.
Very well. I'll be here. I really will, but I've got to go now. Have a nice afternoon. Yes, I will indeed.
Afternoon.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
It's till 6 o'clock.
Goodbye.
Darling, you shouldn't have bullied that poor girl into having dinner with us.
It was her own idea.
Yes,
Well,
dear.
I'll be running along, too.
Sorry you can't have dinner with us.
Yes, I'm so. Who said I couldn't?
I did. Just now. I've been looking forward to having dinner with you for so long, Miss Adams. All those other books, Arthur publishers. On a Donkey Through Brazil, The Semi-Totalitarian State, Is It Inevitable? Or Was There Really a Francis Bacon? Oh, who cares about books like that? But you're not. I'm awfully glad you like it, Mrs. Stevenson. I didn't like it. I loved it. Well, only a woman who has lived, who has known what it is to spend empty nights, whose heart is beating faster at each relentless
Miss
day.
Adams remembers the phrases she wrote, Ethel. You don't have to quote them to her.
Tell me something, Miss Adams. Just between us. Did you write while the things actually were happening? What? Or did you wait till later, until the veil of memory... Mrs. Stevenson, you must believe me. A writer doesn't have to experience the things she writes about. Oh, I know, but it's so lovely when she really does. And anybody reading your book can tell you. I wish I'd never written that book, Mrs. Stevenson. I really do.
Well, for a book that has sold nearly 200,000 copies and still going strong, that's quite a wish.
Oh, but you had to write the book, Miss Adams. You had to. Only a woman whose soul isn't shattered like yours could have written it. Only my soul isn't shattered, Mrs. Stevenson. Oh, how brave you are.
Take that note of envy out of your voice, Ethel. It isn't decent. How about some cocktails?
A martini.
How about you, Miss Adams?
None, thank you. Would you rather have some vodka, Miss Adams? I'm sure Arthur can arrange. No, thank you. Nothing at all. Oh, why not?
Well, maybe it's because she doesn't want anything to drink, Ethel. Waiter, 2 martinis?
Yes, sir.
Will you have anything? Well, we'll order later.
Yes.
You know, Miss Adams, I'd have known you anywhere just from your description of Pamela. Really? You're as like her. Oh, I'll never forget her first meeting with Spencer. Tell the truth, Miss Adams. That part is completely autobiographical. Mrs. Stevens, you mean... you think that... But, Mrs. Stevens, I assure you every word of that scene was made up. Oh, of course it was, Miss Adams. But from memory, wasn't it? Is that what everyone thinks? That I'm supposed...
Of course.
Of course. Why, when Michael... You know Michael Grant. He was in the office today. Yes, indeed. When he heard you were coming up to see
He had
Arthur...
2 notions about you, Miss Adams. One was the same as Ethel's.
Really?
Yes. The other was that you were an old-maid schoolteacher with your petticoat
Well,
showing.
how very interesting.
Yes.
Since you're not an old-maid schoolteacher...
You'd have to know Michael to understand. He rather fancies himself as the man who knows
I
women.
can get along very well without men who know women. I have so far.
Then I'm just in time.
Michael.
Yes, you've no idea what you've missed, Miss Adams. To have your innermost thoughts straightened out so that you know what you're really thinking.
Michael, I thought we had arranged...
Be sure of yourself, you know. And to know that there's someone who really understands you. Why, Miss Adams...
Michael?
Where did you come from?
Pardon me while I say good evening to the ladies. Good evening, ladies.
Where did you come from?
You want me to lie to you?
No.
Well, I've been combing the saloons for you. I must say I had good luck. This is the 6th one I've been in, and here we are, aren't we?
Michael, I told you plainly in our office this
Oh,
afternoon.
that. You didn't think I'd hold that little joke against you, did you?
You cocktail, sir.
Don't, because bring one for me, please, whatever it is, as long as it's a whiskey sour.
Yes, sir.
That's all right. Cocktails before dinner is such a lovely custom. Just a minute, waiter. There's only 2 drinks. Only 2. Now, let me solve this by a process of elimination. Mr. Stevenson is drinking, I'm sure of that. Mrs. Stevenson is also drinking. I'm also sure. That leaves, don't tell me, let me guess, that leaves Miss Adams. You're not drinking, Miss Adams?
That's right, I'm not drinking.
You mean you never drink?
Did I say I never drink?
No, you didn't. I apologize. A vulgar thought. The idea of Miss Carolyn Adams not drinking a slur, Miss Adams, and you do right to resent it. Probably paying off an election bet, is that it?
It's
That'll
out of
be all.
character for Miss Adams not to drink. Is that what
I
you mean, Mr.
thought there were
Grant?
2 things certain in this world. That babies eat spinach and that Miss Adams drinks. You've destroyed something very precious in my life, Miss Adams.
Very well, Mr. Grant. I'll tell you why I'm not drinking. If you're so interested, it's because I've always thought the cocktails are sort of fishy. Don't you think so?
I beg your pardon?
Well, I suppose there's a diversion now and then, but not what you call real drinking. Mr. Stevenson, do you suppose I might have a little straight whiskey?
A little stuff. What?
Oh, yes, of course. Stop gulping, Michael. Waiter, straight whiskey for the lady.
Yes, sir. Miss Adams, looks like a lovely evening. Miss Adams.
What, dear? Oh, what is it, Ethel?
Little Goldilocks drank me right under the table. I'm passing out, Jan.
Oh, darling, you mustn't. You've got to put Caroline on that train.
Michael will put her on the train. You'd better take little Ethel out of here while she can still walk. Please, Arthur. We can leave while they're not looking.
Oh, you think of everything, darling. Let's go.
I'll tell you what we'll do, Miss Adams. You just stand still, and I'll dance to the left of you, and then I'll dance to the right of
Now,
you.
that's not fair, Mr. Grant. Why don't you stand still, and then I'll dance to the right of you, and then to the left of you.
Well, let's both do it at the same time.
You mean each stand still and dances while the other stands still and dances?
Yeah,
Well, sounds wonderful.
I think so.
Could we go back to the table now? I think
Oh, the Stevensons. Don't worry about the Stevensons. They've left.
Only what?
Yes, I saw them leave while we weren't looking.
How did you know if you weren't looking?
I looked.
Oh, you're wonderful.
Yes, it's about time we were discussing the charity bazaar,
Oh, I suppose so, but I'm so tired. Couldn't it wait until
It's
perhaps...
been delayed too long already. Just because you try to do too much shopping in New York and aren't feeling well today. Finish your tea and you'll feel better.
I'm all right, Auntie, all right.
Oh, there's that silly whistling we heard outside of church this morning. Stop fidgeting, Theodora. What's gotten into you?
Nothing at all.
You fidgeted all during church, too. If going to New York for one day affects you like that, well, I wish whoever it is doing it would stop that whistling.
Well, I'll go to the window and see.
You don't have to see. It's the same whistling. It must be the same man that was outside of church.
I'll make sure, Auntie.
Well, it is, isn't it?
Why, yes.
Walking by?
No, sort of, resting on the gate.
I'll phone Captain O'Donnell and have that good-for-nothing loafer put in jail where he can whistle to his heart's content.
Oh, don't bother, Auntie. I'll tell him to go away.
Now, don't argue too much with him. Just tell him once, and then I'll call the police.
How dare you do this to me? How dare you?
Howdy do. Right smart weather we're having, lady. Right
you
smart.
get away from here and leave this town as fast as you can go.
That's the way to talk to a friend? An old drinking companion?
Please, will you listen to me? My aunt is watching us. As far as she is concerned, I don't know a soul outside of Linfield. And if she suspected what you know about me, she'd have fits. Oh, now be a nice man, won't you, please? Tip your hat politely and then get away from here, will you?
Marvelous. This beats my first guess by a mile.
Won't you please go?
Fine old homestead you got here, lady, but one of your lawns looks seedy, and your lawns do need attendance.
No, they don't.
You know what you need? It's a gardener.
No, don't be absurd. We've never had a gardener.
You've got one now.
Oh, please, won't you listen to me? It's simply can't be done.
I can start right away.
No, no,
right
no,
this
no, no,
minute.
no,
Sure,
no.
simple.
Why doesn't he go along? Theodora, did you tell him we call the police?
I want work, Mum. Work.
He said he's a gardener. We're not interested.
Well, you ought to be, Mum. Your garden looks pretty bad to me.
We don't care how it looks to you. And don't stand there arguing the top of your voice. You just go along about your own business. It's Sunday. I was just telling him that, Auntie.
Sunday, I know what time of day, what day of the week it is.
Quiet, you loafer.
You got me all wrong, Mom. You got me all wrong. I'm no loafer. I was just telling the little lady here the story of my life.
You can't go shouting the story of your life in front of our house.
You're quite right, Mom. Come in. Open the gate for me, Missy.
But I don't
Missy,
want you to...
Open the gate, Missy Adams.
Oh, all right, all right. I could strangle you.
Wait a minute. Don't close it yet.
Why not?
Because my dog goes where I go. In with you, Herman.
Is this your dog?
Yes, just a half an hour. He's really a nice character.
Sure.
He has a nice smile and ready wit.
Yes.
We've decided to throw in together. Here.
Does he garden, too?
Just with his front feet.
I see.
Shall I knock?
No, it's open. And, by the way, my name is Theodora Lynn.
Theodora Lynn, it is. Miss Adams?
I hate you.
Look here, young man, and keep that dog out of here. If he so much as growls at
He
me...
never growls at anybody, do you, Herman? You see what I said? Come here, Herman. That's better.
In just 1 minute, I'm going to call the police.
Oh, I wouldn't, Aunt Rebecca. I think...
Thank you, young lady. You see, ma'am, my name is Dewberry.
You're just wasting your time, young man.
I see you're refusing work to a man who needs it, who's willing to work, who wants the chance to recover his self-respect. That isn't very charitable-minded, is it?
Very charitable-minded as the rest, but if you...
All right. Very well. I'll find work right in this town, too, and then I'll have something to say about how people are treated here. I was telling your little niece outside. I'll have a lot to say about a lot of things that are said around here.
There is some work around here, Aunt Rebecca, cleaning up and sort of setting the gardens to rights.
Thank you, lady. That's what I call intelligent charity. Thank you.
Yes, I'll show him to a spare room in the tool house.
Thank
Have
you,
you gone mad, Theodora?
This way, gardener.
You just lead the way, young lady. I'll follow you.
If you think you're going to that spare room alone with my niece...
Oh, you can come, too. If you insist.
Just what are you doing?
I'm gardening.
Did you have to hitch that dog to the lawnmower?
Don't you like it? I thought it was an inspiration.
Oh, well, you ought to hitch that barking horse at once and stop this nonsense.
All right. Herman doesn't like our idea, Herman.
No, I
Sorry.
certainly don't. You ought to know better than to stage a circus right here in our front
Now, look
yard.
here. You want me to disappoint people who've walked miles to look me over? I bet I played to an audience of 100 in the last hour.
I hope it's your farewell performance.
Herman, let this be a lesson to you. It's a disgrace to have a little fun in Linfield. And don't forget it,
Now,
Herman.
look here. I've got some things I want to say to you privately.
If this was New York, you could come up to my apartment. Doesn't seem like a
Well, it isn't New York, so just move over to those rose bushes and start trimming
Don't like
them.
rose
Now,
bushes.
go
I
along.
don't
Keep
want
your
to
eyes
trim
on
them.
your work. There. Now, tell me. How did you track me to Linfield?
I have an elaborate espionage organization all set up for people like you.
Oh, you have?
Yes. Outside of that, I've got a homing instinct like a pigeon.
You know, you reminded me of a pigeon the first time I saw you.
Oh, did I? Now,
Yes,
that's
you-
strange.
Now, wait a minute. I insist on your telling me how you found me.
Well, you dropped a few papers out of your purse when we both had that slight difficulty getting out of the cab at the station. Remember?
Yes, I do remember that.
Good. Then you must remember that I made so bold as to try and kiss you.
Look,
when
I am not
you...
interested in your memoirs. Now that you've had your little laugh, why don't you go away?
I like it here. And anyway, I've got a new mission in life.
Oh.
I'm going to break you out of this jail and give you to the world. The real you, I mean. I'm going to tell everybody I met
You
the
wouldn't be so low as to tell my aunt in Linfield about me.
I would, but I won't. You'll do it yourself.
Oh, no, never.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Tell me, what sort of berries are ripe at this time of year?
Berries? The blueberries. Why?
That's what you and I are going out to pick tomorrow.
Oh, now, don't be silly. I can't go skipping off into the woods with you.
Not skipping, picking.
You're A wreck, Mr. Dewberry. A total wreck.
Now, I've come to a conclusion.
Yes.
Berry picking is for the berry pickers. I'm through. And outside of that, you're a nasty character.
I was wondering when you'd catch on.
Are you going to give me some of the berries out of that pail?
Well, if you weren't flat on your back, you could dig into the pail yourself, you know.
I don't want it. Drop them in my mouth. That's a good job.
Say, who do you think's going to chew them up for you?
Drop them way back so they just slide down. Hey, I tell you.
I'm sorry I'm putting you to the trouble of swallowing.
Oh, that's all right. Gives the fellow the exercise he needs. More.
Honestly, you're such a fool.
I was wondering when you'd catch on. Laugh again, will you?
I will not.
You're ashamed of having laughed, aren't you? Out loud and everything. Dear, oh dear, what would Linfield say? Miss Theodora Lynn laughed, my dear. I swear she did. I heard her myself.
Nobody will believe you.
You know you're a strange, sad case, my girl.
No. Tell me more, Doctor.
To start with, you're really a nice girl, full of normal desires, but I'll tell you what's happening to them.
All right, what?
They're being strangled to death.
You mean murder?
No, suicide. What Linfield doesn't let you feel, you write about. Love, laughter, freedom, fun, what you want to experience and can't.
Yes, go on, Doctor.
There's a happy world out yonder, young woman. Break loose. Go on, tell Linfield to... Well, tell Linfield.
Look, I am very happy the way I am. Thank you very much.
Oh, no, you're not. You won't be free, happy, until you do what I tell you. Now, with my help...
Now, wait a minute. As a matter of fact, you could help me.
Say the word. What do you want me to do?
Get out of Linfield and stay out. Then I'll be very happy and very free. You see, Dr. Dewberry, my real life is right here. Carolyn Adams was an accident. She won't write anymore.
Too bad, if you ask me.
Okay, that's your answer if I ask you. And until then, will you please leave it like this, Doctor? I'll be sure to call you if anything ever does go wrong.
You promise?
I promise. I promise that nothing ever will go wrong.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Theodora Goes Wild, starring Loretta Young and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In just a moment, we shall resume our presentation of Theodora Goes Wild. But first, do you remember, I'm sure many of us do, being sent as a child by Mother to the market, and that among the things she ordered was a soup bone for making soup? Yes, sirree. You trudged down to a friendly store in the neighborhood, made your wants known, and the soup bone was faithfully brought back and made part of a hearty, old-style, heartwarming soup that Mother made so well and you enjoyed so much. But I'll wager that the boy or girl going to the store for Mother nowadays doesn't very often have a soup bone on the list. Instead, the grocery likely tucks into the bag one or more cans with a familiar red and white label that says Campbell's Soup. Mother knows that into the making of Campbell's soups go luscious vegetables and fine selected meats. And these soups are the kind she wants her family to have. And so she buys them and serves them regularly. I'd like to ask if you at your house have turned your soup making over to Campbell's. I sincerely believe that if you do so, you'll be delighted to see how keenly your family will enjoy these fine soups. And now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Theodora Goes Wild, starring Orson Welles and Loretta Young.
I insist on an explanation, Theodora. I can't imagine what in the world you were thinking of going traipsing off into the woods with a gardener, a man you never saw before yesterday.
Well, Aunt Rebecca, I admit it was wrong to walk down Main Street like that with him, carrying a pail of blueberries, and I'm sorry everybody happened to see it. But I honestly can't see that it was all so very sinful.
To be seen publicly with this loafer? Really, Theodora?
I suppose Linfield has his mind all made up about that.
If Linfield hasn't, I have. Theodora, I'm putting my foot down once and for all. He's not a fit companion for you.
Now, look. Isn't it time I use my own judgment in a matter like this?
Very well, then. If you're going to be stubborn about it, his work's about done. You said just a few days. He can be discharged right now.
But I don't want him to be...
All right, I'll tell him to go at once.
It doesn't make any difference to you what I want, does it? It's what you happen to think is good for me. You've been doing that to me since I was 3 years old, and I'm sick of it. You've bullied and scolded and frightened me all I'll stand for.
You know what you're saying?
I certainly do, and I haven't said half of what I'm going to say. To begin with, let me tell you something.
Theodora, you're working yourself up over nothing at all.
I don't think I am. And listen carefully, Aunt Rebecca, because I mean every word of this. There's no law that can put that gardener off these premises. He is going to stay.
I say he's not.
What I choose to do is none of Linfield's business. This is a free country, and I'm over 21. Why, as far as Linfield is concerned, the whole town can go and take a jump in the lake.
Theodora!
That gardener will stay as long as I want him to, and that's forever. Because I love him. Michael, where are you? Michael! Michael? Oh. You're free, baby. Step out and be yourself. There are big things ahead, and you'll travel faster alone. I'm leaving in a hurry because it'll be better that way. Good luck. And kiss Carolyn, Madam Son. Michael. Oh. Oh, Michael.
All right. All right. Why does this have to be the only apartment in New York just because I don't rush? Oh.
Hello, Michael.
Theodora, what brings you?
I should have let you know I was in the neighborhood by whistling. But you see, Michael, I can't whistle very well. Just listen to this.
Look, Theodora,
Huh? Oh, maybe we better close the door, huh?
I know what you came here about.
Do you?
Yes. That note. Well, about that note, Theodora,
Yes?
writing it was the most difficult thing I ever had to do.
Yes?
You see, I ran away because if I'd had any idea that it would become as serious as it did, I wouldn't ever have gone to Linfield. I had no right to let it become serious. Now, please believe me.
I don't believe you.
Well, if you'd let me explain.
I'm not stopping you from explaining.
Well, I can't just say what I want to say now. Now, some other time. I'm expecting my father.
I'm afraid some other time won't do, Michael.
Theodora, there's nothing more important in the world to me than you. Nothing. There they are now. Theodora, if you... Theodora, they can't find you here.
Who are they, Michael?
My father and
Yes?
Theodora.
Yes?
Won't you please go into another room and go sit down someplace?
Yes, Michael. I'll sit down someplace. Right here.
Oh. Hello, Father. Hello, Agnes.
Hello, Michael. Well, what do you mean by this, Michael? Running out of town, not letting us know about it? Where were you?
Well, I was out of town.
I know that. Where were you?
It's a funny thing, Father, but...
Who's that? Who's what?
You mean, Yeah, excuse me, this, Miss Lynn from, the Stevenson office. She just, Miss Lynn, she brought some material over I'm going to illustrate as a matter of my father, Miss Lynn.
How do you do, Mr. Grant?
Well, I suppose I'll have to introduce myself. I'm Mrs. Grant.
Mrs. Grant.
Michael, your mother.
Well, not exactly, Miss Lynn. I'm Michael's wife.
Oh. How do you do?
Michael, where did you say you were?
In the country, sketching.
Well, that's a new name for it.
Did you drift back into town accidentally?
No.
Or did you remember that I'm giving a reception for the governor?
I
on the
remember
20th?
Of course I remember.
Yes, well, I trust that you'll be good enough to remember also that I expect you and Agnes to be present.
Well, he's the one that's insisting, Michael. If it were up to me...
Father...
I expect you, and with Agnes.
Father, this pretense of my happy marriage can't go on. It's been washed up for 5 years. Agnes is just as sick of it as I am.
That's a lie. I'm sicker of it.
I thought we agreed there'd be no divorce as long as I hold public office. Now, you gave me your word, and that's the way it's going to be.
Nothing can be done with him,
But
Michael.
there'll be no buts. You know what's expected of you, Michael. Come on, Agnes. Goodbye, Miss.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Michael.
Goodbye.
I can scarcely wait for the governor's reception.
Neither can I.
We always have such cheerful meetings,
Don't
we?
we? Certainly do. That is.
That's it, huh?
Yes. It's all clear now, isn't it?
Well, in a way, Michael. You know, seeing these paintings of yours gives me an idea. What you need, Michael, is an artist model.
What?
An artist model.
The slightest use for a model.
Oh, but that's unimportant. You've got one now.
Who?
Me.
What for?
Oh, to mow the lawn and do the transplanting and pick the berries and laugh at the net. You know.
It's a joke.
you
I
know.
get it.
You see, Michael, you're living in a jail. You don't call your soul
Now,
your
wait a
own.
minute. If you're pretending there's any similarity between your situation and mine,
Well, what's
Theodora.
the difference? What's to stop you from being free?
Well, I'm under an obligation to my father. After all, I haven't any right to...
Oh, I see. Michael, you claim to love me, don't you?
You know I do. And the very minute I'm free, darling,
When
Theodora...
precisely is this minute to be?
Well, just let Father serve out his term as lieutenant governor.
Yes?
He's decided not to run for office again.
Yes?
Ever. And that means that within 2 years...
2 years?
Yes.
2 years is exactly 2 years too long,
Now, be
Michael.
reasonable, Theodora. If I had any way in the
If
world...
you had any courage, if you had any outlook,
fair.
why, you wouldn't think of waiting for 2 years. Oh, Michael, it's pretty clear to me that what you need is a model.
Theodora, you're not being fair.
Oh, yes, I'm being fair. Is this the phone to the lobby downstairs?
Yes, that's the... Why?
Thank you. Hello?
What are you doing?
Those boxes and things that were left in the lobby, will you send them up to Mr.
Theodora.
Grant's apartment, please? Yes, that's right. Thank you.
What are you talking... What boxes? What things?
Well, my clothes. You don't think I'm going to stay here indefinitely without any clothes,
Exactly
do
what
you?
do you think you're going to do?
Return a favor, darling.
Well, how? By moving in here and breaking a scandal about my ears?
Well, you've got to expect a scandal when you've got a model living in your apartment. Oh, no. Now, let me. I'm sure it's for me. There, I was right.
Oh.
Bring them right in, young man. Thank you very much.
Listen to me. If you're going to stay here, I'm not.
Oh, and it's such a nice apartment. You'd be so happy here.
I'm
wouldn't you?
leaving right now.
Oh. Boy, will you please take these things into the spare bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And, boy, tell them at the desk, if there are any calls from Miss Caroline Adams, I'll be in Mr. Grant's apartment from now
Yeah, that's very funny, Miss Lynn.
I am not Miss Lynn, I am Miss Adams. And I don't want you to think that this is a friendly call, Mr. Stevenson, because it isn't. I came here to have a fight.
But really, Miss Lynn, there isn't
Adams.
anything that...
I am dissatisfied with the treatment I received from my publisher. I mean you, Mr. Stevenson. Why don't I get any publicity around
But,
here?
my dear Miss Lynn, Miss Adams, I...
You may call me Theodora, Mr. Stevenson. Go on, call me Theodora.
Theodora.
Oh, that sounds very good indeed. You know that Caroline Adams is Theodora, but who else knows Theodora as Caroline Adams?
Nobody.
Nobody, that's right. The widest selling author in the country, and who knows anything about me? Who knows that I'm young and modern and... Oh, you're going to say beautiful? Well, come along, will you?
Oh, yes, go ahead. Beautiful.
Beautiful, thank you very much. Why aren't the facts of my life in Linfield known everywhere? Do you realize what a story that would make?
But you said I always thought that...
You never thought. I'm beginning to see why the publishing business is so bad. Publishers don't care about increasing the sales of their books.
Don't they?
No, they don't. I'm going to give you one more chance, Mr. Stevenson. I want publicity, and I want lots of it. I want my picture on every jacket of every book of mine sold. I want the story of Theodore Lynn and Carolyn Adams splattered over every paper in every town in this country. You get the general idea, Mr. Stevenson?
I think I do.
Well, make sure that you do. You know, you don't want to forget. There are lots of other publishers, but there is only one Carolyn Adams.
Well, what is it, Henry?
Say, look what just coming over the wire.
What?
Carolyn Adams, the author of that scorching serial, isn't Carolyn Adams at all.
What in the world are you talking about?
Well, this here wire, it says, Mr. Waterbury, you'll never guess who Carolyn Adams is.
Well, for heaven's sake, who is she?
Theodora Lynn.
What?
Yeah.
Carolyn Adams is Theodora Lynn? Henry, don't stand there with your mouth open. Get busy. Just up the type we used when war was declared. At 8-column streamer, Henry. Linfield's daughter is Caroline Adams. Celebrated novelist, our own Theodora Lynn. Henry, it's the biggest news, bigger than the World Series.
Just a minute, gentlemen, just a minute. You'll all have your interview.
Okay, Miss Adams.
Yes?
What about a little advice to young people of today?
Oh, very well. It seems to me that nothing is more important to the modern young girl than this, gentlemen. Be free. Express yourself. Take your life in your own hands and mold it.
Oh, that's swell, yeah.
Yes, that is pretty good, isn't it? The world will try to take your freedom away from you, but you'll have to fight for it. It's all you have to live for, girls. Anything else, gentlemen?
Have you started a new book, Miss Adams?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have one pretty well in mind, yes.
That's swell. Would you care to tell us anything about it?
I'd be delighted. Let me see. It's about love that came to a young girl hidden away in a small mountain town. Outwardly, she seems to belong to that narrow, benighted community. But in her heart, she longed to be called baby.
Oh, that's great, Miss Lynn, great.
And then out of that big city, there came to that little hamlet the man who did call her baby. And from then on, gentlemen, the story warms up.
I'll bet.
Of course, I haven't worked out the ending yet, but I'll guarantee you it'll be interesting at least.
That wouldn't be the story of your life by any chance, would it, Miss Adams?
Well, I shouldn't wonder.
Who's the man?
The man. Well, after all, gentlemen, I'm entitled to one little secret, don't you think?
But only one. That's the rules. So suppose you tell us. Isn't this Michael Grant's apartment?
Michael Grant?
Yeah.
Michael Grant?
Yeah. Son of Albert W. Grant, Lieutenant Governor.
Oh.
Unless I'm mistaken.
Oh, indeed, you're not mistaken. Yes, this is Mr. Grant's apartment.
We can print that, can't we?
I beg your pardon?
That you're living in Mr. Grant's apartment.
Well, gentlemen, since I am, I don't know what we can do about it. Though how you ever wormed that fact out of me, I'll never know.
Now, don't tell me there isn't anything you can do about it, Michael.
Well,
you have to do something about it.
I can't. If you only understand, Father, this girl has made up her mind.
Yes, she certainly has. Giving your address, your apartment. Call the police and have her thrown out.
What your father means,
I
Michael.
know what my father means, Agnes, but he forgets that New York will be looking on if I call in the police, and that'll be fine publicity for the governor's reception, Father.
Now,
Well,
you must do it without publicity. The idea of a notorious woman like that. Did you read what she has to say about herself, hidden away in a hamlet, her soul enslaved, a woman leading a double life?
If not triple.
We don't need your corrections, Agnes. This isn't any consideration of yours.
Why not?
Well, it isn't.
After all, if she's out to break up our marriage, Michael, maybe I ought to root for her.
I want you to behave yourself, too, Agnes.
All right. But let me say this.
Don't.
This woman can do anything she wants to as long as nobody suffers with Michael.
Right.
But if it gets talked about it, I'm made to look like a foolish, deceived wife.
You
I'll
are.
protect myself. Michael's not going to drag me
Can't
into
you
anything.
understand I'm not dragging anybody into anything? It's just...
Now, you must make this woman stop her practical joke immediately, Michael. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. I just don't understand how I'm going to do it.
Well, that will be up to you.
You're so clever, Michael. You'll think of something. Come in. Oh, Michael. Well, Michael, make yourself at home.
Thank you.
Here, let me take your hat. Won't you sit down?
No,
I'm
I
fine.
won't sit down. Just come to tell you something, Theodora.
Oh, but you mustn't think you have to have a reason for coming, Michael. After all, this is your home as much as mine. You're always welcome. You know that.
Stop
Why-
it. Theodora, don't you know you're getting yourself the worst possible kind of reputation?
Am I really, Michael? Oh, I knew I would, but I didn't dare hope
I
this
want you to
soon.
stop it.
But, Michael, darling, I can't stop it. Don't you see? I'm just being myself. Whatever happens, just the way I am. I'm free, Michael.
Free.
You ought to try it sometime, you know.
I'd wring your neck right now. Only that'd just make matters worse.
Oh. You do care about me, don't you?
Listen to me, Theodora. I came up here to ask you to do me a favor.
Ah, that's the second thing you said you came up here about. But to start with, you said you only came up here about one thing. You know, you confuse me, Michael,
Please,
with all...
Theodora. Theodora, please.
All right, Michael,
Theodora,
what is it?
Try to be quiet until after the governor's reception, please.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you get out of town until the reception is over? That's all I ask of you. I'll come up to Linfield and talk to you in a month. Only get out now. You're making my life miserable.
Oh, that's a sign that a struggle's going on within you, Michael. But you will be victorious, don't worry. Yes, the light will break suddenly, and then you'll rise up and tell your father what I told Linfield. And, oh, you'll be so happy, Michael. You can break your chains if you want to. We all can.
Why can't you be a little reasonable, Theodora?
I've forgotten how after Linfield.
Is that your final answer?
Yes?
There's nothing I can...
Nothing, Michael? Nothing. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Don't stay away so long next time, Michael. I want you to treat this apartment as if it were your very own.
Governor Cameron. Governor Cameron, look this way. Governor Cameron, Mrs. Cameron. Can we have a picture of all of you?
Why, of course, boys.
Hold it. Thanks. We won't bother you anymore, Governor. Do you mind if we hang around and get whatever pictures we can?
Why, of course not.
Thanks.
Governor Cameron, you remember my son Michael and his wife?
Why, of course. How do you do, Michael?
How do you do, sir?
Still painting, Michael?
Pity he isn't a statesman, isn't it, Governor?
Haven't I seen your name in the papers recently, Michael, about,
no.
which I can recall the incident?
You don't mean the story about Carolyn Adams. That is Theodora Lynn, do you, Governor?
Why, I don't really remember.
But she was the woman that was living in Michael's apartment, you know.
Well, Governor, you
She's a celebrated novelist, Governor.
Yes,
A
she is.
sensational novelist, Governor. And a woman
come with quite a private
quite
reputation.
a misunderstanding, Governor. I assure you. You see, I never met the lady myself. It was, as a matter of fact, my publisher, as it happened, gave her the use of my apartment. You know how the newspapers are, Governor. I'm sure.
Indeed, I do.
Yes, you do.
I
yes,
hope
sir.
steps are taken to clear this matter up.
They will be,
You
sir.
know your father and
Well, Michael is clearing the whole thing up.
Yeah,
aren't
I'm
you,
clearing the
Michael?
whole matter up,
Your
sir.
father and I have been very careful to keep this administration clean, my boy.
Oh, I know that, sir. Agnes.
What?
Darling, this is our dance, I believe.
Why,
Governor,
Michael,
good evening.
Dance with your husband, you must dance with me, Mr.
Yes.
Thank you, Governor.
See you, Governor.
Governor, you dance divinely.
Thank you, miss. I didn't quite get your name.
Adam.
Oh, yes, Adam. Well, you're a splendid dancer, too, Miss Adam.
Well, thank you, Governor.
Michael, tell me quickly.
Yes?
Is that woman with
Yes.
the governor?
There's no question about it, Father. Can't you see?
Oh, this is terrible. In 5 minutes, everybody in the house will know who she is.
They got a picture of her a minute ago with the governor.
All right, I'll take care of that. Now, hurry. See to it that she gets out of this house, Michael. Take her out into the garden on the terrace anywhere, and
take
keep
her
her
out.
there for the rest of the evening.
There you are, Grant.
Oh,
A
how do you
delightful
do, Governor?
party. And I just had the most fascinating dance. Let me present Miss
Miss Adams.
Oh, yes, Miss Adams. Mr. Grant and Michael Grant.
How do you do?
How do you do? How do you do? Miss Adams?
So nice, Miss Adams. Isn't this the most delightful party? You know, I don't know when I've enjoyed myself so much, and the governor dances divinely.
Give me a charming lady to dance with, and I'm young again.
Yes, that's what Michael always says. Isn't it, Michael?
It's what I always say.
Ah, there's the music again.
May I have the pleasure of this dance, Miss Adams?
I could use the power of my office to keep Miss Adams for myself, but youth should be served occasionally, I suppose.
You're a one,
I
Governor.
relinquish Miss Adams to you, Michael, with regret.
Thank you, Governor. I'll see you.
You're not keeping time with music very well, Mr. Grant. Would it help you if I whistled?
The only thing that would help would be if the floor were to open up and swallow us both. Or anyway, you. How'd you get in here?
Oh, you know, isn't that funny? I said to myself, I'll bet the first thing Michael asked me is, how did I get in here?
How did you get in here?
Oh, darling, don't hold me so tight. This is hardly the
How did you get in here?
Well, you don't have to take me back about it. The Stevensons had an invitation, and they decided not to come, and so...
I want to talk to you. Come on out here in the balcony.
Hey, darling, my arm, you're awfully strong.
Now then, you're obviously at this party to start something. What are you going to do?
Do?
Don't try to fool me. Everywhere you are these days, something happens.
Why, Michael...
Listen to me, Theodora. If you try to start anything here tonight, I'll spend the rest of my life persecuting you. And that goes if you're not out of this house in 15 minutes.
Oh, you couldn't really persecute me, could you, Michael?
Yes, I could. Well, maybe not, but I'd hire somebody.
Oh.
And you've got to get out of my apartment and out of New York inside of 2 days. Is that clear?
Do you mean that, Michael?
I mean every word of it.
I'm to go back to Linfield?
Linfield.
And just wait?
And wait.
Oh. Is this really goodbye?
Only for now. You do as I ask you to do, Theodore.
You're bribing me, Michael.
I'm not bribing you. I'm just trying to make something...
All right, Michael. I'll go. I'll go back home. But I would like something to remember you by.
Have anything? Sure, anything.
Well, could I have a kiss, Michael?
Not here. When I see you off, on the train, I'll kiss you
But
down
supposing
on...
you don't come to the train, supposing you're afraid...
I'll come to the train and
But
kiss
I
you on
can't
the
take
train.
that chance.
Theodora.
Michael.
Hold it. Much obliged, Mr. Grant. Thank
What?
you, Miss Adams. On the nose, no fooling.
Hey.
I told you, boys, you just wait long enough.
Theodora! You mean you arranged all this?
Well, aren't you flattered, Michael?
Why, you little sneak.
Take it easy.
Double-crosser. And as for those photographers, I'll break their necks. If they print that picture, I'll skin them alive. I'll
Why,
crack them...
Michael, you know you can't catch them. What are you
As for you, if I ever said I loved you, Theodora...
If you ever said you loved me, what?
What? I beg your
Oh.
pardon.
Oh, Governor. Hello, Governor.
Why, what's
Governor.
going on here?
Can't you see, Governor? It's my husband and Miss Adams with their arms around each other. Michael, you really distinguished yourself this time.
Mr. Waterbury! Mr. Waterbury!
Yes, what is it, Henry?
Say, look at this on the wire. Here. Here, Mr. Waterbury.
What? Where? This is Michael Grant, sued for divorce. Grant's Carolyn Adams is love thief. Enter, my boy, the moment has come. I want nothing but ready on the front page this afternoon. Nothing but ready, you understand? Oh, I wish we hadn't used that big type last time.
One moment, Mr. Waterbury.
Yes, Miss Lynn. Mr. Waterbury.
Yeah, what is it now, Miss Rebecca?
It's this headline in your paper.
Well, we got to print headlines in the paper. The papers look silly without them.
That's right, Miss Lynn.
Very funny, Mr. Waterbury. Very funny. Theodora arriving Saturday.
Well, she is arriving Saturday, isn't she?
Yes, she certainly is, Mr. Waterbury.
Most illustrious citizen of Linfield to honor hometown.
She is our most illustrious citizen, isn't she?
She sure is. All of Linfield to welcome its own its celebrity. Theodora
Tells
is...
everything in a few words, don't it? That's what a headline ought to be. Let me tell you, Miss Rebecca, very few editors...
Let me tell you, Mr. Waterbury, I won't have it.
Won't have what?
This civic reception you're planning for my niece. I'll see to it that nobody in this town participates in your disgraceful plan. And if you think, Mr.
Miss
Waterbury...
Rebecca, let me tell you something. You may be able to ruin me and my paper, but it's all right with me if you do. If there's nobody else down at the station Saturday, there'll be Henry and me. And if I have to get my paper out on Monday for the last time, Miss Rebecca, I give you fair warning, you'll be in the headlines. You'll be the headlines.
Now, Mr. Waterbury?
Not yet. Another 30 seconds, maybe.
Okay, but our arms are getting awful tired. Yes, sir. Now?
I'll tell you when.
Now? What is this, kid? I don't understand.
Theodora, I mean Miss Lynn.
Yes?
I want to welcome you on behalf of the people of Linfield. You've shown that by being yourself, by not concealing anything that you do, because you know that what you're doing is right, there's no reason why anybody...
That's enough out of you, Jed Waterbury.
Aunt Rebecca.
What are you doing here, Miss Rebecca?
Welcoming my niece home. You know anybody who has a better right?
But
Just because you didn't see me doesn't mean I wasn't here. That's what telegraph poles are for, Mr. Waterbury, to hide behind from people like you. And another thing, I never did hear a brass band play as bad as yours did just now. I guess I've got to do the band leading, too, here in Linfield. Let's see you play as if you meant it. Blow hard, all of you, like it was your last blow. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, blow!
That's the whole story, Aunt Rebecca. I haven't left out a single thing, and the only reason I didn't tell you
It
was
was my fault. You got a notion I was trying to make you do what I wanted you to do. Well, I guess I was.
Oh.
Only if I'd known you was as capable of handling things by yourself as you are. You know, Theodora, I got a confession to make to you.
Well, what is it, Aunt Rebecca?
Well, I've always been telling you to behave like all the Lynns there ever was before you,
Yes.
but I forgot to tell you there's been wild Lynns as well as quiet ones. You're
so
going
thank
wild
you.
like that. No surprise to me. I can remember when I was your age, there was a young fellow over in Springfield.
Yes?
Oh, no, I guess I better not.
Oh, go on, Aunt
Oh,
Rebecca.
no, another time. Right now, I tell you what, you go out in the tool shed and get me my garden scissors. Those bushes need pruning.
Oh, but Aunt Rebecca, surely they can wait till tomorrow.
Theodora, go out in that tool shed and get me my garden scissors.
Yes, Aunt Rebecca.
Hello, Theodora.
Michael.
I wanted to come to the station, but Aunt Rebecca...
Oh, I'm glad you didn't. Oh, it's so much nicer here, just the two of us, Michael. Oh, I beg your pardon, Herman. I meant just the three of us.
You have been listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Theodora Goes Wild, starring Loretta Young and Orson Welles. Mr. Wells will be back with us in just a moment, but right now, if I may, a brief reminder. When you enjoy Campbell's vegetable soup at your table, you are eating vegetable soup every bit as fine as any that ever came out of a home soup kettle. That's because it's made in the old-fashioned, old home way. Its 15 different garden vegetables and its invigorating beef stock give it the stoutness and substance, the really hearty eating that you want in a soup at this time of year. No wonder, indeed, that families everywhere look upon Campbell's vegetable soup as, well, as almost a meal in itself. Now, wouldn't piping hot plates of vegetable soup, as Campbell's make it, taste really good at supper tomorrow night? And now, here is Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present tonight's guest star. Not only is she one of Hollywood's best-known actresses, but she is, by common consent, one of the best-liked members of the movie colony. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Loretta Young.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Mr. Wells. I'm particularly happy to be here tonight because I really think I'm what could be called a Campbell's Playhouse veteran. I was on the very second Campbell Playhouse broadcast in private India with Ronald Colman back in, October 1934.
I was going to bring that up. Our records show that you've only appeared with us 5 times, including tonight, since then, and that's not nearly enough.
Thank you.
I want you to promise you'll be back with us again very soon.
I'll be glad to appear again here, Orson.
While we're about it, I feel I must warn you, Loretta, about tonight's broadcast.
Warn me about what?
Well, you know what you're going to be suspect from now on, don't you? Let an anonymous novel appear anywhere. Let any author use a nom de plume, and we'll all be convinced you're the author.
Well, that's a marvelous idea. And it'll make a good plot for a picture or a broadcast. Oh, why don't we do it and call it Theodora Goes Wild?
Great. And I could play a young artist called Michael and go to Linfield and pick up a dog called Herman.
Yes, you've got the idea.
I'm
all
ready
right.
any time you are.
Well, it's a deal. As soon as I finish with my next picture.
That wouldn't be a Columbia Pictures Corporation picture, would it?
Yes. It would be, Orson, and thank you very much.
Don't mention it. Thank you. Loretta Young. And good night.
Good night.
Miss Young, of course, ladies and gentlemen, was Theodora. Jed Waterbury was Ray Collins. Mr. Grant Sr. was Everett Sloan. Mrs. Michael Grant was Georgia Backus. Mary Taylor was Mrs. Stevenson. Aunt Rebecca was Clara Blandick. Frank Reddick was Arthur Stevenson. And Michael Grant was your obedient servant. Now it's to next week. Next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, our offering will be The Citadel by A.J. Cronin. A human story of the struggle of a young doctor and his wife to see and hold their way clear against the complexities of modern life in his profession. And as Christine, the clear-eyed wife, who manages to remain true at all times, not only to her own self, but to her husband's true self as well, we regard ourselves as extremely fortunate in being able to present an actress who has been universally acclaimed as the outstanding motion picture discovery of last year, with unanimous critical acclaim for a performance in Wuthering Heights and Dark Victory. One of the brightest of the new stars in the Hollywood firmament, Miss Geraldine Fitzgerald. And so until next Sunday night in the Citadel, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present A.J. Cronin's The Citadel with Miss Geraldine Fitzgerald as our guest star. Meanwhile, if you've enjoyed tonight's presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's vegetable soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Orson Welles and Loretta Young in Jane Eyre. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This is the beginning of a busy week for me, with Gary Cooper in the story of Dr. Wassel, opening in New York tomorrow night, and here in Hollywood on Wednesday. And tonight, the week is certainly off to a wonderful start, with two of our town's most accomplished artists in one of the immortal love stories of the English language, Loretta Young and Orson Welles in Jane Eyre. Charlotte Bronte wrote Jane Eyre almost a century ago. And yet, in a world at war, this tempestuous story of the emotions is a bigger success than ever, for several new editions of the novel have appeared in the last few months. And the recent 20th Century Fox picture version has been one of the hits of the motion picture year. Tonight, you'll hear Orson Welles as Edward Rochester, the same role he played in the picture. And as the lovely Jane Eyre, we have the lovely Loretta Young. We'll go back to England in the 19th century, when a fast sailing packet astonished the world by crossing the ocean in 16 days. A dictator with delusions of world conquest had just been exiled to a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, and the richest duchess in England would have traded all her beauty secrets for one cake of Lux toilet soap. And so if the gay whirl of 19th century society seems more exciting than keeping house, you should remember the Duchess of 1820, who'd be happy to exchange places for an automobile, electric lights, or little modern luxuries like that cake of Lux toilet soap. And here's the warning signal for the curtain to go up on the first act of Jane Eyre, starring Orson Welles as Edward Rochester and Loretta Young as Jane Eyre.
My name is Jane Eyre. I was born in 1820, a time of harsh changes in England. Money and position were all that mattered. Charity was a cold and disagreeable word, and religion, well, too often merely a mask to cover bigotry and meanness. As a child, I had no one, only an aunt. And I cannot remember even once did she speak a single word of kindness to me. When I was 10, she sent me away to school, to a place called Lowood.
What do you want?
I'm a new girl, sir. Jane Eyre.
You are aware of my identity, Eyre?
They told me Mr. Brocklehurst, sir.
That is correct. I am the supervisor of this institution.
Institution, sir?
Did I give you leave to question me?
No, sir, but...
Perhaps the word institution annoys you.
Excuse me, sir. I thought this was a school.
Lowood is a refuge, Eyre. A refuge for paupers and orphans who, but for these portals, are without homes. Here we give everything. In return, we demand nothing short of absolute obedience and humility.
I've tried to be a good girl, sir.
You've tried only to torment your poor aunt. From what she told and from what is readily observed, you're a wicked and worthless child.
That isn't so.
In all the earth, there is no sight so terrible as a wicked child. But I promise, all wickedness will be driven from you here. Here?
Yes, sir.
Get to your knees. We shall pray together for the salvation of your soul.
That was my introduction to Lowood. It was like a prison, dark and cold, but never so dark nor cold as Mr. Brocklehurst. His hand reached everywhere through those somber walls, and in the guise of Christian charity, tormented body and soul alike. 2 weeks after my arrival, he found cause to assemble all of the children and ordered me to stand before them on a stool.
Pupils, observe this child. Be on your guard against her. Shun her example and avoid her company. And you, the teachers, watch her well. Punish her body to save the soul. For already the evil one has found in her a willing servant. She will remain on this stool for 12 hours. Return to your classes.
If we who were children at Lowood did not flourish, at least we survived. True, we had nothing to cling to save each other, but the very anguish that was Lowood bound us together still more closely. Life was bearable, I know, because I was there for 10 years. Shortly after my 20th birthday, Mr. Brocklehurst sent for me.
This is a solemn moment here. Little did I imagine that the unregenerate child I received into this institution would in 10 short years become one of its teachers.
A teacher, sir?
Trustees have seen fit to bestow that honor upon you.
But I cannot accept the offer, sir.
Why not, pray?
I do not wish to stay at Lowood.
It is unheard of. Ingratitude.
I have had 10 years of harshness and drudgery, sir. For that I have no gratitude.
Willful and stiff-necked as ever. I see we have been sadly deceived in you. And where do you intend to go?
Out into the world, sir. I have never seen it.
You know how the world treats young paupers, friendless and without connection.
I intend to find a position as a governess. I have advertised in the newspaper.
Doubtless you have been overwhelmed with demands for your services.
No, sir.
This is ridiculous. You have no talents. Your appearance is insignificant. I warn you, Eyre. If you persist in this folly, this haven will never again be open to you.
I am leaving Lowood, sir. my advertisement brought me a solitary answer. A letter signed by a Mrs. Fairfax. It bore the crest of Thornfield Hall. I was a whole day in reaching the estate. At the nearest village, a coachman met me, and for 2 hours we rode through the desolate moorland. And then, in the shadows of evening, it loomed before me, ancient and huge beyond anything I had visioned. Its great tower stretched into the darkness, and its massive stone walls butted out into the misty gloom like the ramparts of a fortress. I had arrived at Thornfield Hall.
You're Miss Eyre, my dear?
Yes, madam.
I'm Mrs. Fairfax. There's a nice, cozy fire burning inside. Come and warm yourself, child.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you've come, Miss Eyre. Living here with no company but the servants, it's none too cheerful, I tell you. Only the postman and the butcher to have a word with since this hard weather has set in.
Shall I have the pleasure of seeing Miss Fairfax tonight?
Miss Fairfax?
Yes.
Oh, you mean Miss Adele.
Is it not your daughter to whom I shall be governess?
Oh, gracious, no. Adele is French.
Oh?
You will see her in the morning. She's Mr. Edward's ward, his niece.
Mr. Edward?
Mr. Edward Rochester, the owner of Thornfield. I'm only the housekeeper.
Well, will he wish to see me this evening?
Oh, he's not here. He's very seldom at Thornfield. And then his visits are always sudden and unexpected and brief.
Oh, it is such a beautiful home, Mrs. Fairfax. Why, it's hard to understand why Mr. Rochester would choose to, remain away.
It is strange. But then, Miss Eyre, Mr. Rochester is a strange man in many ways. Now let me show you to your room.
Thank you. I spent all the next day with Adele, a beautiful and charming child. Like myself, she too was an orphan, and she won me over so quickly. That night, as I was making her ready for bed, she showed me one of her dolls.
This is Mimi, mademoiselle.
Oh, and such a beautiful dress she has, Adele.
Mama had a dress like that.
Did she?
It is a dancing dress, mademoiselle.
Oh?
Mama was a beautiful dancer. I also can dance. Do you wish me to dance for you?
Now, Adele, do you mean this very minute?
No, you like Monsieur Rochester. For him, it is never the right moment.
Oh, does it make you sad, dear?
Sometimes, mademoiselle, I love dancing.
I should like it, too.
A great many gentlemen and ladies came to see Mama dance.
And where was that?
In Paris.
Oh?
But when Mama had to go to heaven, then Mr. Rochester came and brought me here.
Oh, I see.
Mademoiselle.
Yes?
Do you like Mr. Rochester?
I have not met him yet.
That big, huge chair downstairs.
Yes?
That is his chair. He sits in it and stares into the fire and frowns.
Oh, but I'm sure he's very kind to you.
Oh, sometimes he brings me beautiful presents. But when he is angry, that's terrible.
Oh?
But do not be concerned, mademoiselle. Tonight in my prayer, I shall pray to God to make him be polite to you. So you will stay with me forever.
Oh, thank you, Adele. Thank you, dear. Later that week, quite early in the evening, I went for a walk alone. It was cold, and huge clouds of mist clung to the ground. It was like walking through a dream, with the road ahead inviting and invisible. There must have been a turn in the road, for I saw nothing and heard nothing until it was upon me. And then, out of nowhere, there was a fearful clatter of hoofs, and a man frantically shouting, and then both horse and rider crashed to the ground. Oh!
What the devil do you mean by that?
I'm so sorry, sir. I must have frightened your horse. Can I do anything?
Well, apologies won't mend my ankle. Stand out of the way.
But you're hurt.
I told you to stand aside.
But I can't until I see if you're fit to ride.
Where are you from?
From Mr. Rochester's house just below.
Well, do you know Mr. Rochester?
No, sir, I've never met him.
You're not a servant at the hall.
I'm the new governess.
The new governess?
Yes.
Well, if you're satisfied now that I've no bones broken, hand me a whip. Get on out of my way.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. Now, if you'll kindly stand clear for a moment.
Yes.
Jane.
Yes, Mrs. Fairfax?
Quickly, dear. He's been asking to see the new governess.
Who?
Mr. Rochester, of course. Rode in on us without warning and in such vile humor.
Where is he?
Inside, before the fire. In his chair.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Miss Eyre? Have you no tongue?
I was waiting, sir, until I was spoken.
Come here. Next time when you see a man on a horse, don't run out into the middle of the road until he has passed.
Oh, I assure you, sir, it was not deliberate.
Sit down, Miss Hare. Where are you from?
Lowood Institution.
What is that?
A charity school. I was there for 10 years.
10 years.
Yes.
You must be tenacious of life. No wonder you have rather the look of another world about you. When you came on me in the mist, I found myself thinking of fairy tales. I had half a mind to demand whether you'd bewitched my horse. Indeed, I'm not sure yet. Who are your parents?
I have none, sir.
And your home?
I have no home, sir.
Oh, who recommended you to come here?
Well, Mrs. Fairfax answered my advertisement.
And you rushed here just in time to throw me off my horse. You play the piano?
A little.
Of course, that is the established answer. Go into the drawing room, I mean, if you please. Go on, take a candle, leave the door open, and play a tune.
What do you wish me to play?
Anything you wish. Enough! You play a little, I see, like any other English girl. That's rather better than some, but not well. Good night, Miss Eyre.
Good night, sir. What sort of man was this master of Thornfield? So proud and so cynical. So unmannerly. Instinctively, I felt that his harsh mood had its source in some cruel cross of fate. I was soon to learn that this indeed was true. After he said goodnight, I went to my room. I had scarcely fallen asleep when I heard it. Like a voice in a nightmare, a wild, insane laughter, a woman's laughter. It seemed to come from somewhere in the tower of Thornfield Hall. I opened my door, and at the end of the long hall, in front of the stone steps leading to the tower, I saw Mrs. Fairfax. She was talking to someone.
But I tell you, you must be more careful. I've told you time and time again. It can be heard all over the house. I know. I see. Good night. Oh. Jane, did I disturb you, my dear?
There's nothing wrong.
Wrong? Oh, dear, no. I was just talking to Grace Poole. She's the person we have to do the sewing.
Oh.
She does excellent work. She's a little peculiar. Well, how did you get on with Mr. Rochester, my dear?
Tell me, is he always so changeful and abrupt?
Well, he has his moods. But then allowances should be made.
Why, for him more than anyone else?
Partly because that's his nature and partly because he has painful thoughts.
Mrs. Fairfax, I don't mean to be curious, but it does
Family troubles, Jane. I think that's why he so seldom comes to Thornfield. It has unpleasant associations for him. Good night, my dear.
Good night.
Sit down, Miss Eyre. Tell me, you've been here now, how long is it?
8 days.
8 days. You puzzled me a great deal, Miss Eyre. From the way you stare at me, it's apparent I also am something of a puzzle to you. Examine me, Miss Eyre. Do you find me handsome?
No, sir.
Indeed.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm too blunt.
Now, don't turn away. What does my face tell you? Am I a fool?
Oh, no, sir.
Is it the face of a kindly man?
Hardly that, sir.
No, I am not a kindly man, though I did once have a sort of tenderness of heart. You doubt that?
Please, Mr. Rochester.
I have been knocked about by fortune, Miss Eyre. She has kneaded me with her knuckles. Till now I flatter myself I'm as hard and tough as an India rubber ball, with perhaps one small sensitive point in the middle of the lump. Does that leave hope for me?
Hope of what, sir?
Of my transformation from India rubber back to flesh. You're silent, Miss Eyre. Keep your silence, then, and listen. What I want you to know is this. I do not wish to treat you as an inferior, but I've battled through a varied experience with many men of many nations. I've roamed over half the globe while you've spent your whole life with one set of people in one house. Don't you agree that gives me the right to be a little masterful?
You pay me £30 a year for receiving your orders. Do as you please, sir.
Oh, £30. I'd quite forgotten that. Well, on that mercenary ground, won't you agree to let me bully you a little?
No, sir. Only on the ground that you inquired of my feelings as your equal.
Good. And you will not think me insolent.
I should never mistake formality for insolence, sir.
Now, where are you going?
Well, it's time for Adele's lesson.
Oh, you're afraid of me. You want to escape me. You look at me and you hesitate to smile, even to speak. Admit it. You're afraid.
I am bewildered, sir. I am certainly not afraid.
Mademoiselle, it's time for my lesson.
And you see, I'm not a liar, sir.
I'm here, Adele.
Look at me, mademoiselle. You too, monsieur. See? It is the ballet dress you brought me.
Is it?
Do I not look beautiful, monsieur? See?
Go upstairs.
But, monsieur...
I said go upstairs.
Come, Adele. Come with me, dear.
Miss Eyre, I'm not finished talking with you.
Go to the nursery, dear.
Yes, mademoiselle.
I'll come up just a moment.
Why are you looking at me like that, Miss Eyre?
I don't care what your past misfortunes were. You have no right to revenge yourself upon that child.
Well, you're quite right, of course. I was only thinking of myself, my own private memories and feelings. Miss Eyre, I am a battleground where nature and circumstance tear at each other's throat. Nature intends me to be a good man. Circumstance decrees otherwise. You may leave now.
Thank you.
I hope you'll be happy here at Thornfield.
I hope so, sir. I think so.
I'm glad.
3 nights later, I was again awakened by that awful laughter and a noise in the hall like padding of running feet. I lit a candle and opened my door. I could see no one in the hall. But faintly, I heard a sort of crackling noise. It seemed to come from his room, Mr. Rochester's. As I drew near his door, I saw it was partly opened. Just a crack. But through it came a strange light, and then suddenly I could see it. Smoke and fire.
Mr. Rochester! Mr. Rochester!
It's out, Miss Eyre. The fire's out. Please open the window.
Yes, sir.
Look, the fire seems to be underneath my bed. The bed curtain.
I'll get Mrs.
Sheets.
Fairfax.
What the devil do you want to call her for? Let her sleep.
Well, someone started that fire, sir. I heard footsteps.
Stay here.
Why? Where are you going?
I won't be long. Stay here and be as quiet as you can.
He took a candle and walked quickly down the hall. The window of his room looked upon the tower, and through the vents in the winding staircase, I could see now and then a flicker of the candle as it mounted higher and higher. There was something in the tower that had to do with the fire. The light seemed to cling to the top of the tower, and then, I don't know how long later, it glimmered its way down again. There were footsteps in the hall, and Mr. Rochester returned to his room. He closed the door and looked at me.
You came out of your room. You saw the fire and awakened me. Had you seen anything else?
No.
Did you hear anything?
Yes. A kind of laugh.
Kind of laugh. You heard it before?
Yes, once. There's a strange woman living here. Grace Poole.
Grace Poole. So Grace Poole. Well, I can see now what must be done. Meanwhile, say nothing about this to anyone. And be sure that...
Adele.
Adele, I looked in the nursery just now. Adele is all right.
Oh, thank heaven.
She's asleep. Next to her head on the pillow, her dancing slippers, trying to console herself for my unkindness to her. The child has dancing in her blood and coquetry in the very marrow of her bones. She's shown you her doll, Miss Eyre.
Her dancing doll with a dress like her mother's?
Her mother was a dancer in the ballet of the Paris Opera. Adele is the image of her.
But she's dead. Adele's mother is dead.
That is what we tell her. The truth is not quite so touching.
Oh. She has so little to love. I shall try to make up for it.
Are you always drawn to the loveless and unfriended?
When it's deserved, sir.
Would you say that my life deserves saving?
I should be distressed if harm came to you, sir.
Oh, you should be distressed. Oh, what a puny sort of sentiment is that? You saved my life tonight, Miss Eyre. I knew you'd do me good in some way. At some time.
I did. I'm very glad.
Good night, Jane.
Good night, sir.
In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille presents Loretta Young and Orson Welles in Act Two of Jane Eyre. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Anything new, Libby?
Why, Mr. Kennedy, I had a real thrill the other day. I met Irene Dunn. We had quite a conversation, too. It was on that all-important subject of feminine charm.
Well, you certainly were talking to an authority, Libby. Irene Dunn is, above everything else, feminine and gracious. What are some of the things that impressed you most about her?
Well, her voice, for one thing. It's low and soft, delightful to listen to. You know, Irene Dunn started her career as a singer. Another subject of importance we discussed was clothes. Irene was wearing a beautifully tailored suit. She says she feels best in suits and almost always wears them. That's another rule for attractiveness, she thinks. Wearing the kind of clothes that become you. Makes a woman feel good when she has on a dress that's right for her. And when a woman feels at her best, why, she's most likely to be poised and charming.
That makes good sense, Libby. And wouldn't that same argument apply to beauty care, too? If a woman knows, for instance, that her skin is looking fresh and smooth, well...
Why, she feels good, of course. Don't think we didn't discuss that all-important subject of complexion care, Mr. Kennedy. Irene said, of course you know, Libby, that I've used Lux toilet soap for years for my complexion and my bath, too. We found here in Hollywood that Lux soap is a real beauty soap, kind to delicate skin. And, Mr. Kennedy, you should feel particularly interested when you hear the one real extravagance Irene Dunn allows herself.
And what's that, Libby?
Well, she loves fine perfumes, often blends her own. So when she told me she especially enjoyed the fragrance of Lux soap, I thought that proved again what a really luxurious soap it is.
Yes, Libby, and it's a luxury everyone can enjoy at a tiny price. Thanks for bringing us these hints on charm from such a lovely authority. Now, to any of you ladies who haven't yet tried the beauty soap of the stars, here's a suggestion. Why not get some fine white Lux toilet soap tomorrow? We pause now for station identification. Yes, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Jane Eyre, starring Loretta Young as Jane and Orson Welles as Edward Rochester.
There was no sleep for me the balance of that night. The insane laughter, the fire, the story of poor little Adele, each was a fragment of a tormenting and frightening puzzle. But most bewildering of all was the master of Thornfield Hall, this brooding, melancholy man, bitter and unpredictable as the winds that raced across the neighboring moors. And like the winds, searching and longing endlessly. I was up early the next morning, but not early enough. Mr. Rochester was gone. At breakfast, Mrs. Fairfax told me where.
He said something about Milkett. Perhaps he's bound there. Perhaps not.
Milkett?
Lady Ingram's estate, the other end of the county. She has a daughter. Blanche Ingram and Mr. Rochester are old friends.
Oh.
Jane, you heard what happened last night?
Yes. I was awake.
It was just terrible. We might all have been burnt in our beds.
Did Mr. Rochester tell you how the fire started?
He said he was reading in bed and fell asleep. The wind blew the candle onto the bed curtain.
Oh, I see. If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Fairfax, I'll go up to Adele. But Adele was still sleeping. As I left her room, my eyes turned toward the tower staircase. Almost against my will, I walked to the ancient stone steps and started to climb. Halfway up, a great door barred the way, but it was open, and I slipped past. At the top of the stairs was another door, but before I reached it, there came a sudden screaming and snarling, half human and half animal, and a thudding sound as if a beast were tearing at the bars of its cage. I reeled on the stairs and started to descend, but the door behind me swung open and a voice rooted me to where I stood.
What are you doing here?
Who are you?
They've told you who I am. Grace Poole. Never come up here. Never.
Why? What is there? What are you hiding?
No one is allowed up here. Do you understand? No one. Now go down. Go down.
And so to me, the mystery of the tower continued unsolved. Edward Rochester remained away, and the winter weeks dragged by. I found a measure of contentment in Adele's apparent fondness of me, and then early in spring, he returned. But he did not come alone. He descended suddenly upon us with a dozen guests, among them Lady Ingram and her daughter, Blanche.
Jane. Jane, I've been home for hours. Not a word out of you. Why?
You've been with your guests. I have no wish to disturb you.
What have you been doing while I've been away?
Teaching Adele?
Yes, and getting a good deal paler than you were.
But...
What's the matter?
Nothing.
You're depressed. What about?
No, I'm not depressed.
So much
sir.
depressed that a few words more and there'll be tears in your eyes. They're already there. Shining and swimming. Jane. Jane, you must tell me. What is it?
Mr. Rochester.
Now, what the devil?
There's a gentleman to see you, sir.
Oh, well, who is he?
Mr. Mason, sir. Mr. Mason of Spanish Town,
Mason?
Jamaica.
Spanish Town. Take you to my study, Mrs. Fairfax.
Yes, sir.
Jane. Jane. I wish I were on a quiet island. With only you. And trouble and danger. And hideous recollection. Far away.
Can I help you, sir?
If help is needed, I'll seek it at your hands. I promise you that. Jane.
Yes?
If all the people gathered in that other room came and spat on me, what would you do?
I'd turn them away if I could.
But if I were to go to them, and they turned away and left me alone, what then? Would you go with them?
Oh, no, I'd stay with you, sir.
To comfort me?
As well as I could.
Thank you, Jane.
I was to learn a little more of Mr. Mason later that night. It was long past midnight. The whole house was sleeping when it happened again. That awful screaming in the tower. Aroused and frightened, the guests flocked to Mr. Rochester, but he had a convenient explanation ready for them. It was one of the servants, he said. A servant having a bad dream.
That's all it was, a bad dream. Now, since these halls are inclined to draughts, I suggest you all return to your rooms. Lady Ingram, you set the good example.
But I'm quite disappointed in you, Edward. I was so looking forward to seeing you shoot a robber. Weren't you, Mother?
Less of your levity, Blanche, and get back to bed. Goodness, it's almost morning.
Good night, Edward, and good morning.
Sweet dreams, my courageous Blanche. There'll be no more disturbances, I promise you. Jane. Jane. Are you awake?
Yes.
Come with me quickly.
We're going up there. The tower?
Yes. You don't turn sick at the sight of blood, do you?
I've never been tried, but I don't think
Give me
so.
your hand. It won't do to risk a faint. It's warm and steady. Jane, what you see may shock and frighten and confuse you. I beg you not to seek an explanation. Only try to trust me. Can you do that?
I can do that, yes. In the tower room, bloody and unconscious on a bed, lay a man. Across from him was a door secured with a heavy chain. From beyond it came a horrible sobbing and scratching, and now and then the voice of Grace Poole. But I had neither time to think nor become frightened.
Jane, I must get Dr. Rivers. That means leaving you alone here with this gentleman. If you'll sponge the blood as I do now, please.
Yes.
If he regains consciousness, don't you speak to him on any account. Is that clear, Jane?
Yes.
Whatever happens, do not move from here or open that door.
No.
I'll be back as quickly as I can. There's your patient, Doctor. Jane, you are all right?
Yes, I'm all right. He's regained consciousness.
You have 20 minutes, Doctor, for dressing the wound and getting the patient out of here.
So you told me.
Wait a minute. Oh, Mason.
I've done for it.
That's nonsense. You've lost a little blood, that's all.
She sank her teeth into me like a tiger.
Ah.
It'd be better if you don't talk and let me get to work. She said she'd drain my heart.
Be silent, Mason. Forget it. Jane.
Yes, sir.
Go downstairs quietly on both the side passage door. You'll find Dr. Rivers' carriage there. See that the driver's ready to leave the moment we come down.
Yes, sir, yes.
Could have done some good.
You thought.
Lie still, please.
I've tried so long to avoid exposure. She'll make very certain it doesn't come now. Dr. Rivers will take you to his home. You'll remain there until you're quite well, Mason.
Edward.
Yes.
Let her be taken care of.
I will.
Please let her be treated as tenderly as may be.
I do my best and have done it. And will do it.
Would to God there were an end to all this.
Well, they're gone, Jane.
Yes. And it's daylight again.
I promised I'd turn to you for help. I didn't know it'd be so soon.
I was thankful I was here.
We could walk for a moment in the garden, Jane. It's so fresh and clean there.
Mr. Rochester, will Grace Poole live here
Grace
still?
Poole, yes, Grace Poole will stay. Don't ask for explanations. Just believe me when I tell you there are good reasons for it. You're my friend, Jane, aren't you?
I like to serve you in everything that's right.
And if I asked you to do something you thought was wrong, what then? But I know the answer. Very quietly, you'd say, "Oh, no, sir, that's impossible."
Would I?
Jane, imagine you're a young man, thoughtless, spoiled since childhood. Imagine yourself in a far-off land. Conceive that you there commit a capital error, one that cuts you off from all the possibility of human joys, and then suddenly imagine that fate offers you the chance of regeneration and true happiness. Are you justified in overleaping the obstacles of mere custom? Tell me, Jane. Are you justified?
But how can I answer that? Every conscience must come to its own decision.
But if it can't come to a decision, if you're afraid that you may bring shame to what you most cherish, or destroy what you most desire to protect. Oh, Jane, don't you curse me for plaguing you like this.
No, I don't curse you.
Give me your assurance on that, your hand. Your fingers are cold. They were warmer last night. Jane, will you watch with me again another night?
Whenever I can be useful.
For instance, the night before I'm married. Will you sit with me then?
Are you going to be married, sir?
Sometime. Why not?
But what makes you think he's in the stable?
Mr.
Rochester often right before breakfast.
Oh, what a place to be looking for.
That's Adele.
And the delectable Miss Ingram. Blanche?
Edward, is that you?
Uncle Edward.
What do you mean by running off like this so early?
Excuse me, Jane. And what do you mean by rising so early?
A correct host entertains his guests.
My dear Blanche, when will you learn? I never was correct and never shall be. Come along. Well, why do you stop, Blanche? Now, don't you know the rest of it?
Edward, does that person wish to see you?
Person. Oh, come in, Miss Eyre.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I did not know you were occupied.
I'm sure Miss Ingram will excuse me for a moment.
Oh, certainly. But don't forget, Edward, you promised to show me the estate.
Oh, I shall. Don't leave. Well, Jane.
I overheard some of the guests after luncheon. They mentioned that you were leaving with them in the morning, and I wish to ask for a reference, sir.
A reference? What the deuce do you want a reference for?
To get a new place.
Oh.
You as much as told me that you were going to be married.
Well?
In which case Adele would likely go off somewhere to school.
I see. Adele must go off to school, and you must go to the devil. Is that it?
I hope not, sir.
The time comes for you to get a new situation. I'll get one for you. Do you hear?
Very well. I may not see you again before you leave. Goodbye, Mr. Rochester.
Goodbye, Miss Eyre. Jane, is that all? Seems so dry and stingy. Won't you do more than say goodbye? Oh, your hand. You'll shake my hand. Goodbye, Jane. And now you've seen it all, Blanche. The fields, the forests, and now the garden.
Such a beautiful place, your thorny
As a dungeon, it serves its purpose.
dungeon. It's a paradise, a haven.
Oh, yes.
A haven of peace and love.
Who's talking of love? Distraction is what a man needs. Distraction to keep him from peering too closely into the mysteries of his heart.
I sometimes wonder if you have a heart, Edward.
Have I ever said anything to make you believe that I have?
Edward, are you never serious?
Never more than at this moment, except perhaps when I'm eating my dinner.
Really? You can be so revoltingly coarse at times.
Can I ever be anything else?
Would I have come to Thornfield if I thought you couldn't?
Well, now we have something to consider. First, Mr. Rochester's revoltingly coarse and as ugly as sin.
Edward, I never said...
Secondly, he's extremely careful never to talk of love or marriage. However, and this is the third point, the Ingrams are somewhat impoverished, whereas the revolting Mr. Rochester has an assured income of £8,000 a year. Now, in view of all this, what attitude shall Miss Blanche be expected to take? From what I know of the world, I'd surmise she'd ignore the coarseness, etc., until such time as Mr. Rochester is safely hooked.
How dare you?
No horseplay.
I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Blanche, I've just paid you the enormous compliment of being completely honest.
You're a boor and a cur. Leave me at once.
Well, they've gone, Jane. My guests have all gone. We're alone again.
I will be leaving too, sir.
Soon to forget me.
Oh, I'll never forget you. You know that. I see the necessity of going.
Hmm?
It's like looking on the necessity of death.
Where do you see that necessity?
In your bride.
In my bride? I have no bride.
But you will have.
Oh, yes, I will.
So you think I could stay here to become nothing to you? Do you think because I'm poor and obscure and plain that I'm soulless and heartless? Well, I have as much heart and soul and fully as much as you have. And if God had gifted me with wealth and beauty, I shouldn't have made it as difficult for you to leave me as it is for me now to leave you. There, I spoke of my heart. Now let me go.
Jane, you strange, you almost unearthly thing.
No.
You that I love as my own flesh.
Oh, don't mock me, please.
I have no love for Blanche. It's you I want. Answer me, Jane, quickly.
Oh.
Say, Edward, I'll marry you. Say it.
Let me look at
Say it, Jane. Say, Edward, I'll marry you.
Edward, I'll marry you.
God forgive me.
Edward.
God forgive me.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Orson Welles and Loretta Young in Act 3 of Jane Eyre. And now, the lady next door has just come into Mrs. Brown's kitchen.
Hello, Mary. I won't stay a minute. I just cut some roses from the garden, and I thought you'd like to have some.
Oh, how gorgeous. Thanks ever so much. Sit down. I'll be with you as soon as I finish scraping out this roasting pan.
Mary, you're not throwing that grease away, are you?
Why, there's only a spoonful or two of old black grease here. It's hardly worth the trouble of saving.
Trouble? Why, Mary, that's vital war material. That little bit of fat could make enough vaccine for dozens of soldiers. Or sulfur ointment for wounded men's burns.
But I thought there was plenty of fat now. It's been taken off the ration list.
Darling, that doesn't make the need one tiny bit less urgent. You see, those fresh, new fats are needed for food. And the government doesn't want to take food fats unless it becomes absolutely necessary. The point is that to make medicines and war supplies, used fats are just as good. So it's up to you and me and every other woman to keep those used fats coming in. Mary, at the ration board meeting yesterday, they said the need was terribly serious.
And that's a fact. Now, on the eve of invasion, the need for war supplies and medicines is the greatest our country has ever faced. Think of it. By turning in your used cooking fats, you actually help to make more parachutes, synthetic rubber, and life-saving medicines, such as insulin, tannic acid, and heart stimulants. Every drop you scrape from your frying pan or skim from soup is precious.
I didn't realize that when I throw away even a little used fat, I may be depriving our men of some vital thing they need. I'll save every scrap after this.
Yes, and turn it in quickly to your butcher. He pays 4 cents and 2 red ration points for every pound. Save fats in any kind of tin can. Never use glass fat in quickly. Here's a chance for you to make a real and valuable contribution to the war effort. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
You'll meet our stars informally after the play. But now the curtain rises on the third act of Jane Eyre, starring Orson Welles and Loretta Young.
All my doubts and all the grim shadows that hung over Thornfield Hall were shattered and gone. I loved, and I was loved. Spring had come to the earth, and spring had come into my heart. 2 weeks later, Edward and I were in the little church in the village. My hand in his, as now it would be forever. The minister had started the marriage ceremony.
Be assured that if any persons are joined together, otherwise than as the word of God allows, then are they not joined by God. Therefore, Edward Rochester and you, Jane Eyre, if either of you know any impediment why you may not lawfully be joined in matrimony, you do now confess it. Edward Rochester, wilt thou have this woman to be thy wedded wife?
Wait! I declare the existence of an impediment.
Proceed with the ceremony.
You cannot proceed. Mr. Rochester has a wife now living.
Who are you?
My name is Mason. On the 20th of October, 1824, Edward Rochester was married to my sister, Bertha Mason, at St. Mary's Church, Spanish Town, Jamaica. The record of the marriage will be found in the register of that church.
You swear you're speaking the truth?
I swear it. My sister is living now at Thornfield Hall. I have seen her there myself.
Parson, close your book. There'll be no wedding today. Instead, I invite you all to my house to meet Grace Poole's patient, my wife.
It seemed without end, that journey back to Thornfield Hall. On the way, we stopped to get Dr. Rivers. Edward insisted that he come back with us. And that is all I remember of the ride back. If words were spoken, I did not hear them. And then at length, I found myself with Grace Poole and the others standing again in the tower room. There was a clanking and unlocking of chains. A door opened, and the wife of Edward Rochester stood before him. Screaming, she flung herself upon him. Her clawing hands flashed around his throat. But she had no time to do him harm. Grace Poole and the doctor sprang upon her. And when they returned, the door was shut again and the chains fastened. Only then did Edward speak.
The woman you have seen is my wife. Mad. The mad offspring of a mad family, to whom the church and law bind me forever without hope of divorce. This is what I wish to have. This young girl who stands among you now, so grave and quiet, at the mouth of hell. Look at the difference, and then judge me. They've gone, Jane. Jane, may I come in? Jane, I did not even know her. Jane, I was married at 19 in Spanish Town to a bride already courted for me. But I married a gross, groveling, mole-eyed blockhead that I was. Jane, hear me. I suffered all the agonies of a man bound to a wife at once intemperate and unchaste. I watched her excesses, drive her at last into madness. And I brought her back to England, to Thornfield. Jane, I did everything that God and humanity demanded. Then I fled from this place. My fixed desire was to find a woman I could love. A contrast to the fury I'd left here. And what did I find? An actress in Vienna, a milliner in Naples, a countess in Warsaw. Back in England, I rode again in sight of Thornfield. Someone was walking there in the mist. A strange, elfin-like creature. It frightened my horse and then came up and gravely offered me help. And her hand. And then, later that evening, Jane, do you remember? Say you remember, Jane.
I remember.
You came into that room. How shy you were. And yet how readily you answered my surly questioning. Then you smiled at me. And in that moment, I knew I'd found you.
Jane, can you forgive me?
I do forgive.
And you still love me?
I do love you with all my heart. I can say it now. This is for the last time.
Jane. You mean to go one way in the world and let me go another?
Oh, please.
Stay with me, Jane. We'd be hurting no one.
No, we should be hurting ourselves.
Would it be so wicked to be near me?
I'm
Would
leaving, Edward. I'm leaving, Shirley. You know that I must.
You will not be my comforter, my rescuer. Jane, my deep love, my frantic prayer. Are they nothing to you?
Goodbye, Edward. Goodbye, and God bless you. Keep you from harm and from wrong.
Jane. Jane.
Going nowhere, I had nowhere to go. Without references, I could find no employment. I soon intimately knew hunger and unsheltered nights. And at last, without hope or help, I turned like a beaten dog back to Lowood. Mr. Brocklehurst forgot his word never to open his doors to me again.
So you're back here, penitent and humble, I suppose, pleading for mercy and prepared as ever, I dare say, to return our favors with your accustomed deceit.
If there is a place for me here, I am ready to beg for it.
You would like to become a teacher here?
Yes, sir.
We need no teachers. We have need of a girl in the scullery. Do you want it or not?
I'll stay.
Get in the kitchen, then.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Wait. Some months ago, I had repeated inquiries as to your whereabouts from Mr. Edward Rochester. Obviously, I was unable to assist him.
I know no Edward Rochester.
I didn't ask you. Makes little difference if you do or not. In his last letter, thanking me for my kindness, he said he was leaving England forever.
The summer passed. It was fall again, and then, one day, the watchman's wife came looking for me.
Jane, there's a gentleman to see you outside in the court.
I don't want to see him. I don't want to see anyone.
I told him you'd come right out.
Then tell him you were mistaken.
Oh, girl. Living all to yourself. Killing yourself in this cheerless place. Send him away if you want, but at least see him.
Who is he?
A Dr. Rivers.
Oh, thank you.
Jane, it is you.
Yes, Dr. Rivers.
But you look... Oh, forgive me. Have you been ill?
I mean no rudeness, Doctor, but you're not here to inquire about my health.
No, Jane. I'm here at the request of a friend.
How did you know I was at Lowood?
I didn't. But I've been trying to find you. I received a letter about you the other day. My friend asked if I, in my journeys about, would inquire after you.
Oh.
Well, I happened to see that villain Brocklehurst.
Have you answered your friend?
How could I, Jane? I've just found you.
You haven't found me, Doctor. You tried, but no one knows where I am.
Edward is back in England, Jane. He's at Thornfield Hall again. He's searched for you everywhere.
Oh, I beg of you, tell him nothing.
But why, Jane, why?
No one knows better than you. Why?
Yes. It's for you to say, Jane. If you'd rather I didn't answer him at all, well, then I won't.
Yes, I would. I would rather you didn't answer him at all. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Jane.
His voice. Night after night, I started to hear it. I struggled to shut my ears from it, but I could not. It was like a soul in pain, a wild, urgent cry, more than I could bear. I would see him again, speak with him again, and after that, I neither knew nor cared what happened to me. All I knew was that I must go, and go quickly. I reached the estate, but Thornfield Hall was no more. Fire had destroyed it all. I was staring at the pile of charred and blackened rubble when Mrs. Fairfax saw me. She came running from the gardener's cottage.
Jane. Oh, my poor girl.
Mrs. Fairfax, what happened?
It was she who did it. She killed Grace Poole as she slept and set fire to Thornfield. Her laughing roused us.
I ran to the nursery and carried Adele to the garden. As I stood there, I heard the laugh again. She was on the roof. Mr. Edward was just coming from the house. He said nothing, but turned and ran back into the flames. I saw him get to the roof and make his way toward her. She saw him, too. She ran to the edge and jumped. When we reached her, she was dead. And Edward, as he was coming down, the great staircase fell. Oh.
Mrs. Fairfax?
Yes, sir.
What the devil are you doing? Adele is waiting for her supper.
I'm coming, sir.
There's someone with you. Who is it? Who are you?
His eyes. Edward. I've come back. Oh, my beloved.
Her small, soft fingers. Her hair. Her little flower-soft face.
Her heart, beloved, her heart.
Jane. All you can feel now is pity.
Oh, no.
I won't have your pity.
Edward.
You can't spend your life on the ruins of a man. You're so young, so fresh.
Oh, don't send me away. Please, Edward, don't send me away.
You think I want to let you go?
No.
Oh, my beloved.
As the months went by, he came to see the heavens once more. To see first the glory of the sun, and then the mild splendor of the moon, and at last, the evening star. And then one day, when our firstborn was put into his arms, he could see that the boy had his own eyes as they once were, large and brilliant and black.
That applause invites the return of the two artists who gave such distinguished performances tonight. Loretta Young, whom we've presented many times before, and Orson Welles, who has made his first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater tonight.
It's a pleasure to be back, Mr. DeMille. My, isn't the stage just crowded with producers tonight,
Oh, just two, Loretta, Orson and myself.
Well, that's what I say, and that's an awful lot of producers.
Well, I'm not a producer or director this week, Loretta.
Oh?
I have been doing everything CB says, almost.
Well, I must tell you, Orson, that I have a son who thinks you are the greatest director in Hollywood.
Well, it must be terribly lonely for him at your house.
No. You have other admirers there, too. Now, I personally...
Oh, this I've been waiting for.
I personally think Loretta Young is one of the loveliest stars in Hollywood.
Is that what you were waiting for, Orson?
Yeah, you took the words practically out of my mouth.
Thank you, kind sir. And now, I don't want to hurt your feelings, Mr. DeMille, but I would like to say that I've used Lux soap for years, and I think it's a delightful complexion care.
Well, words like that are good for my morale, Loretta.
Huh?
Especially from you.
Thank you.
You know, Orson, I was going to say that I've always thought you were a fine actor, but I don't think I'm qualified to give an opinion on your directing. How long have you been in pictures?
Since I was 25.
25, yes. I'm afraid I haven't been in the business long enough. I didn't start until I was 32. Of course, I was more or less the Orson Welles of 1913.
Well, you never can tell, Mr. DeMille. Orson may make it all even by becoming the Cecil B. DeMille of 1970, huh?
I must remember to get some hair tonic.
Well, if my hair is standing on end this week, Orson, it's because Gary Cooper and I have the double opening of the story of Dr. Wassel this week, both here and in New York.
Well, you've made a picture before, CB.
Yes, 60 or 70, somewhere in there.
Relax, Sonny. It'll come out all right. Now, seriously, CB, I've enjoyed working with you immensely. Have you got a script set for next week?
Yes, Orson. They starred together in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, and next week we have them in this gay drama with those unforgettable songs by Victor Herbert.
Oh, I know it's going to be a wonderful evening, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Good night. Good night. An evening to remember for a long time. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jeanette MacDonald and Nelson Eddy in Naughty Marietta. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Tonight we salute the National Association of Retail Grocers meeting in Chicago. They make this plea to consumers. Buy only the food you actually need. Give ration stamps for every bit of ration food you buy. Pay no more than ceiling prices and see that no edible food is wasted. Orson Welles appeared through the courtesy of the makers of Mobile Gas. Loretta Young's next picture is the Paramount production, And Now Tomorrow. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers.
3 bells for 3 great shows. Same time, same station. Listen tomorrow night at Lux Time for George Burns and Gracie Allen. Listen Wednesday night for Frank Sinatra singing Where or When. Jane Wyman will be Frank's guest. This time, Lux Time, every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Jeanette MacDonald and Nelson Eddy in Naughty Marietta.
She tried new Easy Mix Fry, and he said, what a cake. Your best ever. She tried new Easy Mix Fry, and she said,
what a shortening. Almost mixes itself.
You try new Easy Mix Fry, and you'll say,
it's amazing. Spry gives me lighter cakes that stay fresh longer.
Buy Spry at your grocer's in the same handy jar. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Transcribed. This program is dedicated to the world's greatest mother.
On this Sunday, this Mother's Day, this day of joy and prayer, let us pay tribute to the world's greatest mother, Mary, the Mother of Christ, and through her to mothers everywhere.
The Mutual Broadcasting System makes this time available for a special Mother's Day program of the Family Rosary Crusade under the direction of Father Patrick Peyton of the Congregation of Holy Cross. Appearing on the program will be Loretta Young, Charles Boyer, and Ann Jameson, presenting the story of Our Lady of Fatima. Miss Young will play the role of Sister Maria Lucia. Miss Jameson will appear as soloist. Mr. Boyer is your host and narrator.
The story of Fatima is now more than 30 years old, but the world is just beginning to hear of it, just beginning to realize its significance. Fatima is a village in the very center of Portugal, a sleepy little town in the hills. It is a land where olive trees flourish, and in the rocky pasture lands, little shepherds guard the herds of grazing sheep. The story of Fatima is the story of 3 little shepherd children, one of them still alive, to tell us what happened that long ago day in the field called the Cova da Iria. In imagination, let us cross the ocean to Portugal. There the hills are green with spring, and the golden sunshine falls from blue skies above. Let us stop before an age-old convent, hallowed by the prayers of countless dedicated souls. Enter those cloistered walls and leave behind the noise and bustle of the world. Slip down the cool corridors, past the quiet chapel, past the clean, bare refectory, and come to a room, small and simple, where a nun sits quietly beside a window. her eyes filled with heavenly dreams. Back through the years, her vision goes to another day in spring when she, Lucia de Jesus Santos, was a little shepherdess playing with her companions in the fields near Fatima. On that day, 32 years ago, Lucia saw the Mother of Christ and talked to her. Sister Maria Lucia, will you tell us your story? Will you tell us, Sister Lucia?
It began in the month of May, 1917. I, Lucia de Jesus Santos, was a frightened 10-year-old girl. With my cousins, I'd driven the sheep to a grassy spot where they could graze for the day. And when the church bells rang out, we knew it was time for lunch. So we ate our meal, but saved a little for later on. And then in great haste, we said our rosary, chased the sheep up the hill, and began to play the game we loved, making castles out of rock. Francesca was the architect. Jacinta and I gathered the stones. Then it happened. We saw the vision. Oh, I shall never forget how my mother spoke to me that day when she first heard of it.
Lucia,
Yes, Mother?
look at me.
Yes?
What is this fairy tale I hear about you and your two cousins?
You mean...
Jacinta and Francisco, the three of you.
Oh, Mama, it's no fairy tale.
Where were you yesterday?
In Papa's field at the Covada area. We were watching the sheep and well, we were...
Yes. What happened?
Oh, Mama,
You saw a woman there dressed in white.
Oh, she was beautiful in her long white dress, Mama. And her mantilla was edged in gold. Really, Mama. Her hands were joined like this. And what's the matter, Mama?
Go on.
And she had a rosary, pearly white, hanging from her hand.
And she was standing on a cloud, I suppose.
Oh, yes, she was. Honest, Mama. On a feathery cloud just above the small tree.
I suppose she told you she was the Blessed Virgin.
No. She said that we should come back there on the 13th of every month until October. And
go on.
And then, on the 13th of October, she would tell us who she is. Mama, you don't seem to believe...
Lucia, you're lying to me.
Oh, I'm not lying. Mama...
You want people to believe you're another Bernadette.
Oh, no. Ask Francisco. Ask Jacinta. They saw her, too.
That's enough. We're going to see the parish priest. He'll put a stop to your lying. I don't know what to do with her, Father.
Come here, Lucia. Tell me, did you really see a lady at the Cova?
Oh, yes, Father. Jacinta, Francisco, and I saw her.
And you think the lady is the Blessed Virgin?
Yes. But she didn't say.
You see how stubborn she is, Father? The Blessed Virgin. And she doesn't even know how to say her prayers right. Tell the Father how you say the rosary.
I used to say it fast, Father.
Go on. Tell him. Tell him how you and Francisco and Jacinta say the rosary.
Well, instead of saying the whole Hail Mary, we used to say only the two words, Hail Mary, on each bead.
You see, Father, and they called that the rosary.
Oh, but Mama, the lady told us not to say it that way. She said we must say it properly.
I should think so.
What else did she say, Lucia?
She asked us if we were willing to give ourselves to God and to suffer for the sins that people commit.
And you said?
We said yes.
There. You see, Father, what am I to do with her?
My dear lady, there is nothing you can do. This may be from heaven, or it might be a trick of the devil.
But, Father, what will the people...
Please, madame, just a little patience. Time will tell all.
Yes, time would tell all. The lady kept her appointment. She came in June, this vision of loveliness. She came speaking a prayer. She said, "Say the rosary every day." She said, "Love my immaculate heart."
What's all this excitement up here at Fatima?
Didn't you hear? 3 children claim they saw the Blessed Virgin.
Cheap religious emotionalism.
I wouldn't be too sure, mister.
Nonsense. I think the clergy's behind it.
And again, on the 13th day of July, the lady came. All through the countryside, word had spread of the visions we had seen. Some believed, some scoffed, but the majority could not make up their minds what to think. Down the hill roads they came by the hundreds, and on that day in July, knelt with us to recite the rosary. Then I looked up. The lady was there, clothing us in a light as brilliant as the sun. Her eyes were fixed on me, and I could somehow feel her tenderness. It gave me courage to speak to her.
Oh, lady, I see you. I hear you. I believe you. But so many people don't believe.
Lucia, my child.
Yes.
The people will believe. In October, Lucia, they will see a great sign. In October, the people will know who it is that speaks with you. Oh, yes, I remember that July of 1917. The lady promised a sign in October. A sign for all the people. And she also revealed a terrible thing, even while the people were talking.
What's all the commotion?
Visions.
Visions? You don't believe in visions, do you? Why, all that heaven and hell stuff went out in the Middle Ages.
Even while they were speaking, the lady revealed that there is a hell. I had a vision of it. Oh, my God. Yes, I remember that July of 1917. The lady even prophesied. Lucia, when a night illuminated by an unknown light is seen, know that that is a sign that God gives you, that the punishment of the world for its many sins is at hand. Through war, famine, and persecution of the church. To prevent this, I ask the consecration of the world to my Immaculate Heart and communion in reparation on the first Saturday of each month. If my requests are heard, Russia will be converted and there will be peace. Otherwise, great errors will spread through the world, giving rise to wars and persecutions. The good will suffer martyrdom. Different nations will be destroyed. But in the end, my Immaculate Heart will triumph, and an era of peace will be conceded to humanity.
Figure it out. These crowds, I mean.
In June, there were only 50 people here with those 3 children.
And in July, 5,000.
In August, 18,000.
And in September, the police estimated the crowd at 25,000.
It's mob hysteria, that's all it is.
I don't know. They're running dispatches about it in the press all over Portugal.
What I want to know is what's the matter with the ecclesiastical authorities? Why doesn't the cardinal put a stop to it?
Anything new, Montello?
Nothing new, Your Eminence. The clouds are immense. Still pouring in from all Portugal.
We estimate there will be more than 60,000 present for this October apparition.
Are you beginning to call it an apparition now, Your Eminence?
I wish I knew, Montello. I wish to God I knew.
Then you think possibly this apparition could be something...
Yeah, I didn't say that. However, I've been thinking of something.
Yes?
That tree above which this lady is said to stand, Montello, there was a cloud, a kind of vapor around it.
Yes, the cloud, I remember. Almost like an iridescent dust. It surrounded the tree and the children.
Thousands of people saw it, Montello. Thousands whose truthfulness I cannot deny or doubt.
It was like smoke, Your Eminence. Like incense.
Yes. Montello, does that suggest anything to you?
It is at least phenomenal.
These words from the book of Canticles, the Bible, Montello. Listen. Who is she that goeth up by the desert as a pillar of smoke, or aromatical spices of myrrh and frankincense, and all the powders of the perfumers?
Yes. Yes, Your Eminence. I think Oh, my God. Could it be?
Montello, who is she that goeth up as a pillar of smoke? Who is she?
It is that morning in October again. Somehow I can see it all again. That crowd of faces at the cova. I cannot forget those faces. Almost 70,000 of them were gathered there. The lady promised to come at high noon. She promised to reveal at last who she was. She promised to give the people a sign. When noon came, nothing happened. My mother's voice beside me, oh, I can still hear it.
Lucia, do you think she will come?
Yes, Mama. She'll come.
It's after 12 o'clock. The people are getting restless.
Don't worry, Mama. She will come. She will come. She will. There she is. Coming to us.
Look at the sun. Oh, my God. Look at the sun.
Joseph. She comes with a baby Jesus in her arms. Oh, Mary. Mary with a baby Jesus in your arms.
Dispatches to the newspapers of Portugal, October 13th, 1917.
A most unusual phenomenon was witnessed here by over 60,000 people. The sun, which had been shining at high noon, suddenly paled and appeared to spin like some gigantic wheel, throwing out lights that surpassed all the colors of the rainbow. This prodigy occurred 3 times within 10 minutes.
The Lisbon paper was Securo.
The first appearance of this sun resembled a plaque of full silver. As the crowd gazed, it began to spin like a wheel, throwing out great shafts of colored light, which flashed and fell upon the sky and earth.
The paper Ilustração Portuguesa.
A photograph published by the Ilustração Portuguesa shows a throng of people standing with astonished, upturned faces.
The report of the Ecclesiastical Commission.
This solar phenomenon of October 13th, 1917, not registered in any astronomical observatory, a fact which shows that it was not natural, was seen by persons of every class and grade of society, by believers and incredulous, by journalists representing the principal Portuguese papers, and by persons miles away. This destroys any explanation based on collective illusion. Outstanding physicists who have been consulted attest that phenomena of this kind cannot be...
You see? Mary kept her appointment. Mary fulfilled her promise.
Where once the lambs and sheep grazed in the Corvadai area, there rises now the great basilica to the Lady of Fatima. Millions of pilgrims through the years have come to kneel and pray to her who is the Mother of Christ. Even as at Lourdes, a medical commission has been set up, and hundreds of miraculous cures have been written into the records. In October 1930, the apparitions were finally declared by ecclesiastical authority to be worthy of belief. And on October 31st, 1942, the lady's prophecy was further fulfilled when Pope Pius XII consecrated the world to her Immaculate Heart. All through the world, the message of Fatima has spread. Thousands have begun the practice of receiving Holy Communion on the first Saturday of the month. Hundreds of thousands have restored to their homes the beautiful tradition of saying the daily family rosary. Our Lady of Fatima now belongs to the world. And Lucia? What became of her? Lucia became Sister Maria Lucia. She still lives in a convent in Portugal. And perhaps, if she could lift her voice over that convent wall today, she might say to us,
"The years are not so many since I called to the sheep in the Covada area. One by one the years have run, like beads on life's long rosary. And so little has been done, so little done. Oh, Mary, you warned us of war, of famine, of persecution, and lest we should heed your words. And we did not. The wars have come. Famine has struck. The bodies and souls of men have been tortured by those who know not God. You told us what to do. Little things, but so important. Little things that bring us to God. Do penance, you said. try to atone for the sins of men by deliberately giving up, for the love of God, some of life's pleasures and joys. Consecrate yourselves to me. Yes, bind yourselves to me, for I am your mother, given to you at the foot of the cross. And I shall never rest till all men know the love of my Son. You can know him in the breaking of bread, the sacrament of the Eucharist, as did the disciples at Emmaus, receiving him gladly and frequently, for it is your God who comes to you. You can know him through prayer. Therefore pray, recite the rosary. It is my request. Nay, my command. Say the rosary every day, that all families and all nations may find peace and happiness. Oh, Mary, Mother of Jesus, give us the strength and the courage to obey your commands, that we may gain the reward of your promises. The promises I heard only 32 years ago in the field of the Cova de Iria.
The story of Fatima has been brought to you as a special Mother's Day presentation of the Family Rosary Crusade. I should like you to meet Father Patrick Peyton, the director of the Crusade and the one who is responsible for today's program. Father Pat, it is good to have you here.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you and Loretta and Anne and all the cast for your inspired presentation of Our Lady's message.
The real inspiration came from the story itself, Father. The story of Fatima carries its own unique simplicity and beauty.
Yes, Charles, and more than that, it carries a warning and a promise, a message for the world and for every person in it. It's not just a story to listen to and admire and then put away in the back of our minds. If Our Lady did appear at Fatima, if she gave the commands and made the promises attributed to her, then we must act. We must respond to her request or take the consequences. Up to now, men have tried to ignore or forget what happened at Fatima.
Yes, and we've seen the results. In 1917, Our Lady of Fatima said, if my requests are heard, Russia will be converted, and there will be peace. Otherwise, great errors will spread to the world, giving rise to wars and persecutions. The good will suffer martyrdom. Nations will be destroyed. That was in 1917. And since then...
1919, the communists seized control of Russia.
1922, fascism conquers Italy.
1933, Nazism victorious in Germany.
1939, Poland is invaded.
1941, Pearl Harbor is bombed.
1945, the atomic bomb destroys Hiroshima.
1917 to 1949, 32 years, so much tragedy, so much suffering. Yes, Father Pat, and apparently we've learned so little.
But we must learn more, Charles, and I think the whole world can learn from Fatima. There's our peace plan, Our Lady's plan for peace. It's a 3-point plan: penance, the Blessed Sacrament, the Rosary. When each of us begins to live by this plan, then we'll have peace in the world and in the homes of the world. Penance, the Blessed Sacrament, the Rosary. That's the challenge of Our Lady of Fatima. God grant us all the courage to accept it.
You have just heard a special Mother's Day program produced by the Family Rosary Crusade with headquarters in Albany, New York, and Hollywood, California. Heard on this Mother's Day program were Loretta Young and Charles Boyer, with Ann Jameson as soloist. The supporting cast included Norma Jean Nielsen, Janet Scott, Norman Field, Victor Perrin, Charles Maxwell, Ed Coleman, Howard Culver, and Herbert Wallinson. Father Timothy Mulvey, OMI, and Father Raymond Finan, CSC, prepared the script. Max Terr scored and directed the music of the Hollywood Orchestra and Singers. The program was directed by David Young. Your announcer, Merrill Ross.
And came to you transcribed.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Family Theater presents Loretta Young, Dan O'Herlihy, Raymond Burr, and tonight's special guest, Mr. Thomas F. O'Neill. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents Hound of Heaven, starring Dan O'Herlihy and Raymond Burr. And now, here's your hostess, Miss Loretta Young.
Thank you, Tony Lafrano. Family Theater's only purpose is to bring to everyone's attention a practice that must become an important part of our lives if we're to win peace for ourselves, peace for our families, and peace for the world. Family Theater urges you to pray. Pray together as a family.
And now to our transcribed drama, Hound of Heaven, starring Dan O'Herlihy as Francis Thompson and Raymond Burr as the narrator.
I fled him down the nights.
Yes, you fled him. You eluded him.
I fled him down the nights and down the days.
Yes, you twisted, turned, tried to escape.
From those strong feet that followed after.
But did you ever really escape him? His name was Francis Thompson. And of all the lonely and obscure men who lived in London that year of 1887, none had made his bed in hell more surely than he. For him, each night was a lying down in hunger and fear. Each morning, a slow awakening to pain.
Here, you there, get up. Come on, get up, I say.
Yes.
You can't sleep here, you know that.
I know. I'm sorry, officer.
Come on, get along with you. Get along with you.
For Francis Thompson, waking upon the Thames embankment, each morning was a slow return to pain. A remembrance of dreams made hideous by fear, twisted by hunger. Dreams of delirium shot through with dying stars and the river's mist. Dreams that always had their ending somewhere at the broken edge of the world, with the nightstick prodding his chest. The agony of waking to another day. And then, as he would get to his feet, brushing the dirt and matted leaves from his coat, pulling it tight about him against the fog, London, too, it seemed, returned to life, with the first cab in the street, clopping by. The first mackerel peddler crying his wares, with the first farmer's cart piled high with Surrey hay, and the whistling of the Edinburgh Express coming down from the northern hills. As he awoke, London woke with him, and they faced each other at the beginning of the day. The man of bone and flesh against the city of stone. The man with the tired heart driving his broken knuckles against the stone which never yielded. Each day began as another. A halfpenny for a mug of tea. Tuppence for a stale loaf of bread. A furtive search for an old rag, a wadded newspaper to line his shoes. And then the long tramp in search for work.
Pardon, sir, would there be a place for me somewhere?
Sorry, no work today.
Would you be needing a man?
Sorry, we have all the help we need.
Unemployment, Francis. Unemployment. It's the scourge that can lash a man's spirit. It's a cross, a contradiction of economics that hangs heavily upon the shoulders of people like you, Francis. So you've got to keep walking, keep searching. Maybe somewhere you'll find work. You can't stop to rest. Now, a turn down this street. Now there.
Sorry, no work for you.
Try the greengrocer across the street.
Sorry, no work for you.
Perhaps the wine shop. Try that.
I'm sorry, no work for you.
The warehouse. The warehouse.
Sorry, no work for you.
Sorry, no work for you. Yes, Francis, the day is over. The long tramping from door to door. Huddle there in the darkened doorway and take your rest. There will be no bread for your hunger tonight, no roof above your head. And there will be no drug to soothe the madness in your throat and brain. Lie in the doorway and take your rest. For tomorrow's another day, and if you live, there'll be more miles to walk. Death comes slowly to the afflicted, so you cannot hope for much tonight.
What was that?
A drum, perhaps. It could be the failing beat of your heart.
No, it's not that. I hear it often. It stops. It begins again.
Your imagination?
No, it sounds like footsteps, as though someone were following me.
Try to rest.
No matter where I go, I hear them. They follow me always.
It's the drug, Francis. Try to get through this night and your craving for it. Perhaps tomorrow you'll find work.
It's not the drug or my imagination. They are footsteps and they follow me wherever I go. I'm like a man with the hounds crying after him, a hunted thing in a swamp, and I hear these footsteps night and day. I hear them. There. Hear them?
You hear a drum. You hear your heartbeat. Now wait. It's footsteps, all right. Someone approaching the doorway.
Hello there. You there, you all right?
All right.
Why, laddie, you shouldn't be lying here in the doorway. You'll catch your death of cold. Here, let me help you.
All right, I say.
Are you? I tell you, laddie, this is a bad night for a man's body and soul.
What right have you to talk about bodies and souls?
Walk the right of one human being to another, laddie.
Look, my friend, you mean well, and for that I thank you, but I'm sick, I'm tired, and I'm hungry.
Lad, I know you're sick. I know you're alone. That's why I'd like to help you.
Oh, what do you mean? Help?
I want you to come home with me. My name's McMasters. I'm a cobbler by trade, and I can put you to work if you want a job.
Work?
You'll owe me nothing, lad. Nothing at all.
Why should you do this for me?
Why shouldn't I, lad? If the situation were reversed, it's you who'd be reaching out your hand to me. This way, it's my good fortune. Here, come along now, lads. A warm bed for you tonight, and a good day's work in the morning. Hello, Francis. How goes the work?
Not so well, Mr. McMasters. I'm afraid I don't think I was cut out for a cobbler.
Oh, you're just learning, lad. It's only 3 weeks you've been here. Tell me, laddie, I didn't want to pry or anything, but what's your trade or profession?
Well, I have none. If I did, I suppose you'd call it journalism.
Oh, you're right, then.
Yes, Mr. McMasters.
What do you write, Francis?
Usual thing, I suppose, reviews, essays, some poetry. The sort of things that never sell.
Here, lad, try some of this tobacco. It's an Irish mixture.
Thanks.
Light? Where'd you go to school, Francis?
Bushaw. It's about 4 miles from Durham.
And you were studying...
I wanted to enter the priesthood. I failed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Strange, when you come to think of it. I'm 28, you know. You'd think that in 28 years a man would be able to win. Well, to win one victory. You'd think that, but it isn't true. After I was rejected for the priesthood, my father sent me to Manchester to study medicine. 6 years. Examinations every 2 years. I failed all of them. Defeat for me was like a web. I seemed to be caught into it, woven into its pattern. Well, after a while, I became afraid to try anything at all for fear I'd fail at it. That's why I came to London.
To you break the pattern?
No, to lose myself, to crawl into the darkest corner of the city and hide.
Laddie. And how long have you?
2 years come November.
2 years on the streets and doorways? How could you live? How?
I don't know. Maybe it was because I prayed. I'd say that, only sometimes there was even no belief in my prayers. I felt as if I were not being heard. You see, living the way I did in hunger, a disordered nervous condition, loneliness, you can't think clearly sometimes. You doubt your own mind's power to think, and then you can't pray right. Only I went on praying, and I'm still alive, that's all I know.
And God willing, you'll stay alive, Francis. For you've a roof over your head now and a job. And maybe time to write. Maybe time to write something great and good.
It would be a pleasant thing to be able to say that Francis Thompson settled down to an ordered life and turned out a great work of literature, that he rewarded his benefactor in some generous way. But the truth is quite different. Thompson was useless around the cobbler shop. Oh, he was willing, but he was clumsy and inefficient. He scribbled verses when he should have been working, and his few earnings were spent to satisfy the craving for opium which constantly tortured him. He spent 3 months with McMasters, and then one day he disappeared. McMasters waited for him to return that night. He waited many nights as the autumn months passed into winter, but Francis Thompson never came back. Of the many McMasters had befriended and given jobs, Thompson alone proved a disappointment. He was my only failure, McMasters wrote. He was my only failure.
Here, you. Where do you think you're going?
Huh?
Hey, now, stay away from that church. There's other places.
I wasn't going in.
All drunk and dirty and... Yeah, no, going to crawl into that church where it's warm, eh? Thought no one would see you. Now, go on, get on your way.
The church? Yes.
Yeah, now, get along, I said.
Yes, that's where I can go.
Oh, yeah, you. You come along with me. I'll take you to the place... Here, where are you going? Come on back.
Lord, have mercy upon us.
Lord, have mercy upon me.
Christ, have mercy upon us.
Christ, have mercy upon me.
The Lord have mercy upon you, Francis Thompson.
Have mercy.
Upon your weakness and failures.
Have mercy.
And through you on all the poor and broken who walk in the city streets.
Help us all, O God.
From the city itself, from the cruelty of stone and the horror of the pavement.
Defend me, O God.
From the almshouse and prison. From the makeshift bed in the doorway.
Defend me, O God.
From the hunger in the day and wakefulness at night. From the torn coat and the broken shoes. From the stares of pity and the stares of contempt.
Deliver me, O God.
From the man whose hand is against us. From his anger and his clenched fist. From the sudden blow against the mouth.
Deliver me, O God.
And give us this day our daily bread.
Give me this day my daily bread.
But more than bread alone, O God. Give us the strength to earn our bread.
Hear me, O God.
Christ, have mercy on us.
Christ, have mercy on me.
Time to go, Francis. The church is empty. The sexton is putting out the candles one by one.
I can't go. If I leave, I'd forget how to pray.
You must.
Where?
Somewhere. A doorway, perhaps. There's that grain warehouse in Cock Lane, if you could force a window.
No, the rats.
There's always the embankment.
It's snowing.
Then what?
I don't know. Perhaps this is the end of all my running. Death.
Death comes slowly to the afflicted.
But not to me. A loaf of bread, a mug of coffee, and 4 days? The dizzy spells, fever, cough. No, it can't be far off now, even to me.
Do you want to die?
Do I want to live this way?
Do you not know, Francis, that while you live, Your body is the temple of God.
God doesn't live in me. God is perfection and health and beauty. Can God live in a broken body and a mind that doubts its own reason? No. I lost God sometime after I left the cobbler's shop. I lost him somewhere in the alleys of Eastcheap.
But has God lost you, Francis?
Huh?
Has he lost you?
If I deny him, how can he find me?
Listen. Do you hear that?
The footsteps?
The footsteps of the hound. Do you remember, Francis?
Footsteps? Yes. They always follow me. But there's something inside me, oh God forgive me, some fear, some dread that keeps me running from those footsteps.
Hello.
Oh.
What's wrong? What you running for?
It's nothing.
Well, find it. Please, somebody help me. Help me, please. There, it's all right.
What happened?
You've been quite sick.
Sick?
Don't you remember?
How long have I been?
3 days. Don't you remember? You were running along the street.
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember now. And you were the girl...
I brought you here to this boarding house.
I'm afraid I've put you to a lot of trouble. I think I'd better
but
go.
You can't. You're sick. The doctor said you got to rest and eat. He says you was down from starvation.
You called a doctor?
I had to.
Well, that cost money. I've got nothing...
Don't say it.
What's your name?
Anne.
Who are you? I mean, what sort of work do you do?
Oh, nothing very much. Nothing important.
I didn't mean to pry. I just wondered. Anne.
Yes?
Maybe you haven't done anything important, as you say. I don't know who you are, what you are, but I've been wandering across a plain of fever and delirium. 3 days, you tell me? Dreams came up like clouds over those 3 days. But in the end, it seemed that I heard footsteps behind me. They were after me, and I ran and ran. And far on the edge of a plain, I saw a cross standing, and I thought if I can reach that cross, I'll be safe. So I ran toward it, only when I got there, it wasn't a cross. It was you. Do you understand?
You mean you don't care what I am?
No, I only wonder what I can ever do for you in return.
And so, once again, through the kindness of a stranger, this time an outcast much like himself, the healing of Francis Thompson began. To him, this girl gave of the little she had, food, clothing, encouragement, but more than that, an ease from loneliness. To her, he gave things unknown in her life, tenderness and reverence and respect. And then at last, Francis Thompson began to write.
The Passion of Mary, a poem. Paganism, old and new, an essay. 2 things finished, actually finished. It's hard to believe that I had the power, the sheer mental power to work them through.
Francis Thompson's work was good, and Wilfred Mennell, editor of the magazine Merry England, published the pieces, sought out the author, and extended to him the hand which would lift him from obscurity. But Francis Thompson, about to reach for the hand, suddenly withdrew himself. For what about Anne?
Anne!
Yes, Francis?
Anne, I sold them to Mr. Mennell. Oh. And Anne, he's interested in me. He wants me to come and live with him to do my work at his home. I mean, he wants us.
Us?
Yes. You see, I told him we were to be married, and that I'd come only if you were with me.
Oh, no.
I want you to marry me, and...
I'm not worthy of you, Francis. You know that. You're great and good. I might only hurt you. I might keep you from... It's been good what we had together, Francis. But you'll have to go on alone now. You'll have to go on alone.
So the girl who had lifted him from the streets vanished from his life. All that day he searched for her, all the next and the next, but she had disappeared. He turned away from the extended hand of Mennel in his search for her, and the days passed into weeks, weeks into a month, then 2 months as he tramped the mighty labyrinths of London. But he never found her. Among the millions of faces he looked into, none was hers. And then at last, one day, sitting on a bench in Covent Garden, barren from the grief that had drained him, he heard the familiar sound of footsteps. Francis?
Yes?
She's gone. You'll never find her again.
I know.
And now there's nothing left. Nothing but the footsteps. Do you hear them?
I hear them.
Think back, Francis, think back. Isn't it strange how each time you've cried, each time the horror of life has risen up to crush you, you've heard the footsteps?
Yes. Each time I've lost the sense of God, I've heard them.
Only in those times...
I'd begin to hear them faintly, when my faith grew weaker, and my prayers. And then at last, when I had lost the sense of God, they beat like thunder in my ears.
As they are beating now?
Yes.
And as they beat, the night Anne came to you?
Yes.
And the night McMasters found you?
Yes, yes. What are you driving at?
Don't you know? Think, Francis. Think. Is it possible you could touch God by the hand and not know it?
Hound of heaven, the footsteps of God in Charing Cross. No matter where I fled, they followed. Down the nights and days, the twisted lanes and passageways of all London, down the years and months and days, they followed. God's love pressing in on me when I denied him. God's love hounding me through the swamps of despair. God who wouldn't let me go even though I had denied him. God looking at me out of her eyes and touching me with her hands. Yes, I know now. I know. These footsteps...
Then search out your soul, Francis, and put what you find into words. All the hunger and pain and loneliness of these tortured years. Write it, Francis.
I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthine ways of my own mind. And in the mist of tears I hid from him.
Write it for all to read, Francis, for the poor, the beaten, the hungry, the tempted, the weak, for those like you all over the world.
I hid from him, from those strong feet that followed after, but with unhurrying chase and unperturbed pace, deliberate speed, majestic instancy, they beat, and a voice beat, more instant than the feet. All things betray thee who betrayest me.
Put into words the streets and the sleepless nights, the cold sweats and the agony of thought. Put McMasters into them, and Anne, and put the losing of God into words, the awful loneliness.
For though I knew his love who followed, yet was I sore adread, lest having him I might have naught beside.
And Francis, put into words the joy that came when God had found you once again.
And past those noised feet a voice comes yet more fleet. Ah, fondest, blindest, weakest, I am he whom thou seekest.
Yes, Francis. Put all this into words, that others may draw courage from them and find their way to peace. For it is you, Francis Thompson, who went down to make a bed in hell, but found God's love following you, even there.
Ah, fondest, blindest, weakest, I am he whom thou seekest.
And so Francis Thompson, who today ranks among the great poets, went on to build a new life for himself, aided by the kindness of the Mennel family, went on to complete The Hound of Heaven, and give the world one of the most inspiring poems of all literature, the story of God's love and mercy.
This is Loretta Young again. Hound of Heaven marks a very special occasion. Special because with this program, Family Theater celebrates its 400th broadcast over the Mutual Network. It was my privilege to appear on the very first Family Theater program. It was broadcast on February the 13th, 1947. And since that first broadcast, the great continuous generosity of the Mutual Network has made this program possible week after week and year after year. So Family Theater has been on the air for a long time because the men behind Mutual are convinced of the efficacy of Family Theater's dedicated program, a program devoted to the betterment of family life through the inspiration and practice of family prayer. More than 300 stars of Hollywood and New York have appeared time after time on Family Theater, giving their talents to prove that they, too, believe in the efficacy of prayer. Now, on behalf of all these stars and players, I want to express appreciation to our special guest, Mr. Thomas F. O'Neill, Chairman of the Board of the Mutual Broadcasting System. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill, for making it possible for Family Theater to be heard every week over the Mutual Network. Thank you, and all of your associates, for this repeated opportunity to tell millions of listeners week after week the simple truth. The family that prays together stays together.
Thank you, Loretta. In a way, we in the entertainment world feel a real kinship to Family Theater. We like to think of ourselves as members of this family, too, and today it is a kind of special family celebration. This has been Family Theater's 400th broadcast, and we of Mutual want to thank Family Theater and all the stars who, for the past 7½ years, have helped to make it a program that we can be proud to present to our listeners. Anyone who has been a steady listener to Family Theater can vouch for the high, wholesome quality of its entertainment. And any American who has the well-being of his country at heart must agree that the basis of our nation's strength lies in the strength and unity of the family, and that the family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. From Hollywood, Family Theater has brought you Hound of Heaven, starring Dan O'Herlihy and Raymond Burr. Loretta Young was your hostess, and Mr. Thomas F. O'Neill, chairman of the board of the Mutual Broadcasting System, was our special guest. Others in our cast were Gene Bates, Ben Wright, and Richard Peel. The script was written by Frederick Lipp and was directed and transcribed for Family Theater by John T. Kelly, with music composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who feel the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who give so unselfishly of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Tony Lofrano expressing the wish of Family Theater that the blessing of God may be upon you and your home, and inviting you to be with us next week when Family Theater will present The Cliff, starring John Lunn. Debbie Reynolds will be your hostess. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is broadcast throughout the world and originates in the Hollywood studios of the world's largest network. This is Mutual, the radio network for all America.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor in The Great Lie. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Great stars are born, not made. But like the mechanic and the carpenter, they too must learn their trade. Loretta Young played her first part when she was 4 years old. George Brent started to learn about acting at 18. Mary Astor began her picture career at the mature age of 14. And a few days ago, while our play was in rehearsal, Miss Astor won the Academy Award for the finest performance by a supporting actress during the past year. That winning performance on the screen was in the same part she plays tonight on the air. I like to work with people who have records like that. I like to produce radio plays and make pictures with them. Just give a trio of stars like these three a play like The Great Lie, and it's a joy to watch the finished production take form and assume reality. Tonight's drama is adapted from the Warner Brothers picture, a story that cuts to the heart of a very human situation. Two women in love with the same man. Disaster hangs over the head of one woman, the other holds the strings that can bring it down upon her rival with a crash. It's the eternal triangle, but a brand new design. One that brought picture audiences trooping to the theaters to see The Great Lie. You know, there's something more to making pictures than the artistic side. There's also the all-important business side. And I think one of the finest compliments ever paid to Lux Flakes is that it plays the same role for leading Hollywood studios as it does for you in your home. I was one of Lux's best customers when we were filming Reap the Wild Wind, which involved hundreds of picturesque old Southern costumes. Any wardrobe man can tell you how much money our product saves him annually in prolonging the life and color values of washable costumes, especially when the picture is in Technicolor. And in these exciting days, a housewife must be a combination purchasing agent, cost accountant, and office manager. So it's not surprising that these domestic executives reach the same conclusion as our studio executives. In two well-chosen words, Lux Flakes. And one word curtain begins our play. Here's the first act of The Great Lie, starring Loretta Young as Maggie, George Brent as Pete, and Mary Astor as Sandra.
Fowler! Fowler!
What is it?
That's Mr. Pete up there, flying down from the sky like an angel of the Lord.
Oh, hush your mouth. He ain't no angel, and he ain't coming to this house no more. That Mr. Pete devil's on his honeymoon.
Out of the blue Maryland sky, an airplane drops to the pasture land beside a rambling old colonial mansion. A man vaults quickly from the cockpit and strides across the field toward the house. He swings over the garden fence and stands looking up toward a window on the second floor.
Maggie! Ain't no use whistling around here, Mr. Pete. That sound belongs in the day that is gone.
Hello, Violet. Miss Maggie in her room?
Mr. Pete, if you take my advice, you'll get right back in that airplane and fly away like a bird, right back where you come from.
Go tell her I'm here, will you?
No, sir, Mr. Pete. She ain't wanting to see you no more. We done read the newspapers about you running off and getting married.
Now, Violet, you know you can't read.
Well, Miss Maggie can.
Violet! Maggie, I'm coming up.
Your name ain't Violet, Mr. Pete. You stay right down here where you belong. I'm coming, Miss Maggie.
Come in, Violet. Is that Mr. Pete down there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he drinking?
Well, what do you care if he's drinking or if he ain't?
Well, tell him I'm busy and I've got a cold.
Hey, did you take your medicine?
Yes, not much better. I don't want to see him anyway.
Well, that's what I told him. But I'll tell him again.
Now, you go down and be nice and polite and tell him I've got a cold and that I'm busy and that I... Oh, I can't see him, can't I, Violet?
No, Miss Maggie, you sure can't.
Why not, Maggie?
Pete.
Mr. Pete, you get yourself downstairs. Don't let him in here, Miss Maggie.
It's all right, Violet. Leave us alone.
Yeah. But it ain't good, Miss Maggie.
Well, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter with me?
Oh, you've got a cold.
Yes.
What are you taking for it?
None of your business.
Well, how'd you get it?
I got wet.
Mm-hmm. I always said you didn't have sense enough to come in out of the rain.
If I had any sense, if I'd had any sense
I
at
wouldn't be
all-
in your life.
No, you wouldn't. Just like this cold. A sneeze or two and you'd be gone.
Your nose is pink and your eyes are red.
And violets are blue and sugar is sweet, and I wish you'd go. What are you doing down here anyway?
I want to talk to you.
You want to talk to me. You act as if nothing had happened. You haven't forgotten you're married, have you?
No.
Well, I'm sure Sandra hasn't.
Well, it was very sudden, the whole thing.
Yeah, so the paper said. Peter Van Allen marries famous concert pianist. Couple fly from New York to South Carolina. Well, you must have passed right over the house here, Pete. Why didn't you drop me a note?
Well, Maggie, that's what I want to talk about.
I think I want to hear about it.
Oh, Maggie.
Now, please.
All right.
Is there anything else?
Well, among other things, I'm thinking about going back into aviation. There's a lot doing now. Hemisphere defense, and all that sort of thing.
Whose idea is this?
Yours, don't you remember? The day after New Year's.
There was snow, and we skated,
And I proposed.
and I refused.
Yeah.
Oh, Pete, let's not go into this thing all over again. I'm not whining, but it's been like this for 4 years. On and off and off and on, and... Well, there was only one thing I ever asked you. One thing I begged you to do.
To be a sober, solid citizen.
Well, sober anyway. But I guess the prospect was too dull for you. Well, it's all over now, and I feel just the way I did when they took the bands off my teeth. I had those blasted things for 4 years, too.
Yeah, I know.
Tell me honestly, Pete. Is this marriage of yours going to help? If I thought it would, I'd be completely for it.
Well, you know Sandra.
Yes, I do.
Like her?
I hate her. Oh, not because she's married to you, Pete, but... Oh, you know. Well, I won't talk about it. The fact remains that whatever she was or is, she's your wife, and I can't discuss it.
Well, Maggie, let me tell you something.
Violet was right. You shouldn't have come here, and I shouldn't have seen you. Every time I do, I feel like your little gray-haired old mother with the roses over the door and the lamp at the window. Well, the lamp is out.
That's not true.
Anyway, I'm tired of being your haven. Did your wife know you came down here?
No.
Don't you think it would have been nicer if you'd have told her?
Yeah, yes, but she was asleep. Besides, I wanted some fresh air, and I wanted to talk to you about something.
Aviation.
That was only part of it. Maggie, listen, after all, we all make mistakes.
Have you come down here behind her back in the first week to tell me you've blundered?
Oh, Maggie...
Come in.
Excuse me, but it's time for your medicine, Miss Maggie.
Now, Violet, please.
Mr. Pete, ain't it time you's gone? Your lady wife must be waiting for you by now.
Now, Violet, I'm sure your intentions are of the best, but this is a very personal
Well,
matter.
there ain't nothing personal between Miss Maggie that ain't personal with me. Since she's that big, I done took care of her.
Now, Violet. Pete, you better go.
Maybe I'd better.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Sorry, Violet.
Why, Violet.
I'm sorry, Miss Maggie. I'm sorry for him, and I'm sorry for you, and I...
Oh, Violet, please don't. Please don't, Violet.
Listen, that's her latest recording. She plays like a man.
Look, do you think I could go in and see her?
Certainly not. She's listening. She doesn't want to be disturbed
Yes,
now.
but I'm her husband.
I'm her manager. No.
All right. That's what I get for marrying a genius.
Madame Kovac is a genius.
Turn that thing off. It's horrible. Josh, that record's horrible.
Sandra.
We'll have to do it over again. That second side is the worst thing I've ever listened to. Hello, darling.
Hello.
But Sandra, it sounded wonderful.
Don't argue, Josh. Now run along. Do I get a kiss, darling, or don't I?
Sandra, I've got to speak to you. What about the concert Tuesday? Are you going to do it?
Of course I am. Now get out.
Good. I'll call Hamlin and fill it up.
Hello, Pete.
You've said that.
Where were you all day? You didn't even call.
Oh, I went down to see my good lawyer, Jock, and then I flew down to Maryland.
Maryland? Whatever for?
Fresh air?
Did you get it?
What?
The air. Oh, Pete, you've got to be patient with me. I've been a bachelor so long. You know, one of the most attractive things about you to me has always been that you understood women. Now you're going to try to understand me, aren't you?
Look, Sandra, I wonder if you could ease up on this hectic life of yours. You know, come away someplace quietly. Some golf and some walks and some fresh air.
Me? Oh, Pete, this is a side of you I've never seen.
And by the way, I haven't told you. We'll have to do it again.
What?
Get married.
Are you kidding?
No, I'll have to propose, and you'll have to say yes, and then we can be married again. That's what my lawyer wanted to see me about today.
But I don't see what was wrong.
Well, it seems your divorce from Mr. Stokes won't be final until next Tuesday.
Oh, that's ridiculous. It was final when I married you.
I'm afraid you're wrong. The decree can't be entered until next Tuesday. You had your dates mixed.
Dates bore me. Oh, then we're not actually married.
That's it.
Did you tell someone in Maryland all this? She must have been very amused. And if there's one thing I adore, it's being laughed at. And by a woman.
Of course I haven't told anyone.
Well, are you going to propose to me again?
Well, I think we should sit down and talk this thing out and see where we're going. Then we can be married again next Tuesday.
I'll be playing in Philadelphia Tuesday.
Put it off.
Pete, is there a doubt in your mind that we could make a go of this?
Well, I'm asking you to marry me again.
You were much more amusing the first time.
I'm sober now.
Well, suppose you go out and get yourself into another mood.
All right. Good night, Sandra.
Pete, when are you coming back?
Next Tuesday.
I'll be in Philadelphia.
Look, Sandra, that's the day we're going to be married.
I've already told you I won't be here.
Then don't go to Philadelphia.
Pete, darling, please try to understand. Marriage or no marriage, I'm doing a concert in Philadelphia. Nice of you to come back and see me, Maggie. Were you out front?
No, I just got in at 10:15. Where's Pete, Sandra?
In New York.
Oh.
Did you come to see him?
I came to see you both. I thought he'd be here naturally.
How did you know I was playing here?
I called your apartment in New York.
Was Pete there?
No.
Oh. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Phew, I'm hot.
Well, don't catch cold. I'm just over one.
Pete left the window open the other morning while I was still in bed, and I caught cold in my shoulder. I'm sure he did it on purpose. One thing, there's never a dull moment with Pete. Tell me, did you find him stubborn?
When?
Well, you were engaged to him twice, weren't you?
Yes.
You're looking very well under the circumstances.
What circumstances?
You said you had a cold.
Oh, yes. But I said I was over it.
The cold?
Definitely.
Good for you. Now, what do you want me to tell Pete?
Well, it's an idea I've had for him for a long time.
Well, if you want to write it, I promise not to open the letter if you'll mark it personal from Maggie.
I went to Washington to see my Uncle Ted after Pete told me he was going to offer himself to the government.
Whatever for? Income tax?
Aviation. Didn't he tell you his plan?
Not about flying for the government, no. I'm going to keep Pete on the ground.
Pete's an expert of maps and navigation. And that, coupled with his flying, makes him just the kind of man the government's going to need. Uncle Ted said all he'd have to do would be to apply for a job.
Well, it's very kind of you, Maggie, but I like Pete where he is and as he is.
Well, he's your husband.
Yes. Now, suppose you go.
It was just a thought, Sandra.
Oh, and a very sweet one. If I didn't think you meant so well, I'd feel like slapping your face.
On that one point, Sandra, we deeply understand each other. Well, I guess I can go home now.
Yes. Don't miss your little train, Maggie.
Good night. You certainly have a nerve, Pete.
Now, hold your horses.
I will not. This is not a roadhouse that you can drop in and out of whenever you happen to be passing. I don't want you here. Go back to your wife.
Don't be a fool.
And don't touch me,
Now, let's
please.
not have a brawl. At least you might have the good manners to listen to what I have to say. Even a prisoner has a chance to speak before he's sentenced.
Oh, you sound like a book, and a very cheap one. I did love you more than anything else in the world, and it does hurt. Now, what could you possibly say that would alter that?
Do you suppose I came down here if I didn't have something to say?
Well, what about your wife?
Sandra? Well, Sandra was not properly divorced from our predecessor, Mr. Stokes, when it was thought that we were properly married. And the necessity for a second and sober marriage ceremony was explained to me by my lawyer, Jock Thompson, last Wednesday when I came down here to see you.
You didn't tell me that.
Well, I wanted to tell you, but I had a clear duty ahead of me. I went back to New York and explained the situation to Sandra. I asked her to marry me when her divorce papers were final. That was yesterday, Tuesday. But she preferred to go to Philadelphia and perform on her piano. So I waited in New York until midnight, and then by every stroke of my conscience, I was free.
Oh, Pete.
And I'm free right now. Maggie, you're not going to turn me down again, are you?
Oh, darling. Darling, do I look crazy?
Nice music.
Oh, yes.
Yes, there must be something very special going on around here.
Yes, a wedding.
Oh, today?
Uh-huh.
Where, friends of yours?
Uh-huh. Pete and Maggie, you remember them.
Oh, yes.
And naturally, I'm glad the suspense is over. They've been messing about at getting married ever since I can remember.
Ah, the fool.
Yes.
Was it a nice wedding?
Oh, the usual thing. Do you, I do, kiss the bride, have some cake.
That's a good idea.
What?
Kiss the bride.
Darling. Pete, I can hear your heart beating.
Oh, don't be silly. That's my watch. Well, it's getting late. I really should be on my way.
Oh, dear, so should I. I'm on my honeymoon, you know.
So you are. Having a lovely time, darling?
Lovely so far. Darling, we have been such fools. Think of all the time we've lost. All those precious hours we could have been together. We've just thrown those hours away, Pete.
Yeah? 4 years of them.
Well, don't let's think of them now. Hold me, darling. And make me forget there was ever a moment when I wasn't close to you. Quiet down there.
Listen, are you coming for a ride or aren't you? I've been holding these horses for an hour.
10 minutes. You've still got 50 to go.
Are you coming down or do I have to come up there and drag you down bodily?
Bodily, my love. Bodily.
All right, you asked for it.
Miss Maggie, there's a letter here.
What, Violet?
The letter just come. Special delivery.
Let me see. Oh. That's from Washington.
Washington? What do
Uh-huh.
they want?
Oh, it's probably something about... Oh, Violet.
You got some bad news, Miss Maggie?
No, not exactly, but Mr. Pete has to go to Washington at once.
And you just married 5 days? Why, just let that letter blow away in the wind.
You think I could get away with it?
Maggie.
In here, Pete. Now, Violet, don't you say anything yet.
No, I ain't saying a word, not me.
What's going on up here anyway? Come on. Oh, that letter for me?
No, it's for me. It's from Uncle Ted.
Oh, how is he?
All right, I guess.
Doesn't he say?
Well, I haven't read it all yet. Come on, Pete, let's go for that ride, shall
Wait a minute. What's the matter with you?
we? Nothing.
Oh, yes, there is. Anything in that letter?
No.
Let me see it.
No, Pete,
Oh, yes, well, come on, I'll give it to me
Oh,
because I'll take
Pete,
it away.
Pete,
Now, give me that.
no. Oh, all right.
Come on.
All right, I'd have had to tell you anyway. It's from Washington. They want you to leave right away.
Really?
Mhm.
Well, let's see it.
Well, Uncle Ted says, if Peter is really serious, I advise that he lose no time in coming here. And then he goes on to say that Aunt Ada's in New York now and that... Pete, I have a wonderful idea. You fly to Washington. I'll go on to New York and stay with Aunt Ada. You see your man in Washington, and then come on up to New York, and we'll have a spree. What do you say?
Well, that's great. But you were going to lie to me, weren't you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You were going to hold out on me.
Oh, darling, I know you've got to go, but I hate it.
No, we made a bargain, didn't we?
I know we did, but I'm going to miss you so, darling.
Oh, Maggie, you smell of hay and horses and sunshine. Gee, what lovely kids you're going to have.
Oh, darling. Hello, operator. This is Mrs. Van Allen speaking. If that long-distance call comes through for me, I'm in the Palm Lounge.
Hello, Maggie.
Hello, Sandra. Yes, operator. I'll be here for some time. Thank you.
I didn't know you were in New York, Maggie. I want to congratulate you.
Thanks.
Where's Pete?
In Washington.
Oh, so you did get him into the air.
Yes, I did.
Maggie, I'm giving you fair warning. I'm going to get Pete back.
Well, Pete's married to me now, Sandra.
Yes, and there wasn't any flaw in that ceremony, was there? You'd see to that, wouldn't you?
Look, do we have to go on with this?
I've canceled my tour, Maggie.
Really?
Yes. You see, I'm going to have a baby.
Pete?
Yes.
Oh, but you wouldn't. You couldn't.
You're wrong, Maggie. I can and I will.
Mrs. Van Allen.
Yes, what is it?
It's your long-distance man.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Hello, darling. I'm talking to you from your Uncle Ted's house.
Hello, darling. Hold on, will you? I'll go upstairs.
No, there isn't time, Maggie. I'm leaving on a trip immediately.
Immediately? But where are you going?
I don't know. They haven't told me yet.
Oh, well, for how long, dear?
Darling, I don't even know that. A couple of months at least.
Oh, Pete.
Well, it's awfully quick notice, I know.
Well, will you be flying?
Of course. That's what I'm here for.
Oh, yes, Well, darling, then I won't see you before you leave.
Well, I'll write you as soon as I can. Goodbye, darling.
Tell him I'm with you.
I said goodbye.
Goodbye, dear. Take good care of yourself.
You too.
Oh, yes, of course, dear. Goodbye.
Bye, sweet.
Is Pete going away?
Yes.
Too bad. You're going to lose him, Maggie. I'm going to get him back.
Time will take care of that.
I told you I'm going to have a child.
You're lying.
Am I? Time will take care of that.
Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of The Great Lie, starring Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor, in just a moment. Now, if Sally and I may take a few liberties with an old saying, of all sad words, there's one that's shocking to girls today.
A run in my stocking.
Yes, stocking runs are real tragedies today.
With a couple of bold, bad villains to blame for many of them.
Harsh, alkaline soaps. Cake soap rubbing. These are two villains that are to blame for many costly, heartbreaking stocking runs. Two villains that rob stockings of their elasticity, that weaken the threads so they break easily into runs.
But they're two villains that haven't a chance to ruin your stockings if you stick to new, quick Lux.
Lux is very gentle. It guards that vital quality of elasticity because it contains no harmful alkali to injure delicate stocking threads. And of course, with Lux, there's no cake soap rubbing to weaken them either.
Nightly Luxing takes away soil and perspiration quickly, thoroughly, and safely.
So you get better wear from your precious stockings. Over 90% of the makers of stockings advise Lux Flakes, makers of rayon, cotton, and wool stockings, as well as of silk and nylon.
Keep those two villains, harsh soaps and cake soap rubbing, away from your stockings.
Save your stockings with gentle Lux care every night. It's easy and very thrifty. One big box of Lux Flakes does stockings every night for months. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Great Lie, starring Loretta Young as Maggie, George Brent as Pete, and Mary Astor as Sandra. For weeks, nothing has been heard of Pete, until at last, to an office in Washington, comes a confidential message.
Confidential, not to be released. Peter Van Allen plane forced down. Search party leaving for Interior tonight.
24 hours later, Maggie has still not heard the news. Now in her aunt's apartment in Washington, she meets a man from the War Department.
Come in, Maggie. This is Colonel Harrison.
Not the Colonel Harrison. How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Van Allen?
Aunt Ada's told me so much about you. Sit down, won't you, please?
Maggie.
Yes?
Colonel Harrison has news about Pete.
Oh, really? Is he coming back soon?
Mrs. Van Allen, I'm afraid it's not very good news.
Why? What do you mean?
It's not altogether hopeless yet, but your husband and his party have been missing for 24 hours over the Brazilian jungle.
Missing?
Well, you see, the terrain is very difficult. It takes time to get a search party and their planes back over there. None of them have been able to make a landing yet. So far as we know, the only point they could land is 40 miles from where they last heard from the plane. The country's very thick. It may take a little time.
Pete.
It's not hopeless, Maggie.
Colonel, you'll let me know, won't you? Right away.
Of course.
I mean, even if it's bad news, you'll tell me. Please.
We'll let you know as soon as we do. But you mustn't give up hope, Mrs. Van Allen. Not yet, anyway.
But it doesn't look good, does it? I mean, even right now.
Frankly, it looks very bad.
Oh, thank you, Colonel.
Last search party returned tonight. No sign of plane or flyers. Search abandoned.
That's Miss Maggie ringing.
You go up, Jefferson. I just can't look at her face no more. I just can't.
I'll go. Who is that gentleman up there?
That gentleman's from New York. That's Mrs. Peters' lawyer. So long now, Jefferson. Don't keep her waiting.
But it's so hard to believe. It's so hard to understand, Jock.
I know, Maggie. But you've got to think of yourself. Sleep and food
Oh, what
and...
for? I don't care. You know, all those weeks he was missing, I kept hearing him come across in that silly little plane of his. I really heard him this morning.
Maggie.
Oh, of course, it was only Jefferson with his lawnmower. There was no one else like Pete in the whole world. Remember those silly little sketches and that crazy old whistle and... Oh, but you knew him very well, didn't you, Jack?
Oh, yes. School, college. I knew Pete.
Oh, Jack, you'll have to forgive me.
Of course.
Yes? Oh, yes, Jefferson. I wanted to tell you that Mr. Thompson is staying for lunch.
Yeah, so.
And Jefferson, don't you and Violet go around looking like that. Mr. Pete is just gone, that's all.
Just gone. Yeah, so.
Poor Jefferson. He and Violet loved Pete very much, and...
Everyone did, Maggie. There must be some satisfaction in knowing Pete was doing something worthwhile.
I know. I've thought of that. But don't you see, I made him do it, Jack.
He was a very happy man, Maggie, and he wanted to go on that trip. He called me from Washington the day he left. He called himself the big family man.
Yes. He wanted children. That would have been something, wouldn't it?
What?
Something of his to live on. Pete's child.
Oh, yes.
If I could only scream or something,
Maggie!
Yes? Is Miss Kovac in, please? I'm Mrs. Van Allen.
Oh, no, she isn't.
I've been calling on the phone since yesterday. May I wait, please?
I'm afraid it won't do any good.
You mean she won't see me, is that it?
Who is it, Bertha? Oh.
I'd like to speak to you, Sandra.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Kovac.
It's all right. Come in, Maggie. I haven't been seeing anybody these last few days. Sit down.
Sandra, were you lying when you told me you might be going to have a child? Pete's child.
Oh, does that matter now?
If it's true, it does. Sandra, do you remember telling me in Philadelphia that if I wished to leave Pete a letter and marked it personal, he'd receive it unopened? Well, here's a letter from you to Pete marked personal, and it is unopened. In that letter, you told him you were going to have a child, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Sandra, be honest with yourself. You only wanted that child when you thought you could get Pete back. Well, now Pete's dead. Sandra, I came here to ask you for that child.
What?
I was married to Pete. I could give him Pete's name. I could give him everything that Pete could have given him had he lived.
Get out of here.
Get out! Oh, I know you hate me. Why shouldn't you? We both love the same man.
So you do believe I loved him?
Oh, yes. I believe that was the one decent thing about you, Sandra. Your feeling for Pete.
I can't think of him as gone. He loved life so much.
He left us two things in this world. I have his money, and you might have his child. You're extravagant. You're a woman of the world, a public figure. Your piano and your success, they won't go on forever. And after all, none of us gets younger. Let me ensure your future, and you ensure mine.
Your future?
His child. That could be my future. And I'd make you secure financially.
Money?
Yes.
Oh, it's so completely mad.
Think, Sandra.
Oh, no,
think.
I couldn't do it now. It's different. I'd be alone. I'd be afraid.
Oh, but you needn't be. I won't leave you for an instant.
You?
Sandra, let's call a truce.
Oh, what?
A truce until it's over. Now, you haven't told anyone else.
Oh, no, of course not.
We'll go away together secretly, out to Arizona. You can have your baby there. No one will know. Sandra, they'll never know.
Maggie, is that you?
Hello, Sandra.
Where have you been all this time?
Well, I drove into Yuma for a few things.
You have to stay all day?
That's 100 miles round trip. Here's some things for you. Cologne, talc, bath salt. It's lilac I couldn't get gardenia.
In that big box.
Oh, things we'll need later.
What things?
Stuff the doctor ordered.
Did you bring my sleeping tablets?
No.
Forget them?
No.
Well, why?
I asked the doctor.
What did he say?
He said no.
Well, you couldn't have told him how badly I was sleeping.
I told him how badly I was, and he demanded me. But I have to keep my eyes on you.
You're an expert at that. Where are the matches?
What for?
I want a cigarette.
Sandra, how many is that you smoked today?
My third since lunch.
Well, there are only 7 left, and this pack holds 20.
All right. I smoked 12 cigarettes since lunch, and if you really want to know, I had 6 this morning.
I knew that.
Spying on me.
Well, I have to.
Why? Because, Sandra, you're such a liar.
Well, you smoke your head off.
Oh, sure, but that's me. I'm not special. Come on now, why don't we take a walk?
Oh, it's too cold.
Well, you wear your fur coat.
That's a good idea. I'll wear my new mink cape. There might be a photographer from fashion waiting to snap me as I step over a cactus.
It's your place, Sandra.
Oh, I'm sick of cards. Listen to that wind.
Sandra.
This will probably turn into a cyclone. One of those tornadoes you read about in the newspapers and blow us all away.
Come on, Sandra. We've got time for one more game.
Can't you do something about that lamp? It's choking me. It's a pity you couldn't have found a place with electric light.
Well, I could have, but I'd also have found newspaper reporters. If you want privacy, you have to pay for it.
I want another cigarette.
All right.
Why don't you tell me I've smoked enough tonight?
Well, it'll take your mind off the weather. Go ahead.
That's right. Be patient with me. I'm a spoiled child, an imbecile to be humored. Maggie the martyr, you make me sick.
Come on, Sandra, let's play.
I've had enough of this. I'm fed up with the whole business. I'm going to get out of here.
Sandra, no.
Let me go. You can't keep me here. I won't stay.
Don't let yourself go like this. Sandra's not good for
I'm
you.
going outside and start that car and get out of here.
Sandra, be careful of that lamp. You'll set the house on fire.
Oh, I will. That'll be fine. That'll settle everything.
Sandra, come here.
Let me go. You burned me. You burned my hand.
Stop it, you hear me? Do I have to slap you? Sandra!
Oh. Oh.
Well, that's better. I'm sorry, Sandra. Come on now. Let's go on with the game, huh? Well, Doctor?
Any minute now. Got that water?
Yes, it's all ready. Is Sandra all right?
She'll come through this fine. She's as healthy as a horse, that woman. You seem more worried about this baby than she is.
I think I am.
Ever have a child of your own?
No.
A pity. Just the sort of woman who should have them. Oh, well, you'll have plenty of time.
I suppose so.
It spells life with capital letters. A woman without a child is like a man without an arm, the right arm. Tragic, the father dying before the child's born. Did you know the father?
Yes.
No. What sort of man was he?
Oh, he was very handsome, very clever, and very gay.
Doctor! Doctor!
Well, this is it. There he is, safe and sound. A fine boy, Miss Maggie.
Oh, Pete. Pete, my beloved.
Come on now, young Pete. Up he goes.
Have you got his lunch ready, Violet?
Oh, yes, I'm all ready, Miss Maggie. And don't he know it?
You know, we've had a long conversation about that. Violet, I was thinking.
Yeah.
Mr. Pete went to college at Yale. I suppose he'd like young Pete to go there, too.
Oh, yes, Miss Maggie. But shall I go up and pack his things now? Within the morning be soon enough. He's sure gonna look mighty funny up at that Yale College without no teeth.
Miss Maggie?
Yes?
Your Aunt Ada's automobile just come through the gate.
Aunt Ada. Oh, I didn't know she was coming. Here, you better feed him, Violet.
Yes. Come on, young Pete.
Jefferson, there's a telephone. Answer it.
Yeah, sir. I was coming telephone.
Maggie, where are you?
Aunt Ada, I'm in here. Where did you spring from?
Washington. I came like the wind. How are you, Maggie?
I never felt better.
Maggie, I want to talk to you.
What's the matter?
I hardly know how to begin.
Oh, darling, you're trembling. What is it?
Miss Maggie,
Yes, Jefferson?
you want it on the telephone. It's a telegram.
All right. Come on out here, Aunt Ada.
Listen, that's what I wanted to see you about.
Aunt Ada, wait, will you?
Maggie.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Van Allen. From where? Find Pete.
Maggie, your Uncle Ted was down in a place called Manea.
Darling, please. Go ahead. Yes. Could not wait. Telephone connection. Yes. On my way.
Your uncle telephoned me early this morning. He
Aunt
said
Ada,
that...
I can't hear. Go ahead. Yes, arrive Cartersville about 10 Thursday. Love, Pete. Thank you. Arrive Cartersville about 10 Thursday.
Pete and another man have been found.
Why didn't you tell me? When did you first hear this?
Well, Colonel Harrison came down to your uncle and said...
Arrived Cartersville about 10 Thursday. Why, that's today. It's today.
That's Mr. Pete coming down from the sky like an angel of the Lord.
Jefferson, you go right in and call that airplane coach. Tell Miss Maggie he's coming straight here. Hurry up!
Violet, where's Mr. Pete?
He's in the baby's room, Miss Maggie.
All right.
Watch out, the baby's sleeping.
Yes. Pete? Oh, Pete!
Maggie.
Oh, darling. Darling, I went to the airport.
No, I came right here. I couldn't wait.
Oh, Pete. Did you see him?
Yes, I've just been getting acquainted.
Oh, he's asleep. I wanted you to see him when he was awake.
What's his name, Maggie?
We call him Young Pete. Do you like him?
Oh, he's lovely.
Darling, you look ill.
Oh, no. I'm all right.
Are you really?
Of course. Oh, do you think I've changed? Oh, it's the gray hair. A sober, solid citizen, remember?
Yes.
Maggie, you haven't changed at all.
Haven't I? Oh, darling, nothing was the same without you, Pete. Nothing.
You know, this young fella here, he's like me.
Yes, he is.
How old is he?
Well, he's 3 months and 4 days exactly.
Our son.
He was all I had of you, Pete. Except so often I had the feeling you were here, laughing at me and chasing me and running around in that silly little plane.
I'm really here now, darling.
Yes.
Here with you and our son. You know, I always said you'd have beautiful children.
Darling, I...
Yes, Maggie. What's the matter?
No, nothing. You're home. That's all I want to think about, darling. You've come home.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will bring us Act 3 of The Great Lie, starring Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor. In our mail the other morning came an interesting letter from a lady in Spokane, Washington. It's my first fan letter, she writes, and it's a very nice letter indeed. A gracious thank you for the Lux Radio Theater and for Lux Flakes. She tells us this story. One day, a neighbor dropped in while she was getting ready to wash the lunch dishes.
Now, don't stop your work, my dear. Let me help.
Oh, an offer like that's too good to refuse. Here's a dish towel.
Goodness, Ruth. Do you use Lux for the dishes? Wish I could afford to.
Afford to? Don't you know how thrifty Lux is? Look how those suds bubble up. And I only use a few flakes.
There's nothing kinder to your hands than Lux, I know.
And a little goes so far. Why, I use Lux for most of my washing as well as the dishes. And this box has lasted a long time, too.
Well, maybe I'll try it out myself.
The letter continues.
The other day I was at my neighbor's house when she gave her grocery order. At the top of her list was Lux Flakes.
Most women do know how gentle and pure Lux Flakes are. Perhaps some of you don't realize how economical it is to use New Quick Lux for the dishes. You know, it's the suds that count. And Lux gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Now, that's true even in hard water. Why not save your hands from that unattractive dishpan look when it costs so little? Tests have proved that red, rough hands begin to grow lovelier in from 2 to 7 days after changing from harsh soaps to gentle, New Quick Lux. Just try it. You'll never want to do dishes any other way. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone. Act 3 of The Great Lie, starring Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor. Several months have gone by, and Pete still doesn't know that Sandra is the mother of his young son. Now Pete and Maggie are in New York in a hotel dining room with Colonel Harrison. Pete, the proud father, has just brought out the latest snapshots of the baby.
I have dozens of these, Colonel, and if you really enjoy looking at them, I could send you about 50 to Washington.
He'll send you 150 if you want.
A fine boy, Pete. Fine.
Pete, darling.
Sandra, well, hello.
Oh, it's good to see you. Hello, Maggie. Well, what does one say to a ghost?
Just hello, I guess.
I couldn't believe it when I heard you were alive. It was in Australia just before a concert. I drank a bottle of champagne and played Chopin's Funeral March in swing time.
Have a drink?
No, thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Colonel Harrison, Miss Kovacs.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Staying in town long?
No, we're going home tomorrow.
Oh, running away so soon?
Well, we've been here a week, and I miss the country.
That's what she says, but don't believe her. She's going back to her boy. Oh, I've got something to show you. Yes, Sandra?
Oh, pictures.
That's the son and heir. What do you think of it?
Why, he's so big.
He's 31 inches tall, weighs 29 pounds, has 8 teeth, and he bites.
Oh, he's lovely.
And here's one taken with his mother. I think he looks like Maggie, but you will have it that he looks like me.
He is like you. Don't you think so, Maggie?
Yes, I do.
Oh, but he has Maggie's smile.
Perhaps. I don't know much about babies. Maggie, that must have been quite a moment when you told Pete about the baby. I'd like to have been there.
Pete, we better run. We're catching the early train tomorrow.
You have to go so soon. Well, anyway, it was wonderful to see you, Pete, and I think your son is grand.
Only Maggie could have a baby like that.
Of course.
I think he'd be a perfect baby, no matter who his mother was. Good night, Sandra.
Good night.
Miss Maggie, there's a lady here to see you.
I know. Where is she, Violet?
Inside there in the living room.
Go tell Mr. Pete, please.
Yes.
Hello, Maggie. Well, here I am.
Yes, I was expecting you.
Going to ask me to stay?
No.
You'd better.
What do you want, Sandra?
Can't even guess, can you? Oh, Maggie, you're marvelous.
Well, hello, Sandra.
Pete, hello, darling. How are you?
What are you doing in this part of the world?
Well, I hardly know myself. I was motoring to White Sulphur Springs. All of a sudden, I realized I'd gone straight through to Maryland.
Uh-huh.
I remembered you lived in Maryland, and here I am. I hope I'm not intruding.
Why, of course not. You're looking fine, Sandra.
I feel well, a little tired. Oh, I love this place.
Oh, I must show it to you.
I was wondering, could you put me up for the night? I was going to White Sulphur for a rest anyway. I've had a tough season.
Why, yes, I suppose we could. Couldn't we, Maggie?
Why, yes.
Oh, that'd be lovely, thanks. By the way, where's the baby? I can hardly wait to see him. It was a boy, wasn't it?
Yes. Would you like a drink, Sandra?
Not now, thanks. I'm dying to see the baby.
Oh, come on, then. It's upstairs.
Pete, it's time for his bath.
Oh, I know.
Well, can't I see him in his bath?
Certainly. Come on.
Isn't the proud Mama coming?
Come on, Maggie.
No, not now. I want to speak to Violet about dinner. You run along. I'll join you later.
Maggie, it's almost 7 o'clock.
I'm coming.
She'll be right down, Sandra.
What's the matter? Headache?
Didn't say anything about it.
Here she is. Hello, Maggie.
Sorry I'm late.
Cocktail, dear, we're way ahead of you. We've had 3.
3? Oh, Maggie, that wifely tone. Do you count his cigarettes, too?
Doctor's orders.
Doctor's orders. How familiar that sounds. Would you believe it? Once I was under doctor's orders.
You?
Yes, I had to count my cigarettes, my drinks, and my calories. And what's more, I had a little dragon watching over me every minute to see that I did it.
Didn't seem to do you any harm.
No, I've never seen you look better. Come on, have another one.
Oh, I shouldn't. But how I love to do things I shouldn't. To my hostess, Maggie, my dear, may you always be as happy as you are now. Thank you.
Dinner served, Miss Maggie.
Good. Come on, Sandra.
Dinner. Oh, the air down here has really given me an appetite.
You always were a great traveler, Sandra.
You'd love Australia, Pete. It's a great man's country. Earthy and exciting. Reminds me of our own West. You know, Arizona.
Arizona? Why, that's where young Pete was born.
Oh, really, Maggie?
Yes, on a little ranch.
Not here in the ancestral home?
No.
Well, that's when I was missing. Pretty grim for Maggie. No wonder she wanted to get away from people.
Mr. Pete,
Yes?
you wanted on the telephone, sir. Long distance.
Oh, excuse me.
Jefferson, we'll have our coffee in the drawing room.
Yes.
I'll take my brandy with me if you don't mind. Oh, I love this room, Maggie. It's very like you. Quiet and peaceful.
Sandra, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Nothing.
You going to hold me to my bargain?
Why, yes.
When I made it, I didn't know Pete was alive.
When you thought he was dead, you didn't want that baby. Now that he's alive, you want them both.
It was never a part of the bargain that Pete should be alive. The money you gave me is in trust. It's never been touched.
You're not going to tell Pete.
No, Maggie. I'm not going to tell him. You're going to tell him. And I'm going to stay here until you do.
Well, that's that. Harrison, that's some new planes he wants me to see.
Pete, I think I'm going to say good night. I won't have any coffee. It might keep me awake. And I want a good night's sleep.
Sleep? Why, you're not turning in now.
Oh, Maggie looks a little tired.
Are you, Maggie? Well, but it's so early.
Oh, I won't go to bed right away. I'll read and write some letters. Besides, you've got luncheon guests tomorrow, haven't you?
Yes.
Well, then I think you've had quite enough for one evening. Good night, and try and get some rest.
Good night, Sandra.
I'll come up with you.
Oh, don't bother, Maggie. I can find my way. Good night.
Good night. Coffee, dear?
What's going on between you two?
Nothing.
Well, something must have happened. Did Sandra say anything to upset you?
No, she didn't.
Well, then, my darling, don't you think you've let me down a little?
How?
Well, I don't know why Sandra came here, but I'm sure she came here for some reason, and I particularly wanted to see how happy we are. We are happy, aren't we?
Oh, of course, darling.
Well, then don't you think you might have taken some other way of showing it? You hardly ate and you hardly spoke. Anyone would think that I beat you in private.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Maggie, there's something between us tonight. I don't know what it is, but it's like flying in a fog. I can't seem to get my bearings, and I don't like it. We've always told each other everything, haven't we?
Yes.
That's been the great thing. No secrets. Always honest with each other, haven't we?
Yes.
Well, then, don't you think you can tell me what's making you unhappy? Maggie, I think I know what it is. It's Sandra. Her being here has upset you, hasn't it? And you think that, well, that I still find her attractive, don't you?
Do you?
I'd be lying if I told you anything else. Any man would find Sandra attractive. Perhaps even a little exciting. But don't you see, Maggie, I'm not just any man now. I'm your husband, the father of young Pete, and believe me, that makes a whale of a difference. You and young Pete. You'd have to be a man to know what that means, but it's the tops.
Are you awake, Miss Maggie?
Yes. What time is it, Violet? I didn't get to sleep till early this morning.
Why, it's 10 o'clock.
Oh, that wretched lunch. What am I going to do?
Well, the first thing you're going to do is drink your coffee. There ain't nobody coming for almost an hour.
I don't want anything to go wrong, Violet. Is Madame Kovac up yet?
Lordy, yes, and she was up with the birds, had breakfast, and then come to the nursery and took the baby.
Took the... Where? Where did she take him?
Miss Maggie, what's the matter with you this morning? You as white as a tablecloth. Why, she just took him for a little walk. They're downstairs there now.
Oh. Well, get my clothes, Violet. I'm getting up right away.
Morning, Maggie.
Good morning.
Sleepyhead.
Hello, I'm sorry I slept so late.
I'm getting acquainted with this young man. He's a darling.
Yes, isn't he?
I'm thinking of stealing him.
You'd better not try it. Come on, Sonny. Back to the nursery for you.
Sit down, Sandra. I want to speak to you.
Yes. I think we ought to have a talk, Maggie. I've changed my mind since last night. If you think I can stand by and let Pete think that child is yours and say nothing, you're crazy. Why didn't you tell him the truth when he came back? Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to him.
But Pete thinks that child is yours?
He is.
What?
I didn't lie to Pete. That child is mine. Your part was finished the minute you gave that baby to me. From that day on, I've had only one purpose in my life. To make that baby mine and to forget that you ever existed.
So you told Pete the baby was yours. What did you think I'd do about that?
I don't know what I thought. I thought that you'd never come back, that perhaps you'd marry and stay away, or perhaps you'd die. I hoped you would die.
But I didn't die, and I haven't stayed away, and I want that child.
Sandra, you walked away from that baby without one backward look.
But I've seen him now.
But you could have it any time. We made no rule about that.
I was in Australia.
Oh, it takes more than an ocean to keep a mother from a child she really wants to see. In all those months, you never wrote me one line asking about him. You were perfectly satisfied to take him off your hands, to send him with me. Why, if that had been my child, I'd never have given up.
But he's not your child, and you're going to give him up. You could justify that lie to yourself, but you can't justify it to Pete. He'll never forgive you, Maggie.
Sandra, you're not going to tell Pete, are you?
You see, you're afraid. You don't dare tell him how you've lied to him. And I'll tell you something else you're afraid of. You're afraid you'll lose Pete, too, and you will. He never loved you as much as he loved me. You were second choice. You caught him on the rebound. There's only one thing holding him to you, Maggie, and that's my baby. I'd be too proud to hold a man with another woman's child.
Pete, come here.
What's the matter?
Come here.
Anything wrong? What are you looking so solemn about?
I've got something to tell you.
Well,
I've lied to you about young Pete.
what do you mean?
I mean, he isn't mine.
What are you talking about?
He belongs to Sandra. Sandra's his mother.
He's mine, Pete. Yours and mine.
I'll tell you as simply as I can. When you were in South America, before you were missing, Sandra told me that she was going to have a child. Your child. And then when you didn't come back and we thought you were dead, well, it wasn't an easy situation for Sandra to face alone. So I went away with her and stayed until young Pete was born. And then I persuaded her to let me take him. It was the only way he could have the place that he was entitled to. After all, he was your son. So Sandra gave him to me so that he could have that place.
Wait a minute. That's why you went to Arizona alone. That's why you didn't take Violet or Aunt Ada with you.
Yes.
Yes, I thought there was something funny. You were always so shy about taking credit for young Pete. And I remember you saying, no matter who the mother is, the baby would be perfect. At the time, I thought that was very sweet. I liked it.
I thought it rather touching myself.
And you, Sandra, ever since you've been in this house, you've been hammering sarcastically at Maggie about that baby. The proud mother business. I thought there was something.
But, Pete, don't you see?
Yes, I see. You told everyone the baby was yours. You lied to everyone. When I came back, you even lied to me. How long did you intend to go on lying, Maggie?
I couldn't bear the thought of losing either of
Why
you.
are you telling me now?
Because now Sandra wants the baby.
Oh. You mean you're going to take the baby away?
He's mine, Pete. When I gave him up, I didn't know you were still alive. It's different now.
Well, how is it different now?
Sandra just told me that I was only holding you because of young Pete, her child. And that if you knew I'd lied to you, you'd leave me.
Well, Sandra, the baby is yours. If you want to take him, there isn't very much we can do about it. He's a wonderful kid, and we'll miss him, naturally. But, Maggie, thank heaven we've got each other.
Oh, darling.
Well, this is another side of you, Pete. The noble, forgiving husband side. You're very pathetic, darling, and just a wee bit nauseating.
Sandra, wait. Young Pete's not ready. I have to get him dressed, and could you give me just a little while to say goodbye to him?
Don't be a fool, Maggie. What would I do with a baby without a man around to bring him up?
Pete, you're not forgiving me. I know that. You hate me, don't you? You can tell the truth now. She's gone. You hate me.
Mommy. He's coming, young Pete. Don't you worry.
Oh, Pete, please say something. Don't just stand there looking at me like that. Say what you're thinking.
We'd better go upstairs, darling. I think young Pete wants to see his mother.
Oh, darling.
Come on, Maggie.
Yes, darling. Mommy's coming.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back to the microphone for their curtain calls. Now, here's our fashion reporter, Libby Collins, with a prescription for a spring tonic.
This one's fun to take, too. And for just a few dollars, it makes you feel like a million. Here's what you do. Take one spring suit. Doesn't have to be a new one. Add a collection of bright new blouses, and there you are. Take one blouse printed in splashy red roses with a soft bow at the neckline. One tailored blue and white checked chambray with white piqué collar and cuffs. And a plain bright red or stark black to change off, and you've got a grand variety. There are lovely new blouses in the stores. And, of course, if you want to buy the fabric and make your own, they're even less expensive.
Add a dash of new Quick Lux to your prescription, Libby, and it's even thriftier, because Lux is so safe for those bright prints and deep colors. Safe for anything safe in water. Lux Care keeps colors fresh and unfaded and new-looking longer, so your pretty things wear better.
And better wear is more important to us today than ever. Yes, it's thrifty as well as easy to save our pretty washables with gentle Lux Care.
It's care that experts advise. More makers of fine washables advise Lux Flakes than advise all other soaps combined. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
When 3 stars have taken as many curtain calls in the Lux Radio Theater as Loretta Young, George Brent, and Mary Astor, it goes without saying that we're delighted to have them take another.
Well, thank you, Mr. DeMille. I always look forward to these weeks in the Lux Radio Theater.
You three were certainly convincing in The Great Lie.
Well, that's the only time I've been called a liar that I enjoyed it, C.P.
Careful, George. Careful, you'll get me in wrong with the ladies. I feel a little embarrassed, Mary, that every time you've been our guest here, we've given you the rather disagreeable part of the other woman.
The Northwest Mounted Police in reverse, Mr. DeMille. The lady who never gets her man.
But the lady who did get an Academy Award for her performance in The Great Lie. Mary, we all want to congratulate you on winning that award.
And everybody in Hollywood agrees with that, Mary.
Thank you both. It's the nicest thing that ever happened to me. Naturally, I'm very proud of the honor.
And I think the audience should know that when Mary arrived here for rehearsal the day she won the award, our whole cast broke into spontaneous applause. That was exactly how we felt about it.
Say, what's going on here next week, C.P.?
A delightful comedy, George. It's Paramount's hit motion picture, The Lady Eve. And our stars will be Barbara Stanwyck and Ray Milland. You'll hear Barbara Stanwyck in the same part she played on the screen, the beautiful card sharp, who finds a victim in Ray Milland until love takes a winning hand in the game. And we're sure to win with fortune dealing us The Lady Eve next Monday night.
Well, the picture was a great success, Mr. DeMille. I know you'll have a fine play. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. The Great Lie is certainly worth telling. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck and Ray Milland in The Lady Eve. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, has honored our sponsor, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, with a citation, which reads as follows. For distinguished service rendered in behalf of the National Defense Savings Program, this citation is awarded to Lever Brothers for radio promotion. Needless to say, we are proud that our sponsors' efforts on this program and on all other Lever Brothers programs have won this recognition. You can be sure that Lever Brothers Company will continue to do all in its power to promote the sale of defense bonds and to further every other effort to win the war. The picture, The Great Lie, was directed by Edward Goulding. Loretta Young is currently seen on the screen in the Columbia picture Bedtime Story. George Brent appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio and will soon be seen in their production of In This Our Life, in which he co-stars with Betty Davis. Mary Astor's current picture is the Warner Brothers production, The Maltese Falcon. Heard in tonight's play were Ruby Dandridge as Violet, Griff Barnett as Colonel Harriston, Verna Felton as Aunt Ada, Buck Woods as Jefferson, and Charles Seal, Boyd Davis, Arthur Gilmore, Leon Ledoux, and Leo Cleary. Tune in next Monday night to hear Barbara Stanwyck and Ray Milland in The Lady Eve. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Alan Ladd and Loretta Young in And Now Tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Preston Sturgis.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Around this time of year, we are all entitled to a reasonable dose of spring fever, the feeling perhaps of restlessness and vague impatience. In the old days, sulfur and molasses was the customary antidote. But tonight we bring you a better combination in Loretta Young and Alan Ladd. They are starred in the Paramount hit And Now Tomorrow, based on Rachel Field's best-selling novel of the same name. And they assume, of course, the same roles they interpreted so finely on the screen. Loretta Young is the proud and wealthy girl who finds her romance thwarted by an act of fate, and Ellen Ladd is a childhood enemy from another world who tries not only to help her overcome her handicap, but to overcome as well the barriers that stand between them. This is the second time that Alan and Loretta have been starred together on this stage, and your many letters requesting their reappearance are herewith acknowledged. Meanwhile, you may have seen Alan in his current Paramount production, Salty O'Rourke. While our story takes place before the war, the title itself, And Now Tomorrow, expresses our attitude throughout America today, as we turn from victory in Europe to the conquest of Japan. To the men in the services abroad, these broadcasts will continue to be sent by shortwave regularly, as we receive, expressing their appreciation. Mariner writes us that while he always listened to our show on Monday nights, how specific to make him full of toilet soap was. He adds, whenever I take my next shower, which may be some time from now, it will be Lux and nothing but Lux. To that exuberant seaman, many thanks. And to all his fellow men in uniform, our wishes for a safe return. It is curtain time now, and here's the first act of And Now Tomorrow, starring Alan Ladd as Merrick Vance and Loretta Young as Emily Blair. A week ago, Miss Emily Blair of Blairstown, Massachusetts, came to Chicago to see the celebrated specialist, Dr. Sloan. After days of tests and observations, he sits now in his office, watches the movements of his lips, and from them learns his discouraging verdict.
What you're trying to tell me, Doctor, is that there's nothing you can do for me.
I'm sorry, Miss Blair.
No hope at all? I'll never hear again?
There's always hope. Miss Blair, 2 years ago, in 1935, you had a severe case of meningitis. The result is marked deterioration of the auditory nerves. I know of no cure for it.
I see.
But I'm only one man, Miss Blair. There's Chase of Johns Hopkins, Merritt in Rochester, Caro in Montreal.
I've seen them all, except Carol. I've been examined and tested by so many specialists, I just couldn't face another one right now. I'm going home for a while.
Perhaps that's best. I'm glad you haven't let your deafness be a handicap. You read lips remarkably well.
I've had excellent teachers and a great deal of practice. Well, thank you, Doctor.
Wait a minute, Miss Blair. A doctor's obligation goes beyond mere diagnosis. Your personal life may have a bearing on what anyone can do for you. You're not married, are you?
Really? What possible bearing can that have on the case?
It might have a lot to do with any advice I could give you.
I'd rather not discuss my affairs.
As you wish. I only want to help you.
Well, I suppose there's nothing that I shouldn't tell you. My parents died some years ago. I have a younger sister. She lives with me, and so does my aunt, who manages our factory.
But no husband.
I'm engaged?
Well, then, there's no reason why you shouldn't have a full and happy life, regardless of your hearing.
Except, Doctor, I have no intention of marrying until I'm cured of deafness. I will not inflict this handicap on someone else.
But that's absurd. There's nothing...
Please, Doctor, please. I've discussed this with my fiancé. It's a matter entirely between ourselves. Now, if you'll tell me the amount of your...
Miss, your bag's in the drawing room. You getting on now?
How soon are we leaving?
For 5 minutes, miss.
Then I believe I'll walk down the platform here.
Yes, ma'am.
Gangway! Gangway! Gangway, lady! Look out!
What's the matter with you? Want to get yourself killed?
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to grab you, but that baggage truck was about to run you down.
I didn't hear it. You see, I'm deaf.
I know. Sure you're all right?
It's perfectly all right.
I'm getting on that train, too. Here, let me...
Thank you. I'm sure I'll manage nicely by...
Okay. Manage nicely by yourself.
Miss Blair.
Yes, conductor.
We'll be in Blairstown in 10 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Meade? Mr. Meade?
Why, hello there, Miss Emily.
Dr. Cab here, Mr. Meade?
Why, sure. But aren't they coming down to meet you?
Did you say something, Mr. Meade?
I said, aren't they coming down to meet you?
No. No, I wanted to surprise them. Oh, your cab seems to be engaged.
Huh?
There's somebody in it.
Sorry, mister. I've got a passenger already.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Mr. Meade, I think I'd rather walk.
If there's any walking to be done, Miss Blair, I'd like to do it.
Apparently, you know my name.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but...
Mine's Vance, Dr. Merrick Vance.
Well, Dr. Vance, you've seen me embarrassed once. The baggage truck, remember? I'd rather you didn't see me embarrassed again.
Meaning?
That I'd feel much better if you'd share this cab with me.
Just as you say, Miss Blair.
Where to, mister?
Dr. Weeks' house, please.
Oh, you're a friend of Dr. Weeks?
Yes, he practically brought me up.
He's our family doctor.
Isn't he everybody here in Blairstown? I'm sorry, Miss Blair.
What for?
I've been staring at you.
Oh, clinical interest, Dr. Vance?
You're pretty good at reading lips. I'm sorry I shoved in on you like this.
But it was your cab, Dr. Vance.
Yeah, but you're Miss Blair of Blair House. One just doesn't do that for the Blairs.
I beg your pardon?
Skip it.
Dr. Weeks' place, mister.
Yeah. How much do you, Skipper?
Dr. Vance, please let me pay Mr. Meade.
Sorry, but even a Blair can't buy this ride. I enjoyed it too much. Goodbye, Miss Blair.
And you're home. Oh, Emily, dear, I'm so glad to see you. But, darling, why didn't you let us know? Just a surprise, Aunt Martha. Now, tell me, how is everybody? Fine. Fine. Oh. And what about you, dear? No luck. Another failure. Emily. We'll talk about it later. Where's Jeff? Still at the mill. But he'll be here for dinner. Reporting to the boss, huh? Really, dear, he's done wonders at the plant. And it's all because of you. You're all he ever talks about. Emily, dear, why don't you marry him? You'd be much happier. You know why. But, darling, I just simply couldn't stand seeing me stare at other people's lips and watching me look around before I'd take a single step. We Blairs are much too stuck up for that. Now, what about Janice? How's she? Your sister needs a talking to, my dear. She's out entirely too much, and no accounting for it. But who knows? Maybe it's romance. Well, I'd better freshen up. Hurry, dear. I'll phone Jeff right away. Oh, Dr. Will's coming to dinner, too. Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, Jeff, don't be silly.
I mean it, Janice. You shouldn't come to the office like this.
Oh, darling, please don't scold me.
This hiding, lying about working late.
But, Jeff, we didn't want to fall in love. We tried our best not to.
Well, maybe we didn't try hard enough.
Oh, Jeff, you haven't kissed me all day, and I... Oh, now what?
Hello? Yes. Oh, Aunt Martha. What? Why, that's wonderful. How is she? It's Emily. She's back.
Emily?
She what? Oh. Well, I'll be right home. Thanks. Thanks, Aunt Martha. She wanted to surprise us.
She surprised?
That specialist in Chicago couldn't do anything.
Oh, poor Emily. But we've got to tell her, Jeff, about us.
Deliberately hurt her? I simply can't do it, Janice. If only she could hear, I'd tell her.
But now. All right, forget it. Guess I can stand it a little while longer. You can. Come on, we better get up to the house.
And that's why you sent for me, Dr. Will? Emily Blair. That's right, Mary. Because Sloan could do nothing for her. How did you know? She sent me a wire before she left Chicago. Look, Dr. Will, I'm not for the Blairs. Sure, I've had some success with deafness, but I'm just a guy working in a free clinic. Merrick, we've known each other a long time. You're very close to me, my boy, but so are the Blairs. And just what do you want me to do? I want you to stay here for a while and treat Emily Blair. You know, I'd do anything in the world for you, Dr. Will, but this I can't see. If my work is any good, people need it who can't afford to go to the specialist. I'm needed far more in Pittsburgh than I am in Blairstown. Look, can we talk about it later? Later? The Blairs expect me for dinner. They expect you, too. Oh, now, wait a minute. Aunt Martha insists that I bring you. Who's Aunt Martha? Martha Evans, Emily's aunt. She manages the meal. You will come, won't you? Me having dinner with the Blairs. Sure, if they won't throw me out.
Janice and Jeff and I are having coffee in the study. Dr. Vance, won't you join us?
Oh, thanks. Where's Dr. Will?
Cambridge, I think. We're all leaving for the Hodges dance at 10. I hope you'll come along, too.
Well, don't worry about me, Miss Blair.
I hope you're not too scientific to walk, Doctor.
Jeff, turn up the radio.
Well, I'm afraid I've never had time to learn.
Oh, well, Jeff, you come on and dance then.
By all means. Emily. Emily, dear.
Yes?
This is the tune we danced to at our engagement party. May I?
I'll try, Jeff, but remember, I can't hear the music. Cigarette, Doctor.
No, thanks.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Jeff stumbled.
Come on. We'll start again.
Poor Emily. She's trying so hard not to let her deafness be a handicap.
Yes, I see.
Oh, I am sorry.
My fault, darling. They're playing it faster than they used to.
No, really, it's no use, Jeff. It's really no fun dancing when you can't hear the music.
But, Emily, what about the Hodges party?
But if you don't mind, Jeff, I don't think I'll go.
Why, Emily...
But, darling, we promised. Yes, I know. So you go ahead without me. Without an escort? Of course not. Jeff will go with you. That's all right with you, isn't it, Jeff?
Emily, there'll be lots of people there not dancing.
I know, dear, but I'm tired. I'd really rather not go, honestly. Well, darling, we said we'd be there early, so yes. Yes, you'd better leave.
Emily, you sure you don't mind?
Of course not, darling. Have a good time.
Good night, dear. Good night, Dr. Vance.
Good night, Mr. Stoughton. Excuse me, I'll turn off the radio. You don't like to make compromises, do you, Miss Blair?
You think that's why I'm not going to the Hodges?
Isn't it?
You're very observant, aren't you?
That's part of my business. Besides, I know much more about you than you realize. We've met before.
We have?
Yes, it was at a Christmas party at the mill. Our name wasn't Vance then, it was Vankovich. You were about 7 and I was 12. You were giving out Christmas baskets to the workers. Everybody thought you were so cute. I hated you. Would you like to know why, Miss Blair?
Well, no, not particularly.
I'll tell you anyway. A week before Christmas, my father was let out of his job. We didn't have much to eat that winter. My father never got over it. He died a few months later. Do you blame me for hating your mill and everybody connected with it?
Well, I'm sorry it happened, of course. But it wasn't my fault.
No. No, it wasn't. Forget it.
You've had a hard time, haven't you, Dr. Vance?
Oh, not too tough. Dr. Will practically adopted me, put me through medical school.
Oh, I see.
That's why I'm here tonight.
Oh?
He wants me to try to cure you.
You?
Oh, I know. You never heard of me. But I've helped a lot of deaf people, Miss Blair.
Dr. Vance, I have been to some of the best specialists all over the world.
I know, but they don't know anything about my treatment. You see, it's something I stumbled on in a free clinic in Pittsburgh.
Oh.
No. So, Miss Blair, I don't think the surroundings of the clinic would suit you at all.
Sure they wouldn't. And besides, I don't think I'd make a very good guinea pig.
I'm not so sure of that. And since you aren't looking at me, I can say that deafness isn't the only thing I'd like to cure you
I beg
of,
your pardon,
Miss
did you say something?
I was saying, I don't think I'll wait for Dr. Will. Good night, Miss Blair.
Another cup of coffee, Mary?
Oh, thanks, Dr. Will.
By the way, you ran out on me last night.
No, not on you, on Emily Blair.
What happened?
Nothing. Just she still thinks of me as an immigrant kid from the wrong side of the river.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Emily's a wonderful girl.
Yeah, she's a tearing beauty, all right. At least she doesn't feel sorry for herself.
Do you think you could do something for her? I mean, if you had time.
And she wanted me to. I might. You know, I've never had a meningitis deafness. I think I'd like to try it.
Now, boy, I'm delighted.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'd have to be in Pittsburgh at least once a week. I'd have to fly, and that costs money.
Oh, you leave that to me. I'll have my old office fixed into a nice little laboratory for you. We'll wire for everything you need, and I'll have Emily Blair here on Monday.
All right. But remember, I'm doing this for you and you alone.
I understand, my boy. Perfectly.
Won't you sit down, Miss Blair?
Thank you.
Emily didn't understand the other night how far you'd gone in your special field, Mary. I ought to have told her more about you.
Well, you certainly made up for it today, Dr. Will.
She's here because I believe if anyone can help her, you can. And, Mary, if Emily decides to take your treatment, we'd like to keep it a little secret.
But why?
Well, for one thing, Dr. Vance, my aunt wants me to go to see Carol in Montreal, and I don't want to. I want to stay home for a while. If your treatment should be successful, it would be a happy surprise for all of us. And if it isn't, well, it will save the others another disappointment.
I'm very hopeful. Very hopeful.
Oh, there's one thing, Miss Blair, before we go any further. If we start this, I want to be sure you'll see it through.
Just what does that mean?
The treatments involve injections twice a week, special serum that I've developed.
How long will it last?
I haven't any idea.
Well, I mean, about how long? How long did it take with your other patients?
Well, that's no indication. None of them had meningitis, and not all of them were cured.
Oh. You haven't much faith yourself, have you?
No. And you're not going to like the treatment. You're going to feel pretty sick after some of the injections. That's why I want your promise to stay with it until something's proved.
Would you tell me at once if you knew it was useless?
Well, of course. My time has a certain value, too, Miss Blair.
Very well, I promise. And Dr. Will seems to have enough faith for both of us anyway.
You know, it seems as though we're both doing this for Dr. Will. You know, it's a lucky break for us that deafness isn't one of those ailments where you have to like the doctor to be helped.
Or the doctor has to like his patient.
Yes. You can roll up your sleeve, Miss Blair.
Our stars, Loretta Young and Alan Ladd, will be back in just a moment with Act Two of And Now Tomorrow. Meanwhile, it sounds like gossip.
So I said to Mary, well, that's a catty remark. You'll have to admit Ellen has a mighty adoring husband.
Mary's just jealous of Ellen, that's all.
That's what I think. But all I said was, well, I hope when I get a husband, he looks at me the way Jim Taylor looks at Ellen.
I guess that did it.
Sounds as if Ellen were something of a glamour girl. Certainly her husband thinks she is. One thing's sure. Ellen's a girl who realizes the compelling charm of smooth, radiant skin. Yes, Ellen's a Lux girl. A girl who never takes chances with complexion loveliness. Here's her daily beauty care.
My Lux soap facials are easy and quick. I cover my face generously with the creamy active lather and work it well in. Then I rinse with warm water, splash on cold, and pat my face dry with a soft towel. This beauty care works for screen stars, and it works for me, too.
Active lather facials with Lux toilet soap really do make skin softer, smoother. No wonder this fine soap is the chosen beauty soap of 9 out of 10 famous screen stars. Lovely women everywhere. They'll tell you the extra creamy lather is like a caress on the skin. You'll agree it feels like smoothing beauty in. Recent tests showed actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this gentle daily care. Why don't you get some of this fine white complexion soap tomorrow? Here's Preston Sturgis and our stars.
Act Two of And Now Tomorrow, starring Loretta Young as Emily Blair and Alan Ladd as Merrick Vance. For more than 2 months now, Merrick Vance has remained in Blairstown. And unknown to her family, Emily Blair comes to his improvised laboratory twice a week. Not even her fiancé, Jeff Stoughton, knows of her visit. But Jeff has other matters to keep his mind and his spare time occupied.
But what do you want me to tell her, Janice? Darling, our engagement was a mistake. While you were away, I fell in love with your sister.
Can't you? Then I'll tell Emily myself. I'm sick and tired of feeling like a thief just because I want something that belongs to me. You're not her property anymore.
If you tell Emily one single word now, you and I are through.
Jeff. Oh, Jeff, don't say such a thing.
I'm sorry, darling, but I had to make you understand.
Oh, Jeff. Jeff, put your arms around me.
Darling, we're in your house. Someone may come in.
I told you Aunt Martha went to Boston.
But Emily,
Haven't you noticed? Every Tuesday and Friday afternoon she's gone. Wouldn't it be a laugh if she were double-crossing you?
Janice.
Oh, I just can't help being nasty. I can't stand this much longer. I can't.
Engagement, Miss Blair. This is the 22nd treatment. Your arm looks sore. Does it hurt?
Yes, a little.
More than little. But you're not afraid of pain, are you? Maybe you even like to suffer.
I don't know what gives you the right to say that, Doctor.
Why don't you marry the guy?
It seems to me you know more about my affairs than there's any need for.
Anything that affects your state of mind affects your health, and anything that affects your health is my business. I'm your doctor, remember?
Very well, Doctor. Since you insist upon my saying it, you ought to know how unfair it would be for me to marry Jeff the way things are.
Unfair to whom?
To him, of course. Who else is there?
You?
Really, Doctor, I just don't want to talk about it.
I'm sorry, Miss Blair. Same time Friday. Well, Miss Blair, only a half hour late. You're improving. Last time it was 40 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have walked too slowly.
Oh, that's all right. Just make yourself comfortable. I'll be back in a half hour.
You're going now?
Yes, just sit down and read a magazine. That is, if you care to wait.
You're not very polite this afternoon, are you?
About average for me, Miss Blair. About average.
But, Doctor, when you say a half an hour, you mean 30 minutes, don't you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have walked too slowly.
Now, it's kind of you to give me lessons in manners, Dr. Vance, in addition to all of your other kindnesses to me.
Oh, no one can teach you manners, Miss Blair. You know them all.
Now, look. It's been over 10 weeks since I've been coming to you. Do we always have to fight?
It isn't fair, is it? Especially when I have all the sharp weapons.
I have an appointment with my manicurist. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to wait.
You know, it's funny. You came first because of Dr. Weeks. Today you're here because you have an appointment with your manicurist. But I'm not discouraged. Someday you're going to come here just because you want to get your hearing back.
Doctor, do you think you could stop back at the house later?
Frankly, Miss Blair, I doubt it.
I wouldn't think of bothering you if Dr. Weeks were here, but Carrie, our cook, has a terrible cold, and Aunt Martha suggested...
You can tell your Aunt Martha I'll be over after dinner. Now, if you'll step into the lavatory, we can... We'll do all right, Miss Blair. Keep Carrie in bed the rest of the week and have this prescription filled right away.
Thank you, Doctor. You're sure you won't stay? A drink, perhaps?
Sorry, but I can't...
There's a phone call for you.
Oh, thank you, Miss Allen.
You can take it on extension there.
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Yes, it's Dr. Vance. Who? Peter Gallo. Yeah. What's the matter, Peter? Little boy? Yeah. Well, what's his temperature? Uh-huh. I'll be right over. Yes, right away. Goodbye. Oh, do you mind if I make a call in your taxi?
If it's urgent, why don't you take one of our cars?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, it's an emergency.
Of course. The sedan is in the garage. Dr. Vance.
Yes?
Let me go with you.
Why? What for?
Oh, just for the ride. Please, I'm just so bored stiff this evening.
Well, you won't find it amusing where I'm going. Shantytown.
I'd still like to go.
All right, get your hat and coat.
How is he, Mrs. Gallup? What does the doctor say?
He isn't sure yet. He told me to wait out here.
You're Angeletta, aren't you? I'm Emily Blair. Don't you remember me? We went to school together.
You think I don't remember you? I remember you all right.
Well, if you'd rather, I'll wait outside in the car.
No, it doesn't matter.
Angeletta.
Yes.
He says it's mastoid.
Peter. Oh, no.
I haven't any choice, Angeletta. He's too far gone to risk taking him to a hospital. I'm going to operate here.
I told him, do what he thinks best.
I'll need all the hot water I can get, boiling hot.
I'll get it, Doctor. Is there anything I can do?
There's plenty. I'll have to count on you to get the anesthetic. Think you can, Miss Blair?
I think I can.
If you start feeling faint, be sure to tell me. Don't wait too long.
No, I won't.
All right, then take that red stuff off your fingernails and start scrubbing your hands.
Can't you tell us? Doctor.
I think you'll be all right now, Angela. I think you'll be all right.
Doctor, how can I say thank you?
Forget it. You'll probably speak now for hours. I'll be back in the morning. Be sure to take his temperature every hour. If it doesn't go down steadily, call me.
Yes, Doctor.
Excuse me, I'll go wash up.
Emily, I want to thank you for what you did. I won't forget it ever.
He's going to be all right. I know he is. Angela, it seems a long time since high school days, doesn't it? I'm sorry we haven't seen more of each other.
Why would we? I don't live in your world. You always had the best of everything. I think I hated you for that.
I always had the best of everything.
But no, I think you're wonderful.
If you're ready, Miss Blair, I'll take you home.
Yes, Doctor, I'm ready. Do you mind if I keep the light on in the car?
Light? Why?
Because it's hard to see if it's dark and I can't tell if you're talking or not.
Feel like talking?
There's one thing I'd like to know. That little boy, what would have happened if you hadn't operated?
You would have died?
So quickly?
Kids die like that, Miss Blair.
Oh. I don't think I'll ever get over tonight. It must take great skill and courage to meet an emergency in a place like that.
In Shantytown? How'd you like it?
I didn't like it. And that lovely girl just worn out. I hated it.
You did pretty good, Miss Blair. Did you have any sensation of hearing just then?
Hearing? No. No, but it's funny you're asking me that. Because at times you're so easy to talk with that I'd almost forgotten I was deaf.
You know, it's a shame you weren't born poor.
Poor?
Mm-hmm. That easy rut of prosperity you were born into and you'll be stuck in if you marry that guy you're engaged to.
Now, I happen to love Jeff Stoughton, and the only kind of life I want is the kind that we'll have together, whether you approve or not.
Okay, if that's what you want, I hope you get it. How about stopping for a cup of coffee?
Yes, I'd like it very much, Doctor.
I have a first thing if you feel like using it.
Well, that's very kind of you, but I don't think it would be professional now that I'm your anesthetist.
Okay, baby. That's another round for you.
Did you say something?
Huh? Oh, no. Well, you're home, Miss Blair. What time is it?
About 12:30.
Uh-oh. What's Mr. Jeff Stoughton going to say about this?
Why, nothing, of course. You're driving past the garage, Doctor.
I'll let you out of the house. I can put the car away.
Thank you. Oh, wait a minute.
What?
The garage, there's a light on in the upper window.
Well, shouldn't there be?
No. No, would you mind turning it out?
Oh, not at all.
Down there in the drive.
Emily and Dr. Van.
Oh, we were fools to come up here at all.
Is there nothing wrong? There has to be some place where we can talk alone. Oh, look,
Keep quiet.
Jeff, he's coming up the stairs.
For Pete's sake.
Oh.
Jeff, he'll tell Emily.
No, he won't tell Emily anything.
Well, I hope he does. I want him to tell her.
Doctors don't tell other people's secrets.
Everything all right, Doctor?
Yes, Miss Blair. Everything's all right.
Ever leave this laboratory, Merrick?
Hello, Dr. Will. What have you got there? The auditory nerve of a rabbit. You want to take a look?
Looks like regenerating tissue to me.
It is. 3 weeks ago, I started injections of serum. The rabbit had been stone deaf.
The same serum you've been using?
No, something new I'm working on. But I haven't got it yet. The rabbit died.
I see. You cured the disease but killed the rabbit. Mary, what about Emily?
Do I really have to go to the Blairs for dinner?
It's Thanksgiving. They're expecting you. But you haven't answered my question.
You know, if there was anything to tell, I'd tell you. By the way, I have a letter from Dr. Thoreau in Montreal. He wants to know more about my serum.
That's a great compliment, Mary. Aunt Martha's set on having Emily see Thoreau. I'm afraid we can't postpone it much longer.
Why don't you say what you mean, Doctor?
Do I have to?
No. No, I guess you don't. I know I haven't been able to help her. Dinner at the Blairs at 4 o'clock, you said. I'll meet you.
Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Vance.
Am I too early?
No, the others are having cocktails in our house. Shall we go in?
Oh, there's something I'd like to tell you first.
Yes?
You know, there's no place as beautiful as New England in November. And nothing suits this background more perfectly than you do. You're just the right color, just the right touch of frost.
Is that what you wanted to say to me?
No. It's been almost 5 months since we started this treatment. And you made a promise then to stay with it until something was proved.
It wasn't too difficult.
I made a promise, too.
Yes. Yes, you promised to tell me if you knew the treatment wouldn't help me.
Do you consider 5 months very long?
Very long, Doctor, when you count every day of them and wait and hope. You know, at first I didn't have any faith in you. I didn't even like you. And then after that night when you operated on the Gallo child, What is it you're trying to tell me, Doctor? Another failure?
I don't want to give up. But you have a perfect right to know the prospects aren't too bright.
Oh, I guess I should have suspected it. Well, there's always Dr. Carroll in Montreal.
No, there isn't.
Did you say something?
I said no, there isn't.
No, there isn't what?
Dr. Carroll regards the meningitis tetanus as incurable. I wrote and asked him. But I could have told you a month ago that I wasn't getting anywhere. That wasn't any too honest, was it?
No, not if you were sure.
There's no such word as sure. I didn't tell you because, well, I just didn't want to go back to Pittsburgh.
I thought you liked Pittsburgh.
There's no Emily Blair there.
What did you say?
I said there's no Emily Blair in Pittsburgh.
Oh, I see. You can't cure me, so by way of compensation, you're willing to make love to me.
Who are you that a man can't make love to?
That's
an ivory house or
good
something?
taste, Doctor, to keep it to yourself.
Well, I never learned your kind of good taste, so I can finish what I was going to say. You're engaged to a man named Jeff Stoughton, but you won't marry him. Why? Because you're dead? Wouldn't make any difference to me.
You think it does to him?
Well, whether it does or not, he won't go on waiting forever, even though he is a Pennsylvania Stoughton.
No one in my entire life has ever dared to speak to me like this, Doctor. No.
Why don't you try acting like a human being for a change? Pride isn't enough for even you to live on.
Have you quite finished, Doctor?
Yes. Maybe I've said it all wrong, but at least I've said it.
Then perhaps we'd better go into the house.
Well, here they are. From there.
Hello. Just in time for a drink.
Cocktail, Emily?
No, thank you.
Doctor?
Thank you.
Jeff, there's something I want to say to you, to everyone. I have a confession to make.
A confession, dear.
I'm serious, Aunt Martha. For the past 5 months, Dr. Vance has been trying to cure me with a special serum that he discovered. That's why I've avoided going to Montreal.
Emily, at least you might have told me.
I didn't want to tell anyone. And anyway, it doesn't make any difference because Dr. Vance's treatment didn't work.
I'm responsible for the whole thing. Mary didn't want to do it. Emily...
That's the funniest thing I ever heard. Fancy Emily going to this handsome young doctor on the fly.
Janice, behave. Please, I haven't finished. Dr. Carreau can't cure me either. Dr. Vance had a letter from him. Now, apparently, no one can cure me. Jeff, I'm going to be deaf all the rest of my life.
Oh, Emily, no.
For the past 2 years, I've been indulging myself in a very selfish attitude. I've been asking you to wait and not giving you any idea of how long you'd have to wait. Well, too proud of something to see it for myself. Jeff, if you still want it that way, I'll marry you just as soon as you like.
I've always wanted it just that way, Emily.
Oh, Jeff. I hope you'd say that. Then we'll have our Christmas wedding after all. Even if I can't hear the wedding.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a minute, we'll bring you the third act of And Now Tomorrow, starring Alan Ladd and Loretta Young. And now, a dance for some homecoming soldiers. May I?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, this is wonderful. Say, you walk like a dream.
I've got a good partner, soldier.
No kidding. I knew you'd be like this to dance with. Light as a feather, and gosh, you're mighty sweet, too. A man means many nice things when he says a girl is sweet, but this he's sure to mean. She's feminine, appealing, lovely to be near. And clever girls realize the very definite appeal of skin that's fragrant, sweet. Here's what a famous and beautiful screen star, Ann Baxter, has to say about it.
There's no charm more important than perfect, exquisite daintiness. No girl should ever neglect it.
And this is Ann Baxter's tip on how to make daintiness sure.
A daily beauty bath with my complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, leaves skin really fresh and sweet. And I love the delicate fragrance the Lux Soap Bath leaves on my skin.
Why not use Lux Toilet Soap as your daily bath soap, too? It's luxurious, yet very inexpensive. Each smooth white cake is hard milled. You'll find Lux Toilet Soap doesn't get mushy or soft. Can be used to the last thin sliver. Get some of this fragrant white beauty soap tomorrow. Here's Preston Sturgis, our guest producer.
After this final act, our stars have an important message for you. Now our curtain rises on the third act of And Now Tomorrow, starring Alan Ladd as Merrick Vance and Loretta Young as Emily Blair. It's 2 days before Emily's wedding to Jeff Stoughton. In the home of Dr. Weeks, Merrick Vance is getting ready to return to Pittsburgh. He has hurried to completion the last experiment with his new serum. Excitedly, he's called for Dr. Weeks to see the results.
All right, Doctor, we'll hit the tuning fork and watch the rabbit.
He jumped.
Sure he jumped. It scared him. Last week, his rabbit was dead. He's had 5 shots, very small ones, but he's cured.
Really? A complete cure?
Yeah, but on a rabbit. I'll have to go back to Pittsburgh to really test it. It'll have to be on human beings, volunteers.
When are you leaving?
Tomorrow.
Then I'll see you after I get back from the rehearsal.
Rehearsal?
Yes.
At the church.
I'm to give the bride away.
Oh. Oh, be sure to give her my congratulations.
Thanks for the lift home, Dr. Will. Tell me, how did rehearsal really go? Was the music right?
My dear, everything was perfect.
Doctor, did you notice Janice? She seemed, well, upset.
I think moved would be the better word. By the way, where is she?
She and Jeff should be along any minute. Now, what's the mystery? You said you wanted to see me alone.
Yes. It's about Merrick Vance. He's developed a new serum. He's been treating a rabbit deaf from birth.
Yes?
Today it could hear. Merrick's going back to Pittsburgh tomorrow. More tests and then experiments on human patients.
That'll take a long time, won't it?
A long time. Can't fool around with serums, you know.
No, of course not.
Now, you run along to bed. Good night, Emily.
Good night, Dr. Will.
Miss Blair.
I know it's late, but I've got to speak to you.
Well, sure. Come on in.
Dr. Will told me tonight about your new cure.
Sure. I have no cure. A rabbit isn't a human being.
Oh, no, of course not, but it might mean that a human being could be cured, too.
I don't know that. There's still lots of work to be done, finding out if what'll work on a rabbit will work on people.
What people?
Volunteers, charity patients back in Pittsburgh.
You don't have to go to Pittsburgh, Dr. Vance. I want to volunteer.
And the answer is no.
Oh, I don't see why. Those people at the clinic, are they any better for your purpose? Do they want their hearing back more than I do?
Now, look, Miss Blair, I've tried to tell you, but
I know that you have to test the serum. Well, then test it on me. Oh, look, Dr. Vance. Do you remember that first night you came to our house? I told you I didn't think I'd make a very good guinea pig. Well, I was wrong. I'd make a fine guinea pig.
Emily Blair? No better than a charity patient? You have changed, haven't you?
Oh, what does it matter?
Well, it matters to me because I've changed, too. I can't experiment on you any longer. I tried to tell you that Thanksgiving Day, but you shut me up.
You did something else that day, Dr. Vance. You took away my hope. And with no hope of hearing, I committed myself to marrying Jeff as I am. Incomplete.
Well, you love him, don't you? Isn't that enough?
It needn't be. When Dr. Will told me what you've been doing, that hope was reborn again. I know now that I can't live without it.
Well, you can and you will. I'm not going to let you hope again.
But you can't stop working. I'll be hoping.
You won't give up, will you?
Will you?
No, I guess not. As long as you're deaf, I'll go on working until I can give you the only thing you want from me.
Oh, don't make me wait till then. Start now.
Now?
Yes.
You know, don't you, that it's...
I might die.
No, it may easily fail it.
I'm not afraid. Oh, Jeff has waited for me now for a little longer.
You want to take a second to prepare the shot? Sit down, will you? Immediate injection will feel like the others, almost at once. That's better. Down.
Oh, hello, Dr. Will.
It's continuing.
That's right, the Vance stuff.
A good doctor is never for his patient, is he, Merrick?
That's right.
And you
You choose to. I insisted that he give it
It's untested. It's dangerous. Emily's I see I'm talking a language that neither of you want to understand. I'm taking you home, Emily. Emily, are you... What's the matter?
Dr. Will.
You fool. Help me get her to the couch, then get my car.
Dr. Will.
Pulse is regular. She's still unconscious.
See, she's going to live.
Yes, she'll live. No thanks to you.
Well, I can leave now. But I had to.
Yes, of course. What time is it?
7:10.
Just time for you to make the 8 o'clock train.
Just.
Dr. Will. Dr. Will.
You're home in bed, Emily. You're all right. Everything's all right.
Dr. Vance.
He's not here.
He'll come soon.
He's on the train to Pittsburgh, my dear.
He went away?
Not until he knew you were all right.
I see. Well, What happened to me?
The injection, it produced a sort of shock. You've had us worried.
But why? Why did he go away?
We'll talk about it later. Try to rest.
Nurse, what time is it?
Oh, good morning, Miss Blair. It's 8 o'clock. I was about to get you some breakfast. And then Dr. Weeks wants to see you.
It's so gloomy in here.
I'll pull the drape. Won't matter much, though. A real nasty day. Rained all night, and now it's turned to sleet.
Fine day to be sick.
Well, I started a fire in the fireplace. That should cheer you up. Anything you want before I bring your tray?
No. No, thank you.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
What is... I can hear. It can't be. No, it can't.
A real nasty day. Rained all night, and now it's turned to sleet.
Lean against the window. I can hear it.
I've started a fire in the fireplace. That should cheer you up.
The crackling of a log, the sound of a flame. My own voice. It's true. True, I can hear. No!
Emily, dear, what is it?
Dr. Will.
You were calling?
Dr. Will. Say something to me.
But you'll have to look at me, Emily.
But you'll have to look at me, Emily.
Why, I can hardly believe it.
Go on, say something else. I'll keep my head turned.
Emily, tomorrow would be your wedding day if you were well enough.
Emily, tomorrow will be your wedding day if you were well enough.
It's a miracle.
I know it. I know it. Oh, to be able to hear again. To hear voices, to hear footsteps. Janice.
Emily, darling, how do you feel?
Oh, Janice. I've never felt better in my whole life.
Shall I tell her, Emily?
No. Janice, turn away from me.
What in the world?
Go on, so I can only see your back.
Well, all right, but this is silly.
No, it isn't silly.
Emily, you heard me.
Yes, I heard you. I can hear.
I'll get in, Martha. She should know it.
Oh, no. I want to tell her myself. Where's Jeff?
Oh, he'll be here soon, dear.
Oh, I want to see Jeff's face. Oh, Dr. Will. Dr. Vance. Oh, I wish he'd waited.
So do I, my dear.
He should have been the first to know.
Oh, no, darling. Jeff should be the first. You don't know what this is going to mean to him. Almost as much as it means to you. And to me, darling. To me.
Hello, Janice. How's Emily?
She's waiting for you, Jeff.
In her room?
Yes, I'll go on up with you.
How is she, Janice?
She's fine. Never better.
What?
She's better than she's been for years.
Look, that's so we won't have to postpone the wedding.
Are you really going through with it, Jeff?
Of course I am. What else can I do?
A man of honor, aren't you? Keep your promise.
That's the way things are. You'll have to accept them just as I have.
I see. She's dead, so you can't let her die.
That's the way I feel.
Here's the door. We might as well go in. Jeff, before we go in, I want to be sure of one thing.
Yes, Janice?
You do love me, don't you, Jeff?
Janice, please.
You aren't afraid that she can hear you, are you? After all, she can only hear you when she's looking at you.
Yes, of course.
Then say it. Do you love me?
You know I do, Janice.
Thanks, Jeff. You'd better go in now. Emily has something to say to you.
Aren't you coming in?
I think now she'd rather see you alone.
Janice, please. Come in.
Hello, Emily. You're looking wonderful.
So you love Janice?
What do you mean?
I think it's simple enough. I heard you.
You heard me?
Yes.
You can hear?
She can hear, Jeff. There's no reason now why you shouldn't tell her.
Yes, I think you'd better tell me, Jeff.
Emily, I'd rather do anything than hurt you.
Even marry me?
Emily.
Now, look, Jeff. Will it help you if I tell you I'm not going to ask you to choose between Janice and me?
I have no apologies, Emily. You were away a great deal, and we fell in love with each other.
Janice, what about you? Do you love Jeff?
Yes, Emily. I love him.
Oh, I see. Janice, sit down. Jeff, you sit down, too, both of you. Oh, poor Jeff. You haven't been happy, have you, you and Janice?
No, we haven't. Meeting out in country roads and cars over the garage.
Over the garage?
Yes, it was the only place we could talk alone.
Why, that's strange. One night I came home with Dr. Vance and I saw a light in the window. He went upstairs to turn it out.
We were there. Janice and I.
He saw us. He saw you. Yes. Well, that's funny. He didn't even mention it. And then on the terrace on Thanksgiving Day, he practically challenged me to marry you, Jeff. I wonder why he thought that was such a good idea. I think I'll have to ask him the next time I see him. Pittsburgh Emergency Clinic, good morning. Just a minute, please. Pittsburgh Emergency. Yes, he's right here. Who? Just a minute, please. Oh, Dr. Vance.
Yes.
There's a call for you. You can take it there at the desk.
Oh, yes, thanks. Hello.
This is Miss Blair, Dr. Vance.
Oh, hello, Miss Blair. How are you?
Just fine, thanks.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I suppose today's the day for good wishes.
Oh, no more so than any other day.
Well, you are being married, aren't you?
Not that I know of. And by the way, Dr. Vance, you have a lovely voice. You see, this is the first time I've heard it.
Hey. You can hear. You're telephoning. The serum, it worked. You can hear. Hey, hello, operator. So somebody cut me off.
Cut you off?
Yeah, I was talking to Massachusetts.
Good morning, Dr. Vance. Good morning.
Miss Blair. Emily. Your phone from here.
I was talking to you on the house phone just across the hall.
Hey, quick into my office right this way. You can hear.
Yes?
It worked.
Yes, it worked.
Come here.
What?
Did I hear you say you weren't getting married?
No, I'm not, thanks to you.
Thanks to me.
Well, in the first place, thanks to you, I have my hearing back. But more than that, my eyes are open, too.
Oh, you mean about Stoughton and his sister?
Well, yes, that, but more. That's why I came to Pittsburgh. To start repaying you.
Repaying me for what?
Oh, I don't mean in money. But once you said you wished I had been born poor. Well, I find myself wishing that, too, because now I know what you meant. I would have been useful. I would have learned how to work. Perhaps I began being useful when I started being a guinea pig. And perhaps now I can continue by being an exhibit for you. Until you help me to learn other useful things.
There was something else I said to you, remember?
What?
I said there was no Emily Blair in Pittsburgh.
Well, there is now.
To stay?
Yes.
What about Blairstown and all you left there?
Oh, that was yesterday, darling. And now tomorrow.
Well-earned applause for tonight's stars, Loretta Young and Alan Ladd, who come to the Footlights to receive our thanks.
Oh, and thank you, Preston. It was a pleasure to be back here again with Alan and to work with such a fine cast.
I'd better warn you both that the autograph hounds are lined up at our stage door.
Oh.
Well, Preston, we've been collecting autographs ourselves these last few days.
You and Loretta collecting autographs? What kind?
Well, the kind that make you feel humble when you read their names. Will Rogers, for example. Wallace Reed. And Carol Lombard.
Where do you pick up autographs like theirs?
Oh, a few blocks from here. At a booth outside of Paramount Studios.
They cut the signatures off canceled paychecks that the studios saved from years back. And you can take your pick with every war bond that you buy.
And that's one way of adding attraction to the best investment in the world.
Well, that's right, Preston. But you don't really need premiums to urge you to buy war bonds.
Reckon you do better than $4 for 3.
I can understand why you two have a personal interest in this 7th War Loan. Alan having served in uniform, and you, Loretta, with a husband in the Army.
Oh, I don't think Alan and I have any more vital interest in this drive than every other American person.
Yes, it's just hard sometimes, I think, for any one individual to realize what his purchase means.
Right, Alan. So let's look at it this way. If everyone in our Lux audience, for instance, bought just one $25 bond, it would come to a total of $750 million.
And that's a lot of hay in any language, especially in Japanese.
Right. And if our audience were to buy a $100 bond apiece, we'd have a fighting total of $3 billion good American dollars, enough to build 40 aircraft carriers and send them against the Japs with 4,000 planes aboard.
That's quite a challenge to your audience, Preston. I hope they'll have acted on it before we meet again next week.
What play do you have for next week, Press?
Next Monday night, we take you to the bluegrass country with a story of romance and racing from the 20th Century Fox success, Kentucky. And our stars are Lorraine Day, Walter Brennan, and Tom Drake. A family feud that clashes with a warm and moving love. And the color and excitement of the racetrack give you one of the screen's most powerful and gripping dramas.
I will be looking forward to it, Preston. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks from all of us. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Lorraine Day, Walter Brennan, and Tom Drake in Kentucky. This is Preston Sturgis saying good night from Hollywood.
This week, buy a poppy and wear it as a tribute to the men who sacrificed for you in this war and the last. The money you give goes to help disabled veterans and their families. Buying a poppy is the best way of saying thank you. And Now Tomorrow was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current picture is the Hal Wallace production of The Affairs of Susan, starring Joan Fontaine and George Brent. Loretta Young will soon be seen in the international picture, Along Came Joan. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Kentucky with Lorraine Day, Walter Brennan, and Tom Drake.
Short on points? Short on sugar? Then don't risk precious ingredients. Switch to the Spry way, the sure way to baking and frying success. Get light, velvet-rich cakes, tender, flaky pastry, golden, digestible fried foods with Spry. That's pure all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. S-P-R-Y, Spry. Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Kentucky with Lorraine Day, Walter Brennan, and Tom Drake. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, Jeffrey Lynn, and Brian Donlevy in Jezebel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The test of gold is fire, and the test of a strong man or woman is not peace and success, but danger and disaster. It's true today, and it was true 100 years ago, when a vain and selfish girl suffered her trial by fire and came out a heroine. Tonight we tell the story of that girl in Jezebel. Broadway applauded it first so lustily that Warner Brothers transferred the play to the screen. And tonight it completes the cycle of the theater with our radio production. Jezebel is a drama that stirs every human fiber, that can thrill to a story of great sacrifice and great love. A drama that requires a really fine actress in the central role. And that part goes to Loretta Young as our own private Academy Award for the magnificent performances she's given us in the past. Jezebel takes us back to a glamorous scene, the South before the war between the states, a land of gallant, quick-tempered men and lovely, impetuous women who lived by the high code of a day now beyond recall, lived excitingly, dramatically, and dangerously. That was the day of Julie Marsden, who will be played for us by Loretta Young, the time of Preston Dillard and Buck Cantrell, played by Jeffrey Lynn and Brian Donlevy. Those days were filled with adventure and beauty, but don't let's be downhearted, because these days are too. As a matter of fact, there are more beautiful women in this country now than ever before. And, of course, that helps to make Lux Toilet Soap a bestseller. Wherever you see beautiful women, and that's everywhere on this continent that I've been, Broadway, Main Street, or Hollywood Boulevard, you'll find Lux Toilet Soap a favorite. But come back with us now to the gaiety and color of the years when the South was a world in itself, and one of its loveliest cities was New Orleans. The curtain rises on the first act of Jezebel,
starring Loretta Young as Julie Marsden, Brian Dunleavy as Buck Cantrell, and Jeffrey Lynn as Preston Dillard. New Orleans, 1850. The city is gay with bunting and confetti, ringing with laughter and music, for this is the Mardi Gras season, the eve of the Proteus Ball.
Glasses for the Mardi Gras! Music
Through the dense crowds, leisurely move top-hatted gallants and ladies in swaying crinoline. Well-groomed horsemen hold their spirited mounts in check. Traffic is almost at a standstill. From a side street comes an open carriage. As it turns the corner, one of the young blades in the back seat leans forward.
Here, boy, here. Stop right over there at the hotel.
Why here, Buck?
Well, might as well get us a drink.
Sure, you'll have plenty to drink at the party.
I know, but the trouble with party liquor is they always mess it up with cherries and such. You wait right here, driver.
Come on.
I tell you, if there's one thing I know, it's bloodlines.
How you, gentlemen?
Gentlemen.
How you, Buck? How you, Buck?
How you, General Bogartis?
Mr. DeLautrec, here's somebody who really knows horses. Buck, step over here and decide a bet.
Sorry, but I got no time, sir. Ted and I just stopped by for a minute.
Take no time at all, Buck.
You heard him, sir. Buck's got no time. Gentleman, Buck Cantrell has no time. 5 to 4, he doesn't know what month this is. I'll do better. Even money doesn't know the day of the month.
Well, DeLautrec, I know what time of day it is. Must be getting on to 3 o'clock. If it was any later, you'd be a lot drunker.
Isn't it admirable that Mr. Cantrell can joke when he's just lost the lady of his heart?
Better not, Renee.
It's true, gentlemen. Mr. Cantrell has just lost his lady.
I wouldn't go on, DeLautrec.
You see, gentlemen, Mr. Cantrell is in a bad humor. Press Dillard has won his lady from him. Press Dillard has won Miss Julie Marsden.
Why, you... Easy, Ted. Let me handle this. DeLautrec, I thought I just heard you mention a lady's name. I must have misunderstood you, huh?
And if I did mention a lady's name?
Just that in a bar room, a lady's name is something that gentlemen don't mention.
Are you trying to teach me manners, my friend?
No. Wouldn't think of trying. I just some way don't like your hat, or your ears, or anything between them. Is that plain enough, Mr. DeLautrec?
Amply, sir. Mr. Durrett will be my second.
And I'll act for Mr. Cantrell, sir.
Now, Ted, you're kind of young for this sort of thing.
Listen, Buck, it's my quarrel more than yours. It's my brother that's going to marry Julie. What do you say, Buck?
Well, if you feel that bad about it, go ahead, Ted.
Thanks. Gentlemen, I have the honor to be acting for Mr. Cantrell. Will sunrise at the Oaks be satisfactory?
Perfectly, sir.
Ted, what you want to make it so confounded early for? Couldn't you make it 10 o'clock? We don't have to sneak up on him in the dark. Oh, well, your servant, gentlemen. Come on, youngster. Time we got along to the party.
I don't see Julie, Buck. Where do you suppose she is?
Is there ever any telling where Miss Julie is?
There's her aunt. Good afternoon, Miss Bell.
Good afternoon, Ted.
I hope we ain't late, Miss Bell.
Late? Julie isn't here herself yet. At her own party, in her own house. Really, I don't know what to do with the girl. Don't believe she was ever on time for anything in her life.
Ah, well, time ain't so important, Miss Bell. You know, the longer I live, seems like the more there is of it.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, there she is.
Why, she's in her riding clothes. Julie.
I'm terribly sorry to be late. I had trouble with the coat.
Julie, a riding habit.
No time to change, Aunt Bell.
I think you look lovely, dear.
Why, thank you, Miss Kendrick. How are you, Ted? Buck?
Miss Julie?
How you, Julie?
Julie, everybody's been talking about you. It's disgraceful.
But I said I was sorry. You know, when a colt gets high-headed, it's teach him his manners right now or ruin him.
Yes, that's so important, isn't it?
Yes.
Julie, dear.
Molly.
Oh, Julie, I've been wanting to tell you, and I haven't had a chance. I think it all sounds so thrilling, Julie. Mary and Press Dillard going to live way up north.
That hasn't been decided yet.
Oh, Julie, I wish you and Press all the happiness.
The best of health and the most of prosperity. Molly, you said the very same thing the last time Press and I were engaged.
Well, where is Press? I haven't seen him yet.
Oh, he'll be here. He was held up at the bank. Something important, he said.
Drinks for the gentleman, Miss Judy.
Oh, thank you, Uncle Cato. Buck?
Thank you. To the very good health of the future Mrs. Dillard.
Aren't you going to wish me happiness, too?
What's the use? You won't get it. Marrying a trader, going up north.
Press is a banker, not a trader. I'll thank you to remember that, Buck.
I keep forgetting there's a difference. But just the same, you're not going to like it at the north, Miss Julie. I tell you, that's a fact.
I'll be happy anywhere Press is.
My dear, isn't Preston ever going to arrive?
Oh, I am sorry, Miss Kendricks. He'll be here later. Preston found it important to meet with the directors of his bank.
But it's your party, Julie.
I think he knows that.
Oh, what a shame. But I suppose a shoemaker must stick to his last.
Bankers, too, Miss Kendrick. Excuse me. Aunt Belle, has Press sent any word?
Just that it can't come is all.
He can't come. Uncle Cato, order a carriage, please.
Yes, sir, Miss Julie.
Julie, what for?
If Press can't leave his bank to come to me, then I shall have to go to the bank.
Julie! I don't know what you're thinking of, leaving your guest like that, coming down here to sit in front of a bank in an open carriage.
Now, Dumpling, don't fret so. You'll frighten the horse.
And sending a servant in to tell him you're here. Sending a servant to a gentleman.
And please don't worry about Press. My goodness, I've been training him for years.
Miss Julie, ma'am.
Did you tell him to hurry, Uncle Cato?
Yes, sir, Miss Julie, I tell him. But he ain't coming out. That is not just precisely.
He isn't what?
That is, he said, Miss Julie, you please to go along, 'cause it's important. He can't see you till later. It's a conference.
Mr. Press said that?
Yes, sir. That's his very words. He say you understand.
I understand. Perfectly. I'll just go and tell him so.
Julie, come back.
As I said before, gentlemen, the South is doomed to economic extinction unless it is willing to compete with the enterprise and energy of the northern states. Now, the way I...
Press?
What? Julie.
May I speak to you, Press?
I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'll be back directly. Julie, what in the world?
Press, are you coming or aren't you?
Now, Julie, please try to understand.
I only understand that you promised.
I told you I couldn't get to the party.
Oh, the party, that's over. But you promised to go to the dressmaker's to see my new dress fitted.
Your appointment wasn't today.
Well, I made it today. It was the only time she had. And your promise, Press.
Julie, please, we're having a conference. This is important.
I suppose it isn't important that I've spent a month having my ball dress made for tomorrow night. In fact, I don't suppose it's important what I wear to the Proteus ball.
Oh, now, honey.
It's only you that's so important. You and your board of directors. I suppose they couldn't possibly get on without you.
Now, Julie, you've got sense.
Thank you, Press.
Right now, I'm having the fight of my life in there. A grand fight. I've got to get back. Just you run along, and later tonight...
Don't trouble. I'm sure you'll be too exhausted from your great struggle.
Julie, you must realize...
I realize only too well. Good day, Mr. Dillard. I'm sorry I troubled you.
What she bought, General Bogartis, a red dress. And I do believe she did it just to spite Press.
Julie can't be serious, Miss Bell. She knows right well no unmarried girl wears a red dress at the Proteus ball. Don't she know what a fuss everyone will make?
That seems to be what she wants.
But she couldn't do that to Press. She knows the position he has to maintain in this town. What if some man should make, a comment on that dress in Press's hearing?
General Bogartis, you simply must talk to her. Make her realize what she's doing. Be firm. You're her guardian.
And you're her aunt, Miss Bell. There ain't much I can do after 20 years of your spoiling it.
Let's rest right in here with the folks, Mr. Press.
Here's Press now.
Tell Miss Julie I'm here, Uncle Cato. Evening, Aunt Belle.
Oh, Press, I'm so glad you've come. I thought, that is, Julie said you'd called again.
Aunt Belle, it's high time we all stopped hanging on every word Julie says, when most times she only half means them.
I agree with you, Press. Miss Bell, I'm going to speak right out. That girl is high-headed and willful, and I'm mighty glad Press has come to realize it.
I appreciate your interest, General, but I believe I can handle this.
Mr. Press.
Yes, Uncle Cato?
Miss Julie, she say, would you most politely excuse her?
Excuse her? Is she ill, Aunt Belle?
Why, no, Press.
She's as sound as a nut.
You'll pardon me a moment, please. I want to find out about this.
Take all the time you need, my boy.
Julie, it's Press. Open the door. Julie, you and I have got to straighten things out. There's no sense to all this. I'm here because I love you, Julie, because I know you love me. We've always had these silly quarrels. Can't we stop? Can't we get together and talk things over? Julie, open this door.
Why, Press, banging on a lady's bedroom door. I'm scandalized at you. Well, did you come up here just to stand there?
I came up here to...
Yes?
Julie, how long must we go on like this?
Like what, Press?
Fussing, fighting, like a couple of children.
Why do you treat me like a child, then?
Because you behave like one. A spoiled one.
You used to say you liked me like that once. You never wanted me to grow up. Remember?
Julie, darling. Look at me. When I came in, I was going to beat you.
Were you, Press? Now, would you like to see my new dress?
That's what I wanted to do all day.
Well, let me go then. Here it is.
That?
Huh?
For the Proteus ball?
Yes. Isn't it lovely?
But, Julie, it's red.
Gorgeously red.
But you can't wear red to the Proteus ball.
Why not?
You never saw an unmarried girl in anything but white. You know that. It's the custom. It has certain significance.
Are you afraid I'll be taken for one of those girls from Gallatin Street?
Julie!
Oh, I'm sorry, Press. I forgot. I'm a child. I'm not supposed to know about anything like Gallatin Street. I'm supposed just to simper around in white.
You're supposed to know that you have a position to maintain.
Oh. You mean it might be bad for the bank, is that it? Will you please hold another directors' meeting and let them decide just exactly what I can wear?
Julie, for heaven's sake, be reasonable.
Were you reasonable this afternoon?
Oh, so that's it. You're just nursing your spite. Well, I'm not going to let you. You've made your point now. For once, you're going to do as I say. I'm calling for you tomorrow night at 10, and you're going to be properly dressed for the ball, in white.
Am I, Press? Well, of course, if you say so.
Don't be absurd. Your own good sense will say so.
And if it doesn't?
Then, my sweet, you and I will sit at home with our embroidery. Good night. 10 tomorrow, in white.
Good night, Press. 10 tomorrow. Zeddy! Zeddy!
Yes, Miss Julie.
Zeddy, come here. I want you to take a message for me. And don't tell the others, do you hear?
Sure, Miss Julie.
I want you to go to Mr. Buck Cantrell's house on Charter Street. Ask him if he'll kindly come to the house here tomorrow night at 10.
Evening, Miss Julie. Your message said 10 o'clock, and here I stand.
Buck, I just heard. Is it true you killed him?
Killed who, Miss Julie?
You know what I mean, Mr. DeLautric. What was the quarrel about, Buck?
Sure, Miss Julie, I don't rightly follow you. I saw Mr. DeLautric this afternoon, got his arm bandaged, that's all.
Oh, I see.
I zing, Miss Julie, you all dressed up for a hog killing. That's the reddest red I ever did see.
I hoped you'd like it.
Makes a man feel kind of all overish.
Well, Buck.
Look here, Miss Julie.
Huh?
What you want, anyhow?
I want you to take me to the Proteus ball.
Miss Julie,
Well,
you do me a great honor.
thank you, Buck. Then we better hurry.
Just a minute. You had a set to with press.
I'd rather not discuss it.
Guess we better had, because the press ain't going to like it.
Afraid, Buck? The press will call you out?
Oh, he'd do that naturally. Couldn't blame him much. Where do I stand carrying his lady to the ball?
If I ask you to, isn't that enough?
Not this time. I think too much of you to help you do something I know you're going to regret.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
Most likely you do, Miss Julie, but you're wrong. That dress could cause no end of trouble. Folks would keenly resent your coming to the ball and that.
Then let 'em. They're just petty and narrow-minded.
No, ma'am. It's just that they got rules, and they go by 'em, same as you and I.
Oh. And you prefer to go by your rules?
I always have, Miss Julie. I reckon you'll find Press does, too.
Then I'm sorry I troubled you, Mr. Cantrell. Good night.
Good night, Miss Julie. I'm sorry I...
Julie, where were you? Press has been waiting.
Has he? I'm sorry. Good evening, Press.
Good evening.
Well, shall we go?
Not until you are properly dressed.
Properly dressed. Why must everyone be so proper? Why don't you admit that you're afraid, Press? Afraid someone might insult me and you might be forced to defend me. Isn't that it, Press?
The carriage is waiting for us. My arm, Miss Julie.
Press, wait. Julie, think what you're doing.
Good night, Aunt Belle. We'll be late if we don't hurry.
Your wrap, Miss Julie. We can leave it here.
Thank you. Private is warm in here, isn't it?
I think we'll find it even warmer inside.
Well, I never. Look at Julie Marsden. Just look at her. A red dress. horrible, shocking. Oh, she shouldn't have. If she dances, I shall ask the ladies to leave the floor.
Good evening. Evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
You all have the privilege of Miss Marsden's acquaintance, I think?
Gentlemen, how are you, Mr. Knight?
Very well, thank you. If you'll excuse me, I have to meet my partner.
Oh, certainly. Evening, Buck.
Evening, Miss Julie. Your servant, sir.
What's the matter, Mr. Cantrell? You haven't a partner you have to meet, too.
Why, no. No, I came alone.
A pleasant evening, isn't it?
Yeah, mighty pleasant. Nice and cool.
Do you find it cool in here? I don't find it particularly cool. Do you, Julie?
Why, no, I don't.
I don't find it particularly cool, Mr. Cantrell. Miss Julie doesn't find it so. Perhaps it's something in the atmosphere that's peculiar to you.
I reckon it is. Now that you speak of it, it's just about right.
It seems so to me. Do you think so, Julie?
Yes. Yes, Press. Will you excuse us, Buck?
Your servant, Miss Julie.
Thank you.
Yours, sir.
Press, I think we better leave. Take me home, please.
Why, my dear, we haven't danced yet. Shall we?
I don't want to dance, Press. I'd rather go.
Oh, but we must. Come, Julie.
Press, did you hear me? I don't want to.
Dance, Julie.
Press, stop. Let me go.
Oh, no, Julie.
They're leaving the floor.
Let them. You don't care what they think, do you?
I won't dance alone, Press. Please, Press, take me out of here, please.
Why did they stop the music?
Oh, Press.
Play.
Press, don't.
Go on, play. Do you hear?
I won't
play.
do it. I won't do it.
That's better. Now, come, Julie.
Oh.
Dance.
No, let me go. Let go.
Dance.
I don't. If you don't let me go,
Dance. We came here to dance. Goodbye, Julie.
Is that all you've got to say to me, Press?
There's nothing more to say.
Even if I was wrong?
You couldn't be wrong. You're Julie Marsden.
Am I to get down on my knees?
It would be interesting, but utterly useless.
Evidently, you've made up your mind.
No, Julie. You've made up my mind.
Well, then. Goodbye, Press. At least you'll shake hands.
Of course. Julie.
Well?
There was something I forgot to tell you, Miss Julie. I'm going north in the morning. I'll be gone some time. Goodbye.
Press.
Don't let him. Go after him, Julie.
Me? After him?
Yes, Julie, quickly. Oh, Julie, you're a fool.
Not so big a fool. He'll come back.
Not this time. He won't believe me.
Oh, yes, he will. You wait and see. He'll come back. Tonight, I think. And if he does, say I've retired. And tell him I'm sleeping late in the morning. Not to come around until afternoon tomorrow.
Julie, honey.
Tell him that... Tell him that...
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and Loretta Young, Jeffrey Lynn, and Brian Donlevy will return in Act Two of Jezebel. And now here's our Hollywood news reporter, Libby Collins. Well, what's the news this week, Libby? Or should I say, whose news?
Well, if you say whose news, then I can say Drew's news.
Well, you win that one, Libby. I suppose you mean Ellen Drew.
Of course. Paramount's mighty proud of its young star, Ellen Drew.
Well, they should be, for she's a fine little actress and a beautiful one. But we're proud of Ellen, too, Libby, because, you know, she's a Lux girl. She always uses Lux toilet soap for that $1 million complexion of hers.
Yes, but do you know her story, Mr. Ruick? How she happened to get into pictures?
No. Suppose you tell us, Libby.
Well, she was a sales girl in a small department store at Inglewood, Illinois, at $10 a week. The store manager entered her picture in a beauty contest. She won and came to Hollywood. But she found beauty contest winners are about as numerous as palm trees out here. So she got a job as a waitress in a luncheonette. One day, an agent came in for a soda, saw Ellen and forgot the soda. He arranged for a screen test, and a contract with Paramount followed. Her first big chance came when she played the feminine lead in Sing You Sinners with Bing Crosby.
I remember Ellen in that picture. But hasn't she just made a new one called June and December or something like that?
Well, you're close, Mr. Ruick. Her new picture is Christmas in July with Dick Powell.
Oh, of course.
And here's something else you'll want to know. Ellen told me that winter and summer, every day in the year, she gives her skin a Lux Soap Active Lather facial. She says these facials are a wonderful aid in keeping her skin soft and smooth, just right for camera close-ups.
Thank you, Libby. I'm sure that women everywhere will be interested in that piece of beauty news. And now here's the way to take a Hollywood active lather facial. A facial with active lather that removes every trace of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. Smooth the rich Lux soap lather gently into your skin. Rinse with warm water, a dash of cool, and then pat lightly to dry. See how smooth your skin feels, how fresh it looks. Try these active lather facials for 30 days. They're quick, they're easy, and they really work. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use gentle white Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Jezebel, starring Loretta Young as Julie Marsden, Jeffrey Lynn as Preston Dillard, and Brian Dunleavy as Buck Cantrell. Almost a year has passed since Press and Julie said goodbye. The Mardi Gras Festival is only a few weeks off, but this time there's no gaiety in New Orleans. Only death and the muffled cries of the dying. For the foul breath of plague blows hot along the streets. Up from the dank marshlands creeps the dread plague of yellow fever. To the Marsden home comes an old friend, Dr. Stone, to warn Aunt Belle of the danger.
It's only a matter of a few weeks, I'd say, but you ought to leave the city. Go on up to the plantation. Give yourselves a breathing spell.
Is there really cause for alarm, Dr. Stone?
I'm afraid there is. More deaths every day, Miss Bell. The city ain't going to be very pleasant till this blows over.
Well, I'll speak to Julie again. She's been set against leaving, but I'll try to persuade her.
Julie don't look as well as I've seen her. Looks a little pale.
It's all I can do to get her to step from this house. Won't go outside except to ride that crazy thoroughbred of hers. And then I'm in fear and trembling she'll break her neck. Won't go any place where there's company, and won't have company in. Young Mr. Cantrell and the others she hasn't received in months. They've stopped calling. Only leave cards.
Well, what does she do all day long?
Tends the house like no house has ever been tended. She's so particular. If an article is half an inch out of place, or if one speck of dust is on anything, she notices. It makes me uneasy.
You might be interested in a piece of news I got today. Preston Dillard's coming back.
Press?
Arriving Friday on the packet.
What brings him?
This yellow fever business. We two stand together on what ought to be done about it, so now it's busted loose, he's coming back.
It's high time.
Miss Julie might be interested, too.
Yes. You know, Doctor, I expect I know Julie like nobody ever will. Maybe I love her most when she's her meanest, because I know that's when she's loving most.
Morning, Dr. Stone.
Oh, morning, Miss Julie. I was just talking about you running up to the plantation for a few weeks.
Again?
Miss Julie, you don't seem to understand.
Dr. Stone, I'll let you know about it as soon as I can.
Do, Miss Bell, do. Morning, Miss Julie.
Bye, Doctor. You know, I do believe Dr. Stone takes pleasure in frightening people, particularly women.
You don't remember the last outbreak of fever. You were too little. It was dreadful, Julie.
I'm not afraid.
I guess it's pretty serious. Press Dillard's coming home on account of it.
Press is coming home? Of course. Of course he is.
Did you know it?
Certainly I knew it. I knew it all along. He had to come to me. He couldn't help himself. He wouldn't know how to fight as hard as I have to keep from going to him. We'll be married, Aunt Belle. I'm going to beg his forgiveness. I was vicious and mean and selfish, and I'm going to tell him how I hated myself for being like I was even then. I'll humble myself before him. All that ever stood between us will be gone when he takes me in his arms.
There, child.
Perhaps we'd better go to the plantation now that Press is coming. Of course. That's the right place for our meeting. We'd best start packing, too. Uncle Cato, Daddy. Oh, Aunt Belle, we'll give a party. We'll invite everybody. A party to celebrate.
Buck Cantrell, how are you, Buck?
How are you, Ted? Your brother Press here?
Not yet. Doc Stone saw him in the city. Says he's bringing something rare and precious from up north.
What could it be, I wonder?
Oh, a stem wind and watch, maybe, hmm?
Maybe that's it. A stem winder.
Look, Aunt Belle.
You look lovely, dear. But you'll wear that dress out, fixin' and fussin'.
Everything's got to be right. Just right.
I guess everything is, and you most of anything, honey.
Oh, Aunt Belle.
Excited?
Just feel my heart jumping.
Julie, Kate coming, Kate.
Who is it?
Mr. Press. It's Mr. Press. He's just getting out.
Aunt Bellie's here. Go downstairs and take him to the drawing room. I must see him alone.
Yes, dear.
Alone, Aunt Belle. Press. Oh, Press. Well, what are you staring at? Are you remembering the time you wanted me to wear white? Are you, Press? Well, until now, I never have. Oh, what's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
Julie.
Ah, said that plain enough. Oh, Press, what fools we were. Press, please.
That's over, Julie.
Yes, of course it is, but... Oh, darling, I can't believe it's you here. I've dreamed it so long. A lifetime. No, even longer than that, and
Julie,
No, don't say it, not yet. Press, I put on this white dress for you. To help me tell you how humbly I ask you to forgive me. See, Press, I'm kneeling to you.
Julie, don't.
I want to, Press. I want to make you forgive me and love me as I love you.
Get up, Julie, please.
Press,
Get up.
I only want you to know...
Do you suppose I... Oh.
Come in, Amy. Julie, this is Amy, my wife.
Your wife?
And you are, may I say, Cousin Julie?
You're Press's wife. Well, Press, you're funning.
Hardly.
Married on such short notice. My felicitations, Press. You from the north, Miss Dillard?
Yes, New York.
From New York.
Yes, I've never been south before, but I know I'm going to love it. You have such charming customs down here.
You may find our customs, as you call them, quite different, Miss Dillard, from your countries. However, I'm happy to welcome you.
Thank you. I did want to meet you. Press has told me so much about you.
Everything, I suppose.
Are you very
We
surprised?
Southerners are impulsive, aren't we? I wouldn't be very much surprised at anything Press did. Will you excuse me now?
Julie, wait. I tried to find you, to tell
Married. He's married.
Julie, child, I'm so sorry.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't be gentle with me now. Do you think I want to be wept over? I've got to think and to plan.
You can't fight marriage, Julie.
Marriage. To that little washed-out Yankee. Press is mine, do you hear? He's always been mine. If I can't have him, then...
How are you, Miss Julie?
Why, Buck Cantrell. Well, why didn't someone tell me that you'd come?
Oh, I'm most pointedly delighted. Most pointedly delighted, Miss Julie.
Thank you. And just for that, I'm going to make you sit next to me at dinner.
You honor me, Miss Julie.
Oh, my goodness, Buck. You don't know how glad I am to see you.
I've said it, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll say it again. I can't believe that the intelligent men at the North are plotting to destroy our sovereign rights.
You sound right calm now, General Bogartis. But what they tell me, you were raring to go when you joined up with Andy Jackson.
I was a lot younger then, Cantrell, and a lot foolisher.
What Buck's been saying doesn't sound foolish to me. Most of it makes sense. And I'll take the rest of it on faith.
Why, Miss Julie, that is a compliment. First time you ever said that I talked sense.
Oh, well, you don't much. But it's refreshing to see a man who knows his own mind. Don't you think so, Press?
It's difficult to know your mind sometimes.
That's hardly an answer, is it?
I'm sorry to seem dull. It's coming back to this house. All my childhood summers. There's so much to remember.
Remembering? A forward-looking young banker? Why, I thought you were concerned with the future, not the past.
Even a banker has memories.
Then he ought to kill them. or laugh at them. I do that myself.
Well, being a banker, Press, you ought to see that the future of the South lies right here in New Orleans.
Does it?
Well, the way I look at it, cotton is king. Folks are bound to ship cotton downriver. So how can New Orleans keep from being the greatest city in America? You know, if I had the cash to spare from racing, I'd put it right into New Orleans bonds. They're down now, you know, count of the fever.
Is that so, Buck?
I don't like to disagree, but there's more than fever the matter.
Well, being at the North seems to have changed your point of view, Press.
Broadened it, maybe.
You aren't telling us, Press, you don't believe in New Orleans anymore.
I've tried to study conditions.
Conditions? Buck, you never studied conditions, did you?
I'm not much on studying, Miss Julie.
I've seen Boston. It's bigger. Chicago, pretty near as big, and come up in the past 10 years. There are plenty of others. It troubles me about the South. We're dreaming, and the dream is fading.
Why?
I hate to say this, but in a war of commerce, the North must win.
Win? That's a mighty curious thing for a Southerner to say.
Strikes me that way, too. But maybe Press has learned why. Up north.
If you must have it, it'll be the victory of machines over men.
Preston.
I don't know as I like that, Dillard.
You're not expected to like it, and you're going to like it less when it happens.
Why, you talk like a...
please.
Yes, yes. Let's have no quarreling. Now, the ladies will be in the drawing room. You gentlemen can find us there.
Press.
Yes, Ted?
Buck seems dead set to pick a quarrel with you.
Oh, that's nothing new for Buck.
And Julie, she's set herself to fascinate Buck like a Gallatin Street girl. Why?
Don't worry. The less you crack your teeth, the longer you'll have them, young.
Press, I saw you come out here. I wanted to talk to you.
Yes, Julie?
Why did you do it? Why did you marry her?
Because I loved her.
No, you're not a fool, Press. You've had my love.
And lost it.
Wasn't that memory more real than anything she had to give you? Don't look that way, Press. Just tell me. You must.
Please don't, Julie.
Shall I cry for you? Nobody but you ever made me cry, and that was only twice. And both times you gave me what I wanted. You remember?
Yes.
How much do you remember?
Everything you ever said or did.
Oh, Press.
But it's past now, Julie. Done. Finished.
How ought to have come to you. I wanted to so terribly. It was because I wanted to so much that I couldn't. You understand that, don't you, Press?
I didn't understand. I only knew what you did.
I didn't understand myself. But I do now. And you do. You do. That's why you came back, Press. You had to come back to the country, you know. You belong here. Nothing can change that. Look, Press, just listen. Can you hear them? The night noises. See the moon among the cypresses. Can you taste the night on your tongue? You can't get away from these things. Press, they're in your blood. You don't know what it is, but it's part of you. It's the mockingbird and the magnolias. It's the blue haze on a spring morning when the air is so soft it presses on you like a kiss. And it's the river, rolling down and down, rolling forever. It's the country you were born to, the country you know and trust.
Please, Julie.
Oh, it isn't tame and easy like the North. It's quick and dangerous, but you trust it. Remember how the fever mist smells in the bottoms? Rank and rotten. But you trust that, too. Because it's part of your, Press, just as I'm part of you, and I'll never let you go.
Julie,
never.
don't.
Kiss me, Press, and hold me just once like he... Press. Oh, Press, you're afraid of me.
No.
Then you're afraid of yourself. Yes, that's it. You're afraid of yourself because it's pulling you. It's got you, Press. You're part of it, and you can't get away from it. This is your country, Press. Amy doesn't understand it. She'd think there'd be snakes here, and you...
Yes, she'd be right. You talk about trust. Amy has put her life and her happiness in my hands, and they're going to be safe there.
But how can she understand
Miss
it?
Julie, you out here, Miss Julie? Oh,
It's all right. I was just going in.
well, I hope I... Miss Julie, I thought I'd lost you.
Why,
What's the matter, Miss Julie? You ache somewhere?
it's nothing, Buck.
It is. Look here. You were out here a mighty long time with Press, Dillard.
Please, Buck. Press has been punishing the brandy and...
I see. Did he lose his capacity to drink like a gentleman at the North, too?
Buck.
What does he think a lady's house is, a riverboat bar? What did he do?
Forget it, please. Please, Buck, this is a secret between us.
Why, sure, Miss Julie. I'll forget anything you want me to forget.
Please, I wouldn't want some silly thing I said to be the cause
I
of...
know, Miss Julie, and you can depend on it. You ain't going to be the cause of anything. You can depend on me, Miss Julie.
Buck, what was that?
Oh, well, that's just the fever cannon from New Orleans. You can hear it when the wind's right.
You can hear it right plain out here, folks.
There it goes again. Wind shifted to the south.
What is it, Ted?
It's the fever cannon, Amy, down in New Orleans.
Fever cannon?
That's right. At night, they set tar barrels blazing on every street corner. And the Washington artillery fire cannon to fight the plague.
But what good does that do?
Why, everybody knows that it starts the air currents that carry the fever away.
They might better drain up the swamps and clean up the city.
Well, maybe they do that in the Yankee land, Press.
They do? And there are quite a lot of other customs at the North that'll bear copying.
And there are a lot of things up there that won't stand copying, too.
I'll remind you, Buck, that my wife is a Northerner and a stranger here.
You talk like you're the same.
Now, see here,
Ted,
Buck.
please. I'm sorry, Buck, but this subject is an unwelcome one. Julie, as mistress of the house, you agree with me, I'm sure.
Why, Aunt Belle, I wouldn't think of forbidding any subject to my guests.
Julie.
Mr. Preston, there's a gentleman here for you, sir.
For me? Who is it?
Mr. Dillard, Dr. Stone sent me. Mr. LaCourt, the bank is down bad with the fever. The doctor said you better come right down.
Of course. Uncle Cato, tell my boy to get the carriage.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dillard, Mr. LaCourt's very bad. He wants to talk some bank business to you before it gets too late. Was I you, I'd ride. Be quicker. You can have my horse, sir.
Very well. Amy?
Press, I ought to go with you.
Now, honey, this won't take long. I'll send a carriage for you later. Aunt Belle, you'll take care of her until I can send?
Surely, Press.
I hope you'll all forgive me.
We understand perfectly, my boy.
Press.
Now, darling, please don't fret about me.
I'll try not to.
You look after Amy, won't you, Ted?
Of course, Press, you needn't have asked.
Goodbye, Amy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, all.
Oh, I do hope everything will be all right.
It always is. Of course, it's a pity Press had to leave now. But I suppose his bank comes first.
Well, Press is devoted to the bank.
Yes. Rather unfortunately so.
You don't find that admirable, Miss Marston?
Oh, admirable, I suppose. It just seems to me there are other things more interesting. I imagine Buck finds it so.
Why, Miss Julie, I never go into a bank if I can help it. Seems like they're mostly studying how they can get something away from somebody.
I wouldn't say that, Buck.
I beg your pardon, Ted?
Now, Ted, all Mr. Cantrell meant to say is that most folks down here prefer other pursuits, like planting and
You need not apologize for Mr. Cantrell. I'm sure he is capable of defending his own insinuations.
Why, Mistress Dillard, ma'am, I surely didn't mean to offend. I was just talking.
Of course, Amy. Buck didn't realize what he was saying. Why, he doesn't even realize how Julie's using him.
Now, Ted.
Ted, please.
Ted, son, how do you mean that? I don't get the sense of it, but it don't sound polite.
You know right well what I mean. Julie's been egging you on, first against Press and now his wife.
Ted, be quiet.
I meant what I said.
Then let's just figure I didn't hear it, Ted. And, boy, I'd keep Miss Julie's name out of your conversation.
You're fool enough to defend what you don't even understand?
I don't see anybody that needs any defense, Ted, and if I did, I'd make out to defend them, I suppose, yes.
Let's put it this way, then, Mr. Cantrell. All evening I thought you coarse and loud and not a gentleman.
That's better. Very well, Mr. Dillard, sir. Mr. Allen will act for me, and we'll be happy to do you the honor. You young jackass.
They're gone. They left the house an hour ago, before sunrise.
Hush, dear. There's nothing can be done about it now.
Oh, Aunt Belle, if anything happens to Ted, Press couldn't bear it. Oh, why can't we stop them? Why?
We women can start the men quarreling often enough. We can't ever stop them.
She could. Julie could.
No, Amy, she couldn't.
Are you savages?
Good morning. What brought you out so early, Aunt Belle? It's a grand morning. I couldn't resist it. Where are the gentlemen?
You know very well where they are and what they are doing.
Yes. A silly custom. But part of what we Southerners call our chivalry. Do you know, sometimes I envy 'em to face what they hate. To kill or be killed, to settle something. We can't do that, we women.
It doesn't mean anything else. To you?
Why should it?
Listen. Someone's come back.
It's Ted. Ted! Oh, Ted!
What happened?
Buck's dead. I never saw a man die before. He knew what you'd done. He told me so before he died. Oh, Julie, you're a... Come, Amy. Come in with me. We'll be leaving now.
Buck is dead. Well, say it. Say what you're thinking, Aunt Bill. What is it?
I'm thinking of a woman called Jezebel, who did evil in the sight of God.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars Loretta Young, Brian Donlevy, and Jeffrey Lynn will bring you Act 3 of Jezebel. And now Sally here tells me that she has another helpie for us. A helpie, you know, is Sally's own way of saying helpful hint.
Thanks for explaining that, Mr. Ruick. But I think maybe tonight's helpie really should be called a thrifty.
A thrifty, eh? How's that, Sally?
Well, last week you said Lux toilet soap was very economical to use as a bath soap, too. You said it can be used down to the last thin little sliver.
So I did, Sally. That's because Lux toilet soap is hard-milled, you know.
Well, I've been thinking about that last thin little sliver, and I began to wonder if all of our women listeners know this thrifty little trick. While your new cake of Lux toilet soap is moist, just take that little sliver and press it firmly onto the fresh cake. That way you use up every last bit, and there's never any waste at all.
Well, thank you, Sally. That's a good thrifty. And I'm sure that it's going to be appreciated by the millions of women who depend on a daily Lux soap bath to protect that important feminine charm called daintiness. You see, Lux soap has active lather that does a gentle, thorough job, leaves skin really fresh, sweet, perfumed with a delicate flower-like fragrance that screen stars and fastidious women everywhere find delightful. You'll find that while Lux toilet soap makes your daily bath a real luxury, it costs so very little, it's thrifty, especially if you buy it the economical 3 cakes at a time way. Start tomorrow. Use gentle, fragrant Lux toilet soap for your beauty bath. You'll love it. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Jezebel. With the death of Buck Cantrell, the guests at the plantation prepare to leave. But from New Orleans comes word that holds them prisoner. No one can pass through the fever line. In the city, the dull boom of cannon punctuates the sultry night as a long procession of wagons rattles through the deserted street. Sick wagons carrying fever-ridden patients to Lazaret Island.
There they go, Press. Today's crop of sick folks for Lazaret Island.
So New Orleans has come to that, Dr. Stone. Sending its sick away to die.
It was the same in the epidemic of 1830, Press. Folks will do mighty near anything, let 'em get scared enough.
It's murder. You know nobody ever comes back alive from that place. What are we trying to do? Save folks or kill them?
Opinions differ, Press. Maybe if we get rid of the fever patients, the rest of us will have a chance. This is Yellow Jack, son. We do what we can, that's all. Come on in the hotel. We'd better get us a drink.
Yes, sir. What will it be, gentlemen?
Bourbon. Make it double.
Single for me.
Yes, sir.
Look here, son. Ain't that kind of unusual for you?
Are you telling me what I can... I'm sorry, Dr. Stone. I don't know why I said that.
Don't you feel right, boy?
Why, kind of edgy, maybe. Been a tough day. And I got chilled walking up.
Chilled? Press, you ought to be easing down. With liqueur gone, we're looking to you to see the bank through this mess.
I couldn't be. I saw him myself day before yesterday.
Well, I saw him an hour past. You think I don't know a dead man when I see one?
Buck Cantrell?
Yes, Buck Cantrell. He's dead, I tell you, and Ted Dillon's the one who killed him.
Ted?
I don't believe it.
Gentlemen, I'll give 20 to 1 that it's the truth.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
I believe I heard you make a private matter that concerns my family the subject of a bet.
Well, I'm mighty sorry. I didn't know.
It's not a thing to bet on.
I reckon you're right, sir.
I don't want to hear any more of it. I don't...
What is it?
I'm dizzy.
Press.
You look, sir. He's got the other guy.
Uncle Cato, what are you saying?
It's the truth, Miss Julie. Dr. Stone sent me from New Orleans. Mr. Press, he got the fever bad.
Fever?
Yes, sir. He took him to your house, Miss Julie, 'cause the hotel folks won't take him in. They're going to send him off to that leper place.
The Lazarette? I can't. I've got to get to him.
Won't be trouble, Miss Julie. They ain't letting nobody through the fever line.
How come they let you through?
They never, Miss Julie. I just kind of ooze through.
But how?
Why, when them white gentlemen stop me just out of town, I leave the horse with some folks I knows, and I go walking.
Yes?
I kind of squinch through the cane by the bayou.
You swam that bayou?
No, ma'am, Miss Julie. I scared of the gator. I just kind of find me a double-end pirogue. It ain't like I was stealing, Miss Julie. I fixin' to take it back.
You are. You're taking it back right now. And I'm going with you.
It's too risky, Miss Julie. And the Yellow Jack cutting folks down like straw back in New Orleans.
That's why I got to be there. Do you hear? We're going.
What, Miss Julie?
Doctor, is Press still here?
Why, yes,
Oh,
but
thank heaven. How is he?
as well as can be expected, he's up in your room, Miss Julie.
I want to see him.
I had to bring him here. No hotel would take him, of course.
Naturally, his place is here. He's got to stay here. They mustn't take him to that island. You've got to stop him. He'd die out
Now,
there.
my dear, I'm doing what I can. Come in.
Press. Oh, Press.
You. What are you doing here?
I came to help you.
Keep away. Don't touch me.
Please,
Don't touch me.
Please, it's Julie.
Julie.
Yes.
In white. A white dress, Julie.
Oh,
Out of his head, Miss Julie.
what can we do for him, Doctor?
Just keep applying the compresses.
Yes.
But you oughtn't to be here. Yellow Jack's mighty catching, Miss Julie.
Catching, is it? We need more ice, Doctor.
I'll go down and send some up.
We'll keep him here. They can't take him away from us. We'll make him well again.
Julie, I must tell you it was my duty. Press is a fever patient. I had to report him.
You reported. You'd send Press out to die. You couldn't.
Julie, I put Press on his first horse. I caught his daddy out of his saddle when he died at Buena Vista at the head of his men. If there was anything else to do for Press, I'd have done it, Miss Julie.
The compresses are warm. The ice, Doctor.
I'll see to it.
Lazarette Island. To die alone. Oh, no, Press. No, I swear it. Not alone. Press.
The river.
Yes.
Part of you. And the blood.
Oh.
I made you cry.
Don't, darling,
White. Never wore white. Never wore white. Julie.
don't.
Julie.
Shh, darling, don't.
In the blood. Never get away from it. Never. Never. Never.
Press. How is he? Amy. Amy, you shouldn't be here.
Press is sick, and I'm his wife. I'll take care of him now.
Well, did you speak to Dr. Stone?
They're coming to take him away. I know it's what Press would have wanted. And I'm going with him.
You can't.
I'm going. It's my right.
Of course it's your right, Amy. You're his wife. But are you fit to go? Loving him isn't enough. If you gave him all your strength, would it be enough?
I'll make him live or die with him.
Amy, do you know the Creole word for fever powder, for food and water? How to talk to a sullen, overworked slave and make him fear you and help you. Press's life and yours will hang on words that you can't say. And you'll both surely die,
And
Amy.
it must be that way.
But it isn't a question of proving your love by laying down your life for Press. It's nothing so easy, Amy. Have you the knowledge and the strength to fight for his life and your own as you'll have to fight? Amy, it's no longer you or I.
What do you mean?
I mean that I'll make him well. I'll make him live, Amy, I will. Whatever you'll do, I'll do more. Because I know how to fight better than you do. Amy, if you knew the horrors of that place. It's not a hospital. It's a desolate island haunted by death. They'll put Press in an open sled with hundreds of others. You must be there with him, day and night, watching every breath he draws. You must bathe him, give him his drugs, and you'll have to fight for his food and his water. You must keep him living, Amy. You must keep the living away from him as well as the dead. Be there by him, with your body between him and death.
I'm not afraid.
No, you're not afraid, Amy. I think you're the bravest woman I ever saw. I believe you even have the courage to save him by giving me the right to go in your place. You're not afraid to die. But I ask a greater sacrifice in Press's name. His life.
And for yourself.
I ask you humbly for the chance to give proof that I can be brave and strong and unselfish. Oh, help me, Amy. Give me the right to make myself clean again like you were clean.
You love him. Even more than I believed was in your power.
Then let me prove myself worthy of that love, Amy.
Julie, tell me. Tell me something which only you can tell me. Does Press still love you? He himself mightn't know, but you would. Tell me.
Oh, please, you've got to let
Tell
me
me.
Amy, what does it matter who Press loves? It's his life that matters. We both know Press loves his wife.
Is that true?
I've done too much against him, Amy. You were gentle and brave as I never knew how to be. Had there been any love in his heart left for me, I'd have taken him from you. I tried and I failed. Because he loves only you.
Sick wagon. You ready?
Amy.
I'm grateful to you for telling me what I had to know. I believe you've earned whatever right was mine. God protect you and Press. Go with him.
Thank you. Come in. Come in. We're ready now.
Here's another. That's the Red Island. Julie.
Yes, Press. Yes.
Don't leave me, Julie.
I won't leave you. I won't leave you, Press.
The wagons move on, the cannon are silenced as the curtain falls on Jezebel. And we all join in applauding the artists who brought us this play tonight. Loretta Young, Brian Dunleavy, and Jeffrey Lynn.
The next time a performance as fine as Loretta Young's comes along, Mr. DeMille, don't put me in the cast. I'd rather be in the audience so I won't miss any of it.
You've got an idea there, Jeffrey, and you can save a seat for me.
You, too, can be in the audience if you like, but I want to be right up here producing the play.
My goodness, I seem to be surrounded by three true Southern gentlemen, and I'm very grateful to you.
There's one thing, Loretta, we want to speak to you about. We think you had a perfect right to go off to Mexico and New York on your honeymoon, but it's time now that you started another picture.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. DeMille, I'm going to work very soon in Mr. Frank Lloyd's production, Lady from Cheyenne.
That sounds exciting, Loretta.
Yes, and good luck on it.
Thank you both. I know everyone is anxious to hear Mr. DeMille's announcement of next week's play. But before that, there's something I'd like to say to the ladies in the audience.
Green light, Loretta. Go ahead.
Well, this is especially for those women who have never tried Lux soap.
I've used it myself for a good many years, but I know that a few days' use will convince anyone that Lux soap really is a fine complexion soap.
That rings the bell, Loretta. Lux soap is its own best salesman.
Well, Mr. DeMille, what about next Monday night's play?
Next week, Brian,
Yeah.
we present our own special climax to the 1940 football season. The first complete radio production of the current Warner Brothers hit, Knute Rockne All-American. And our star will be the same one you saw in the picture, Pat O'Brien, in his great performance as Knute Rockne. Besides Pat O'Brien, you'll hear Ronald Reagan and Donald Crisp, also of the picture cast, and Fay Ray. This is more than the story of winning football teams. It's the thrilling true-life drama of a man who taught his players a code of conduct that will live long after gridiron triumphs are forgotten. A man who left his mark on America. And next Monday night, you can all have seats on the 50-yard line when we present Knute Rockne, All-American.
The cheers will be spontaneous for that show, Mr. DeMille, and we'll be right on that 50-yard line. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. You've made it a night we won't forget. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, Donald Crisp, and Fay Ray in Knute Rockne, All-American. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Verna Felton as Aunt Belle, Eugene Francis as Ted, Lorene Tuttle as Amy, Griff Barnett as Dr. Stone, Earl Ross as General Bogardus, Lou Merrill as DeLautrec, Jack Carr as Uncle Cato, Claire Videra as Mrs. Kendrick, Ann Tobin as Molly, and Ralph Sedan and Byron Shores. Brian Donlevy is currently working in I Wanted Wings at Paramount. Jeffrey Lynn appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers and will soon be seen on the screen in their production of Four Mothers. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Roick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, Robert Preston, and Edward Arnold in The Lady from Cheyenne. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever said it's a man's world must have had his tongue in his cheek when he said it, or a very red cheek after he said it. But however he said it, he was leading with his chin. It was dangerous to say that, even in the days of the wild and woolly West, as we'll prove tonight, in a play called The Lady from Cheyenne. The lady in the case is Loretta Young, and the gentlemen in her life are Robert Preston and Edward Arnold, who learned about women from her in Frank Lloyd's Universal picture. Of course, there's always plenty of action in a story of the Wild West, because whether it was a woman's world or not, the men still thought it was their world. But The Lady from Cheyenne beats the frontier politicians at their own game and reminds us, rather forcibly, that women were voting in Wyoming long before the rest of the country ever considered the idea. Wyoming deserves a deep bow from her 47 sisters for being the first to present the ladies with the ballot. But there are reasons other than voting why American women take more of a hand in public affairs today. For one thing, they have more time off from domestic affairs, thanks to the gifts of modern science, like Lux Flakes, for instance. Women gave that a smashing vote long ago and immediately elected it to a prominent place on millions of kitchen shelves. It's been re-elected at every election since, and the record shows it's done an outstanding job for its constituents. Women judge by past performances.
so Lux Flakes continues to get their ballots. Now, I'd like you all to meet the lady from Cheyenne. The curtain goes up on Act One, starring Loretta Young as Annie Morgan, Robert Preston as Stephen Lewis, and Edward Arnold as Jim Cork. April 14th, 1869. Under the state line, a printed notice is being tacked to the rough boards of a brand new railroad station in Wyoming. It reads, Notice. The railroad wishes to announce a public auction of lots in the proposed township of Laravel. Sale begins at 10 a.m. It's almost 10 now, and the crowd is gathering. From miles around they come, by foot, by horse, by buckboard, and by the new steel monster of the prairie, the railroad train. These are the founding fathers of Laravel. Ranchers, farmers, merchants, gamblers, and inevitably, crooked land sharks. One of these is just stepping off the train now, Mr. James Cork. As he waves his big hand to the crowd, he's greeted by a loud cheer from his henchmen.
Hello, Barney. Hello, Joe.
How are you, boss?
Fine. You fellas ready to go?
Sure. You won't have no trouble. Just settlers and speculators here. Anybody else be rode out.
Good work, Barney. Say, boys, I want you to meet Steve Lewis. Steve, the boy. Howdy, Chance. Now, Steve here's going to run the auction, so that we'll know everything is going to be done my way. Is that right, Steve?
Yeah, that's right. Nice and legal.
That's right. Nice and legal. Now, look, boys, I want all the river lots, and Steve here is going to be taken with a sudden affliction. He won't be able to hear anybody bid unless they're standing down close. And that's where you boys ought to be, do you understand?
Sure, boss.
Good. Well, let's get started. And remember, $50 a lot is the top price we pay. All right, everybody, down this way. The auction's down here. Come down this way, ladies and gentlemen. My good friends, fellow pioneers, and all you elegant ladies. You've walked, you've rode, you've come by train. I know you've had a long, hard trip, but that's over with. We're going to hold this auction, and we're going to found a town. And we're going to build it up until New York and Chicago have something to shoot at. Now, wait a minute. I know you're all anxious to get started, so I'll introduce you to Mr. Steve Lewis, my lawyer. He's going to run the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lewis.
All right, folks, you've all had a chance to study the map, so let's make it quick. Let's start with lot number 57. What do I hear? What am I bid?
I bid 50.
60. 75. I'm bid $50. Do I hear more?
I said 75.
50 it is then. Sold to this gentleman for $50.
Just a minute, mister. I bid 75.
It was closed on that lot.
But I bid $75.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You hear me all right, and it ain't legal.
Now, hold on, my friend. At this minute, you're breaking the law, attempting to intimidate a legal representative of the railroad.
What?
By threats both implied and spoken. And according to the verdict handed down in the case of State versus Peckham, you're in grave danger of standing liable for a term of not less than 4, nor more than 6 years in prison.
Prison? Who's in prison?
Peckham language there for 5 years.
Well, I don't want no trouble with the law.
Nice work, Steve.
Yeah, nice and legal. Yeah. All right, now, lot number 72, River Lot. What am I bid for this lot?
$75. $50.
$50. Do I hear more?
I bid 75.
Sold for $50. And now for lot number 38, a beautiful garden spot on the river. What am I bid? What do I hear?
$50.
$50 I'm bid. Do I hear more?
1 moment, please. 1 moment. I bid $75.
Say, women can't bid here. Which one was it, Steve?
Here she comes. The girl in the funny hat.
Excuse me, please. Let me through. I bid $75.
Say, what's she supposed to be dressed up for? This is an auction, not a masquerade.
Oh, now, be generous, Jim. The young lady's costume is a mere 20 years behind the time.
$75. Let me through, please.
Hey, lady, where did you find that hat? That fellow looks like my old rooster after he got sick.
Good morning, gentlemen. I bid $75 for that lot.
Now, just a minute, ma'am.
Will you hold my umbrella, please?
What?
Thank you very much. And now I do hope you're all going to be gentlemen and not bid any more.
What?
Because I want that particular lot.
Well, ma'am, just who are you bidding for?
I'm not bidding for anybody except myself.
Then what do you want the land for?
Well, since you're nice enough to ask me, I'll tell you. I'm buying for speculation. I come from Philadelphia. My folks were Quakers. They're both dead, though. My mother died of heart trouble, arteriosclerosis. It's rather difficult to pronounce, but it's really a dreadful disease. My father's heart was quite good, but after my mother died, he was never quite the same. He finally came down with sugar in the blood. Did you ever have that? No, I guess you wouldn't. You look quite strong. Well, anyway, my parents left me some money, and there I was, an orphan, with nothing to do but teach school forever in Philadelphia. And then my uncle told me about this place, and so here I am.
And I have all the money my parents left me right here in this bag. It's $500. Except $34.60. That's what the trip cost so far. And if I have to, I'll bid all my money on that lot. So I do hope you're all going to be gentlemen and not bid any more.
Say, is this real?
There appear to be a number of children around here. Yes? Yes, I might even put up a schoolhouse. After all, if the town is going to be all you said, they'll probably need some learning, don't you think?
I'll go on.
Why, certainly no one would compete with you, miss, would they, Jim?
Well, I...
Sold to the young lady. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Annie Morgan.
Thank you. Step over the table, make your payment, and get your deed.
Oh, thank you very much. My umbrella, please. Thank you. Good day, gentlemen. Excuse me.
Say, Steve, that was the best lot we had. What's this, anyway?
Gallantry, Jim. Gallantry.
Oh.
Hiya, boss. Hello, Jim.
Good evening, boys. Come on, gather around, everybody. I've got a little announcement to make. Boys, you've all done fine work the last 2 months, and we've just got the results of our first election. I'm happy to state that our whole ticket was elected unanimously. That's all, gentlemen. The drinks are on me. Well, Steve, it's going great. My own mayor, my own sheriff, and my own judge on the bench. And all legal, too. You know, Steve, I like this thing being legal, you know? Saves a lot of trouble.
Great idea you got there. Just don't be too crude, Jim, or they're liable to believe the whole Civil War was just a frame-up.
Oh, that's good. Well, now we got a government. Let's get busy on these water rights.
Oh, then you got the schoolma'am's property.
No, she didn't sell, but don't worry. I'll roust her out of there fast enough.
Oh, now listen, Jim. I've given the technique of being a robber baron a lot of study. And the main idea is to gang up on posterity, but to treat your contemporaries easily and legally.
What do you mean by that?
No rousting out. Get a bill of sale from her, then you'll have control, nice and legal.
All right. You sold it to her, now you get it back.
Me get it?
Yeah, and make it nice and legal.
No, but Jim...
Now, you hear me, Steve. Get down to that schoolhouse tomorrow and talk her out of it. If anyone can do it, you're the man.
And now we come to Henry VIII. Do you know who Henry VIII was, children?
No, ma'am.
Well, he was the King of England. He had 6... Well, anyway, he died in 1547 at the age of 56. And now we come to Joan of Arc.
Hello.
Why, Mr. Lewis.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Morgan. I really didn't mean to interrupt. I thought your class would be over.
Oh, my goodness, and so it should be. It's after 3 o'clock. Very well, children. School is dismissed.
Good night, Miss Morgan.
Good night, darling.
Come on, Nosy. I'll race you.
And be on time tomorrow now.
I hope you'll forgive this intrusion.
No intrusion, Mr. Lewis. I'll just straighten up my desk a little and...
Oh.
Oh, my goodness, my flowers.
Oh, here, let me help you.
Oh, dear.
Oh, your dress is soaking.
Oh, don't bother. It will dry in the sun. I got much wetter than this yesterday holding Mrs. Lancey's baby.
Oh. Well, look, I thought perhaps you'd like to have this volume of Browning's poems.
Oh, that's nice of you. The years at spring, the days at the morn. Morning at 7 and hillside dew pearls.
I beg your pardon?
That's in Pippa Passes.
Oh, yes, in Pippa Passes.
By Browning.
Oh, yes, of course.
I think it one of Mr. Browning's best, don't you?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. It was so thoughtful of you.
No, don't mention it. Are you walking home?
I always do.
Well, may I walk with you?
That's very nice of you indeed. I'd like to walk home with you. In high school in Philadelphia, when all the girls had boys to walk home with them, I used to wish... Well, what I mean is... There was one boy who would have walked home with me if he'd only stopped to think about it.
What?
Would you close the door, please? Thank you. I live down this way at Mrs. McGinnis's. It's awfully nice of you.
No, not at all, not at all.
What was that?
What?
You said something.
Oh, no.
I thought you did.
No?
Rats that fought the dogs and killed the cats and ate the cheeses right out of the vat.
What?
Mr. Browning, the Pied Piper.
Oh, yes. Mr. Browning.
Yes.
Annie.
Oh.
May I call you Annie?
Well, yes, if you like.
Annie, there's going to be a square dance tomorrow night.
I know that.
Well, are you, do you dance?
Well, I haven't before. But I'm sure I could learn very quickly.
Oh, I see.
And I think it's very nice of you to ask me, Mr. Lewis. I don't know why you should want me to go with you, but I'm glad that you do. Square dancing and moonlight. Doesn't it sound romantic?
Yes, it certainly does.
And there's sure to be a moon. And if you don't mind, there's something I'd like to try out. They talk about it in all the books. But I don't want to embarrass you.
Well, I'm sure you won't. What is it?
Well, in all the books that I've read, just as the last waltz is being played, there's always sort of a pause. Well, it's really more of a throb-like, and... Well, it's then I'd like you to kiss me.
Oh, but... Well,
Oh, now, you needn't be worried that I'll take it personally. Not that I mean to be impolite or anything like that, but... Well, what I really mean is, you can feel absolutely safe with me.
Oh. Well, thank you very much.
Mrs. McGinnis!
Why, Annie, what is it?
Oh, Mrs.
What's
McGinnis,
happened?
it's wonderful. The square dance I'm going to it. He asked me, Mr. Lewis. Do you know how to dance?
Dance?
Yes.
Why, my dear, that's how I won my present husband.
Oh.
Practically swept him off his feet.
Well, then you can teach me how. I bought 15 yards of pink muslin with the sweetest little green flower you've ever seen.
Pink and green, Annie?
Yes, isn't it a lovely combination?
Well, I don't know.
And I bought 15 yards. Is that enough? I thought I'd get a lot in case we spoiled some. And a bustle, just like the one on your black dress. Can I have a bustle, Mrs. McGinnis?
Let me see. Yes, I think you could stand a bustle.
Oh, Mrs. McGinnis.
Hello, Steve. How's everything going with the schoolmarm?
Oh, fine. Give me a beer. She learned dancing this afternoon, and now tonight I'm clumsy.
From here, you're a panic.
I can't carry on a conversation. I'm dull. Do you get that? I'm the one that's dull.
Take it easy. Just hold yourself together for the night, and we're all set.
Hey, listen, I've got an idea.
What?
Let's give her the town, and you and I move on with the railroad.
Give me a beer, please.
Oh, hello, Hank. I've been waiting to talk to you.
Evening, Jim.
Steve, you know Hank Freeman, editor-in-chief of the Laravel Weekly Bugle.
Hi.
Yes, I've had the pleasure. Well, excuse me, gentlemen. I've got to sit out the next one with Miss Morgan.
Well, good luck, Steve. Well, Hank, I've been reading your paper.
That's so?
Yeah, I take it you don't like the way things are being run around here.
Uh-huh. Just beginning to penetrate, huh?
And I almost got the opinion that we don't need a newspaper or an editor either around here. Now, keep that in your button the next time you think of writing about me as a tyrant.
Ah, Jim, you've got the wrong idea. When I say tyrant, I mean a big man. Caesar, Nero, Napoleon.
Oh. Oh, yeah?
Why, I'm in favor of tyrants.
Oh.
Of course, there are all kinds of tyrants, but you're my favorite kind. You know, the benevolent type. Benevolence tempered with the fear of assassination. Good night, Jim. Just think it over.
Would you rather dance?
Oh, it's lovely out here. Look at all those wonderful stars. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. I wish I might have the wish I wish tonight. A stove.
What?
A stove. I just wish for a brand new stove for my schoolhouse.
Oh.
They're intoxicating, aren't they? The stars, I mean, and the moon. Do you think it sticks out too far in the back, or I want to have two of them?
To what?
Two stoves for my schoolhouse.
Oh, no, just one.
Oh. Isn't the dance wonderful? Now look at this, Bustle. Do you think it sticks out too far?
No.
Miss McGinnis helped me make this dress. Do you like it?
Yes, I do.
Oh, thank you.
Annie,
Yes,
you hear what they're playing?
yes.
It's the last waltz. Do you remember what you asked me to do?
Are you going to do it now?
Yes. But, well, there's one thing I'd like to know.
Oh, certainly, Stephen.
Well, I'd like to know if... Well, have you ever been kissed before?
No. Does that make any difference?
Well, it may come as more of a surprise than you think.
Oh, but I'm not taking it personally.
Oh, all right. Come close to me.
Like this?
Yes.
Oh.
Well?
Oh, there's something just rushing around inside of me. I feel like giving presents to everyone. Oh, that's very good, Edward. Now put all the history books together. And here's Shakespeare. Ah, this bud of love by summer's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet.
Mush.
That's Romeo and Juliet, Edward.
It's still mush.
Well, it will seem romantic to you someday. You'll see.
Hello.
Why, hello, Mr. Freeman. How are you? You can go home now, Edward.
Well, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Sit down, Henry.
Annie, what's this I hear about you selling your property?
Oh, yes, isn't it wonderful? Mr. Cork has given me 3 times the value, and he's giving me another lot away up on the hill.
Uh-huh. Our kind-hearted Mr. Cork.
Yes, and as Stephen pointed out, after all, I did buy this land for speculation.
Oh, Steve pointed it out.
Yes.
Annie, did you sign anything yet?
Oh, no, I'm going to Mr. Cork's office this afternoon.
Well, before you do, I'd like you to see this. It's a little notice that's been put up all around town since last night.
To whom it may concern. Notice is hereby given that all water rights to the Laravel River are the property of James Cork Land Company. Permission to use water for irrigation or cattle must be purchased from the company. Well, what does it mean, Henry?
It's a notice to the farmers. Now, if you sell your property to Jim Cork, he'll control the water of this county. The farmers won't be able to get a drop unless they pay him for it.
So that's why he wanted my property.
Uh-huh.
And that's why Stephen came and gave me the book, and even when he kissed me, he was thinking...
I'm sorry, Annie.
That's all right, Henry. I guess I've been kind of childish and silly, haven't I? Well, I think I've grown up. Just in this 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Annie. Come right in.
Well, Miss Morgan, we're certainly glad to see you.
Are you Mr. Cork?
Here, sit right there, Annie.
Thank you.
You've driven rather a hard bargain, Miss Morgan, and I don't know just where I'm going to come out on this proposition. But then I love the school kiddies, and they'll be much happier on top of the hill. After all, that's more important, isn't it?
Is it, Mr. Cork?
Now, here's the deed, Annie.
And here's the pen. You sign right there.
Right there?
Yes, right there. Well, go ahead. Is there anything wrong, Annie? Annie, Mr. Cork is a rather busy man.
Yes, I know he is.
Say, will somebody please tell me what's going on around here?
Yes, Mr. Cork, I'll tell you. Some people don't think it's very nice to go around pretending friendship for business reasons. And kissing people. When they find out they've been fooled, they feel bad. Really bad. They might even feel like breaking things. They might even feel like taking up this space and smashing it. And as for you, Mr. Cork, let me tell you something. As long as I have that property, any farmer who wants to can draw all the water he needs from that river.
Why, you can't talk to me like that. You'll do as I say.
You're making me mad, Mr. Cork. Awfully mad.
Annie, put down that glass.
I'll never in the world sign your papers. And if you try any more monkey business with me, I'll take you to law.
Take me to law? Why, you filly,
Stand back, Mr. Cork.
I'll run you out of this town.
Stand back or I'll smash you with my umbrella.
You'll smash nobody.
There.
Oh.
When I say a thing, I usually mean it. Good day, Mr. Cork.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of The Lady from Cheyenne with Loretta Young, Robert Preston, and Edward Arnold. Now we bring you our old friends, the Browning family. 17-year-old Dot Browning has a friend, Jean Saunders, spending the night with her. The 2 girls have just come home from a dance.
Amapola, my pretty little poppy. Da, 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 da. Oh, Jean, wasn't the party divine? So-so. Why, Jean, I thought it was loads of fun. For you, maybe. But I got stuck with that awful Briggs boy. Oh, well, those things do happen sometimes. They happen all the time with me. I loathe parties and boys and everything. Oh, honey, don't say that. You're just tired. Come on, let's get ready for bed. Oh, I'm practically there now. What on earth are you going to do? Lux my undies. My goodness, it's this hour of the night? Of course. It only takes a moment, and undies have to be luxed every day. Oh, but why? Why, Jean, for daintiness, of course. Oh, my... Dot, I never thought about that. Oh, now don't look so sunk, honey. Come along and see how easy it is to be dainty nowadays. See how fast you get suds with new Quick Lux? You don't have to wait for hot water, either. Mm-hmm. And then you just squeeze your undies through the suds, and they're fresh as a daisy.
Dot Browning has done a very helpful thing for her friend Jean, because after this, Jean is always going to be dainty. And that quality always makes a girl seem lovely and lovable. As Dot says, it's easy now with new Quick Lux to protect daintiness and avoid offending. These sheer flakes dissolve in a flash and take away perspiration quickly, yet gently. Lux is thrifty, too, because a little goes so far. So keep that generous big box handy all the time. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Lady from Cheyenne, starring Loretta Young as Annie Morgan, Robert Preston as Stephen Lewis, and Edward Arnold as Jim Cork. With Jim Cork in the driver's seat, the government of Laraville became a reign of terror. Objectors to his rule were shot or beaten, their homes set afire, and one night, Annie Morgan watched her schoolhouse burn to the ground. Hank Freeman, the fighting newspaper editor, is the only one who dares to tell the truth about the tyrant, Jim Cork.
Read all about it. Schoolhouse burns. Read all about Jim Cork, arsonist. Read all.
Henry, are you all right?
Need some water.
Oh, you poor thing. What have they done to you, Henry?
It's just my arm.
Oh.
It'll be all right.
This is the last straw. We're going to do something to stop this.
We certainly are.
And the purpose of this meeting is to prove that we, the better citizens of Laraville, are willing to face our responsibilities. We've had enough of Jim Cork, and we're here to see that in some way he's put in jail.
Well, that's all very well, but who's going to put him there?
Why, whoever puts people in jail. That's unimportant. The fact is, they shot our editor, and they have burned down my schoolhouse.
Sure, but you got to convict him, and that takes a jury.
Then we'll have a jury. That's a simple matter.
Why, of course it is. The chair hereby calls for volunteers. Who'd like to be on the jury? Raise your hands, please.
Oh, what's the matter with you? Gentlemen, it can't be that you're afraid. Why, there must be 12 men in this town who aren't afraid.
Well, there evidently aren't. Oh, if we only had a women's jury, we'd soon fix Jim Cork.
Mrs. McGinnis, that's just what we need. We'll have a women's jury. That ought to be very simple, too. None of this men's business about being open-minded and not prejudiced, as they say. We want a good prejudiced jury.
Annie, look, it's Jim Cork.
Come right in, boys. Come right in. Put the refreshments on the table there. Good afternoon, ladies.
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
Well, we heard you were going to have a meeting, so I thought you might like to have some refreshments. At the same time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Stephen Lewis, our candidate for the legislature. A fellow all your husbands are going to vote for.
We want no part of you or your candidate.
Ladies, restraint, if you please. We don't want to start any trouble. We want to do it by law. Mr. Cork, a jury is going to convict you, and it will be a women's jury.
A women's jury?
Yes.
That's good, that is. Go on, tell us, Steve. Tell us what's wrong with it, will you?
Well, what is wrong with it, Mr. Lewis?
Well, I'm very much afraid that ladies can't possibly sit on a jury.
Why not?
No, because under the law, only those who have the franchise can serve as jurors.
Franchise?
Yes. That means the right to vote. And anyone incapable of voting at an election is also ipso facto barred from acting on a jury.
Is that so?
Yes, it is, ma'am. And I suggest that if you intend going into public life, you start by reading Blackstone.
Oh, it's Blackstone now, is it? It isn't Mr. Browning anymore. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Lewis. Blackstone or no Blackstone, we'll have women on that jury and they'll convict Jim Cork. I promise you. In other words, Henry, he said we couldn't do it. But we can, can't we?
No, Steve was right. You see, there's law, Annie. Laws that man made. And under them, a woman is just chattel.
Chattel?
A piece of property without any rights at all.
That's a nice thing.
Oh, they're laws that you live and breathe, and I guess they think you should be thankful for that much.
Well, I'm not at all thankful, Henry. There's something just boiling up inside of me. I think I'm just plain mad. I'd like to hit somebody.
Sure. But organizations have to be started. And before things can be changed, bills have to be passed up there in Cheyenne, in the legislature. It takes time. Listen, hear that crowd?
Yeah.
The election must be over.
Hank! Oh, Hank!
Well, John?
Oh, it's all over, Hank. Steve Lewis was just elected to the legislature.
Oh.
That settles it. I'm going to take the next train to Cheyenne. I'll get a bill passed if that's what has to be done. Goodbye, Henry. I'll be back on Thursday.
Hello? You mind my sitting here?
Why should I? It's a public conveyance. You may sit any place you please.
Thank you, Annie. Annie, why don't you be a sweet little girl and go back to the school kids and books and friends and leave these things to people who know what they're all about?
Mr. Lewis, will you please not annoy me anymore? I'm reading. 'Tis a beauteous evening, calm and free.
Oh, Mr. Browning.
Mr. Wordsworth.
Oh.
'Tis a beauteous evening, calm and free. The holy time...
Annie, at least let me give you one piece of advice. If you insist upon going to the legislature, you should do everything you can to make a good impression. You should try to be as pretty as possible.
What?
And Annie, if you don't mind my saying so, you really ought to get a new hat.
Will you please let me read?
No, Annie, I only
And leave me alone. Just go away from me, do you hear? Go away.
What's the matter here? Is he bothering you, miss?
Bothering me. He is the most bothersome man who ever lived.
Why, Annie?
Oh, one of them, huh? Well, I'll fix him.
Why, you...
Hey, let me in on this. Who started it out, murder? Getting fresh, huh? Well...
The gentleness of heaven broods o'er the sea. It's a beauteous evening, calm and free.
This is as good a room as you'll find in Cheyenne. There's a lump in the mattress, but you can curl around it. And we've got one strict rule. No singing after 2 o'clock in the morning.
Come in.
Hello, dearie.
I'm Elsie, and this is Myrtle and Gertie. How do you
Hello
do?
there.
How do you do? I'm Annie Morgan.
You're new here, aren't you, honey?
Yes, I am. I'm going to be here for only a few days. I have to hurry right back to Laraville.
You don't say.
Yes.
Looks like you got out in kind of a hurry, too.
Oh, I did. The ladies felt I should lose no time. They all came down to put me on the train.
They put you on the train? No. Well, the same thing happened to me once. Say, maybe we could get you in the show over at the Palace. We're dancing over there.
Yeah. Dancing is wonderful, isn't it? Except that men get awfully tired.
Yeah, men ain't what they used to be. Come on over to my room, dearie. Let's have a drink and get acquainted.
Oh, that's nice of you, Elsie. Thank you very much, but I don't drink.
Honest?
No.
Well, come on, girls. See you later, dearie.
Oh, wait a minute. Can you tell me how to get to the legislature?
Oh, sure. They're in session right now. Just down 2 blocks, and then turn to your right, and you can't miss it.
This assembly will come to order. Quiet! Quiet! Mr. Ike Fairchild has the floor.
Mr. Speaker and gentlemen, I make a motion that we don't allow smoking while this assembly is in session.
Are you crazy? Quiet! Quiet! Order!
Gentlemen, you don't understand. The first thing we want to do is to make a good impression on the taxpayers. Now, this no smoking resolution will look mighty good on the books.
Well, that's different. All those in favor of the no smoking resolution say aye. Aye. Motion has been passed unanimously.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Quiet in the visitors' gallery.
But I have a bill I want passed.
Quiet. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Dunbar.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to positively refuse to come back here unless I have some comfort. We ought to have swivel chairs and desks.
Very sound idea. Very sound.
Now, wait a minute. How do you think that's going to look on the books? Huh?
I suppose you all know you're talking a lot of nonsense.
What's that?
I've never heard such a lot of silly talk in all my life. It's ridiculous.
I should like to call the attention of the Speaker to the fact that visitors are not allowed to interrupt the proceedings of the House.
I am not a visitor. I am more a part of this assembly than guests are. I have something important to say.
Mr. Speaker, no resolution has yet been passed approving the presence of women in the visitors section. And I move that until such resolution is passed, that the young lady retire to the hall.
I second the motion.
Will you please stop making motions while I'm talking?
Quiet. You've all heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Young woman, will you please retire to the hall and no back talk?
You know that just as well as I do.
You've been waiting a mighty long time, ma'am. Is there something I could get for you?
No, thank you. Talk, talk, talk. Don't they ever do anything but talk in there?
Well, ma'am, I've been taking care of the gentlemen's hats a number of years, and I ain't heard much but talk. Of course, sometimes they lay cornerstones for exercise.
Well, I haven't any time to waste around here. I have to get my bill passed and be back home by Thursday.
Mighty fast work, ma'am. You must be in a powerful hurry.
Oh, I am. I have to be back and put a man in jail.
That's so. There's a joint. Excuse me, ma'am. I got to get the gentleman's hats.
Well, hello, Annie. You'll be happy to know that we get our desks in 2 weeks. Good day.
Good day. Oh, Your Honor.
Huh?
Your Honor, I have a bill I want introduced.
What district, ma'am?
Laravel District.
You'll have to speak to Mr. Stephen Lewis. He introduces all the Laravel bills.
But...
Good day, ma'am.
Oh, sir. Will you help me?
At your service, miss. What is it?
I have a bill I want introduced.
Well, miss, what sort of a bill is it?
But it's a bill that will give women the franchise. That means it will give women the right to vote.
Women's suffrage. So that's what you want, is it? That scatterbrained idea of women voting. Why, you women don't know how to think. If you had two ideas, your heads would split open.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Let me tell you something. Woman's place is in the home with babies, donning a good man's socks and doing the washing.
But, sir, you
And if you were someone that belonged to me, I'd give you a darn good spank. Good day.
Gentlemen in the parlor to see Annie.
Thank you. Oh, it's you.
Annie, come in here a minute, please.
I don't think I have...
Please.
Well,
Annie, I want to be friends with you.
are you going to help me?
Well, I'd like to help you, but not your bill. Annie, as a friend of yours, it hurts me to see you wearing yourself out, making... Well, I'm going to have to say it, Annie. Making a ridiculous figure of yourself.
Why, how dare
Now,
you come in here?
wait. Annie, I told you on the train you're a sweet, silly child. Why, instead of worrying about other people, you should have someone to take care of you. You should be married and have a good man to look after you. Why, you aren't meant to be an old maid, Annie. There's too much woman in you, real honest woman. Yeah. And you'd be pretty, too. Darn pretty if you'd fix yourself up, do something with your hair, make it sort of fancy, and wear some attractive clothes. Why, you could do a lot with yourself if you'd take the trouble.
You think so?
Why, sure. And I'll bet back in Laravel there's a dozen good men that would marry you.
Oh, you do you? Well, you just get right out of here and take your advice with you. And please don't tell me what I should wear and how I should look, and don't ever speak to me again.
Annie.
Go away, I hate you.
Well, dearie, I hope you didn't let him see you cry.
I'm not crying.
No, of course you're not.
I'm just mad. I'm just real mad.
You must be pretty stuck on him to get that mad.
I hate him. He's done everything he could to stop me ever since I first came here. And he said I don't have to be an old maid, even though I don't wear my hair the way he likes it. He wants it fancy. I never hated anyone so much in all my life. Not even the man in Philadelphia who beat his dog.
Oh, now, wait a minute, kid. Take it easy. Tell me all about it, and I may be able to patch things up.
I don't want things all patched up. I want them all ripped apart. Oh, Elsie. I've just got to get that bill introduced now so as I can show him. I've got to find some way. If I just knew somebody in there.
You mean someone in the legislature?
Uh-huh.
Well, if that's all you need, your troubles are over.
Elsie, you mean you know one of them?
One of them? I know them all. When do you want your bill introduced, dearie?
Oh, Elsie.
Matter of the bill for women's suffrage?
I move that it be tabled and referred to the Judiciary Committee.
I second the motion.
Those in favor?
Aye.
The bill for women's suffrage is hereby tabled.
What happened, ma'am? Anything?
Nothing, George, nothing. My bill was introduced and they wouldn't even vote on it. They referred it to that committee.
Oh, that's bad.
Well, what will happen to it, George?
Well, they'll just kick it around and report it out on the floor without comment.
Oh.
When a bill comes out without comment, it's dead, buried, and forgotten. That's what used to happen down there in Washington.
Oh, dear. Then we'll have to get some comment.
Yes, miss. It appears to me we's going to need a whole mess of comment.
Yes. Well, what did they do in Washington when this happened?
Well, they always got to the highest man.
The speaker?
No, ma'am, the very highest man with the biggest influence.
Yes.
This case would call for the governor.
The governor, of course. Why didn't I think of it? Well, I'll see him right away, George.
Miss, if you do it the way the politicians do...
Yes?
Well, it's like a stalking possum. Slip up on him kind of easy like then... Wham!
Wham?
Yes, sir. The governor's giving a ball tonight.
Oh, then I'll see him there.
Of course, you got to have engraved invitation, else the butler won't let you in. I seen some in the gentleman's pockets in the cloakroom, but would you like one, miss?
George, if anyone had told me 2 weeks ago that I'd accept stolen goods... Thank you, George.
Yes, sir. I was going to be there, too, tonight, miss. They hired me as a waiter. And begging your pardon, ma'am, the ball's going to be mighty, mighty fancy. The ladies is going to be dressed in a mess of elegant, you know, the proper kind of wham.
Now, don't you worry, George. I'll get a dress. And one with a great deal of the proper kind of wham.
Now, just stand still, Annie. Ah, it looks fine.
Does it? I feel sort of naked.
Hey, what's she doing in my dress? Get out of that. Keep quiet, Gertie. She needs it. What for? Is she joining the show?
No, I'm not, Gertrude. I'm going to the governor's ball.
The what?
Uh-huh. And I needed a dress. It's very important.
Oh, well, why? Annie's doing a job for all of us. She's going to get us votes. Votes? For what? Votes for whatever we want to vote for. Annie says we're all chattels. Well, of all the nerve.
What's that?
Slaves of men. And when we get the vote, we'll be just as good as men. That's why Annie's going to the ball.
No, in that case, wait a minute, Elsie. I'm getting nervous. I don't think I can do it.
Oh, sure you can,
No,
kid.
I really don't.
What you need is some nerve medicine.
Huh?
I hate to give it away, but it sure looks to me like you need it. Here, take a slug.
Well, what kind of medicine is it, Elsie?
Just general strengthening. Elegant for the nerves.
Oh.
I call it Pepso.
Uh-huh.
A gentleman gave it to me.
Well, how much do I take?
Oh, as much as you can hold.
Oh.
You see, it kills the germs inside your nerves. Now, down with it, dearie. At a girl.
There, dearie, that's all right.
Oh, it's awful. I know it is. That's because it's good medicine.
Oh.
Here, drink some more.
Oh, I can't. It burns too much.
Well, that's part of the treatment. You know, I stand a lot of its burning just so I can keep my health.
Annie, there's Annie Morgan. Did you see her?
Meet the new addition.
Well, fuzzle my bustle, dearie. I'd never know you. You don't look like the same girl.
Oh.
Here, look what's come for you. A telegram.
Telegram to me? Oh, I'm shaking.
Here, let me do it. Clark shot dead this morning.
Oh, I knew it was something horrible.
Clark taking water from your land, only place he could get it. Killed by Cork's men. We have the evidence if you have the vote. Hank Freeman.
John Clark shot dead.
Friend of yours, honey?
Shot. Just for taking water for his children, maybe. Oh, that wicked man. That awful Jim Cork. Now I've got to go to that ball, Elsie. I've just got to. That's all there is to it.
You want some of this medicine?
Elsie? I think I do.
Bottoms up, dearie. Now take it easy. That's the way. That's a girl. Annie, are you all right? Are you all right, Annie?
Bring on the governor.
That a girl, Annie.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Mr. DeMille and our stars Loretta Young, Robert Preston, and Edward Arnold will return in just a moment for Act 3 of The Lady from Cheyenne. And now for a little demonstration of one striking fact about our product. Listen to these two girls, each typing a letter. You've just heard the difference between two girl typists. One very slow, the other 3 times as fast. Now, if you were a business manager and these two girls applied for a job, which would you pick? What do you say, Sally?
The fast one, of course. She'd have a day's work finished while the first one was just getting started.
And if you were a busy home manager with a lot of soaps at your grocers applying to you for jobs, which would you choose? A slow one or one that was 3 times as fast?
Why, the fast one, of course.
And that's why New Quick Lux wins out. Because it's so much faster. By actual test, in water as cool as your hand, it dissolves 3 times as fast Not just twice, 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps.
That's big help, Mr. Ruick. It takes no time at all to do stockings and undies every night with New Quick Lux. It's a wonderful time saver.
Another thing you've probably noticed is how little you need to get rich, abundant suds. New Quick Lux Flakes are thrifty. Last but not least, you can always depend on Lux Purity. It's the gentlest kind of soap that can be made. Safe for anything, safe in water alone. Yes, there are 3 very good reasons why American women have chosen New Quick Lux for their pretty washables by a vote of 2 to 1. Why twice as many women use it for their nice things as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. It's fast, it's thrifty, it's safe. Don't forget to keep that generous big box handy all the time. New Quick Lux comes in the same familiar package at no extra cost. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of The Lady from Cheyenne. Annie has gone to the governor's ball, filled with a noble sense of duty and half a bottle of Elsie's nerve tonic. In her new clothes, beautiful and radiant, she dances with her unsuspecting victim, the governor himself.
Oh, Governor, I hesitate to say it, but you're so different from what I imagined.
Really?
Oh, yes. Your beard. Your beard is beautiful. You must have brushed it a great deal, Governor.
Well, yes, but
And you're not old at all.
Why, thank you, my dear.
It's warm in here, isn't it? Governor, could we go someplace where it's cool?
Why, yes. Would you like to step out on the terrace?
Oh, thank you. My, it's lovely out here, isn't it? I'm awfully glad to be alone with you.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Yes, isn't it? But then you see, I have my reasons. That's why I came here tonight. I do hope you're not going to be angry with me, too.
Angry?
Yes. You see, I really want you to help me with my bill.
Oh,
And the bill is to give women their franchise. That means they can vote.
women's suffrage.
Yes. Now, just pretend for a minute that you're Mr. Lincoln and you're freeing the slaves. Why, Governor, you'd even look like him if your beautiful beard were dark.
Oh, would I?
Uh-huh.
Really?
Oh, yes, indeed. And now you will help me, won't you?
Well, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do.
Oh.
You'll have to do some lobbying.
Lobbying. Oh, yes, yes.
Well, my dear, I'm afraid I'll have to join my other guests.
Oh.
Shall we go inside?
Well, thank you, Governor, but if you don't mind, I think I'll just stay right out here and think over all you said.
Why, of course, of course. May I have another dance later?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Evening, ma'am.
Oh, hello, George.
You's doing fine,
No,
Miss
I'm
Missy.
not. I'm not getting anywhere. He told me to go in that lobby again, and oh, George, I sat in that lobby so much.
No, ma'am. He means 2 lobby. That's the way they get everything did in Washington.
Oh, how do they do it?
Well, it's this way.
Uh-huh.
Lobbying is making use of the fact that the Republicans hates the Democrats, and the Democrats hates the Republicans.
Uh-huh.
So they's already suspicious of each other. You just got to help them along.
Help him along?
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Fairchild, he's the leader of the Republicans, and Mr. Dunbar, he's the Democrat boss.
Oh.
You ought to see both of them.
Thank you, George. I will.
Miss Morgan, ma'am, you're very, very flattering.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Fairchild. Oh, Mr. Fairchild, the governor told me the funniest story about the Democrats.
That's so, ma'am?
You are Republican, aren't you?
Born and bred, ma'am.
Well, the governor said that all the Republicans are so smart, they're much smarter than the Democrats.
Is that so, ma'am?
Oh, yes. He said that the Republicans are all going to vote for the bill tomorrow.
Eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, what bill is that?
The woman's suffrage bill.
Well, I didn't think anyone wanted that bill to go through.
Oh, of course they don't. They'll turn it down. But it will look so good on the record for the Republicans to vote for it. You see, they'll get the credit for being liberal, and they still won't lose anything because they'll be letting the Democrats vote it down.
Yeah, I see. Well, that's a right smart idea. Miss Morgan, every Republican in the legislature will vote for that bill tomorrow.
Oh, Mr. Fairchild, aren't you the smartest man? Dunbar, I just love your beard. Do you brush it off?
Why, yes, Miss Morgan, but...
Oh, it's lovely. You know, Mr. Dunbar, I have so much respect for the Democrats. And you are a Democrat, aren't you?
A fighting one, ma'am?
I knew you would be. And I wanted to tell you how right you were to scold me for that suffrage bill.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Oh, yes, indeed. The governor himself convinced me how ridiculous it was. But he hopes the Democrats will vote for it.
Vote for it?
Oh, yes. Don't you see? Don't you see?
Well,
He's going to make the Republicans vote against it.
Well, I see, ma'am.
I knew you would.
Of course. Let the Republicans vote against it. I'll have every Democrat in the legislature vote for it.
Oh, Mr. Dunbar, you're the smartest man.
Of course, you know, Miss Morgan, you're making quite a spectacle of yourself.
All the other gentlemen seem to like it, Mr. Lewis.
You're quite the belle of the ball.
So I've been told all evening.
I want to talk to you. Come along.
Where?
Out here, out on the terrace.
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Lewis. I went for a walk with you at one dance, and... Oh, it wasn't very amusing.
Well, you're coming along whether it's amusing or not.
No,
Annie, something's gone wrong with me, and you're to blame for it.
I?
Yes, you. Until you came along and bought that lot, I was a peaceful, contented man who knew what he wanted and was out to get it the quickest way he knew how. But eating my dinner lately, I've begun to see your face on the plate. Well, tonight you've taken possession of the entire room and of me. Annie, I could throttle you with my bare hands. Something's really got to be done about you, Annie. Kiss me.
No. No, I don't think the second time will be as surprising as the first.
No, but I mean it this time. Oh, you're lovely, Annie. You're beautiful. Annie, kiss me.
Oh, Stephen.
Remember that first time?
Yes.
You said you wanted to give presents?
Yes.
I feel like that now. I'd like to send presents to everyone in Laraville.
Laraville. Oh, I almost forgot. You're still one of Jim Coke's men.
Yes, but Annie...
I got a present from Laraville tonight, Steve. And it isn't very nice. Here, read it. It ought to make you very proud. Go on, read it.
Clark.
Yes, he's dead. Your friend Jim Coke saw to that.
Annie, I've got to leave.
Must you?
Yes, I'm going down to Laraville tonight.
Well, I'm sorry you won't be here tomorrow, Mr. Lewis. My bill is coming up again.
Annie, don't hurt yourself. Woman suffrage hasn't got a chance.
Really?
Now forget it, Annie, please.
All right, all right. I guess you ought to know. You're such a smart man, Mr. Lewis.
Gentlemen, we have tabulated the results on the woman suffrage bill, and we find that it has been passed unanimously.
What? It's a frame of...
Hello, Steve. When did you get in? Anything happen up there?
No, it happened here. Jim, I don't like being crossed.
Crossed? What are you talking about?
Just this. There wasn't going to be any rough stuff. We had that out once. And from my side, I meant it. And then I hear about Clark being shot.
Oh, that?
Yes, that. I was willing to go along if you played smart and let me call the moves. But when you lose your head and start plugging farmers in the back, I'm through.
Now, look here,
No, I'm all
Steve.
washed up. I resigned up at the legislature and I'm moving on. Just came back to tell you.
Now, wait a minute, Steve. Let me explain this thing for you.
Passed! Did you hear that, you mongrels? It's passed!
Oh, get out of here.
Hello, Mr. Tyler. Mr. Assemblyman. Have you heard the news? It's passed.
What's passed?
Annie, put it over on you, my fine feathered friends. Women's suffrage is passed. You get that? The women have the vote.
Why, they can't do that. Do you know anything about this, Steve?
I know, so help me.
Well, how did it happen?
Well, that's what I'd like to know.
Here's her telegram. Glad you have evidence against Mr. Clark because women's suffrage passed unanimously. Will arrive on tomorrow's train. Annie.
Why, the little... I'll show her. I'm still running this town. I'm going to run it my way.
Now, wait, Jim.
You're telling me you're through? You bet your sweet life you're through, and you'd better get out of here while you're still able. So they're going to try and get me, eh? All right, I'll show them. I'll run that schoolma'am out of this town so fast, she thinks she was shot out of a .45. And all the rest of them that want votes for women. Fight, noisy, Sam, Barney, come on. We've got work to do.
what, Miss Morgan? Anything else for the press?
Well, now, just a minute, please. Where was I?
Well, your mother was just suffering from arterial sclerosis.
Oh, yes. That's really a dreadful disease.
Yes, ma'am, but could we skip just a few years? When did you become interested in politics?
Oh, but I'm not interested in politics. I think they're silly. All this business about the Democrats hating the Republicans and vice versa is such nonsense. What I'm really interested in is putting Mr. Jim Cork in jail.
Conductor! What's the matter there?
It's a holdup. It's a holdup.
All right, boys, keep them covered. Everybody sit down. Sit down, do you hear?
Why, for mercy's sake, it's Barney Burkett. You put that gun away, Mr. Burkett, or I'll put you in jail, too.
Well, if it ain't Annie. Going back to town with your votes for women, huh? Well, sister, that's one thing you ain't going to do. You're coming with me.
I most certainly am not.
Oh, yes, you are. As sheriff, I'm going to take care of you. They call it protective custody. Now, come on.
Stop it, Mr. Burkett. Leave me alone.
Come on.
Leave me alone.
Let him have it.
Who is that? Who is it, Norton?
Steve Lewis, he's got 10 men out there that come out of the train.
You have heard the evidence in the case of the People versus James Cork. The jury will now retire and consider its verdict.
Oh, but, Your Honor, the jury has already reached its verdict. Haven't we, ladies?
How do you find the defendant?
We find the defendant guilty as charged.
Oh, you can't do this to me. A woman's jury ain't legal. It can't be, that's all. It can't be.
Stephen, wait a minute.
Why, Annie.
Oh, Stephen, where are you going?
Oh, I thought I'd move along. It's about time.
Oh, no, I want to speak to you, Stephen.
About what?
Well, this is a new hat. Do you like it?
Yes, it's lovely, Annie.
Oh, thank you.
Well, goodbye, Annie.
Oh, no, Stephen, I know this is very terrible to say this, but, well, I love you, Stephen, and I thought you loved me, and if you don't ask me to marry you, then I'll do something disgraceful.
Why, Annie. I couldn't marry a famous politician.
Oh, but I'm not a famous politician, and I'm not going to be. I'll stay home and darn your socks and cook and take care of your children and help you run for governor.
Annie.
Oh, Stephen, you look so wonderful in a beard.
Our stars, Loretta Young, Robert Preston, and Edward Arnold, will return for their curtain calls in just a minute. And Mr. DeMille will bring us news of next week's play. Not long ago, I read somewhere that on the average, Mrs. America spends 4 years of her life washing dishes. 4 years. That's quite a big chunk of time. Why, in 4 years, you can go through college and get a degree. In your hands, well, in a lot less than 4 years of dishwashing with a harsh soap, they can get another kind of degree. DH, dishpan hands. Of course, it's the wrong kind of soap that gives you dishpan hands. Millions of women wash dishes for many years, yet their hands stay soft and lovely when they use the right kind of flakes. Flakes mild as the finest toilet soap. That's how gentle New Quick Lux is. You see, there's a difference in the way soaps affect your skin. Soaps containing harmful alkali dry the precious natural oils, and soon the skin grows parched and chapped, looks red and rough. You can be sure you're using soap that's kind to your hands when you stick to New Quick Lux. It has absolutely no harmful alkali. In hundreds of one-hand tests of 5 leading soaps, Lux was proved kindest to hands. These gentle flakes are thrifty, too, especially when you buy the economical big box. And fast, they leave glasses and dishes sparkling in no time. Begin using New Quick Lux Flakes for your dishes tomorrow. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Loretta Young, Robert Preston, and Edward Arnold have given us many a good time in the Lux Radio Theater. So right now, suppose you three come and take a bow.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've enjoyed coming back to do this play with Bob and Eddie.
Now, that goes double for Bob and me.
Well, I'll make a confession. you're three of my favorite stars.
Oh, that's so. Well, boss, how about giving me a day off from Reap the Wild Wind tomorrow?
As I was saying, Loretta and Eddie, you're two of my favorite stars.
You're a hard man, DeMille. You can't tell me. This is my third picture for him. Simon Legree DeMille, we call him, behind his back. Oh, pardon me, boss.
That's all right, Bob. It's all right. I discovered 30 years ago that nobody loves the director. By the way, Loretta, we're still waiting for the ballet dancer story you were going to make in pictures.
Well, you won't have to wait much longer, Mr. DeMille. We've been in production now for 6 weeks.
Well, what have you decided to call it, Loretta?
We don't know yet. We're having a contest to decide that.
Well, it's a lucky thing for us we don't get mixed up in that ballet dancing, CB, although I'd like to see you try a few pirouettes.
What have you got on the bill for next week, Bob?
I'll tell you the name of the play first, Bob. It's Shop Around the Corner. But that's not the whole story. Because the stars are Claudette Colbert and Don Amici. The play is adapted from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, a delightful comedy and one of the gayest love stories the screen has contributed in recent years. Personally, we think a team of stars like Don Amici and Claudette Colbert is a real scoop. So we'd like to meet you all at the Shop Around the Corner next Monday night.
Well, those who saw the picture won't want to miss it, Mr. DeMille. And anyone else has a great surprise coming. Good night.
Good night, CB. Good night.
Good night. Good night. We'll be on your trail again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Don Amici in the Shop Around the Corner. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Loretta Young will soon be seen in a Gregory Ratoff production to be released by Columbia Pictures. Edward Arnold appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. His forthcoming picture is Paramount's Nothing But the Truth with Bob Hope. Robert Preston will soon be seen in the Paramount picture The Night of January 16th. Our play was adapted from the picture The Lady from Cheyenne, based on the story The First Woman Voter, written by Jonathan Finn and Teresa Oakes. Included in tonight's play were Forrest Taylor as Hank Freeman, Jane Morgan as Mrs. McGinnis, Vivian Janis as Elsie, Lou Merrill as Billy, Ferdinand Munier as Ike Fairchild, Warren Ash as Barney, Buck Woods as George, Stanley Farrar as Dunbar, and Bruce Payne, Gail Gordon, Dix Davis, Gloria Blondell, Celeste Rush, Tyler McVeigh, Dick Ryan, and Barbara Jean Wong. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young, William Holden, and David Bruce in Christmas Holiday. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Probably no modern writer has given us more extraordinary situations in his stories, more excitement and suspense and drama than W. Somerset Maugham. Tonight we bring you Universal's adaptation of his recent novel, Christmas Holiday, the compelling story of a woman whose life is shattered by a tragic crime, who finds herself caught between a hopeless love and a man who tries to free her from its bondage. That woman is portrayed tonight by one of Hollywood's outstanding stars, Loretta Young, making her 18th appearance on this stage. Co-starred with Miss Young is David Bruce from the original screen cast of Christmas Holiday. Also, William Holden, who just last week received his honorable discharge from the Army Air Forces and is making his first return appearance in radio. I had the privilege of following Bill's career when I was in the same branch of the service, and also the privilege of following the productions of this theater, broadcast overseas by shortwave. I can honestly say those broadcasts were as much of a blessing to men in isolated islands, steaming jungles, and waste deserts as a cake of Lux soap. And that is no exaggeration. If people knew how much small luxuries like a cake of Lux soap are appreciated overseas, I'm sure we'd all be doubly grateful for them here at home. Grateful, too, that Lux can bring us 3 fine stars. Loretta Young as Abigail, William Holden as Jerry, and David Bruce as Robert in Universal's Christmas Holiday. Our curtain rises on the first act. December 24th, 1944. Through heavy skies, a transcontinental plane wings its way westward. Among the passengers are 2 young Army officers on holiday furloughs.
Jerry will be in Nashville in a few minutes. Why don't you change your mind and get off with me?
I thought we weren't going to talk about it.
Sorry, but you're my best friend, and we've got to talk about it. That telegram you got in camp. What was it? What did she say?
Okay. She got married. She got married yesterday. She wishes me happiness. That's all it said.
It's tough, Jerry.
Yeah. Going to use for a wedding ring? Here's one you can have cheap.
And you're going on to Frisco just the same?
That's right.
Why? Suppose you do see her. What good'll that do you? Look, Jerry, get off with me. We could have a terrific time. It's practically Christmas
Sorry,
Eve,
but I'm going.
Jerry, forget her. Forget her as fast as you can. Now, you're not going to make a fool out of yourself just because
I've already made a fool out of myself. And she's not going to get away with it.
Look, Jerry...
That's all I've got to say.
Well, maybe you'll change your mind later. You could always get off at New Orleans.
I'll pipe down and lay off.
Well, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I know just what I'm doing.
Say, I thought you said we were coming into New Orleans, stewardess.
We're just outside of New Orleans, sir. This is our alternate airport.
Oh. Gosh, some rain.
Lieutenant, wake up, Lieutenant.
Oh, I guess I must have dozed off.
We're making a landing just outside of New Orleans. Nothing wrong, just unfavorable weather ahead.
Oh, how long are we laying over?
We really don't know, Lieutenant. We're taking all the passengers to a hotel just in case we have to stay here for the night. Watch your step getting off the plane. And Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Now, if you've all registered here at the desk, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to your rooms. We're keeping in constant touch with the airport, and we'll advise you as soon as we learn anything.
Oh, beg pardon, Lieutenant.
Yes?
I'm Simon Fenimore, the Evening Inquirer. You one of the party that made that emergency landing?
That's right.
Oh, anything happen? Anybody hurt?
No, nothing happened. Not a thing.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Thanks.
Take your bags, Lieutenant?
Oh, yeah, room 1012.
This way, sir.
Look, you suppose I could get anything to eat down here?
The dining room's closed, sir, but you can probably get a sandwich at the bar.
Okay, here. You can go on up with the bag.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. You know, I've been watching you. Ha, what's the matter? Christmas kind of getting you down? Have a drink, Lieutenant.
No, thanks.
No? Oh, Steve.
Yes, Mr. Fenimore?
Double scotch, straight.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you sure you won't change your mind, Lieutenant? You're just a plain old chatterbox, aren't you?
Now, look, I don't want to seem like that.
Forget it. I'll leave just as soon as I finish my drink. Something's wrong, huh? I bet you I can guess. You figured on being in San Francisco bright and early Christmas morning, and here you are, trapped like a rat in New Orleans. Am I right?
Well, I had sort of planned.
I thought so. Planes all grounded, trains sold out. Wait a minute, I got an idea. If anybody can fix anything, I know the one who can. And you and I are going there.
What are you talking about?
About a place called the Maison Lafette. And a dame called Valerie DeMoro. Oh, she's the greatest little fixer south of Chicago. Come on.
Now, wait a minute. I don't get it. What and where?
Well, it's a nightclub. Maybe not too high class. But who cares? I'm the public relations counsel. Press agent.
Well, thanks, but I've got to stay here. There's no telling when they may resume my flight.
Oh, just leave word at the desk where you've gone.
You think that's safe?
Of course it's safe. Besides, what have you got to lose? Believe me, they don't roll second lieutenants at the Maison Lafette. They don't generally have more than a couple of bucks on them and a picture of a sweater girl. Come on, what do you say?
Well, just what you said. What have I got to lose?
she is, Lieutenant. This is the lady I was telling you about. Valerie DeMoro, Jerry Mason. Valerie runs this charming little place. How do you do?
Please sit down, Lieutenant.
And won't you sit down, too, Simon? Thank you very much. I will.
Simon told me you're trying to get to San Francisco.
That's just what I told her. Also, that you're a very nice guy, and maybe she can fix it to get you on a train.
Simon has a heart as big as all outdoors, Lieutenant. He likes to help people, if I can do it.
Well, I'd certainly appreciate it, Mr. Morrow.
I had a friend ask me the same thing this afternoon. I tried every connection. It was no use then, and it's no use now. I'm sorry.
Well, thanks anyway.
How about a drink?
Oh, no, he doesn't drink. It's an election bet or something. Look, Valerie, do you think you could arrange it so the lieutenant wouldn't be lonely for a minute or two? Like letting him hear the sound of a human voice.
Oh, no, really,
What about Jackie?
Why not? Eddie,
Yes, ma'am.
see if you can find Jackie. She's probably in her dressing room.
Yes, ma'am.
Jackie's a singer, kid. She's the so-called star of our so-called entertainment here.
Look, now, there's really no need for anything like that.
Relax, will you? You give me the willies. It's Christmas Eve. So you see, Jackie, Jerry here is what you might call an unexpected pleasure.
Hello, Lieutenant.
How do you do?
His plane had to make a forced landing, sort of. Isn't that the way things always happen, Jackie? You're going along, and all of a sudden, boom, you got to make a forced landing.
Suppose you and I just amble along, Simon.
Okay. Oh, just one word in parting. You won't find Jackie hard to talk to, Lieutenant.
He's pretty tight, isn't he?
Oh, not for him. He's been drinking himself into the gutter for a long time. They're running out of gutters now. Do you want to dance?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not a very good dancer.
Then we'll just sit here and have a drink.
Whatever you say.
Eddie,
Yes, miss?
the usual, and,
Scotch and soda.
Yes.
Well, having a good time?
Oh, hello. Yes, fine.
Our friend Mr. Fenimore just passed out, but don't worry, Lieutenant. He had you on his mind. He just written you a note. Here.
A note?
Well?
It just says midnight mass at the St. Louis Cathedral.
midnight mass.
Oh, maybe you know what he means, Lieutenant. I don't.
You're going to the cathedral? You're going?
Well, I certainly hadn't planned on it.
Oh, take me with you, Lieutenant, will you?
But I don't think I'm going myself.
It would be a big favor, really, it would. And I want to go terribly.
Looks to me like you're on the spot, Lieutenant.
Please.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks very much. It won't take me 5 minutes to change.
I don't understand. Can she leave here just like that? Doesn't she work here?
She's really a very nice kid. She deserves a break. Oh, you'll need a car to get into town. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, yes. And here's some money.
Oh, that's okay. It's on the house. Christmas.
Oh, well, thanks. I still don't know quite what to say about all this.
Well, then don't say anything. I'll see you around sometime.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
I never attended a mass before. I never knew what it was like.
It's been a long time for me, too.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
But you're crying. Is there anything I can...
No, please. Just let me alone.
Jackie, I think we'd better leave now. The service is over. Practically all the people are gone. But if you want to stay, I'll...
No, it's all right.
Would you like me to take you home?
No, not yet.
Would you like a cup of coffee or something?
Do you mind?
Oh, no, I was hoping you would.
All right.
But I'll have to stop by the hotel first. There's still a chance that my plane may get out.
Your plane. Yes, that's right.
Well, Let's see if we can find a cab.
Well, Lieutenant, any news?
The desk clerk says the airlines are calling back in a little while. There's still a remote chance of leaving tonight.
I'd better get on home then.
Oh, no, please. We still can have a cup of coffee. There's a bar just across the lobby.
A bar that serves coffee?
Well, let's find out. Come on. Well, we have one thing to be thankful for. The coffee's even blacker than the look the waiter gave us. How do you feel?
All right. How do my eyes look?
Very nice. Well, they're not red anymore.
You know, Sorry I broke down like that in church. I've never cried like that before in all my life. And I didn't cry for the reason you may think.
I didn't think anything.
Do you mean Simon Fenimore didn't tell you about me?
No.
Well, I wanted to go to Mass with you because I thought if I did, I might become a part of it. Share something with some of all those people there in church. Some feeling or some praying, some forgetting.
Well, you had a good cry, and that's supposed to help.
Yeah. You know, I've been alone as long as I can remember. I was born in Maine. I lived there until I was 16, and then I came to New Orleans. You're sure Simon didn't tell you anything?
Nothing.
Well, my name isn't Jackie Lamont. It's Abigail. Abigail Manette. I thought it best to change my name after the trial. You see, I'm the wife of Robert Manette. I'm Mrs. Robert Manette.
Oh?
3 years ago, my husband murdered a man named Harry Jordan. He was convicted and sentenced to death. And then they changed it to life imprisonment. He's in the state prison right now.
Look, there's nothing you have to tell me. Really,
I want to talk. Really, I want to tell you. Robert and I had been married only about 6 months. I didn't think it was possible to be as happy as we were. Maybe I mean as I was. They wanted me to divorce Robert after he was convicted. They said it was shameful that I should still love him. As if you could stop loving just because it's shameful to love. That night he killed Jordan. He came home very late. I didn't see him until the next morning. He was still sleeping when I went downstairs to the kitchen, and Robert's mother, we were living with her, she was fixing breakfast. Good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Abigail.
Robert's still asleep. He didn't get home till late.
Yes, he stopped by my room. We talked for a while. Didn't he tell you?
Oh, I brought his suit down. I'm going to press it for him. I'll have it all ready for him when he gets up. Oh, dear.
What is it?
Oh, look, there's a stain on his trousers, and it's his new suit, too.
The coffee's ready. Take some up to Robert.
Oh,
it's time he was awake.
But, Mother, he always likes to have it here with me. He'll be down in a minute.
Abigail, take his coffee up to Robert.
All right, Mother.
Robert is up. Robert will have his coffee with his wife and his mother.
Then hurry up, darling.
Good morning, Mrs. Manette.
Good morning.
And good morning to you, Mrs. Manette. May I breakfast in my robe?
Sit down, Robert.
If you look for your trousers...
As I most definitely did.
Well, I was just about to press them.
Thank you, darling. Well, Mother, where is it? The morning paper.
Here. There's nothing in it.
Oh. Just 24 pages of blank paper, huh?
You know what I mean. There's nothing.
Nothing? You're sure?
What's this nothing? Nothing what?
Oh, you should know Mother by now. She says there's nothing. There's nothing. Sit down, sweetheart. You can press the trousers later.
Except they'll have to go to the cleaners. There's a big stain, Robert. And, darling, you should be more careful. We're trying to economize, remember?
Mother, what are you doing?
If this suit has to be cleaned, the pockets have to be empty.
You're not to go through my pockets, do you hear?
Robert, this money. Where did you get all this money? Robert.
You know where I got it.
Oh, you promised us you wouldn't gamble. You promised both of us.
Except it wasn't gambling. It was a sure thing. Money in the bank. Oh, I was going to tell you, but I'll tell you what. You hold on to the money for me, Abigail. If I keep it, it'll just slip through my fingers. But if you keep it...
No.
Now, look, Mother. I know you mean well. Believe me, I do, but I'm capable of handling my own affairs.
Abigail, you'd better go up and do your room.
No, but...
We can't leave the rooms unmade all day. Please go, Abigail.
Yes, Mother? I was hurt and puzzled and so worried. I said nothing to Robert when he came to kiss me goodbye. Nor did I say anything during the afternoon when I saw Mrs. Manette slip into the backyard carrying Robert's suit. She went to the incinerator and threw it in, and stood there until it was consumed. When Robert didn't come home for dinner, I made up my mind to get to the bottom of this mystery at once. Mother.
Yes, dear.
I've wanted to talk to you all day. I must talk to you. What is it? What's it all about?
What's what all about, Abigail?
Well, this morning. About there being nothing in the paper. Nothing about what? And Robert's trousers. You burned the suit in the incinerator. Why?
I burned his suit? Robert's suit?
Yes.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. You remember that old blue velvet dress of mine? Well, I just decided I couldn't stand to look at it another minute. Robert's suit.
I could get nothing more out of her. A little while later, we had a visitor, a detective. He asked us to tell Robert to stop by police headquarters. He said it was nothing important. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. 1,000 terrible thoughts stabbed through my mind, and then suddenly the bedroom door opened softly. I turned on the lamp.
It's kind of late, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Robert, are you all right? Where have you been?
I'm all right. Why aren't you sleeping?
Well, I've been worried about you, Robert.
I got tied up. I wish people would stop worrying about me. What is it now?
There was a detective here to see you.
What did he want?
He said you should go to police headquarters tomorrow.
Okay, I will. Why?
I don't know. Robert, what are you trying to keep from me?
It's nothing.
But, Robert, please, I want
Please,
to know.
Abigail, it's nothing.
If there's anything wrong,
Shut
darling...
up! Shut up and let me alone!
He wasn't gone for long this time. When he came back, he was a different person. Oh, he was so gentle and so sweet. So full of remorse and begging for forgiveness.
Darling, how can I tell you how sorry I am? You know I wouldn't want to hurt you for anything in the world.
Oh, I know that.
Please say you'll forgive me, please.
I do, Robert. I do forgive you. Darling, you must tell me the truth. Where did you really get that money? You didn't win at gambling, did you?
No. Darling, you know how silly Mother is about putting her money in a bank.
Yes?
You know about that cash she keeps in her room. Well, I got in a jam last week, and, well, there was just no other way to get out of it. I borrowed some of it.
I see.
Sweetheart, I know I've said it 100 times before, but this time I mean it. Everything's going to be different.
Oh.
Abigail, after all, those people had to be paid.
What people?
Well, you know, those people I owed money to, Jordan and those other bookmakers.
I don't believe you. What about that detective? And what about those trousers?
Mother couldn't get the stain out. I put this suit on and took the others to the cleaners.
Robert, I saw your mother burn those trousers in the incinerator.
Okay. I lied to you. But if anybody asks you, I got those trousers dirty cleaning the car.
But why?
Do you hear me? Cleaning the car. They got dirty and my mother gave them away to a tramp. You stick to that story, Abigail. It's a story my mother's going to tell. And about the money, if anybody asks you, you never saw that money. You never knew I had it. My life may depend upon it.
No.
Abigail, if you ever loved me.
I don't know what you've done, Robert. I can't help myself. I'll always, always love you. Robert was arrested a couple of days later, and then it came out. He'd had an argument with Jordan about that money he owed him. There'd been a fight, and Robert had taken Jordan's gun away from him and killed him with it. And then he took his money. The charge was first-degree murder.
Well, it must have been awful. Is there anything I can do?
No, not a thing. You're a nice person, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Mason. Lieutenant Mason.
So that's you, isn't it?
Lieutenant Mason.
Oh, excuse me a second, please. I'm Lieutenant Mason.
About your plane, sir. The desk told me to tell you there'll be no planes out of New Orleans until tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much.
Well, where were we, Lieutenant?
You were saying I was a nice guy.
And you are. And it's late, and it's time for me to say goodbye.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe home. Maybe back to the Maison Lafayette. I'm tired. I'm awful tired.
Look, the bellboy just then. My plane's leaving in 30 minutes, so that leaves a perfectly good room going to waste upstairs. Why don't you use it?
Are you sure your plane's leaving? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
All right. I just thought that, well, you do look tired, and
Something upset you terribly in
I
the
thought
church?
I explained all that in my own vague sort of way.
Yes, you did. Let's skip it then. I'll see if I can get a cab.
Oh, Lieutenant. I'll surprise you. I'll take that room.
Oh, swell. I'll have him send my bags down.
You've been nice. Maybe we'll meet again some stormy Christmas Eve. Hmm?
I hope so. I'd like to very much.
You're not checking out, Lieutenant?
No, but I won't be back tonight. I've loaned the room to a friend of mine.
But your package, sir?
Check it down here, can't you? I'll be back in the morning.
Well, yes, if you wish.
Thanks. You see,
Oh, would you care for the morning paper, sir? They just came in.
I was just looking at that headline. Manette escapes from state prison.
Yes, that Manette fellow. He was in there for life. It was quite a sensational case. Good family, you know. Oh, they'll catch him all right.
Yes. Yes, I guess they will. Well, good night.
Good night, sir. Merry Christmas.
In just a minute, we'll bring you the second act of Christmas Holiday. Right now, I see Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new tonight, Libby?
Well, it's news when a famous singing star has a brand new type of role in her latest picture, isn't it, Mr. Keeley?
Well, that must be Deanna Durbin, if I know my movies.
Mm-hmm. The picture is Universal's Lady on a Train, in which Deanna's co-starred with one of our stars of this evening, David Bruce.
It's a mystery thriller, and I understand Deanna does a fine job as an amateur lady sleuth.
And wait till the women in our audience see the clothes she wears. A wardrobe specially created by 3 of Hollywood's most famous designers. Wouldn't that make even the men sit up and take notice, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, Libby, Deanna certainly has the looks and personality to set off a beautiful wardrobe, but it was her close-up shots that gave me the thrill. One of the loveliest complexions in Hollywood. A Lux complexion, Libby.
I was waiting for you to mention the fact that Deanna's a Lux girl. She always uses Lux toilet soap. Says it gives her skin real beauty care.
Of course, Libby. That's the reason 9 out of 10 lovely Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap regularly.
Active lather facials are so quick and easy that busy women everywhere can depend on them. Here's all you do. Cover your face generously with Lux Soap's creamy lather and work it in thoroughly. Rinse with warm water, then cold, and pat with a soft towel to dry. That's Deanna Durbin's daily complexion care. It really makes skin lovely, as she says.
Recent tests show that. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this gentle daily care. If you haven't tried Lux toilet soap, why not begin tomorrow? See if you aren't delighted with the new smoothness and softness Hollywood's own beauty care gives your skin. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of Christmas Holiday, starring Loretta Young as Abigail, David Bruce as Robert, and William Holden as Jerry. It's early the following morning. Through the fog and rain, Lieutenant Jerry Mason makes his way back to the hotel. In the deserted lobby, still piled on the desk, is a stack of morning newspapers, their headlines bearing out the war news. And in type not much smaller, the escape of a murderer named Robert Manette. In room 1012, a girl who married Robert Manette is about to check out.
Yes?
It's me, Jerry Mason.
Who?
Good morning.
But I thought you said you...
The airline changed their mind. They stayed grounded all night.
You don't lie very well, Lieutenant.
Well, you looked so tired last night and upset, and I got a swell room at the athletic club.
Just wanted to do me a favor, hmm? Why?
Oh, I don't know, except that you're a nice girl.
And what do the airlines have to report now?
That it's still raining and the fog is pretty thick. It'll be a while yet.
Oh?
See a newspaper this morning?
No. Why?
Oh, no reason. I
Well, I just wondered what the weatherman had to say. Think it'll ever stop raining?
They have an answer for that in Maine. It always has, they say.
Yeah.
Tell me, Jerry, what's she like?
What's who like?
Your girl. You left a telegram on the dresser. You shouldn't leave telegrams around if you don't want other people to read them.
Yeah.
So she married another man. Well, I hope she knows what she was doing, but I doubt it. You don't want to talk about it?
Oh, it's something I'll have to take care of myself when I get to San Francisco.
Oh, now look, you don't want to do anything foolish.
Have you had any breakfast?
No.
Any reason why you shouldn't?
Tell me, why are you pacing back and forth like that? What is there about doing that makes a man feel better?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize.
That's what he used to do, Robert. I often wonder about it now. Not much room for pacing in a prison cell. Jerry, what's the matter?
Nothing at all.
I keep talking about him, don't I? I shouldn't.
Oh, I wish you would.
Oh, come on, let's have breakfast. I'll get my hat and
Look, why not have it up here? I'll phone and have them send it up.
Oh, sure, if you'd rather.
Do you mind?
No, I don't mind, Lieutenant. It'll be fine.
More toast, more coffee, and more eggs. How about it?
Just coffee? I shouldn't, though.
Why not?
Well, look what I did last night over a cup of coffee. Practically told you the story of my life.
Only part of it. And that isn't right, not to finish. You said you were from Maine.
Yes.
Was he from there, too?
No. No, I came down here looking for a job. I always wanted to live in New Orleans.
How did you meet him?
At a concert.
Oh?
I had a seat in the gallery. The concert finished, and I was trying to get out, and he was just sitting there, looking at the stage, just as if the orchestra was still playing. I beg your pardon.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I just didn't realize it was over.
Oh.
It was wonderful, wasn't it?
Yes. Now, if you don't mind,
Well, sometimes when a concert's over, I get the feeling that I've left myself for a long time. Of course, you wouldn't know it, but that's the greatest thing that could happen to me. I'm the most wonderful person in the world to leave. And that's what you'd like to do right now, isn't it? Leave me.
I hardly think I can
Coming
stand...
out, please.
Oh, I'm
Coming
so
out.
sorry.
Look, all I want is to walk to the street with you. There's no harm in that, is there?
Well, no, I guess not.
Would you like my views on music? When I listen to good music, I feel that there's nothing that man is capable of doing that I can't do. Then it stops and it's all over.
Oh, I don't think that. I think music adds something to your life. It wasn't there before. And that it stays with you always.
Yeah, I'd like that. You think you could teach me?
Frankly, no.
Well, look, I'm sorry. I should have told you about me. I just go along talking to everybody I meet that I like. And then after a minute, I say something silly, and that's that. Thanks for the minute.
Goodbye.
You come here often?
No.
Why not? Look, there's an all-Beethoven program next Sunday. If you'd meet me out here in front, I know a fellow who handles the publicity, and he generally gets me a couple of passes. How about it?
Maybe. I don't know.
It's at 2 o'clock. I'll be out in front 10 minutes in 2. If you're there, well, that'll be fine.
I'll see. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And please, I didn't mean to be... Well, never mind. Goodbye.
Yes, Lieutenant, you guessed it. I was there at 10 minutes of 2. After the concert, we went to dinner. The most expensive place in town. That's the way he was. He was always like that.
You keep looking at your wristwatch, Abigail.
Well, that's because I keep thinking of a stack of envelopes at home. I have to have them all addressed by morning.
Why?
So I can get paid. So I can eat.
Well, you've got something there. I told you I worked in a stockbroker's office, didn't I?
Yes.
But I just got fired.
Oh.
I get fired all the time. You don't know much about me, do you?
Well, a little. I'm very observant.
All you really know is that my name is Robert Minette. Now, does that name mean anything?
Well, isn't there a Minette Park down by the river?
Yes. Then a Minette Street, and there used to be a Minette Mansion. My great-great-grandfather was Governor General of Louisiana before there was a United States. For 150 years, there hasn't been anything going on around here that a Minette... Well, it does something to you to get standards set for you and ideals and ambitions that, well, that you just know are too high for you. You're a Minette, so they expect you to set the world on fire. Except I don't have a match. You do understand that?
Yes, I do.
Well, then you're a genius, because I don't. Anyway, now you know why I am the way I am.
Oh, what's the matter with the way you are?
If you think I'm going to tell you, you're wrong. You haven't caught on to a very important thing.
What?
I'm doing my best to get you to like me. Now, which do you like better? The person I pretend to be or the person I am?
Oh, the person you are.
You're making a terrible mistake.
I don't think so.
Well, if you really don't think so, that'd help an awful lot. Come on, let's dance.
I saw a great deal of Robert during the next few weeks. And then he asked me to go home to meet his mother. I knew how important that was to him. And from the little things that he had said, how desperately she loved him. Oh, I wanted so much for her to like me. I suppose it was really pretty funny because all the time there was only one thing that she wanted. And that was to be able to like me, to approve of me. Because I was her last chance to save Robert. I've often wondered what would have happened if she'd told me all she knew about him that first afternoon when we were alone.
More tea, my dear.
No, thank you.
I hope you'll forgive me, Miss Martin, if I seem terribly blunt. We've discussed a lot of things this afternoon, but I know what's on your mind, and I'm sure that you know what's on my mind. Ever since Robert met you, he's been able to talk of nothing else. Do you always have that effect on young men?
Well, I really don't know. You see, Robert's the first young man I've ever known. Well, what I mean is that
I know what you mean. Tell me, are you in love with my son?
Yes.
Well, this may seem a little silly to you, but ours is a very old-fashioned family, and, well, Robert wouldn't think of marrying without my consent. I want you to know that he has it.
He wants to marry me?
Hasn't he told you?
No.
Well, he does, Abigail, with all his heart.
Oh.
And I want him to, with all mine.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Manette.
There's just one thing, dear.
Yes?
There are certain traits in Robert that you may... Oh, they're nothing really evil, believe me. He just sometimes forgets his sense of responsibility. That's why I'm so glad you're the kind of person you are. Between us, we will make him strong. Now go find him, dear. Tell him he can come in now.
Later, when we were alone, Robert said he wanted to take me someplace. It was very important that we go. Cafe, he said. Not a shabby place, just a cafe. He often talked in silly little riddles like that. I just laughed and went with him.
Have a good look, Abigail. This is the den of iniquity I used to spend so much of my time in.
I see. You know, your mother warned me about you, Robert.
Oh, I can tell you much worse things about me than she can. You see, I know more about the subject. Abigail, do you think there's any hope for me?
Well, maybe. Robert, what is this place?
A hangout, gamblers, bookmakers.
Why do they have to make it so uncomfortable for themselves? It's so full of smoke.
Oh, it's a law. Don't ask me why, but it's a law. I came here to look it all in the face and say goodbye. Do you believe me?
Yes, of course I believe you, darling.
Look, up there at the bar, that big fella.
Yeah?
That's Harry Jordan.
Who?
Jordan. He's probably the biggest bookmaker in town. I've seen him lose as much as $30,000 in... I guess I do get a little too excited over something that doesn't mean anything to me anymore.
Well. Mr. Robert Manette, in person.
Oh, hello, Simon.
You know, you haven't been honoring us with your presence lately. Oh, but now that you're back, all is forgiven. Isn't that right, Miss
Martin, Mr. Fenimore.
Oh, how do you do? Yeah, they tell me our friends the bookies are arranging one of those sucker traps at the racetrack tomorrow. You know anything about it?
No.
Oh, if a fellow was sure he could clean it up. But that's the trouble with these dirty crooks. You never know when they're on the level with their crookedness. Isn't that right, Miss Martin?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you ask Robert? I don't think I know anybody who can explain things more clearly to a beautiful girl than Robert.
Why don't you just get along, Simon?
I've got to go to the paper anyway. Got a lot of good stories to write. Fire of mysterious origin. Bad boy meets good girl. Damage estimated at $3,000. I can't tell you what an interesting life a reporter leads.
You're getting way out of line, Simon.
I don't mean anything. See you later. Goodbye, Miss Martin.
I'm sorry, darling.
He isn't really a friend of yours, is he?
No, just a newspaper reporter I happen to know.
Oh.
Abigail, I'm trying to punish myself. I wanted you to see how rotten I've been.
Darling, you mustn't. It's all right now. It's all past.
You'll believe that. You'll help me.
Darling, I love you.
Let's get out of here.
We were married on Christmas Day. Mrs. Manette wanted us to live with her, and it had never really entered our minds to do otherwise. She was completely happy, and so was I. And then, overnight, everything changed. Robert was arrested for the murder of Harry Jordan. Mrs. Manette still had the money she'd found in Robert's trousers. One morning while she was out, 2 detectives came to the house. When Mrs. Manette returned...
What happened, Abigail? Did they find the money? What happened?
Nothing. They didn't find anything.
Oh, thank goodness. I saw their car here. I kept walking around the block until they left.
They didn't find the money, Mother, because I did.
What do you mean?
Sewed into the lining of the draperies.
I had to hide it, Abigail. Robert must have a good lawyer. Lawyers cost money.
Well, I destroyed the money. I burned it.
Oh, no.
We could never use that money, Mother.
Abigail, I swear to you by all my love for Robert and for you that he did not kill Harry Jordan.
You know and I know, Mother,
that he did. Are you going to turn against him, too? From the day you married him, you closed your eyes to what it was all about, to what he was all about, selfishly, just so you could be happy. He needed your strength, not your love. That's why I let you marry him. And all you gave him back was his own weakness.
But, Mother, I didn't know. There was no way for me to know.
You were blind because you wanted to be. It might have hurt you to know that Robert is what he is.
Oh, no.
If you had been willing to be hurt for his sake, you could have saved him.
I love Robert.
No, it's I who love him. Because I'm willing to know all about him and keep on loving him. But you, I relied on you, and you failed.
The trial was short. Robert had confessed. We walked out of the courtroom together, Mrs. Manette and I. Neither of us could say anything. But outside, on the steps of the courthouse, suddenly she whirled and faced me.
You killed him! You killed him! You killed him!
Well, that was about a year ago, Lieutenant. She left here and went to New York. Housekeeper for some wealthy family.
And what happened? It didn't make you feel different about him? About Robert?
No. No, for a while I'd visit him in prison as often as I could, but then...
Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello?
We have some good news for you, Lieutenant. All planes are resuming schedule at midnight.
Not until midnight?
I'm afraid not, sir. There'll be a limousine leaving here for the airport at 11:30.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, looks like I'll be on my way tonight. It's funny, it stopped raining and I didn't even notice.
Shows what an interesting talker I am. Well, I'll run along now. It's been nice meeting you, Jerry. It was even nicer of you to listen to me. Good luck.
Thank you. I guess I should say Merry Christmas. Except it isn't, is it?
Oh, sure, sure. And thanks for the use of your room.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello?
This is Simon Fenimore, Lieutenant. Say, that girl, Jackie Lamont, do you happen to know where she is?
She was here, but she left about an hour ago. What do you want? Has something to do with those headlines in the paper?
Yeah, maybe. Something like that. There's nothing wrong. There was something I wanted to talk to her about, that's all. Oh, did she see the papers? She hadn't when she left here.
Oh. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. Goodbye.
Okay, Simon. What did he say?
I told you he wouldn't know where she was. Now, why don't you get out of here, Manette? My landlady wouldn't like this.
Think of the wonderful story you can write for the newspaper. Escaped murderer hides out in reporter's room. Exclusive.
At least you can put down that gun, Robert.
Tell me again. The woman who runs that joint, what did she say?
Okay. She hasn't seen us since last night when she went to the cathedral with that lieutenant. And what's wrong with that?
What size suit do you wear?
Look, Robert, the cops are looking for you all over town.
And I want to shave, Simon. I want to look pretty when I see my wife again. Clean and pretty. You can understand that, Simon, can't you?
Yeah, I understand. Well, I'll get on downtown. Help yourself to whatever you want.
No, Simon. I'm staying here till it's dark. And you're staying with me. I went to a lot of trouble to see my wife. My wife who gets a job in a place like the Maison Lafette while I'm in prison. I've got things to talk over with her. You can understand that, too, can't you?
What are you going to do?
Just straighten out my family life, that's all. What time does she go to work at that place, the Maison Lafette?
Oh, I guess about 9 o'clock.
That's fine, Simon. And that's where we'll be tonight, you and I. 9 o'clock at the Maison Lafette.
In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Christmas Holiday. Was there ever a girl in love who didn't sometime or other ask this question?
Come on and tell me, Jim. What was it made you fall in love with me?
And 9 times out of 10, the answer goes something like this.
Gosh, honey, I don't know exactly. Something about you, that's all. You're so sweet.
You see, it's often hard for a man to put into words the way he feels about the girl he loves. But when he says she's sweet, it's pretty sure to mean one thing. It means she has the all-important feminine charm that women call daintiness. Men just know it makes a girl nice to be close to. Here's what a famous screen star, Maria Montez, says.
Without perfect daintiness, no other charm counts.
And she gives you a tip.
It's so easy to make daintiness sure. A daily Lux Soap Beauty Bath does the trick. The creamy, fragrant lather leaves skin really fresh and sweet.
Yes, charming women everywhere have discovered that their complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a delightful bath soap, too. They love the luxury of this satin-smooth cake, the delicate clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. They love the way it lathers, even in hard water. Yet, Lux Toilet Soap is thrifty, too. Each cake can be used to the last thin sliver. So, for a real beauty bath, use the soap that's luxurious yet inexpensive. The soap 9 out of 10 screen stars prefer. Hollywood's own beauty soap. Why not get some fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow? We return you to Mr. Keeley.
Act 3 of Christmas Holiday, starring Loretta Young as Abigail, William Holden as Jerry, and David Bruce as Robert. It's a few minutes before 9 o'clock at the nightclub called the Maison Lafette. The crowd tonight is unusually large, perhaps because of the holidays. Perhaps because the wife of an escaped murderer is billed as the star entertainer. Among the crowd is Jerry Mason. Quickly, he seeks out the proprietor, Valerie DeMoro.
Hello, Mr. Morrow.
Well, good evening, Lieutenant. How are you? I thought you were well on your way to Frisco by now.
Oh, the planes aren't leaving till midnight. Mr. Morrow, she's here, isn't she? Jackie Lamont?
Close the door. Yes, she's here, Lieutenant. She's getting ready to do a number. You heard about her husband?
Yes. How is she?
Wouldn't you know? She's waiting for him.
I thought if I came out here, maybe I could help. I don't know how quite I
Well,
could
you
help.
might.
You don't think there's a chance that Manette would risk coming out here, do you?
Well, you never can tell. But just in case, they've got detectives all over the place.
Yeah, I saw one when I got out of the cab.
I hope they catch him soon. You don't really know Jackie, Lieutenant.
I think I do.
I like that crazy kid. I like that one-man look in her eyes. I only wish he were a different kind of guy. When she came here tonight, I told her to go on home, but she wouldn't go. She wants to do a job. But what about you? If your plane's going to leave, what are you doing out here?
Cab's waiting. It'll take me direct to the airport.
Oh, be in Frisco in the morning, huh?
I'm not going. I've changed my mind.
Oh?
No. You see, I've learned 100 years' worth of life in the past 24 hours. I found out that you just don't do things because people have done the same things, the same way. The important thing is being honest with yourself. Whatever you feel, whatever you are. That's why I said I think I know Jackie better than you think I do. Or maybe I mean I know Abigail.
You're all right, Lieutenant. Well, that's her number. I think we'd better get out there, huh? Coming, Lieutenant?
Oh, yes, I'd like to watch it.
Things you plan, need a helping hand, I will understand always.
Did they let you away that easy? Don't you even take an encore?
Robert! Oh, Robert, my darling. Oh, here, let me look at you. Let me look
You
at
look
you,
well, Abigail.
Abigail. Oh, no one has called me that.
Oh, that's right. You're Jackie now, aren't you?
Yes.
Jackie Lamont. No, don't turn on the light. I like it this way. It's a nice effect. The moonlight streaming in the window, and Simon here squirming against the shadows on the wall. Say hello to Jackie, Simon.
I'm sorry, Jackie.
Robert, we can't stay here. There must be a dozen detectives here looking for you.
I keep telling him that. I keep telling him.
I know
to get
they're
out.
here. They're on the dance floor, and they're at the front door, and they're at the back door.
Yes.
Kind of forgot I might not want to come in that way just to please them. Simon and I use the window, and I'll go out the same way.
We'll have to hurry. I can be ready in just a minute, and we'll need some money. Maybe Val
Wait a
will
minute.
give us some...
You mean you want to come along with me? Why? Tell me that. Why? I've kind of had the idea the last 2.5 years that you'd gotten used to getting along without me. At least it looked like that, didn't it, Simon?
Robert! I'll get the money.
You're staying right here. What kind of a fool you think I am? You thought I'd rot in jail, didn't you? And you could do whatever you wanted to. Probably I'd never know. And even if I did, it wouldn't make any difference. There'd be nothing I could do about it anyway. Whatever made you think you could get away with it, Abigail?
Robert, I love you, darling. I love you. I love
The way you say it, I could almost believe it. Say it a little louder. I'd like the press to hear it. Say it for Simon.
There hasn't been a second that I didn't love you.
Sure. Right here at the Maison Lafette.
There's only one reason I've been working here. Only one. When it was all over the trial and everything, I saw that your mother was right. I should have kept you from doing those things you were doing, Robert. I was just as much to blame as anybody. I can still hear them call you guilty. 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 I knew it was meant for me, too, and I wanted to die. But you were in prison, Robert, and you were alive. That's why I had to live like you and to suffer like you. People that I've met here had nothing but contempt for me. And that's what I wanted, was contempt and degradation. And now, darling, now do you know? This is my prison, Robert. But I'm not as strong as you are. I can't break out without you. I need you, darling. I've been holding on to you all this time, Robert, because I love you.
They told me after the trial how my mother stood on the courthouse steps and slapped you across the face. It's time that I give you your reward, too. Anybody that loves as much as you do is entitled to a reward.
Manette, don't. Manette, put down that gun.
You've never loved anybody but me, Abigail, isn't that right? No one else but me.
No.
Of course, people don't understand. They never do. Or there might even be somebody who thinks you didn't love me, that you enjoy your career out here. And maybe that's true. Maybe people are right. Maybe you're what they say you are, a cheap dirt...
Stop it, Robert! Who's in here? What's going on?
Get away from that light switch. Come in, both of you. Close that door. Now, get over against the wall. Yes, soldier, you too.
Now, don't be a fool, Manette.
You ought to know how easy one of these things can go off, soldier.
If you got any sense at all, you put that gun away.
I promise the police won't try any rough stuff if you do.
Get smart, will you, Manette? Put that gun down.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, you? You promise?
They're closing in. I heard them talking just now. I heard them mention this dressing room.
You killed a man once, Manette, and you didn't get away with it. This time they're going to hang you.
Shut up.
You're not going to kill anybody here, Manette. You're not going to shoot me because you'll have to wait until I turn my back on you. And I'm not going to turn my back on you, see? You're not going to shoot Jackie because I just now saw a cop come to that window.
Manette, stand where you are.
I came to kill you, Abigail, and that's just what I'm going to do. Step out of the way, soldier.
Drop that gun, Manette.
I'm not even sorry for you, Abigail. I'm not even...
Robert! Robert!
Sergeant, tell the boys they can go in.
Oh, Robert.
You know, I never saw you cry before. Not once.
Oh, Robert. Robert.
You can let go now, Abigail.
No.
You can let go now.
No, darling, no. Robert.
You heard what he said, Abigail. You can let go now.
Oh, take me home. Oh, please, take me home. Well, this is it. This is where I live. Thank you, Jerry.
I was planning to go to the airport in a little while, Abigail. Except I'm not going until I know that you're all right. Until I know what you're going to do. I won't leave until I know.
You know, all of it was like a dream. A beautiful dream at first. And then a nightmare that wouldn't end. It would never, never end as long as I lived. But tonight it did end. I'm alive.
Abigail.
I'm all right. Really, I'm all right. I'll be going back now, Jerry. Back to Maine, I mean. My grandparents, they live there. I think I'd like to see them.
Do you remember what you said a little while ago? You asked me to take you home. I can't tell you how that made me feel. I'd like to do that, Abigail. I want to do that. Back to Maine. Would you let me?
Oh, Jerry, you're looking ahead, and I know what you're thinking, but it would be a mistake. Really, it would. I know it would.
Oh, you saved me from one mistake. I was going to San Francisco, remember? All I want is to take you back, Abigail. And then maybe, if I ever get another leave sometime, maybe I could come and see you. If you'd like to see me.
If I'd like to. Oh, thanks, Jerry. I think that'd be fine.
Now that we've had our Christmas holiday 3 months ahead of time, I think you'll all agree that every minute of it was a great experience. Thanks to Loretta Young and 2 ex-servicemen we're proud to welcome to this theater, David Bruce and William Holden.
Oh, how about yourself, Bill? Last time I saw you, you were in uniform, too, and with eagles on your shoulders.
Well, Loretta, with your husband in the service, that makes this performance strictly GI. Right, boys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, come, fellas. Let's demobilize. You can treat the colonel like a human being now. He's just a producer.
Quiet, Loretta. Here in Hollywood, you don't refer to a producer as just a producer. Or as a human being.
Now, seriously, Bill, you must be glad to be making feature pictures with established stars again.
I am, David. But I feel that I've directed some of the biggest stars in the world these last few years.
Biggest stars in the world?
The men of the Army Air Forces. Pilots, gunners, bombardiers, and ground crews. Men who have just completed the greatest performance in history.
Oh, I think we'll all agree with you there, Bill.
I missed meeting you in person in the Air Force, Colonel, but I saw your picture Target for today, and it was really great.
Were your Air Force pictures strictly for instruction purposes?
That's right. We made pictures covering every detail of our activities. From taking off a bomber to coming out of a dive.
Coming out of a dive? Don't you just sneak out the back way?
Tell us, Bill. Do you think that motion pictures will be used for education in civilian schools from now on?
I think they can be, and in many cases should be.
Oh?
They did wonders in the service.
I think I could stand to go back to school again and brush up on my 3 Gs.
Don't you mean your 3 R's?
No, 3 Gs. Grable, Garbo, and Garson.
You know, I'd sort of like to brush up on the Old West with Loretta Young.
The Old West with Loretta Young?
Yes, if the professor will give a showing of Along Came Jones.
Oh, you mean her current Gary Cooper picture?
Yes, but I wasn't thinking about Gary Cooper. Just Loretta.
You mean you're falling for that Lux complexion, David?
And he's not alone in that, Bill.
Well, thank you, kind people. And I'm not alone in using Lux soap, either. Most of the people I know depend on it. It's a wonderful complexion care.
And in return for those kind words, Loretta, Lux has a special treat for all of you next Monday night when we take you to colorful Hawaii for Universal's sparkling comedy, It's a Date. Our stars are Brian Ahern as the wealthy bachelor trapped by love, Diana Lynn as the young, ambitious actress training for her first big role, and Gail Sundergaard as the mother who finds herself in the center of a mix-up fit to end all mix-ups. Who gets who and who gets what? Well, you'll hear the surprising answer next week.
It's a date for Monday night, Bill. Thanks a million.
Good night, sir.
Good night, and our thanks to all of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sundergaard in It's a Date. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Every loyal American is interested in speeding our return to normal, overcoming shortages, and supplying Americans both here and overseas with things they need. So remember, we are still critically short of these very essential products, fats and oils. Waste fats are important not only to the manufacture of medicine for our wounded, but equally important in the manufacture of civilian goods. Automobiles, tires, vacuum cleaners and refrigerators, nylon, plastics, paint, soap, and scores of others. Housewives can render a vital service to their country by saving all waste kitchen fats, every drop, no matter how charred or discolored. Keep a tin can handy and deliver waste fats regularly to your butcher. He'll give you 4 cents plus 2 red points for each pound. William Holden appeared tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Duffy's Tavern. The war is over, but with millions of our men and women overseas, the Hollywood Victory Committee has pledged its continued support to the entertainment program of the USO. To date, almost 4,000 Hollywood performers, stars of screen and radio, have traveled millions of miles to brighten the leisure hours of our fighting forces. With the support of the entire motion picture industry, they'll continue to visit our occupation forces, just as they are currently entertaining wounded servicemen in hospitals and convalescent homes throughout America. This program of the Lux Radio Theater will be broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear It's a Date with Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sondergaard.
3 little words when you bake and fry mean surefire results. Rely on Spry.
Rely on Spry for light, full-flavored cakes, tender, nut-sweet pastry, crisp-coated, digestible fried food.
You can say that again.
Rely on Spry.
Pure, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of It's a Date with Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sondergaard. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Loretta Young and Fred McMurray in True Confession. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Ananias, Baron Munchausen, and Paul Bunyan developed considerable fame as tellers of tall tales, but they were small fry compared to Helen Bartlett, a young lady in tonight's play, True Confession. When a young wife usually says the wrong thing at the right time and always tells a lie with the best intentions, she's lucky to have a lawyer for a husband. And by the same token, the lawyer is lucky if he can keep his wife and himself out of jail. It's a great help if they love each other, and that's the case in True Confession. It's an exciting comedy with everything in it, from romance to murder, with waist-ups for lunacy and laughter. And in spite of her weakness for exaggeration, I think you'll find Helen Bartlett a charming heroine. As this lovely liar, we present Loretta Young in a role that any comedienne would give her right arm to play. And as the distracted husband, Fred McMurray has the same part he played in the Paramount picture, True Confession. Loretta and Fred are an ideal starring team. And teamwork, of course, is the secret of any successful project, both on the stage and off. That's why so many good homemakers team up with Lux Flakes. They know that half their worries go out the window when Lux Flakes comes in the door. Now the curtain rises on our team of stars. Loretta Young as Helen Bartlett and Fred McMurray as Kenneth Bartlett, with Ruth Donnelly as Daisy in Act One of True Confession. In the modest office building in New York City is the very modest law office of Kenneth Bartlett. 1 room, 1 desk, no secretary. This morning, business is progressing as usual. Our young attorney, his feet resting comfortably on the edge of the wastebasket, is contemplating his diploma. That's all he has to contemplate, for he hasn't had a paying client for weeks. As he reads the parchment that was to be the key to success, he's moody and depressed, unaware that even at this moment, his charming wife is dialing his number excitedly, bursting with great news. As the phone rings, Kenneth Bartlett snaps to a position of dignity.
Good morning. Kenneth Bartlett's office.
Hello, Ken. This is me.
Oh, hello, Helen.
Now, darling, listen, I've got one. I've got a case for you.
Yeah? Well, who is it? What's it about?
Well, you know Zimmerman's Meat Market, 2 stores this side of the corner?
Yeah?
You know, darling, the Zimmermans that are going to sue us if we don't pay? Well, it's Mr. Zimmerman's wife's cousin. His name is Tony Crouch.
Yeah, but what happened?
Well, now, darling, wait a minute. I'm telling you. Tony Crouch is in trouble. He's accused of stealing a carload of hams. And Mrs. Zimmerman thinks that if you handle the case for Tony Crouch, that we'll be able to pay her husband for the meat. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, but he didn't do it, did he? I mean, he didn't really steal the carload of hams.
Well, darling, I forgot to ask. Probably he didn't, though, Ken. As a matter of fact, I'm sure he didn't. But even if he did, you've got to take this case, see?
Well, if he didn't do it, I'll be glad to represent him. But if he's guilty, I won't touch it. You know how I feel about things like that.
Now, Ken, listen. I found this case for you, and you've got to take it.
I said I won't plead not guilty for a thief. If he didn't steal the hams, all right. But if he did...
He's on his way to your office now, darling. And this is the biggest chance you've ever had. Will you please call me just as soon as you've talked to him?
Sure, I'll call you. I'll let you know what happens.
And will you please take the case, darling? Let me know right away, won't you?
Yeah, all right. So long, baby.
Goodbye, darling, and good luck. Hello?
Hello, Helen.
Oh, yes, Ken.
He stole the hams.
What?
Mrs. Zimmerman's cousin stole the hams. I just threw him out of the office.
You threw him out? Oh, Ken, doesn't it mean anything to you that you've thrown out the cousin of our butcher's wife? Where are we going to get our meat now?
Helen, how can you talk like that when I've told you the man is guilty?
I don't care whether he's guilty or not, darling. Somebody's got to represent him.
Baby, listen, I love you, but I'm not going to argue with you about a man who promises to pay me out of the money he gets for selling the hams.
Oh, all right. Goodbye, darling. I'll see you tonight. He stole the hams. Ah, well. Hello?
Hello, Helen. I got your message.
Oh, hello, Daisy.
I was taking some dictation from Mr. Davenport, so I couldn't call you back. What do you want, Helen?
Well, I want you to come over right away. I have to see you.
Say, what do you think I am? I can't walk out of the office in the middle of the afternoon. What's it all about?
Well, I can't tell you over the phone, Daisy. You'll have to come over.
I told you I can't leave. I have to stay here.
But, Daisy, Oh, all right, then. I guess I'll have to tell you.
What?
Well, Daisy, I went to the medicine cabinet. I was dizzy, Daisy, and I took the wrong bottle.
What?
Oh, Daisy.
The wrong bottle?
Uh-huh.
You mean poison?
Well, I don't know. I just feel... Oh!
Helen!
Helen, let me in. Helen!
Hello, Daisy.
Oh, Helen, how do you feel? What was it? What kind of a bottle?
Huh?
I said, Helen, you were lying again. You didn't take poison at all.
Oh, that. Oh, no. I just want to see Daisy. Come on in, honey.
Oh, I suppose it doesn't mean a thing to you that I practically have heart trouble from rushing over here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daisy, but you have to help me.
Well, what is it this time? Another of your fairy tales?
Oh, no, honest. Now, Daisy, you know Ken isn't doing well, and my stories aren't selling.
Of course not. Of course they aren't selling. The people you write about, gee, they're crazy. Who could believe them?
I believe them. I live every story with them. Well, anyway, Daisy, like I said, we're not doing so well, financially, I mean. So, Daisy, I got a job.
No.
Uh-huh.
In other words, you're inviting Ken to walk out on you.
He won't say a word.
Oh, no. All he's done so far is tell you that if you go to work, it'll be over his dead and battered body.
Well, we can't live on what he's making. My job starts tomorrow morning. And Ken isn't going to offer the slightest protest because he isn't going to know.
Listen, Helen, if you think you can hold a job 6 days a week without Ken knowing it, you're ready for a mentality test.
It's 5 days a week.
All right, 5.
Uh-huh, and 3 hours a day. And that leaves me plenty of time for my writing.
3 hours...
Uh-huh.
Steady, Helen, steady.
Oh, no, it's true. I'm a private secretary to a broker.
Is that so?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that nice? Isn't it hot out?
And $50 a week.
$5 a week. $3 hours a day. $50. Helen, how does your head feel? Is there a pressure?
No, darling, I'm not kidding. I'm going to learn shorthand.
See, that's not all you're going to learn.
Huh?
Whoever offered you a proposition like that?
Mr. Kraler. Mr. Otto Kraler. He was an old friend of my father's. And even if he fires me, he'll have to give me 2 weeks' notice. And that's $100 anyway.
How are you going to explain the extra money to Ken?
Oh. Well, I'll tell him that I've finally learned how to manage efficiently, you see. He'll not only believe me, he'll be proud of me.
Helen, I wish I had your imagination. No, I don't either. Say, what am I doing here? You don't need me.
Oh, I do. I'm all excited, Daisy, and Ken will notice if we're alone and ask questions. Well, you know how lawyers ask questions, sort of, practicing like.
Well, I'm sorry, Helen, but I've got to go.
Oh, now, Daisy, wait a minute.
Hello.
Oh.
I was just going to ring.
Yeah? Helen, who's he?
It's a man. Say, mister, look, I'll pay you next week, huh?
Don't make me laugh. You owe us $12. I'm here to get the typewriter.
Hey, you have a nerve. Get out of here.
Don't make me laugh.
Nothing can make you laugh.
Now, listen, mister, really. I'll pay you next week. Honest, I will. Will you please leave the typewriter here until then? I need it in my business.
No.
Don't touch that.
Why not?
Oh, well. All right. Go ahead and take it. Why should I worry about what's going to happen to you?
Huh? What do you mean?
I was just talking about my husband. But go ahead and take it. Maybe he won't see you.
Say, I'm not afraid of your husband.
Well, that's because you don't know what's wrong with him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, what is wrong with him?
Well, I guess I have to tell you. He's insane.
Helen!
Well, Daisy, he might as well know the truth.
You mean your own husband is nuts?
Absolutely nuts.
Well, so what? Your husband is ratty. Is he locked up?
Oh, no. No, we're trying to get him away quietly. You see, he's been insane ever since we lost our baby.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The first time I realized he was insane was about a week ago. It was 2 a.m. I woke up and saw a light on in here. I got up and tiptoed in, and there was my husband, smiling at that typewriter and talking baby talk and patting it.
Patting it?
Yes, patting it. Oh, it was heartbreaking. And then it dawned on me what had happened. He thinks that typewriter is our baby. Our little Harold.
That's a cute name, Harold.
Yes, isn't it? But go ahead and take the typewriter. Maybe you can get away with it before he comes home. But if you meet him, you'll never get through that doorway alive.
Say, a guy like that ought to be locked up. He can cause a lot of trouble. The thing for me to do is to get this typewriter out of here right away.
Well, suit yourself. It's your own risk.
Hello there. How's my baby?
Baby?
Ken, come in, dear.
Oh, hello, Daisy.
Hello, Ken.
I didn't know you had guests, huh?
Well, Ken, I want you to meet Daisy's friend. This is Mr. McDougal. This is my husband, Mr. Bartlett.
How do you do?
I'm glad to know you.
Mr. McDougal was just leaving, dear. He brought Daisy here.
Just leaving? With the typewriter?
Well,
no. Well, I gotta go.
Oh, don't hurry off. Where's the shaker, Helen? I'll mix up a batch of poison.
Poison? Poison? Say, he's not gonna poison me. Let me out of this place.
Hey, what's wrong with that guy?
I don't know.
Why, you do too, Daisy. You told me he goes crazy every time he hears the word poison. On account of he drank some bad liquor once and it went to his head. Remember?
Oh, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about cocktails. Where'd you meet him, Daisy?
Why,
They went to school together, dear.
Yes, we went to school together. Well, I'll have to leave now. Mr. McNoonan is waiting outside for me.
His name isn't McNoonan. It's McDougal.
Well, darling, that's what she said.
Yes, that's what I said. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Daisy. Well, dear, how do you feel?
Who was that man?
What man?
Who was he?
Oh, you mean Daisy's boyfriend, Mr. McCormick, huh? Well,
Mr. McDougal.
That's right, McDougal.
Why did he run out of here?
Well, I told you, dear. He ate some lobsters once.
Someday, right in the middle of one of your lies, I'm going to get up, put on my hat, and walk out that door. I'm going to walk all the way to China. Now, who was that man?
Well, now, just because Daisy brings a boyfriend over here, a crazy boyfriend that she met at her office,
At
I don't
school.
think... All right, darling, at school,
Who was he?
All right. He came here to take the typewriter away, and I didn't want him to take it.
So what did you do?
Well, I told him that you thought the typewriter was your baby and that you'd kill him if he touched it.
In other words, you told him I was crazy.
Well, yes.
Well, that's fine. That's just great.
There, you see? I tell the truth, and now you're mad at me.
I'm not mad. I was just thinking I could wring your neck, that's all.
Well, I don't blame you. I didn't mean to tell him that, but all of a sudden it just popped out.
As usual. Do you remember the time I came into the room and discovered you told people I was a reformed bank robber?
Well, that's only because all the other women were bragging about their husbands.
And the time I met the Ralstons on the street after you told them we couldn't play bridge because I was in the hospital with gallstones?
Well, you know we can't play bridge at all well together, dear. Oh, all right. Go ahead and get mad at me and let's have it over with.
Oh, what's the use? I've done that. I'm living a nightmare. The darndest nightmare a man ever lived.
Ken. Gee, I wouldn't have had to tell that man a lie if I'd had the money to pay him, would I?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, darling, I don't mean it's your fault. I mean if only you'd let me go out and get a job.
I'm taking care of you. If you went to work, I'd be a confessed failure. And I'm not that. Yet.
Oh, of course you're not. But if I had a job, I mean, secretly, maybe.
Do you know what I'd do if you went out and got a job behind my back?
Yes.
Are you going to try it?
No.
Are you telling the truth?
Ken, I might as well tell you.
What?
I've made a resolution. From now on, I'm telling the truth, so help me. I'm going to be proud of you for what you represent, and I'm going to manage on our budget with money to spare.
Oh, Helen.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning. I'm Mr. Kraler's new secretary.
Very good. Very good indeed. This way, please.
Thank you.
Do you wish breakfast, miss?
Oh, no. Am I supposed to eat here?
If you like.
Oh.
In this room, please.
Oh. Is this his office?
Yes, miss.
But, doesn't Mr. Kraler have any other office? I mean, maybe in an office building?
An office building?
Uh-huh.
Will you have a drink?
Say, what kind of a place is this?
Good morning, my dear. That'll be all, Forsyth.
Yes, Mr. Kraler.
Good morning, Mr. Kraler. I'm late.
Aren't we all? You can call me Otto. After all, an old friend of the family, you know.
Yes, sir. I mean, Otto.
You're going to work out all right, my dear. Sit down.
Thank you, sir. If I...
Otto.
Otto. If I only know a little bit more about being a secretary, perhaps...
Well, I'll be patient, my dear. Very patient. Now, let's see. Take a letter.
I can't, remember?
That's right. Well, don't you know any word games or anything?
No, sir. But all the while I'm working, I'll be learning shorthand. I'll get one of those little books with all those funny little markings in it.
Oh, that's fine, fine. You're going to like it here, Helen. I'm going to like you. Sit down, my dear.
Thank you, but I'm sitting already.
No. Sit over here. By me.
Oh, excuse me, but I don't think...
come on.
Otto, look, don't you think we ought to start answering your mail or something? Or...
Now, don't be like that.
Look, if you'll just... And quit following me!
I'm not following you. Now, don't get excited. After all, I'm an old friend of the... Stand still!
Let me go!
My dear girl.
You let me go, or I'll punch you in the stomach.
Oh, no, my dear.
Oh,
no.
Yes, I will. There, you see? I told you, I warned you. I quit. Do you understand? I quit!
Is this the house he lives in?
Yes. This is the one, Daisy. I was afraid to come back alone.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Well, you just ring the bell, and you tell him that you've come for my hat and my coat and my purse, and I'll wait right here.
Is that so?
Uh-huh.
Listen, I'll do the waiting. And if you know what's good for you, you'll try to sneak in and get your things without him seeing you.
But why, Daisy? Won't you even go in with me, at least?
Well, somebody has to be outside to call for help when you don't come out.
Oh, please. Please look at me, Daisy. I'm all upset, and... What's that?
Look, it's the police.
Police? But what for?
I don't know, but they're stopping right here. Oh, let's get out of here, Helen.
Oh, no, you don't. Stay right where you are, girls.
Hey, who are you?
Detective Darcy's the name, Homicide Squad. What are you doing outside this house?
Oh, well, we...
That's fine. Bring them inside, boys.
Okay, Chief. Come on, yous.
Hey, you, let's go.
Let us alone.
Come right in, sir. You the butler of this joint?
Yes, sir.
Well, where's the body?
Body? What's he mean?
Keep quiet. What were you girls doing out front?
Nothing.
Oh, yes, we were. She came here to get her things, her coat and her hat and her purse. Helen, let's get them and get out of this joint.
Oh, by all means. So you came to get your things. And would you mind telling me when you left them here?
Yes, this morning, in that room right over there.
Well, that's fine. Let's go get them.
All right. There, you see? There's my purse, and there's my coat right over there, and... Oh, Helen!
What's the matter, girls? Didn't you ever see a dead man before?
Who is it? It's Otto.
Otto, eh? Call him by his first name, eh? Nice point.
What happened to him?
He's dead, lady. But of course you don't know anything about it.
No.
No.
Oh, let's get out of here, Daisy.
Oh, I wouldn't leave. Let's go in the other room there and talk.
Don't do it. You don't have to talk without a lawyer. Get Ken.
Well, what's there to talk about? I was here this morning, of course, but I didn't have anything to do with this.
Oh, of course not. But let's talk anyway. Why did you kill him, sister?
I didn't. All I did was run out of here.
Okay, why did you do that?
Well, I mean, I hit him first, and then I ran out.
Oh, you hit him, eh?
Yes.
2 fist marks right through the head, eh?
Is he shot?
Where'd you hide the gun? And where's the money? Where's the $12,000 you took out of that desk?
12,000? I'm going home.
Oh, no, you're not. You're coming downtown with me,
No,
honey.
I'm not. I'm
Joe,
not.
grab this dame. Take her to my office and keep her there.
Hey, cut it out, will
Come
you?
on, lady. We're going for a little ride. All right, now, Mrs. Bartlett, let's have the story. You go to his home. Is that right?
So far, yes.
There he sits. The man that you thought loved you. But he don't anymore, and he just told you so. So you stand looking at this man. Looking and hating like only a dame can hate. And all at once out comes your gun. Bam!
Bam, bam! You said he was shot twice.
All right. Bam, bam. Kraler topples up his chair. Right on his puss. And out you fly so excited you forget your purse and stuff. There you are. Simple as that.
Say, that'd make a good story. You mean that I did it because he...
That's it. Now, come on, confess right now, and we'll duck the electric chair. I guarantee you'll get nothing worse in life.
Life? But I didn't do it.
I say you did.
I don't care what you say. I did not do it. And anyway, if I did do it like you said, where does the $12,000 come in?
Huh? Oh, that. But wait, now I know what happened. All at once is clear to me.
That's fine.
You don't love him, see?
Uh-huh.
You never did love him. You don't love nobody. You're that type of dame.
Gee, go on.
You know he's got the $12,000 in the desk. So you wait your time until he's not looking. Then, bam!
Bam, bam!
All right! Anyway, you let him have it. Then you take the dough. But you're scared, so you run out and forget your stuff. Well, how do you like it?
What do I get for it?
The chair.
I don't like it.
Hey, Chief, they just found the money. It was in the desk all along in the cigar box.
What? Get out of here.
That makes you and your little story sound pretty silly, doesn't it?